Lin Ye traverses the Marvel Universe and acquires an exploration task system. By completing system missions, he can earn points and draw rewards. The Shadow Legion, the Wind, after strange gate-breathing techniques, Thunderfruit, the 12 Talismans, Hellbat Armor. Facing the unassuming Hell's Kitchen, Lin Ye summoned the Shadow Legion and coldly remarked, "Kingpin, are you ready to submit to me?" Doctor Strange. Lin Ye is an epic-making genius. If he so desires, I would even consider entrusting Kumar Taj to him. Thor. Lin Ye can manipulate lightning even better than I can. What does that make me? The god of hammers. Tony Stark. Damn it. How does Lin Ye possess so many abilities? He's even piloting a Gundam now. The anti-Lin Ye armor needs an upgrade. Captain America. Captain America, declare Lin Ye the strongest. With him around, I could remain frozen until the next century without concern. Nick Fury. Lin Ye's power is too formidable. We must recruit him. Thanos. I have arrived. Earth. Lin Ye. Thanos. I apologize for being a conqueror. Chapter 1. The Shadow Legion begins. In the heart of New York City, Hell's Kitchen. Lin Ye found himself bound to a chair in a dimly lit room, staring blankly at the iron door before him, his mind swirling with questions. Previously, he had been capturing a murderer alongside his colleagues when a stray bullet struck him, leading to his untimely demise. His astonishment, he awoke in this unfamiliar place. From the memories of his predecessor, he realized he was in the Marvel Universe, a time before Tony Stark's transformation, and currently situated in a prison where Kingpin held criminals. His predecessor had been captured for stealing Kingpin's goods, enduring relentless interrogations without revealing the location of the hidden cargo. The dilemma was that he had been framed. Based on the memories he accessed, he suspected another gang, known as the Lone Wolf Gang, was responsible, aiming to expel their own hyena gang from Hell's Kitchen. Today marked the final day. If he failed to divulge the location of the goods, he would face execution. What a hellish start, Lin Ye thought, feeling somewhat helpless. Ding! The system has bound to the host. A novice gift package is available. Would you like to open it? As Lin Ye pondered his predicament, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, causing him to shiver, momentarily believing he had encountered ghosts. When the mechanical voice repeated, he realized it was merely the favor of Lady Luck bestowing upon him. Open, he silently commanded, and a virtual screen materialized before his eyes. Name, Lin Ye. Abilities, none. Tasks, none. Points, 0. System lottery. Not opened. The system interface was simple, clearly conveying its meaning. However, as the lottery was not yet activated, he could only access the novice gift package. System, open the novice gift package. Upon his command, the gift package unfolded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Shadow Legion. Rewards are being dispensed. Lin Ye felt a surge of warmth at the back of his neck. As his wounds began to heal, a tingling sensation coursing through him. Before he could even groan, the warmth dissipated, leaving behind a mysterious black mask tattoo on the nape of his neck. Information about the Shadow Legion flooded his mind, and he instantly comprehended its usage. Raising his head, Lin Ye felt a sense of control within the shadows visible to him. He could summon the Shadow Legion to emerge and wreak havoc at his will. This newfound sense of mastery over his circumstances calmed his previously frantic thoughts. Ding! Task system activated. Ding! Detecting a side quest available for acceptance. Would you like to accept it? Lin Ye softly replied. Accept. Task. Leave the holding cell. Reward. 500 points. Just then, footsteps echoed nearby. Bang! The iron door was violently flung open, and 2 muscular men entered, their faces twisted in displeasure. Yellow Skin Pig. Today is the last day. Hurry up and confess, or you know the consequences. Point. One of the burly men with blonde hair sat on the torture table, ominously toying with the instruments. Drake, this yellow-skinned pig won't talk. Let's just execute him. I have a date with a beauty, the shorter man urged. Yellow-skinned pig, you see my friend can't wait, and I'm sure you're eager to get out. Just tell us where the goods are hidden, and you can leave. Lin Ye coldly chuckled. Leave? Do you think I can just walk away after crossing Kingpin? Finally speaking. I thought you were mute. Drake sneered. He picked up a barbed whip and cracked it through the air, the threat unmistakable. Since you know you can't leave, just confess. As the saying goes in your language, a wise man knows when to yield. The shorter man brandished a handgun, casually threatening him. Wait, Rick, do you see that his wounds are healing? Drake finally sensed something amiss beneath the purplish-black stains. His previously mangled wounds had vanished. How bizarre. Lin Ye sighed. You brought this upon yourselves. Point. 2 pairs of crimson eyes emerged silently from the shadows behind them, and before the two men could react, blades were pressed to their throats. Clang! Drake and his shorter companion dropped their weapons in fright. A ninja with red eyes manifested behind Lin Ye, and with a swift motion, severed the ropes binding him. Creak! Creak! The two burly men fell to their knees, their earlier bravado evaporating as they pleaded for mercy. They had never expected that a superpowered individual could end up here. I have but one question. I believe I conceal my hiding place. Well, how did you find me? Lin Ye inquired with a smile. It was Handel who revealed your location, hoping to exchange it for a 5% share of the flour distribution rights in Hell's Kitchen, the shorter man stuttered. Ha! Lin Ye chuckled. So he was valuable enough for a 5% share of flour distribution rights, which must be worth at least $500 million. Handel, mentioned by the shorter man, was the deputy leader of the hyena gang and had a deep-seated hatred for Lin Ye, being a staunch racist. Where is he now? He is currently in Queens, B133 Street, Drake stammered. This guy lives quite well? Queens, B133 Street, is a prime residential area. One needs considerable wealth to buy a house there. Lin Ye nodded, having gathered the necessary information. With a gentle wave of his hand, the two ninjas swiftly dispatched the two thugs, sending them into the afterlife. Phew! From the corpses of the burly men, two streams of black mist emerged, merging into the bodies of the ninjas. Gulp! The ninjas trembled, their black mist becoming denser. Lin Ye noticed something unusual through feedback from shadow space. He realized that the Shadow Legion could enhance its ranks by absorbing dark energy or elevate its tiers. Death served as the most fundamental source of dark energy that end this serendipitous encounter. Lin Ye had unwittingly discovered the method to upgrade the shadow space. However, there was a limitation. The summoned troops could not exceed 5 in number, even if they were upgraded. This meant that if Lin Ye wished to strengthen the troops he summoned, he would have to continuously use dark energy to enhance them. In light of this, Hell's Kitchen serves as an excellent locale for leveling up. After all, fatalities occur with alarming frequency here, and the authorities have grown accustomed to it. Lin summoned 2 more ninjas using dark energy, thus forming a quintet, which he intended to cultivate into elite warriors. The 2 newly summoned shadow soldiers vanished from the room's shadows, reappearing moments later, one bearing a wooden bucket brimming with water, while the other carried a neatly arranged suit. Their attire was marred with blood, tattered and disheveled, presenting a rather unseemly appearance for an outing. Observe how the virtues of the shadow soldiers manifest. They toil tirelessly, indifferent to whether they work 996 hours or 007 shifts, and they exhibit no fear of death. Such unwavering dedication is indeed rare to find. After enjoying a refreshing bath, Lin donned a classic, vintage suit. Ding. Host detected, exiting the cell. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispensed. Ding. Host points have been credited. The system's lottery feature is now activated. Chapter 2. Triggering the mission. Upon exiting the interrogation room, the system rewards swiftly manifested. Through his research, Lin Ye came to understand that the system he had acquired was a trigger-based mission system. The details of the mission triggering mechanism were not provided. Rather, he had to explore it on his own. This led Lin Ye to inwardly curse the system. You've given me the body but withheld the manual. How utterly frustrating. The sole reward he had received was points. These points could be utilized for a lottery draw. For every 100 points, one could draw once. And the prize pool was exceedingly diverse. Anything that existed in the myriad realms could potentially be drawn. Abilities and items, limited only by one's imagination, were all within reach. It appeared that if he wished to grow increasingly powerful, he would need to devise means to trigger and complete missions. The future seemed promising indeed. With a sense of satisfaction, Lin Ye departed the interrogation room and arrived at an expansive circular holding chamber. Upon his entrance, the armed squad patrolling the area, along with the chatting interrogators, were momentarily stunned. Who on earth is this? I've never seen him before. Dressed in a well-fitted suit, he appeared quite presentable. He asked the prisoner from interrogation room 56. Finally, one of the individuals who had previously interrogated Lin Ye recognized him and shouted. In an instant, chaos ensued. Some rushed to sound the alarm, while others drew their weapons. However, Lin Ye was swifter. At the very moment that shout echoed, 5 pairs of blood-red eyes materialized in the square. Dark shadows flickered throughout the area, accompanied by a cacophony of screams and curses. Lin Ye strolled leisurely to the center of the square, black smoke swirling around his feet, embodying a regal presence as if descended from the shadows. The moment anyone aimed a gun at him, a ninja would inevitably appear at their rear, or a dart would swiftly find its mark in their throat. Around Lin Ye, the splattering blood resembled blooming flowers, exuding a deadly beauty akin to that of a mandrake. Soon, the area was saturated with the incessant blaring of alarms. Apart from him, no living soul remained. Following this carnage, Lin Ye noticed that the bodies had taken on distinct forms, no longer mere wisps of smoke. He traversed the prison via the Shadow Realm, discovering that the third level housed primarily women and children. It appeared that due to the recent conflict, many children clung tightly to their mothers, trembling in fear. Lin Ye felt a weight in his chest. He was no saint, but he harbored a profound disdain for those who trafficked in human lives. Returning to the first level, Lin Ye commanded the Shadow Ninjas to unlock each layer of the prison. Initially, the women and children were hesitant to believe their eyes, some even fearful of the stealthy ninjas. But when the first brave soul dared to step forward and found it safe, a wave of courage swept through, prompting many to emerge. In an instant, the once quiet square transformed into a bustling scene, reminiscent of a lively marketplace. A ninja offered Lin Ye a megaphone. He tested it with a couple of sounds before addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the square fell silent. I recognize your innocence, as I too have been unjustly seized. Now, I offer you freedom. Whether to depart or remain here is a choice that lies before you. With that, Lin Ye set down the megaphone and turned towards the exit of the square. Among the crowd, these abducted women and children appeared lost, uncertain of their next steps. Yet soon, one woman approached, timidly asking with her child in tow, "Sir, may I leave with you?" Lin Ye smiled and replied, "Of course, if you wish to depart. Simply follow my lead." With that, he stepped into the exit. He harbored no concern that they would not follow. After all, who does not yearn for freedom? At present, he lacked the power to confront Jean directly, but rescuing these individuals would certainly impact his dominion over the underworld. As Lin Ye had anticipated, once the first woman successfully exited, the remaining captives surged towards the passage, eager to escape. Upon reaching the exit, a cacophony of clashing metal echoed in their ears, a sound that sent shivers through them. In the moonlight, a man clad in a red bodysuit and mask brandished a baton, engaging in combat with another man dressed in black, his forehead marked with a target. Lin Ye recognized them as Daredevil and Bullseye, the first superhero and the first villain he had encountered in this world. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, but it was evident that Daredevil was at a disadvantage, his body marred with wounds. Bullseye deftly evaded Daredevil's assaults while continuously launching throwing knives, some of which Daredevil managed to deflect, while others grazed his form, leaving deep scars. Daredevil's situation was perilous. Lin Ye discreetly compared the combat prowess of his ninjas to that of the two, realizing that his ninjas would easily subdue them. After all, Bullseye possessed only extraordinary throwing skills, devoid of any superhuman abilities. At most, he would later gain the advantage of adamantium enhancements. "Stop struggling, Daredevil," Bullseye taunted coldly. "You have disrupted our boss's plans time and again. Today, I shall send you to hell." A silver flash hurtled towards Daredevil's face. Clang! The shadows of their weapons intertwined, and Daredevil managed to block the attack, causing a small dagger to clatter to the ground. "Such petty tricks are all you can muster," Daredevil retorted. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Not far away, a sniper lay atop a container, taking advantage of Daredevil's distraction to aim for his heart and pull the trigger. A smug grin crept across Bullseye's face. "Daredevil, you shall perish here. My boss will surely reward me handsomely." In a flash of movement, Daredevil contorted into an awkward position, narrowly evading the fatal strike, though a bloody hole appeared in his shoulder due to a momentary lapse in speed. Lin Ye shook his head slightly, recognizing that Daredevil's condition was exceedingly dire. Had it been himself, he would have been able to counterattack while blocking. How despicable! Daredevil swiftly maneuvered to evade the sniper's line of sight, employing his inner energy to staunch the flow of blood from the wound in his shoulder. Lin Ye squinted, contemplating whether to intervene and rescue this superhero. At that moment, the woman and child he had saved caught up with him, emerging at the exit. "Who?" A child from the crowd, frightened, buried their face in their mother's embrace, timidly inquiring. It was this voice that alerted the highly vigilant duo to Lin Ye's presence. The target, taken aback, remarked, "What a surprise. It's you? I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are, presenting yourself uninvited." He glanced at the woman and child behind Lin Ye, sneering, "It seems you wish to escape amidst the chaos, but alas, I have detected your presence. Tonight, Daredevil will perish first, followed by you, while they will still be sold to the wealthiest bidders." Daredevil, sensing Lin Ye and his group, shouted, "Children, flee. I will hold this scoundrel. You must escape." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 throwing knives, glimmering like silver stars, shot towards Lin Ye's face, heart, and groin. Bang, bang, bang. Daredevil leaped in front of Lin Ye, his staff dancing, sweeping through the air, deflecting the 3 silver blades away. With a gasp, Daredevil fell to one knee. A knife embedded in his thigh. Another knife. A black one. He urged, "Kid, go. I can't hold on much longer." With a fierce determination, he yanked the knife from his leg and used his internal energy to seal the bleeding wound, striving to buy the child precious time to escape. Ding. A side quest has been detected. Would you like to accept? Lin Ye's eyes brightened. This was a trigger for a side quest. Without hesitation, he confirmed. Side quest, repel the target alone. Reward, 1,000 points. Chapter 3, Lottery. Ding. Quest accepted successfully. Hearing the melodious system notification, Lin Ye stepped forward with a smile. You rest now, Daredevil. If you continue fighting, you truly will meet your demise here. Daredevil frowned at him. But you, Lin Ye replied confidently, trust me. The target scrutinized Lin Ye, perceiving him merely as an ordinary person, and shook his head in derision. I've never seen anyone so eager to meet their end. In his eyes, Lin Ye was no more than a novice with a hint of ability, but nothing substantial. Lin Ye shrugged. Target. Let us see if you can even approach me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang. 3 throwing knives were launched simultaneously towards Lin Ye. At the same moment, the thunderous roar of a sniper rifle echoed through the night, a large caliber bullet hurtling forth. This is bad. Daredevil was alarmed, caught between the blades and the bullet. Even he could not evade them. Was this youth destined to perish here? Lin Ye, hands in his pockets, maintained his relaxed demeanor, fully in control of the situation. 3 shadowy ninjas emerged like phantoms from the darkness. The glimmer of blades flashed as 3 brilliant streaks of light tore through the night sky. The flying daggers aimed at the target fell to the ground, while supersonic bullets were cleaved in 2, ricocheting off nearby containers and igniting sparks. A sense of foreboding enveloped the sniper perched atop the container as he sensed danger and prepared to retreat with his weapon. Suddenly, a chilling light flickered, and he felt himself lifted off the ground. The world around him began to spin, and darkness soon engulfed his vision, his consciousness unraveling. Bang! The sniper, still in motion, was beheaded, his head rolling away as his body crashed heavily onto the ground. The 4th ninja emerged. Hiss! The night demon gasped in shock, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Particularly concerning was the ninja under his command, whose speed and strength far surpassed that of the hand. What if he faced this young man alone? The night demon shook his head gently, acknowledging that he was no match for him. Only by teaming up with the Punisher could he stand a chance. Damn, how could he have miscalculated so gravely? The target's pupils constricted, cold sweat breaking out on his skin. This was no mere lamb awaiting slaughter, but rather a wolf disguised in sheep's clothing. In that moment, a flicker of dread ignited within him, a fear of the unknown. His eyes darted as his hands moved swiftly, tossing 3 smoke bombs, and he quickly retreated. Buzz! The smoke bombs erupted, enveloping Lin Ye's line of sight in a dense fog. Kid, that guy has escaped. The night demon, with sharper senses than Lin Ye, discerned from the sounds in the air that the target had fled. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side mission. Rewards have been issued. Please check. A system notification chimed in Lin Ye's ears, and he snapped his fingers. Time to wrap up. Dingling, dingling. Nearby, a mobile phone rang, its sound eerily resonating in the still of the night. Lin Ye approached, noticing a call reminder. He pondered briefly and knew who it was. Jean Bing. Right on time. Lin Ye pressed the answer button, and silence greeted him on the other end. The two engaged in a quiet standoff until Jean Bing broke the silence. It seems the target has failed. Who are you? The Night Demon or the Punisher? Lin Ye grinned. Neither. Listen, my friend, would you be interested in working for me? You name your price. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Ye added, actually, I have a better idea. Instead of working for you, I believe taking over your underworld empire would be far more advantageous. Jean Bing replied dismissively. That depends on whether you have the life to claim it. I'll be waiting. Lin Ye shot back. Trust me. You won't have to wait long, Jean Bing. Hey Matt, can you still walk? Lin Ye approached with his hands in his pockets, feigning concern. The Night Demon opened his mouth in surprise. You know me? Lin Ye smiled mysteriously. I know much more than you realize. Furrowing his brow, the Night Demon sensed an unusual mystique emanating from the young man, yet he refrained from probing further, nodding. I'm managing. After saying this, he attempted to take a few steps, only to wince in pain. Lin Ye tugged at his mouth. Are you sure? The Night Devil sighed. All right, buddy, you're right. I'm not in good shape. Lin Ye glanced around and said, let us get out of here first. The Night Devil inquired, what about them? He nodded. Okay. That is indeed the best course of action. Lin Ye nodded, and a shadowy ninja silently appeared beside the Night Devil, lifting him in a princess carry. Hey, you scoundrel. Can't you just carry me on your back? Protested the Night Devil. Lin Ye quietly pulled out his phone and snapped a picture, saying, is this how you treat your savior? Do you believe I want to post this photo on my blog? The Night Devil, recognizing the situation, wisely fell silent. In the Big Apple City, within an apartment, 3 figures emerged from the shadows of the hallway. One was naturally Lin Ye, and the other was the Night Devil, still being held in the princess carry. As the lights flickered on, Lin Ye, feeling at home, opened the refrigerator and asked, do you have anything to eat, Matt? The Night Devil, lying on the sofa, pulled off his mask to reveal a clean, handsome face. I never said I would take you in, Lin Ye, Matt protested. On the way here, the Night Devil, also known as Matt, learned the name of this young man. Lin Ye summoned 2 shadow ninjas again, retrieving ingredients such as eggs, rice, and scallions from the refrigerator. Do you want some? Bring me a portion. I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now. By the way, don't you need any medical attention? Lin Ye glanced at the bloodied Night Devil, his eyes twitching. Could you please grab the first aid kit from the southeast corner of the hall? System. Lin Ye summoned the system panel. Name, Lin Ye. Ability, Shadow Space, level 1 4100, 1, Ghost Shadow, level 155 40500. Task, none. Points, 1500. System store, lottery. Due to the previous battle, the death energy absorbed had been used to enhance the ninjas, thus the shadow space had not seen much improvement. Opening the lottery interface revealed a vast interstellar scene. The lottery was divided into regular and advanced draws. Regular draws cost 100 points per attempt, while advanced draws required 1000 points and guaranteed an item. System, initiate advanced lottery. Lin Ye rubbed his hands in anticipation. Ding. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Dark Fruit. Chapter 4, Continuous Upgrades. Dark Fruit. Lin Ye was astonished to have hit the jackpot and stood up in shock. Matt, from behind, asked what's wrong. Is my sofa burning your backside? Lin Ye shot a glance at Matt and sat back down. Ding. Would you like to extract? Lin Ye naturally chose to extract. A wave of shimmering light illuminated his hand as an oddly shaped fruit appeared. Lin Ye swallowed hard. He knew this would be difficult to eat. Steeling himself to enhance his power, he devoured the fruit. Burp. Indeed, it was terrible. Lin Ye's features contorted as the taste resembled that of a long-used rag. The voice of Matt protesting echoed from behind. Are you sneaking a bite behind my back? I can hear you chewing. Lin chose to ignore him, for at that moment, the system's voice resounded. Ding. Host has consumed the dark fruit, allowing for fusion with the Shadow Legion. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? The ability to merge with the Shadow Legion through the dark fruit was indeed an unexpected boon. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin consented. The fusion was complete, and the host could now examine the results. Opening the system panel revealed the following. Name, Lin Ye. Ability, Dark Space, level 10100, 1. Phantom Shadow, level 155 40500. Mission, none. Points, 500. System store, lottery. The original Shadow Space had transformed into Dark Space. A mere difference in wording brought forth a significant enhancement to Lin's abilities. The first ability remained the summoning of ninjas, now referred to as Dark Ninjas, composed entirely of dark energy. Secondly, Lin could construct a set of dark armor for himself using this energy. In theory, both the dark armor and dark ninjas could absorb any physical or magical damage. Therefore, to achieve invincibility, Lin needed to continuously upgrade the dark space's level. The third ability, known as power deprivation, would temporarily strip superpowered individuals of their abilities upon contact with Lin's dark energy, although they could regain their powers upon leaving the vicinity. The fourth, and perhaps Lin's favorite, involved harnessing dark energy to create a gravitational force akin to a black hole, drawing enemies toward him. This particular ability reminded him of a famously renowned technique from an anime, universal attraction. The fifth ability allowed Lin to release darkness over a vast area, causing anyone or anything that came into contact with it to be drawn downwards, transformed into dark energy. He could even use this to slip into the dark space for instantaneous movement, vastly enhancing his mobility. Unlike the previous shadow space, which required shadows to function, this new ability could be utilized even in the absence of darkness. The sixth, and most crucial, ability was power theft. Lin could utilize his dark powers to extract the abilities of weaker superpowered individuals, bestowing them upon himself or others. Finally, the last ability, energy release, enabled Lin to store absorbed energy and unleash it in multiplied bursts when needed, delivering tremendous damage. These 7 abilities were undeniably formidable, with proper development. Even the likes of the Ancient One would pose no threat. The future was indeed promising. Lin was thoroughly satisfied with his current abilities. Glancing at the remaining 500 points, he immediately allocated 100 points to upgrading the dark space. The panel refreshed instantly. Name, Lin Ye. Ability, Dark Space, level 20500, 1. Phantom Shadow, level 155 40500. Mission, none. Points, 400. System store, lottery. The upgraded dark space now allowed for the summoning of a new troop type, Claw Shadow Ninja. This particular troop boasts formidable melee capabilities. Had he summoned the Shadow Claw during the previous battle, the conflict could have been resolved in mere 3 breaths. However, such strength comes at a cost. It demands a significant amount of dark energy, precisely 10 units for a single summon, or alternatively, one could expend points. To draw a comparison, the power of one Shadow Claw is roughly equivalent to that of an American soldier. Yet, this is insufficient. To ensure his own survival, he must unlock the Dark Realm to the 4th tier before the narrative involving the Hulk commences. Thus, he needs to undertake more quests. Lin harbors suspicions that this is likely related to encounters with superheroes, and thus considers reaching out to Spider-Man. Matt, wrapped in bandages, rose from the sofa, expressing his dissatisfaction. I'm aware, I am blind, not deaf. Hell's Kitchen, the harbor. Coulson received word and arrived at the Whittle port. The entrance was cordoned off, though this was merely for show, as it had been ransacked countless times before. Coulson strode inside. He was reluctant to be there, but But he had no choice. Last night, 30,000 registered missing persons suddenly reappeared in New York, an event that even drew the attention of the White House. Each of these 30,000 individuals testified of a superpowered being capable of summoning shadowy ninjas who had rescued them. Consequently, he was dispatched to investigate. Upon entering the holding room, Coulson discovered the undamaged surveillance footage. After reviewing the recordings, his brow furrowed. Lin had not concealed his identity throughout the entire ordeal. There were several instances where his clear and complete visage was captured. Yet, this very transparency raised suspicions and obscured the truth. Logically, superheroes would arm themselves with specially designed suits primarily to conceal their identities. However, the individual in the footage displayed utter disregard for exposure. Was this confidence? Or did he harbor ulterior motives? Wilson Tower. The previous night, the man in the footage, whose powers were enigmatic, had dared to challenge Wilson's status as a crime lord. Naturally, Wilson prepared a suitable gift for his adversary, but first, he needed to ascertain the opponent's identity. In terms of identity investigation, who could surpass the capabilities of the Department of Homeland Security? After all, they were the experts. This was also the reason Wilson did not destroy the video footage from the holding room. He crushed the glass in his hand, allowing the shards to fall to the ground, then retrieved a phone with his unscathed hand. What's the situation at the scene? Boss, those from the Department of Homeland Security have arrived. Stay close to them. Report at all times. Understood. Chapter 5. Encountering Spider-Man. Midnight. Lin occupied Matt's guest room. Seated at the edge of the bed, deep in thought. His first quest was triggered by the theft of Wilson's goods, leading to his capture by Wilson's men. The second was prompted by a confrontation between Daredevil and Bullseye, where he was present, and Daredevil sustained grave injuries. In other words, the system aligns itself with justice. Otherwise, it would simply assist the Kingpin in dealing with Daredevil's mission. With a firm resolve, Lin continued to ponder. He speculated that the prerequisite for triggering the task might involve some interaction with superheroes. However, he hadn't interacted with any superheroes during his first encounter. Wait, Kingpin, what kind of superhero is he? More like a supervillain. Lin stroked his chin and murmured, could it be that even indirect contact counts? His first capture was due to stealing from Kingpin's goods. To emphasize, not the goods of Kingpin's subordinates, but Kingpin's own merchandise. Lin felt a spark of inspiration. Does this mean that as long as he has either direct or indirect interaction and conflict with a superhero or supervillain, a task would be triggered? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. With this in mind, Lin considered the unfolding narrative. Therefore, reaching out to Spider-Man might be the wisest choice. After all, the plot of Spider-Man 2 was imminent, and through Spider-Man, he could potentially strike against Kingpin's influence. Wait, speaking of Kingpin, Lin recalled the betrayal by Handel. He had been sold out by Handel for stealing Kingpin's goods. He remembered that his first arrest was due to this individual. Moreover, Handel was a direct agent of Kingpin. So, if he visited Handel tomorrow, could that also trigger a task? Furthermore, since Handel dared to betray him, Lin had every reason to confront him. Conveniently, this individual had purchased a small villa and secured a 5% distribution right for flour in Hell's Kitchen. Dealing with him would not only test his theory, but also resolve his pressing financial woes. It was settled. Lin clapped his hands together, dispelling all doubts. And as drowsiness washed over him, he yawned and laid down to drift into slumber. The next day, Lin rose early. After completing his morning routine and stepping out of his bedroom, he discovered that Matt had already left. On the table lay 3 sandwiches and a newspaper. Leaning against the table, Lin opened the newspaper and took a bite of a sandwich. The front page of today's edition still focused on the entangled relationships of government officials, but upon flipping to the next page, a headline piqued his interest. Is Spider-Man truly our friend or our foe? This title felt remarkably familiar, and upon glancing at the newspaper's publisher, he noted it was the Daily Bugle. Old Spider-Man had fallen from grace. Lin's gaze continued downward. Shadowy forces emerge in Hell's Kitchen. Will New York descend into turmoil again? Goodness. Lin was somewhat astonished. Was this news about him? The report not only objectively documented Lin's heroism in saving 30,000 missing persons, but also featured a clear photograph of him, showcasing his handsome visage in the paper. Unexpectedly, it seemed he was quite photogenic. Lin touched his face, secretly complimenting himself, and continued to read on. Dr. Otto Octavius will host a conference on artificial suns in 5 days. Will he be remembered as a legend or fade into history? It appears the plot of Spider-Man 2 is about to unfold, and chaos will ensue in New York. Should I become involved? There is a significant chance of triggering hidden side quests. Thus, I must utilize the next 4 days to enhance my abilities. Folding the newspaper, Lin Ye took the last bite of his sandwich and descended into a realm of darkness. Handel has been living splendidly of late, having secured a 5% flour distribution rights in Hell's Kitchen by collaborating with the Hyena Gang. He even purchased a quaint villa in Queens, reveling in a life of nightly revelry and amusement. Clad in a silk robe adorned with gold trim and bleary-eyed, he emerged from his bedroom only to freeze upon spotting an unexpected guest on his sofa. It was as if disbelief washed over him. and he rubbed his eyes for clarity. Once he recognized the figure, a wave of terror surged within him. How has he survived? But this was not the moment for such contemplations. He discreetly reached for the handgun tucked behind him, a habit ingrained even in slumber. At that moment, a voice floated through the air. I advise you against such actions. Should I feel threatened, your body may lose a few components. As the words lingered, 3 shadowy figures materialized from the ground. He had yet to peruse the morning newspaper, having only heard whispers the previous night of a person capable of summoning demons who had arrived in Hell's Kitchen and even saved someone. He never fathomed that the protagonist of this event was Lin Ye. You have concealed yourself well, Eastern boy. You have been hiding within the hyena gang. What is your purpose? Wait, do you intend to dominate Hell's Kitchen? Handel appeared to misconstrue the situation, believing Lin Ye had long possessed this power. Hiding within the hyena gang with the intent to seize control of Hell's Kitchen. Ding. A notification indicated a mission was available for acceptance. Lin Ye's eyes brightened as he set down his game controller, the LCD screen displaying the details. Accept. Mission, eliminate Handel. Reward, 500 points. Indeed. Lin Ye paused, realizing his conjectures were astute. If the other party had a direct connection to superheroes or supervillains, a mission could indeed be triggered. Handel. I did not come here to indulge in idle chatter. Lin Ye raised 2 fingers. 2 matters. First, I require $5 million. Do not claim you lack it. With a 5% stake, you could easily acquire over 10 million. 5 million is but a trifling sum for you. Second, the ownership of this property must be transferred to me. If these matters are not resolved within 20 minutes, I shall send you to hell. As his words echoed, a dark spot appeared on the ground before Lin Ye, expanding into a vast black plane that consumed the surrounding furniture. Cold sweat trickled down Handel's face. He knew Lin Ye was not jesting. Trembling, he picked up the phone and began instructing his subordinates to take action. Lin Ye resumed his game, preparing to score points. 15 minutes later, someone arrived, delivering a document and a bank card to Handel before departing. Handel gently placed the documents and bank card beside Lin Ye, fear evident in his voice as he said, "Young man from the East, I have done as you instructed. There are 500 in the card, and the password is 6/8." Lin Ye set his phone down, patted Handel on the shoulder, and with a smile, replied, "Thank you. To show my gratitude, I invite you to a trip to hell. No need to thank me." In terror, Handel exclaimed, "You promised me." A shadowy tendril extended from the dark plane, connecting to Handel's feet. Stop. A silver thread shot from the balcony, seemingly attempting to pull Handel from the grasp of darkness. However, the darkness consumed him too swiftly. Before the thread could touch him, he was engulfed. Ding. The dark energy pulsed from 22,500 to 23,500. Ding. Mission accomplished. Rewards dispatched. Who? Lin Ye turned, swiftly summoning 2 shadow claws, ready for confrontation. Hey, buddy, don't be rash. Spider-Man leapt in from the balcony, immediately raising his hands in a gesture of peace upon seeing the armed figures of Ghost Shadow and Shadow Claw. Little Spider? A failure. Lin Ye was taken aback, not expecting to encounter him here. Spider-Man, what brings you here? You do realize you're trespassing? Spider-Man explained. Sorry, pal, let me explain. I didn't mean to intrude. I was following a drug dealer's lead, which brought me here, and then I saw you with that, whatever it is. Then, noticing Lin Ye's face, Spider-Man seemed to recall something and exclaimed, You are the Shadow Lord who rescued 30,000 hostages? Shadow Lord? Lin Ye expressed his confusion. Could you explain what the Shadow Lord is? With admiration and envy in his tone, Little Spider replied, I gave you that nickname on my blog, buddy. Listen, your deeds from last night have gone viral. It's simply incredible. People from both the underworld and the law are searching for you. By the way, don't you wear a mask? Spider-Man appeared surprised by the question. To protect myself, of course. Lin Ye settled onto a sofa, adjusting himself comfortably. You just call me the Shadow Lord. So how could I possibly hide? Don't you think it's the criminals who should be hiding? Spider-Man nodded in agreement, about to continue when Lin Ye's phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. The caller ID indicated it was Matt. Are you out? Yes, I'm out. What is up? Is dinner still on? I'll be there shortly. But Matt, I won't be staying with you anymore. I have a place now. Matt's voice rose an octave on the other end. A place? Where did you get a house? Didn't you have nothing? I met a close friend who insisted on giving me a house. I couldn't refuse, so I accepted. Matt felt an inexplicable sense of discontent, a mixture of concern for his friend's struggles and envy over his newfound luxury, akin to fearing that his brother might suffer while also dreading that he might drive a luxury car. After hanging up, Lin Ye said to Spider-Man, Little Spider, I must take my leave now. Perhaps we shall meet again soon. A surge of dark energy enveloped Lin Ye, causing him to vanish from his original location. Upon witnessing this manifestation of darkness, Little Spider comprehended that the unfortunate soul dragged into the shadows was indeed the target he sought today. This skill was simply astounding, eliciting an exclamation of wonder from Little Spider. Chapter 6. Retriggering the side quest. Upon returning to Matt's residence, Lin Ye paid no heed to the envious remarks of his companion. After finishing their meal, he requested a layout of Kingpin's criminal organization. Are you truly preparing to confront Kingpin with this? Matt, known as Daredevil, frequently interacted with Kingpin and was well acquainted with all his criminal enterprises. He handed Lin Ye a backup map. Receiving the map, Lin Ye retorted, "Am I supposed to pay him a New Year visit?" Matt responded, "No, what I meant was, do you need my assistance?" Lin Ye glanced at the bandaged areas on Matt's body and replied, "I know you're eager, but please, take care of your injuries first." "All right, I'll take my leave." A wave of dark energy enveloped Lin Ye, and he promptly disappeared from sight, leaving Matt to exclaim enviously, "If only I possessed such abilities." Truly, the comparison between individuals can be disheartening. Hell's Kitchen, the port. A plume of dark energy erupted from the desolate ground, soon receding to reveal Lin Ye stepping forth. Wailing sirens of police cars, adorned with red and blue lights, flooded into Hell's Kitchen, their piercing alarms shattering the peaceful afternoon like a sharp needle. What on earth is happening? Lin Ye furrowed his brow, suspecting that trouble had indeed arisen, presenting an opportunity to earn some reputation points. With this thought in mind, he summoned a surge of dark energy beneath him, propelling himself towards the direction of the police cars. "Help! Run! Run! Doctor! I need a doctor!" On his way, Lin Ye observed numerous civilians from Hell's Kitchen frantically fleeing, seemingly escaping from a harrowing incident occurring within. A vivid flash of red streaked across the sky, startling even little Spider, indicating that the situation was indeed severe. Lin Ye's brow furrowed deeper, yet a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. If this were the case, perhaps a quest could be triggered. With a stroke of luck, he might upgrade his dark space tonight and draw from the lottery. If fortune were to slightly wane, he could at least enhance his dark space and unlock new units. Presently, Lin Ye felt dissatisfied with his physical resilience. Future threats would only intensify. Although dark energy could shield him, who could predict the unforeseen? If only he could draw the ultra regeneration from the world of death, or the sage body from the Naruto realm. At the very least, obtaining Captain America's serum or the virus serum would suffice. Fisk Tower. Downstairs, a fierce gunfight erupted as several mercenary groups brazenly fired upon the police and innocent civilians, seemingly intent on blocking access to Fisk Tower. As the saying goes, in the land of the free, every day is a joyous one. When Lin Ye arrived, he saw Little Spider strenuously assisting the police in their battle against the mercenaries. Countless bullets rained down upon Spider-Man, yet he skillfully evaded them with his spider sense. Though retaliating proved exceedingly difficult, the headquarters urgently called for reinforcements. Hell's Kitchen was in dire need. The New York police were severely suppressed, unable to raise their heads to counterattack, as several officers and their sergeant frantically requested backup over their radios. Just then, a surge of reputation points arrived. Lin Ye's eyes gleamed as three phantoms swiftly entered the battlefield, dispatching the mercenaries with ease and rescuing innocent civilians caught in the chaos. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone look. It's the Lord of Shadows coming to save us." Countless rescued citizens expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the phantoms, with some bolder souls even hiding to capture the moment on their phones. The pressure on the police significantly eased, and Sergeant Alexander began to scan the area, searching for the leader of the shadowy force. He had seen the morning's newspaper, but hadn't anticipated encountering the superhuman in the afternoon. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lin Ye strolled leisurely onto the battlefield, wearing a relaxed expression. Eating, sleeping, and confronting crime. What a remarkable delight life is. "Hey, buddy, I knew you would come," Spider-Man exclaimed with excitement as he swung over to Lin Ye. "Little Spider, what on earth is happening here?" Lin Ye inquired, furrowing his brow. Scratching his head, Spider-Man replied, "I submitted evidence of Kingpin's criminal activities to the NYPD. I suspect they are here about that." Lin Ye's heart soared with joy. He had initially sought a reason to confront Kingpin, and now he could raid his lair directly. "What shall we do now?" Lin Ye asked. Suddenly, several bullets whizzed toward Lin Ye and Spider-Man. With a flick of his hand, a surge of dark energy erupted from the ground, forming a black curtain. The bullets struck this dark energy, splashing like pebbles hitting water, and were swiftly absorbed. Witnesses, both police and civilians, began to realize who the Lord of Shadows truly was. "Look, that must be the Lord of Shadows. He's so handsome. Is he some sort of model?" "Nonsense. Have you ever seen a model with such presence?" Among those caught in the fray were several reporters who, upon seeing Lin Ye and Spider-Man together, immediately speculated that this was a major news story. Ignoring their own safety, they pointed their cameras at the duo. Spider-Man gasped, "Buddy, your ability is simply incredible. It seems my nickname for you is spot on. But if you could knock these guys out instead of killing them, that would be even better. By the way, don't your ninjas get tired? They seem to be jumping around a lot. And your ninjas are impervious to bullets. That is just awesome." Spider-Man's chatter flowed like a machine gun until he noticed Lin Ye's increasingly stern expression and quickly slapped his forehead. "Oh right, we need to bring Kingpin to justice. Otherwise, this battle could drag on indefinitely." Ding. Task detected. Would you like to accept? Triggered. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, reflecting on the fact that both side quests had been triggered through interactions with relevant superheroes. The first was initiated due to Daredevil sustaining severe injuries. while the second arose when Spider-Man proactively mentioned the task. It appeared that merely participating in the storyline was insufficient. He needed to forge friendships with these superheroes so that they would seek his assistance once he entered the narrative. This implied that, according to the system's tendencies, he must frequently interact with the original characters to enhance the likelihood of triggering hidden side quests. Was this not an invitation for him to engage more socially? A spark of realization ignited within Lin Ye. New York was the epicenter of various Marvel events, and given his familiarity with these grand occurrences, he could certainly reach out to the involved characters before the events commenced. He cast a glance at Spider-Man, resolving that once this matter concluded, he would deepen his bond with Peter Parker. Quest accepted. Capture Kingpin and deliver him to the New York Police Department. Reward, 1,500 points. The points for this side quest were different. Lin Ye speculated that the variance in rewards might be due to the differing levels of danger associated with the storylines he engaged in. If he were to participate in an Avengers storyline, wouldn't the points accumulate as swiftly as if they were being printed? He felt he had stumbled upon a significant insight. With a whistle of satisfaction, Lin Ye reveled in the vibrant tapestry of his day. The evening promised both a lottery and opportunities for upgrades. How exhilarating it would be if luck favored him with a celestial body or hyper-regeneration. He would truly be soaring. Grinning, he pulled Spider-Man closer, exclaiming, "Say cheese." Spider-Man, bewildered, complied with the pose. After capturing the moment, Lin Ye shared the photo on his blog, accompanied by the caption, "The harvest is about to begin. Kingpin, are you ready to embrace the darkness?" Barely a second passed before his phone vibrated. To his astonishment, Kingpin had liked the post and left a comment. "The ignorant are fearless, the fearless are foolish." Even on the brink of demise, he dared to provoke. Lin Ye tucked away his phone, a manic smile spreading across his face. "Spider-Man, let us make Kingpin experience the terror of darkness." As he spoke, he summoned 2 shadow claws, storming into the battlefield like tanks in a melee. Their appearance significantly weakened the firepower of the mercenaries. Chapter 7, Dark Space, Level 3. "How impressive!" Spider-Man exclaimed. "Is this the new super soldier? They seem even stronger than the first super soldier I encountered." "Super soldier?" Lin Ye paused, realizing he was referring to his shadow claws. He responded, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "The ghost shadows possess abilities on par with elite soldiers. While the shadow claws are even more formidable, each one embodies the pinnacle of human capability, both in speed and strength. Most importantly, they do not tire." Spider-Man cast a surprised glance at the shadow claws, suddenly relieved that this individual was a friend, not a foe. Otherwise, the mere fact that they did not fatigue could spell his doom. "Retreat! Retreat!" The pressure swiftly shifted to Kingpin's mercenaries as the 2 shadow claws entered the battlefield. The combat prowess of the shadow claw surpasses that of the elite Spectre, capable of sending a peak performance mercenary flying with a single punch. Bullets rained down upon Shadow Claw, merely creating ripples against his formidable physique. A cargo truck roars towards the New York police from behind. Boom! A rocket launcher screams as it strikes the truck, resulting in a thunderous explosion that flips the vehicle, sending it careening out of control towards the officers. Should they be hit, a significant number of the New York police would surely face dire consequences. Oh no! The young hero, Spider-Man, deftly flicks his wrist, unleashing a viscous web that propels him into the air. Whoosh! 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 In midair, Spider-Man skillfully releases 3 strands of webbing that latch onto the out-of-control cargo truck, while the other ends affix to a secure structure on a nearby building. Snap! Snap! The inertia of the runaway truck causes it to sever 2 strands of webbing in rapid succession. Sensing the dire situation, Spider-Man swiftly reinforces his efforts with 3 additional strands, ultimately bringing the chaotic vehicle to a halt due to the web's immense tensile strength. At that moment, the truck is a mere meter away from the New York police. Sheriff Alexander and his fellow officers feel as though they have narrowly escaped the clutches of death, cold sweat beading on their brows. "Thank you, Spider-Man," the grateful officers exclaim, genuinely thanking the web-slinger for their miraculous reprieve. Rumbling, wailing, reinforcements for the New York police arrive. In the sky, 2 armed helicopters unleash suppressive fire upon the mercenaries below. On the ground, 10 police cars and 2 armored vehicles arrive, deploying 2 teams of NYPD, SWAT, and a contingent of police officers. "Fall back. Use the building as a stronghold." A voice among Kingpin's mercenaries calls out, prompting the others to retreat into Fisk Tower. Some even scramble onto the balcony extending from the first-floor lobby, hiding behind the tower's signage to mount a counterattack. Spider-Man, Sheriff Alexander, taking cover behind a police car, peeks his head out to call, "We have intel that Wilson is inside the building. If he escapes, it will be exceedingly difficult to apprehend him again." "Hey, Lord of Shadows, I'm a fan of yours. It's just unfortunate to greet you under these circumstances." Alexander turns to Lin Ye, appearing quite excited as he addresses him. "Lord of Shadows." Lin Ye's brow twitches. He had anticipated that those 4 words could lead to such embarrassment. However, not wishing to hurt the feelings of his admirer, he smiles and nods. "Hello, Sheriff. It's a pleasure to meet you." Spider-Man swings beside Lin Ye and inquires, "Hey, Lord of Shadows, shall we proceed?" While he could overlook the nickname from outsiders, Lin Ye finds it unbearable among allies. His lips twitch as he grits his teeth and whispers, "Little Spider, please don't call me Lord of Shadows. It sounds utterly ridiculous. Just call me Lin Ye." Spider-Man appears somewhat aggrieved, having pondered over the moniker for quite some time. "You don't like it? I thought you would appreciate it." Lin Ye replies, somewhat exasperated. "I simply dislike it being vocalized. It feels too embarrassing. Now, let us move. If we delay any longer, Kingpin will surely escape." A strand of spider silk shot forth, ensnaring a helicopter suspended in midair. The small spider deftly swung its body, landing on a balcony that jutted from the first floor. With agility, it maneuvered past the emblem of Fisk Tower and delivered a powerful kick to one of the mercenaries. Observing this, Lin also sprang into action, directing the Phantom and Claw shadows to advance into the grand hall below, unleashing a slaughter akin to chopping vegetables. "Damn it, who are these ninjas? They seem impossible to kill. Grenades! Grenades! No, we must retreat. We are no match for them." The mercenaries fled in a frenzy, their cries for help and screams of agony merging into a cacophony. On the system panel, dark energy surged. 60, 500. 70, 500. 85, 500. Every second, the dark energy escalated wildly, and as time passed, the number of individuals in the hall dwindled, raising the dark energy to 522, 500. By the end of the battle, the dark energy was completely replenished, saving Lin a considerable amount of points. This time, Lin recognized the significance of upgrading the dark space, and thus refrained from using the dark energy to enhance the Phantom and Claw shadows. Upgrade the dark space. Ding. Dark space upgrade complete. Lin checked the panel and noted that the previous dark space, level 2, had transformed into dark space, level 3, with experience points increasing from 500 to 1,000. This indicated that the next upgrade would require 1,000 points, making Lin's heart ache. Nevertheless, the good news was that he could now summon a new unit. The Flying Shadow. Composed of dark energy, summoning it required a consumption of 100 points. With a pair of wings sprouting from its back, it possessed incredible speed and could unleash waves of light from its palms, powerful enough to shatter a meteor into dust. Additionally, the light waves could morph into bindings to ensnare opponents, making it an exceptional unit in both ranged and melee combat. Though its defense was weaker than that of the Phantom and Claw shadows. However, this was inconsequential. If the defense was lacking, it could simply be enhanced, such a straightforward endeavor. The upgraded level 3 dark space could absorb energy from various missile explosions and even the force of small nuclear bombs. It could be said that reaching level 3 brought about a monumental transformation in Lin's power. Yet, correspondingly, the energy required to summon new units increased exponentially, suppressing his heartache. Lin opted to expend 200 points, sacrificing 2 Phantom shadows to exchange for 2 flying shadows. Suddenly, the glass windows at the hall's apex shattered, and the small spider swung in from outside. Upon surveying the tranquil hall, the small spider expressed astonishment. "Lin, you are astonishingly swift. I have only just dealt with the mercenaries outside, and you have already cleared the area." Lin replied, "It is not that I am too fast, rather. You are too slow, little spider." He spoke earnestly. Just moments ago, he had observed that the small spider's combat was entirely reliant on its agility and silk, with only occasional strikes causing minimal damage. This disparity meant that engaging in battle with an experienced mercenary required him a minute or two to resolve. Such was the gulf between them. The young spider was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Lin Ye, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful. I've always desired to enhance my close combat skills. Is it Chinese martial arts? I absolutely adore Chinese kung fu. Is it Qigong? Must I find a master?" Once the topic arose, his words flowed forth like a surging river. "Stop. We are here to capture Kingpin today. Your special training will be arranged later," Lin Ye interjected, interrupting the young spider's fervent chatter. If he continued, Kingpin would surely escape. Chapter 8. Timely Intervention. Tap, tap, tap. A contingent of special police burst through the door, seemingly oblivious to Lin Ye and the young spider, bypassing them to press the elevator button. "No, the elevator is shut. We must take the stairs. Move. Follow me." The special police opened the emergency escape route adjacent to the elevator, preparing to ascend the stairs. Upon witnessing their departure, the young spider approached the elevator, effortlessly pulling the doors open with a gentle tug. Who could have imagined such immense power residing within those slender arms? "Let us ascend via the elevator. It will be quicker." Suddenly, a crimson-eyed ninja materialized behind Lin Ye, wings unfurling as he lifted Lin Ye into the elevator shaft. "Another new super soldier? Lin Ye, your abilities are simply extraordinary." The young spider shot out his web, pulling himself closely behind Lin Ye. "I must reiterate, young spider. His name is Fei Ying, not super soldier. If you misname him again, your special training will be revoked." "No, Lin Ye, you cannot do that. I promise not to err again." Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Above them, the elevator, which had previously been stationary at the top floor, began to tremble, followed by a series of urgent banging noises. They then witnessed the elevator plummeting toward them as if out of control. This is bad. The young spider's voice rose an octave. If they were struck, it would surely cost them at least half their lives. Moreover, they were caught in the middle. Jumping to the next floor and opening the door to take refuge would be impossible in time. Lin Ye raised his hand, darkness coalescing in his palm, gradually expanding into a circular plane. As the elevator descended rapidly, it was swallowed by darkness, which had no effect on Lin Ye and the young spider below. This was one of his abilities, devour. Soon, they emerged from the elevator shaft onto the top floor of the Fisk Tower. The floor was merely a long corridor leading to Kingpin's office. It was evident that Kingpin awaited them just beyond the door. Lin Ye noticed a security camera on the nearby rooftop, flicking his fingers to release a streak of darkness that adhered to the camera, swiftly corroding it. Young spider, we must go. No sooner had he spoken than they heard the rapid gunfire and indistinct shouts echoing from the corridor. This is dire. Kingpin has set an ambush in the stairwell. That group of special police is in peril. Spider-Man's tone was laced with concern. Perhaps this was the reason for the young spider's popularity. Had it been Lin Ye, he might have chosen to ignore it altogether. However, having resolved to cultivate a rapport with the superheroes, I must also engage in actions befitting their noble conduct. For instance, I shall rescue them. Little spider, you go ahead and restrain Kingpin. I will join you shortly. Be cautious. Fear not. No one can threaten the shadows. With a confident wink at Little Spider, darkness surged at my feet, and I vanished from the spot. Little Spider took a deep breath and turned toward the depths of the corridor. Kingpin's office lay at the end of the hallway. Though it appeared deceptively tranquil, Little Spider was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion. His spider sense was in a frenzy, a prickling sense of danger gnawing at his nerves. Boom. As he reached the door, he pushed it open, and in the next instant, an explosion erupted without warning. Kingpin had set a trap at the entrance. The force of the blast hurled Little Spider into the hallway. And after a brief tumble across the ground, he staggered to his feet. Though his spider sense had issued frantic warnings just before the explosion, he had been perilously close to the blast's epicenter. His costume had suffered significant damage, revealing the muscular physique beneath. The once vibrant suit now lay dull and tattered, with charred remnants marring its surface. Spider-Man. Kingpin emerged effortlessly from behind the door, towering at 2 meters, his imposing physique instilling a profound sense of dread and panic. It was essential to note that Kingpin's bulk was not due to obesity, but pure muscle. He trained daily with elite fighters from around the globe, often facing 10 opponents at once, though each bout rarely exceeded 20 seconds, leaving his adversaries either dead or grievously wounded. After all this time, you remain an ignorant child. Do you truly believe those pieces of evidence can convict me? Kingpin's smile bore a cruel edge, seemingly unfazed by the police gathered below. You are correct, Little Spider retorted. But this is precisely what makes me charming, is it not? Kingpin scoffed derisively. What an arrogant little brat. Whoosh. A sharp sound sliced through the air, and Little Spider's spider sense blared a warning of imminent danger from behind. With a nimble leap, he inverted himself, hanging from the corridor's ceiling as the thrown knife sailed harmlessly past him. He discerned that his assailant was a man clad in a black bodysuit, with a target emblazoned on his forehead. Target. This individual had been in hiding since Lin had frightened him away, evidently concealed by Kingpin all along. No wonder he felt so emboldened. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from behind, sending Little Spider's hair on end. Almost instinctively, he twisted his body sideways, narrowly avoiding Kingpin's massive hand. However, Kingpin's combat skills and tactical thinking were anything but superficial. As Little Spider vaulted past him and lingered in midair, Kingpin pivoted, ensnaring Little Spider's form with his other hand. Little Spider struggled fiercely, yet Kingpin's grip was akin to a mechanical vice. Escape was impossible. Annoying little bug. You shall not evade my grasp. With a disdainful laugh, Jean Bing relished the sight of his adversary struggling and pleading before him. Suddenly, with a swift flick of his wrists, the Little Spider unleashed 2 glistening strands of sticky web that struck Jean Bing's face. Damn it, Jean Bing bellowed, his muscles tensing as he hurled the Little Spider violently into the office. The impact was like that of a cannonball, shattering Jean Bing's exquisite Wong-Wally wood desk, sending dust and debris swirling through the air. What now? The sharpshooter rushed in to assist, casting a glance at the sticky, white substance adorning his boss's face. A shiver running down his spine. It's nothing, Jean Bing grunted, laboriously peeling the viscous webbing from his visage, revealing a cruel smile. Just a dying insect's desperate counterattack. Before the other one arrives, I shall eliminate him. Indeed, the sharpshooter recalled the enigmatic Lin Ye from that fateful night, sending a chill coursing through him, particularly at the memory of the elusive ninja. With a deft motion, he produced 5 darts, cautiously advancing toward the office area. Yet, amidst the ruins, the Little Spider remained unresponsive, raising alarms in the sharpshooter's mind. As he crossed the office threshold and took 2 steps forward, 2 strands of web descended from above, ensnaring his arms and lifting him to the ceiling. Simultaneously, The little spider leapt down, launching 4 additional strands that clung to the sharpshooter's chest, groin, and legs, preventing any chance of escape. Damn it, when did this guy get to the roof? The tenacious and adhesive nature of the webbing was formidable, possessing a strength he could not hope to break free from. What a useless fool. Jean Bing shook his head in disappointment. He should have known better than to rely on this incompetent. Effortlessly lifting the door panel beneath him, Jean Bing brought it crashing down upon the little spider. Whoosh. The spider's web shot out, adhering to the incoming door panel, which was then spun around in a full 360-degree arc and hurled back at Jean Bing. Boom. The flimsy door panel shattered under Jean Bing's fist, splintering into fragments. Almost immediately, a white strand of web shot forth. Jean Bing extended his left arm to ensnare the web, and with a powerful tug, the little spider was yanked toward him. Oh no. The little spider quickly released the web, aiming to shoot a strand toward the opposite side of the ceiling to swing away, but unexpectedly. A dart whizzed in and severed the web. The sharpshooter, previously pinned to the ceiling, had somehow freed one of his arms. Now uncontrolled, the little spider hurtled through the air toward Jean Bing. This is bad, the little spider thought, sensing the impending doom. Well done. Jean Bing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he bellowed, realizing the sharpshooter still had some utility. He raised his fist, launching it forward with a deafening whoosh. Like a death knell echoing through the air. If that punch landed, the little spider would surely be gravely injured, if not killed outright. Boom. The little spider closed its eyes, crossing its arms protectively in front of itself. Yet, even as it fell to the ground, it felt no sensation of fists crashing against its body. Slowly, the little spider opened its eyes, and before it stood a figure enveloped in a flowing darkness, blocking its path. Jean Bing's eyes widened in shock, his face reflecting disbelief. Then, a voice echoed, Jean Bing, is this all the power you possess? Here. Mere strength is far from sufficient. Chapter 9, Declaration. Before the little spider, Lin Ye harnessed dark energy to construct a unique set of dark battle armor around himself. With the aid of this armor, he effortlessly raised a single hand, easily absorbing Jean Bing's nearly 20-ton punch. A punch weighing 20 tons. What does that even signify? It is akin to delivering a blow equivalent to a medium-sized road roller or the weight of 4 to 5 elephants. It is comparable to an adult stepping on an ant, only for the ant to withstand the force with ease. This is precisely why Jean Bing's expression was filled with such astonishment. Simultaneously, on the ceiling, 2 figures with crimson eyes, Claw Shadow and Ghost Shadow, materialized around the target, seemingly assigned to keep a watchful eye on him. The bound target's heart trembled, a hint of bitterness flickering in his eyes. Well, to keep an eye on me. They dispatched 2 ninjas to monitor him. Lin Ye fixed his gaze on Jean Bing, maintaining an air of calm as he spoke. I am already aware of your strength. Now, let us see how you fare against mine. The darkness surged around his hand, and with a thunderous roar, Jean Bing felt as if a train had collided with him. The power doubled in return. The dark space could expel absorbed strength or energy in a form that doubled its original force. This took Jean Bing by surprise, sending him hurtling backward. A pair of crimson eyes appeared behind Jean Bing. It was Fei Ying. He shot 2 light locks towards the side columns, pulling his body back forcefully, transforming into a human slingshot. Whoosh. Fei Ying launched forward, resembling a sphere of darkness, hurtling towards Jean Bing. Seeking death, Jean Bing's expression turned fierce. Caught off guard by the little spider's trickery, he naively believed that he could assert dominance over it. In midair, Jean Bing stabilized his form, his feet crashing down on the ground, leaving a deep 5-centimeter mark on the floor. This allowed him to dissipate the recent impact. Jean Bing angled his body, simultaneously preparing for Lin Ye's ambush, while seizing the opportunity to lift one hand, ready to capture the audacious Fei Ying. However, whoosh, 2 strands of viscous webbing shot forth. Jean Bing's expression shifted. Damn it, he had forgotten about this pesky insect. The strands ensnared him, and in the next moment, Fei Ying's attack was upon him. Boom. The empty office resonated with a dull thud. Fei Ying's strike merely caused Jean Bing to stagger back 2 steps. Yet the force was sufficient to shatter the webbing binding him. Seeking death, Jean Bing seized Fei Ying, launching a brutal assault akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. A fierce and menacing aura enveloping him. Fei Ying was forcefully slammed onto the ground, followed by Jean Bing straddling him, raising both fists high above his head before bringing them down with tremendous force. Lin also felt a stirring in his heart as darkness enveloped Fei Ying, causing him to vanish within its depths. When Jean Bing's fists descended, the darkness dissipated, and the sheer weight of his blows shattered the floor, penetrating down to the level below. The power was truly fearsome. Lin's pupils contracted slightly, and he dared not let his attention waver in the face of Jean Bing. Crouching low, he exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself forward with lethal intent against Jean Bing, who had his back turned. Death. Jean Bing seemed to anticipate Lin's movement. As Lin's fist made contact, Jean Bing twisted his body, evading the direct hit, while his right hand shot out like lightning, landing on Lin's shoulder. The battle armor forged from darkness surged to life. However, before Jinbing could fully exert his grip, Lin's shoulder abruptly jerked, slipping away like taffy from Jinbing's grasp. Though darkness could temporarily shield against superpowers, Jinbing was not wielding one. Jinbing swiftly adjusted his position, pivoting close to Lin's outstretched right hand, and crashed into Lin's chest with a fierce impact. Iron Mountain Strike. Death. Jinbing's chest heaved with immense force, unleashing 25 tons of power in that instant. The darkness encompassing Lin absorbed the colossal force, rippling like water in a tempest. How could this be possible? Jinbing was taken aback. He had suspected Lin could absorb force, but he had not anticipated that his full throttle strength would fail to breach the darkness enveloping Lin. Damn it. Crack. Lin's left foot exploded with power, shattering the floor beneath him. Then, he launched an upward punch infused with multiplied strength. Not good. Jinbing's heart raced in alarm as he pressed his palms down in haste to block Lin's fist. But it was too late. Boom. A resounding thud echoed as their forces collided. Jinbing staggered back, his face flushed, eyes bloodshot with pain, yet his formidable will suppressed the agony of fractured bones. Damn it. 50 tons of force had been received in haste. Lin's other hand rose toward the sky, darkness swirling as a massive elevator car was ejected forth. Little spider. Lin shouted. The poised little spider immediately unleashed 2 strands of web, adhering them to either side of the elevator car, then spun his body in a full 360 degrees, building momentum for the soaring elevator. Hey, Jinbing, here is your elevator, returning it to you. Seizing the opportunity, Little Spider released the web, and the immense inertia sent the elevator crashing down toward Jinbing. Roar. Within Jinbing, a thunderous roar echoed, his bones crackling in response. At the brink of life and death, he summoned every ounce of his courage, channeling his strength like a roaring tiger in the wilderness. All his energy coalescing into a solid form, striking against the steel-forged elevator car. Boom. A deep growl accompanied the explosive roar, sending a visible shockwave that stirred up dust and debris, instantly spreading outward. Blood and flesh exploded from Kingpin's fists as the inertia of the elevator propelled him, along with a cascade of gold coins, through the floor, plummeting from the top level. Little Spider. Lin Ye shouted. Leave it to me. The little spider leaped forward, akin to a cannonball, hurtling directly towards Kingpin. Boom. 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 The greater the mass, the faster Kingpin fell. After crashing through the glass ceilings of the 10th, 20th, and 30th floors, the little spider seized the moment and shot a web towards Kingpin. The strands of silk unfurled like the delicate threads of a cicada, encasing Kingpin in a chrysalis, suspended in midair on the first floor, adorned with Fisk's insignia. The little spider began to descend, gracefully gliding down the web. You've lost. Kingpin. Tap, tap, tap. Sheriff Alexander and the officers of Big Apple City arrived, guns drawn and aimed at Kingpin. Kingpin, you are under arrest. Alexander proclaimed loudly. A shadow arose from the ground, gradually taking the form of 3 figures. As the darkness receded, Lin Ye and Claw Shadow materialized before the crowd, with Claw Shadow firmly grasping the target that dared not move. Alexander, don't forget about this fellow, Claw Shadow said, tossing the target at the police before vanishing into the shadows. Alexander cast an envious glance at Lin Ye, marveling at his extraordinary abilities. Several officers, too, exhibited expressions of envy. Ding. Mission accomplished. Capture Kingpin and deliver him to the police. Rewards have been issued. Lin Ye watched as his points surged to 2,400. Enough for 2 high-tier draws. How exhilarating. He reveled in his triumph, even anticipating how many points he might accumulate as the narrative of Spider-Man 2 unfolded. Behind the officers, a throng of reporters surged forward, cameras at the ready, aimed at Lin Ye and Spider-Man, Mr. Spider-Man. This time you and the Dark Emperor assisted the police in apprehending Kingpin. Does this imply that you will cooperate in the future? Hello, Dark Emperor. Your fans are curious. Your name suggests darkness, yet you act in the name of justice. Does this not contradict your title? The reporters posed a barrage of incisive questions, stirring Lin Ye's excitement. This was his first appearance on television. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Ye gestured to quiet the clamorous crowd, which gradually fell silent. In response to the query posed by the lovely reporter, I wish to express that darkness does not inherently signify evil or corruption. The power lies in how one wields it. To those contemplating or committing crimes, remember this. I am the Lord of Darkness, existing in every shadow. When you engage in wrongdoing, be aware of the darkness around you. I shall wield the blade of light to sever your malevolence. With this commanding declaration, darkness coiled around him, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The clamor of shutters clicking erupted as countless reporters captured the moment, some even gasping in astonishment. Chapter 10, Seeds of Darkness. Upon returning to his new abode, Lin Ye meticulously washed his hands and then settled onto the couch, striving to adjust his mindset. He had no desire to be a mere unlucky soul. Inhaling deeply, Lin Ye declared, System, initiate the advanced lottery. Ding. The advanced lottery commenced. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the dark magic seed. Would you like to extract it? Extract. as Lin Ye beheld the seed gradually materializing in his hand. A black and purple intertwining orb, his brow furrowed, revealing a hint of confusion upon his visage. However, as the system's information flowed into him, his expression transformed from bewilderment to astonishment, and then to sheer shock. The dark magic seed, in essence, was akin to the existence of an infinity stone. According to the information relayed by the system, he could plant the dark magic seed within his own dark realm, thereby creating a wellspring of magical energy. Moreover, the dark magic seed resonated harmoniously with his dark space, both entities embodying the essence of darkness. Furthermore, the dark magic birthed from this seed would differ from the dark magic of the god of the underworld, Zysorn. Lin Ye's dark magic would possess no corrosive properties. Instead, it could be likened to the concept of blue magic. As long as the seed was planted within his dark space, the expanse of his dark realm would determine the magnitude of his blue magic. Much like the white magic of the Visan Empire, in the future, anyone wishing to wield dark magic would need to enter into a magical loan agreement with Lin Ye. Since he held dominion over the dark space, he would be free to wield dark magic at will once the seed was sown. This revelation left Lin Ye astounded, as he had not anticipated such a powerful boon from his first draw. Releasing the seed, the black-purple orb fell to the ground, where it was swiftly engulfed by an expanse of darkness. Within the dark realm, a surge of purple emerged, followed by a second and a third, until an endless cascade of purple intertwined with the darkness. Suddenly, Lin Ye felt an irresistible urge. "Cola," he murmured softly, and a surge of magical energy coursed through his being, conjuring a glass of cola in his hand, reminiscent of the sugar-free variety from his memories. "Is this the power of dark magic?" It was astonishing, Lin Ye exclaimed in delight as he took a sip, savoring the identical taste. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect of dark magic was an attribute even the Ancient One envied: longevity. Now, it could be said that within the entire multiverse, apart from Zysorn, the creator of dark magic, only Lin Ye possessed this power. Furthermore, as the darkness within Lin Ye's realm was pure and devoid of any negativity, those who utilized his dark magic through the loan agreement would not suffer corruption. This was akin to a smartphone that, after countless charges, remains unscathed. Lin Ye opened the system panel. Name: Lin Ye. Abilities: 1. Dark Space, Tier 301000. 1. Ghost Shadow, Tier 1, Level 22, 40500. 2. Claw Shadow, Tier 1, Level 220100. 3. Flying Shadow, Tier 1, Level 220200. 2. Dark Magic, 10001000. Tasks: none. Points: 1400. System Mall, Lottery. If I were to confront Kingpin now, a single spell would suffice to resolve him, rendering any need for a prolonged battle unnecessary. Lin Ye felt the abundant magical energy coursing through him. Having mastered the first ability of dark magic, creation, the exhilaration of this newfound power captivated him. Currently, he wielded dark energy for close combat and dark magic for ranged attacks, aligning splendidly with his persona as the Lord of Shadows. Crack, crack. Just as Lin Ye indulged in his delightful reverie, mirrors of various sizes emerged in the surrounding space, reflecting light and creating a scene of crystalline clarity. A mirrored space? Lin Ye seemed to grasp something and spoke solemnly. "Is it the Ancient One? Since you are here, why not show yourself?" In S.H.I.E.L. DS Triskelion headquarters, Nick Fury, donned in his eye patch, gazed intently at a computer screen displaying footage of Lin Ye and Spider-Man confronting Kingpin, complete with Lin Ye's remarks. He observed a seemingly ordinary human figure capable of summoning various ninjas, cloaked in black energy akin to armor, with a suspected ability to devour and even grow stronger. Just days prior, he had witnessed a video of this man at the Hell's Kitchen docks, but at that time, Lin Ye's prowess had not been as pronounced. Nick Fury now felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Ever since he and Captain Marvel had resolved the alien crisis, an unsettling feeling had taken root. Mutants and superpowered individuals seemed to have turned New York City into a hub of impending crises. "Natasha, Coulson, what are your thoughts on this individual?" He turned to the woman with striking auburn hair and an alluring figure seated in the office. Beside her sat a man with thinning hair, yet a resolute countenance and a keen gaze. Both were trusted aides of Fury. Natasha scrutinized the footage and conducted a succinct personal analysis. "I surmise he is between 20 and 25 years of age. His actions indicate an alignment with justice, posing a danger level of 10 and a safety level of 8. Coulson nodded in agreement, echoing Natasha's assessment. "My view aligns with Agent Romanoff's. After he has slain at least 200 individuals at the Fisk Tower, do you still believe he is safe?" Fury closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, turning his back to them. An action that made his head resemble a boiled egg perched upon an office chair. "Boss," Coulson began, producing his investigation report, flipping through the pages as he spoke. "From his first appearance until now, he has never harmed bystanders. In fact, at Fisk Tower, he even intervened to save NYPD officers, including Sheriff Alexander and his fellow officers. and was noted to be quite courteous. Fury pivoted in his chair, accepting Coulson's investigative data, muttering, "When did we start trusting testimonies like this?" However, upon perusing the document, he discovered that Coulson's investigation report was remarkably thorough, encompassing not only the testimonies of the New York City police, but also those of the rescued hostages, along with an assessment of his abilities and data concerning his lethality. Nick pondered for a moment. He had encountered powers far more inhuman than Lin Ye's, and he held these superpowered individuals in high regard. Yet, many of them, upon acquiring their abilities, adopted an arrogant demeanor, believing themselves to be invincible. The emergence of Lin Ye, however, revealed a potential for negotiation. Without further ado, Natasha, find a moment to engage with him. Coulson, secure this report and set its clearance level to 10. Nick Fury handed the report to Agent Coulson. Both Coulson and Natasha exchanged astonished glances at their superior. Surprised by his evident interest in the individual named Lin Ye, for a level 10 clearance was a rarity within S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 11. Kamartaj, the Sanctum of Mystical Practitioners. Today, the Ancient One was instructing Caecilius and a young sorcerer, with Mordo observing attentively. The Ancient One fanned herself while meticulously scrutinizing their every movement. Her expression a blend of amusement and inscrutability. Suddenly, she appeared to sense something amiss. Her demeanor shifted to one of gravity as she gazed into the distance. Mordo, take a look at this. I will step out for a moment. With that, the Ancient One opened a portal and transported herself to a villa in New York City. Mordo was uncertain about the cause of her abrupt departure, yet he recognized that it was his first encounter with the Sorcerer Supreme exhibiting such seriousness. Crossing through the portal, the Ancient One immediately concealed herself within the mirror dimension. Following the sensed aura, she entered a villa, where she beheld Lin Ye experimenting with dark magic. To her surprise, he was a young man, remarkably vigorous and untainted by dark energy. The Ancient One furrowed her brow, sensing that this young man was indeed extraordinary. Rather than intervening immediately, she opted to observe with curiosity. Inside the room, Lin Ye, intrigued, conjured a cola using dark energy, leaving the Ancient One momentarily bewildered. Since when had the use of dark energy come without consequence? At least in her experience, Lin Ye seemed to wield magical energy without harm. And it was not derived from Dormammu's dark dimension. How fascinating. The Ancient One gently waved her fan, her face betraying a keen interest. As the Sorcerer Supreme, she saw through the essence of Lin Ye's dark energy. It was pure and unblemished. What if she and her cadre of sorcerers could harness such power? She could potentially liberate herself from Dormammu's dark energy. This thought illuminated her mind, revealing its high feasibility. Thus, with a delicate gesture, she extended the mirror dimension, enveloping the unsuspecting Lin Ye within. In the room, the Ancient One's form shifted from ethereal to corporeal, materializing before Lin Ye. Well, Lin Ye was taken aback. He had initially intended to seek out the Ancient One at a more opportune time. Yet here he was, confronted at his doorstep. To his astonishment, the renowned Supreme Sorcerer did not even bother to knock. With a grand gesture, Lin Ye summoned forth a surge of dark red energy, manifesting a tea table between himself and the Ancient One. Upon the table rested 2 teacups, both steaming with freshly brewed tea. The creativity of dark magic. Please, have a seat, Master Ancient One. Lin Ye approached the tea table, gesturing with his right hand while wearing a faint smile. The Ancient One's gaze flickered. She had sensed the stirrings of dark magic on Earth while in Kamartaj, and had followed the energy to discover a remarkably healthy young man. Why did she perceive him as healthy? Because a novice sorcerer who recklessly engaged with dark magic would be consumed by it, much like Caecilius. She settled at the tea table, positioning herself opposite Lin Ye, and delicately sipped from one of the teacups. "This is excellent tea," she remarked, her voice filled with appreciation. Lin Ye smiled in return. "I am glad you enjoy it, Master Ancient One. I was worried about not providing adequate hospitality." The Ancient One set her cup down, appraising Lin Ye intently, as a dark mark slowly materialized on her forehead. Upon witnessing this mark, Lin Ye realized it was a consequence of her clandestine absorption of dark energy to sustain her life and power. "You possess dark energy, yet it differs from any I have encountered before," the Ancient One remarked after sipping her tea. Lin Ye chuckled. "Surely, you are not here today with the intent to eliminate me, Master Ancient One?" With a gentle demeanor, she replied, "That was indeed my intention initially. But upon observing your use of dark energy, I discovered that it is not as I have known it to be. Furthermore, I sense no corrosiveness from your dark energy. You remain unchanged." Lin Ye glanced at the dwindling tea in the Ancient One's cup, flicked his fingers, and refilled it. "Master Ancient One, do you perceive dark energy solely as malevolent?" He poured himself another cup and took a sip. The Ancient One smiled quietly, as she found this young man somewhat inscrutable. Realizing the limits of her understanding, she opted for silence and observation. It was known that dark energy stemmed from the god of the underworld, Thon, and engaging with such energy required resistance to various corrosive effects, a lesson the Ancient One had undoubtedly learned well. She remained contemplative. "Master Ancient One, have you been moved?" Lin Ye asked, observing her eyes, which seemed to see into the very depths of one's soul. Indeed, as she listened to Lin Ye's words, she felt a stirring within her heart, which was precisely Lin Ye's intention. I must reflect on this, she said, taking another sip and concealing the dark mark on her forehead. You will need to remain in Kamartaj for a few days. I need to observe you. Lin Ye nodded, finding this a reasonable request. That is acceptable, but I cannot stay for too long. Additionally, I wish to learn some knowledge of spells. You know my dark magic is nascent. Perhaps studying the magic of the sanctum will inspire me. That is not a problem. A day or two will suffice. Ancient One nodded slightly, noticing that Lin Ye had no objections. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding space shattered like a mirror. Suddenly, a portal materialized. An Ancient One stepped through it first, with Lin Ye shrugging and following closely behind. Beyond the portal lay the reception area where Ancient One welcomed guests. It was here that she had once received strange. I shall have Mordo escort you to your quarters. I hope your experience at Kamartaj will be delightful, Ancient One declared, clapping her hands. A sturdy black man entered the reception room. Mordo, kindly familiarize our esteemed guest with Kamartaj and inform Wong that this guest may peruse the library's tomes at will. Lin Ye nodded slightly and departed the reception room with Mordo. Outside, the training grounds for sorcerers unfolded, where numerous novices were learning the art of portal creation. Mordo's pace gradually slowed as he regarded Lin Ye with a scrutinizing gaze, seeking any signs of distinction. Perhaps it is merely my higher aptitude, Lin Ye shrugged, choosing not to reveal to Mordo that he harbored a promising dark energy within. Curiously observing the apprentices in the square, he inquired, Did you all come to Kamartaj to seek knowledge on your own? It seems, as you suggested, your magical potential is indeed remarkable. It is my first time witnessing the Supreme Sorceress permit a newcomer unrestricted access to the library. Mordo expressed his admiration for Ancient One. She is an incredibly wise individual, and I believe she has sensed your uniqueness. Lin Ye nodded in agreement. After all, even Ancient One had been intrigued by his dark energy. Would you like to try your hand at magic? Mordo assumed Lin Ye was still a novice and asked. That is indeed possible. I would like to give it a try. Please guide me, Lin Ye replied politely. Mordo adorned his hand with the sling ring. Gesturing in a circular motion as he instructed, raise your hands, focus your mind, empty everything, and feel the energy of nature. The incantation is already within your mind. As his words fell, a crackling portal effortlessly materialized. Lin Ye observed Mordo's technique, and in an instant, his mind felt like a computer inundated with vast amounts of information. With images and strange symbols flashing through, those visuals and texts gradually drifted from his consciousness. An inexplicable realization dawned upon Lin Ye, as if this magic had been innate within him all along. He even found himself capable of extrapolating concepts. Slowly, Lin Ye raised a finger and gently twirled it. A portal of black and red, accompanied by a crackling sound, appeared before Mordo. Nearby, an apprentice gasped in astonishment. Mordo rubbed his eyes and looked again. The portal, crackling with energy, still lingered in the void. It is indeed real. Master, did you not say that using magic requires the sling ring? How can he wield magic without it? A student among the crowd had made the startling observation. All the apprentices, including the mages, turned their gaze towards Lin Ye's fingers. Indeed, there was no suspended seal. This meant that when Lin Ye summoned the portal, he truly did so without the seal. The shock in Modu's eyes was palpable. How could this be? Though he strove to maintain a composed demeanor, his suddenly dilated pupils betrayed his astonishment. Ignoring the astonished looks from those around him, Lin Ye followed the pattern in his mind, and his hands began to dance gracefully. Bang! A black-red magical shield materialized, hovering before Lin Ye, manifesting for all present in the training ground. At that moment, Modu found it hard to believe his own eyes. A magical shield? This fellow had directly conjured a magical shield. Had he previously encountered magic? Modu could not help but voice his inner question. Lin Ye dispelled the shield and shook his head, apologizing. No, I have not. This revelation sent a jolt through Modu's heart. While it was true that learning magic required talent, this man's aptitude was astonishingly high. Teacher, why is his shield and portal different from yours? At this moment, an apprentice in the square began to comprehend. Different? Modu and the other mages furrowed their brows in contemplation, then turned their astonished gazes back to Lin Ye. Indeed, it was different. We use white magic. The summon shield and portal are yellow. Yet Lin Ye conjured one that was black-red. Are you using dark magic? One of the mages exclaimed in disbelief. Is there a problem with that? Lin Ye replied with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Ye's confirmation, the mages silently grasped their weapons. And even Modu summoned a magical whip, casting a hostile glance in Lin Ye's direction. However, he felt compelled to act. His borrowing target was not merely Gu Yi, but encompassed the entire cadre of secretary mages under Gu Yi's command. Yet these secretary mages lacked the wisdom of Gu Yi. He even speculated that after signing the borrowing agreement with Gu Yi, these mages would still harbor doubts and resistance. If that were the case, it would be better to win their hearts at once. Perhaps he could secure the magical loans in one fell swoop. Are you certain you wish to fight? Remember, I am a guest of Mage Gui. Lin Ye slowly retreated, yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he offered a considerate warning. Perhaps the Supreme Mage has been deceived by you. It is well known that dark magic possesses a deceptive nature. Modu and the other mages continued to close in, while the other apprentices in the square had been dispersed to safety. Hey, can't you engage in a bit of reflection while you speak? If the Supreme Mage were so easily deceived, do you think the earth would remain stable? Lin Ye sighed, but his words seemed to have no effect. These mages appeared convinced that the Supreme Mage had been misled. Very well, since you wish to fight. I do not mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of Gui. 5 dark silhouettes emerged upon the ground. 2 shadow claws, 1 ghost shadow, and 2 flying shadows appeared before Lin Ye. Indeed, they were individuals corrupted by darkness. A magical whip of 5 strikes was unleashed by Modu, and the ghost shadow dashed forth, hands tracing a circular motion, conjuring a black and crimson magical shield before it. The magical whip collided with the shield, erupting in a shower of sizzling sparks. Lin Ye gaped in astonishment. Goodness, my shadow ninjas can wield magic. Wait, could it be that the magic I command is synchronously imparted to the ninjas? If that's the case, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with revelation. I might have discovered a novel application for dark ninjas. The magical shield was merely one of the uses he had comprehended. However, he had grasped more than just the magical shield earlier. With this thought, Lin Ye's heart stirred. The 5 dark ninjas swiftly maneuvered their hands, summoning 5 magical Gatling guns into their grasp. Ladies and gentlemen, the times have changed. Rat-a-tat-tat. The magical Gatling guns unleashed fiery tongues, bombarding the sorcerers with a torrent of magical bullets. Magical shield. Modu shouted. All the sorcerers combined their strength, casting a colossal magical shield. The magical bullet struck it, cascading like raindrops upon a tranquil lake, akin to pearls falling upon a jade plate. Lin Ye's thoughts shifted once more. The magical Gatling guns in the hands of the 5 dark ninjas transformed into magical rocket launchers, each containing miniature magical nuclear missiles. Modu, are you certain you wish to proceed? Once I launch these 5 magical nuclear missiles, the safety of Karmatage cannot be guaranteed. Lin Ye's warning resonated ominously. Modu's countenance darkened significantly, the hue of his face deepening to an inky shade. Just as tensions escalated, a portal opened before them, and a figure cloaked in yellow stepped through, positioning itself protectively in front of Lin Ye. From the crowd, a sorcerer exclaimed, "Supreme Sorcerer. That individual behind you harbors dark energy. He is a follower of Dormammu." Lin Ye turned to the sorcerer, suddenly recalling that this was none other than the infamous Caecilius from the narrative. Ancient One removed her hood, revealing her luminous, bald head, which commanded the attention of all present. Though he possesses dark energy, he is not a devotee of Dormammu. Rather, he is a prospective god of the underworld. What? A future god of the underworld? This is dire. The crowd erupted with excitement upon hearing this, while Lin Ye looked at Ancient One in exasperation. Master, I merely intended to teach your disciples a lesson, and now you've elevated my status. What I mean to convey is that he is a person who could qualify as a god of the underworld in the future. Yet he is distinct from such an entity. At this moment, Ancient One adopted an enigmatic demeanor. Unlike Dormammu, who manipulates dark energy, he, akin to the god of the underworld, creates it. One could say he is a purer master of darkness than the god of the underworld, or perhaps he is the true Lord of Shadows. However, Supreme Sorcerer, you once proclaimed that the power of darkness is the most malevolent force, and anyone tainted by it is invariably corrupted. Since you refer to him as the Lord of Shadows, should we not eliminate him to prevent future harm to the earth? Caecilius shouted fervently. Lin's eyes narrowed, casting a fierce glare at Caecilius. You insolent fool, were it not for your role in advancing the plot of Doctor Strange, I would have been the first to strike you down. Ancient One shook her head. Pure power bears no intrinsic good or evil, much like a sword in your hands. It can either safeguard the world or endanger it, depending entirely on how you wield it. Her words caused the crowd to lower their defenses, and many, captivated by her sage demeanor, began to ponder the deeper significance of her statement. Lin's power stems from his own dark dimension, and his dark force is remarkably pure, devoid of any corrosiveness. Therefore, we can harness this dark power to grow stronger, even releasing magic without cost. Kamartaj employs white magic, which, in essence, is a form of borrowing. It involves trading one's own attributes, such as health or age, with various dimensional deities to gain extraordinary strength. Consequently, these sorcerers cultivate their physical bodies, for who has ever seen a wizard devoid of muscle? The sorcerers entertained greater thoughts. If they could cast spells without sacrifice, they would be akin to the ancient sorcerers, possibly even achieving longevity. Upon realizing this, the sorcerers gazed at Lin as if they were travelers in a desert who had just spotted an oasis, their eyes alight with fervent admiration. Lin was taken aback by how quickly Ancient One transformed his image from a target of scorn into a cherished gem, leaving him momentarily dazed. Let us depart. Ancient One waved her sleeve, leading Lin into the portal. Chapter 13, The Lending Master. Once again, They found themselves in the antiquated conference hall. But this time it was Ancient One who offered him an endless supply of tea. With her eyes closed, she sat there as if no one were present. Had it not been for the eye of Agamotto on her chest being open, Lin might have suspected she was asleep. Was she examining the timeline? Confirming whether he posed a danger? Lin sipped his tea, his gaze flickering. A premonition stirred within him. Once Ancient One completed her assessment, he would secure her trust and finalize the lending agreement. Yet, merely drinking tea felt rather mundane, so with a wave of his hand, a variety of delicacies appeared beside the tea table. After half an hour, Ancient One opened her eyes, astonishment blooming within them as she reviewed the timeline, only to find herself unable to discern this fellow's future. Each time she looked again, his previous future had shifted into an entirely new one. It was always the same. What appeared to be his destiny would alter in the blink of an eye. Such a being, Ancient One had only encountered in an ancient tome of magic. He was none other than the child of destiny. This compelled her to treat Lin Ye with utmost caution. Naturally, as the protagonist, Lin Ye was oblivious to Gu Yi's journey. At this moment, he was fixated on the time stone adorning Gu Yi's chest, suddenly realizing it was akin to a cheating device, allowing one to glimpse the answers to exams, the outcomes of lotteries, or whether one's spouse was indeed the right choice. However, employing such a comprehensive cheat seemed to render life devoid of meaning. Gu Yi appeared to sense Lin Ye's thoughts and remarked, "Time is indeed a marvel, yet it is also exceedingly mundane. I typically utilize it to explore solutions to events rather than to indulge my personal whims." Was this a form of mind reading? Yet, he had not heard that Gu Yi possessed such an ability. Lin Ye's expression tightened as he recalled the moment before his encounter with Gu Yi, when he had internally called her a white-boiled egg. Oh no, could she have overheard? This could lead to social demise. Gu Yi recollected a timeline where Lin Ye had candidly expressed his thoughts, leaving her somewhat exasperated. All right, I do not possess mind-reading abilities. Let us return to our previous discussion. Gu Yi picked up her teacup, her gaze drifting to the towering pile of pastries beside her. Momentarily at a loss for words regarding this individual, after taking a sip of tea, she said, "My time is running short." Her tone was so flat that it seemed she spoke of another's plight rather than her own. Gu Yi nodded slightly, revealing the dark mark upon her forehead, and continued, "I am indeed surreptitiously siphoning dark energy from Dormammu, yet he is not oblivious to this. However, he has chosen not to act against me. Why is that?" Gu Yi smiled faintly. "Dormammu's dark energy is corrosive. As I absorb it, he can not only locate Earth through me, but can also use the dark energy to erode me. I have been battling the malevolent powers inherent in this dark energy. Yet there is a limit to human endurance. I am nearing my breaking point. Of course, Dormammu will not allow me to perish. Rather, he will ensure my complete corruption." Lin Ye nodded, grasping the implications. A deceased supreme sorcerer is not terrifying. What is truly alarming is a fallen supreme sorcerer. Should one fall, it would surely herald disaster for Earth and for the sorcerers who revere her, would it not? Gu Yi's gaze held admiration, indeed. Lin Ye took another sip of tea and continued, "The most effective way to prevent this calamity is to cease absorbing Dormammu's power. Yet this would lead to your demise. Initially, you planned to find a successor and then end your own life. But my emergence has presented a new opportunity, a hope that my dark energy is sufficiently pure and clean." "Precisely." Lin Ye smiled, "But Gu Yi, why do you presume I would agree to provide you with dark energy? Are you intending to coerce me?" Gu Yi shook her head. "I shall not coerce you. However, Lin Ye, you are an astute individual. I can engage with you using clever methods, unlike those outside. I can propose a contract, should I remain unharmed. The sorcerers outside will also agree to a pact with you. Is this not what you desire? Furthermore, the Kamatage will serve as your steadfast support." Caught off guard by the revelation of his own intentions, Lin felt a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head, and then, perplexed, inquired, "Didn't you intend to observe me for several days? What prompted such a swift change of heart?" The frequent utilization of dark energy can indeed impact the user. And your battle in the plaza convinced me that you wield the darkness rather than being its pawn. Subsequently, utilizing the time stone, I glimpsed into the future and became assured that you would not pose a threat to Earth. Truly, you are a cunning old fox. Lin surmised that Ancient One would not easily place her trust in him. Ding. A task has been detected. Would you like to accept it? At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, prompting Lin to raise an eyebrow. How curious that the system would activate now, rather than at an earlier or later time. Could it be that, although Ancient One was intrigued, she had not fully trusted him before? Now, with the assistance of the time stone, she had gained confidence in her judgment, which prompted the system's response. There was a strong possibility of this. Silently sipping his tea, Lin mentally affirmed, "Accept." Accepting the task, a loan agreement with a master. Sign a magical loan agreement with Ancient One for a reward of 500 points. Lin inwardly rebuked the system. "You wretched system. Look who I'm dealing with. The esteemed Ancient One, and you offer me a mere 500 points? Speak. Are you pocketing the rest?" The system remained silent. This insufferable system. Lin cursed under his breath, then lifted his head with a smile. "No problem. but I require an additional condition in the contract. If anyone deceives me, I reserve the right to unilaterally terminate the agreement. Of course, Ancient One, this is not directed at you. Rather, it is my concern for your apprentices. Ancient One nodded, acknowledging the reasonableness of the request. Now, what must I do? She inquired, placing her hand on Lin's chest. In a moment, a magical array manifested upon her palm. As darkness swirled, countless streams of unknown information began to materialize in Lin's mind, as if this knowledge had always resided within him, now merely triggered by circumstance. Simultaneously, the dark energy responded. Upon signing the agreement, the other party would gain the right to harness his dark energy, while he could acquire insights into their magical understanding, lifespan, or physical constitution, with the choice of what to obtain resting solely with him. Lin pondered briefly. He realized he did not require additional lifespan or physical attributes. With the system's presence, what he could not achieve was merely a matter of time. Rather, the understanding of magic was of utmost importance, as it would aid him in expanding his magical prowess. With this clarity, Lin finalized the terms of the contract. Ancient One shall receive the dark energy provided by Lin, while Lin shall gain insights into her magical understanding each time she utilizes dark energy, as well as her accumulated knowledge of magic. Lin retains the unilateral right to cancel the contract. Extending his hand, Lin summoned a black magical mark, placing it upon Ancient One's palm, where it merged with the magical array within her hand. Thus, the contract was established. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been dispensed. At the very moment the contract was signed, the system's voice resonated. In an instant, Lin Ye's mind was flooded with ancient insights into the arcane arts, encompassing a myriad of magical abilities such as invisibility, energy projection, object penetration, illusions, flight, hypnosis, protective shields, alchemy, telekinesis, instantaneous movement, interdimensional transport, and remote summoning. This overwhelming influx nearly caused a cerebral overload. He required time to absorb and integrate these revelations. Opening his interface, he observed, Name, Lin Ye. Abilities, 1. Dark Space, Tier 301000. 1. Phantom Shadow, Tier 1, Level 22, 40500. 2. Claw Shadow, Tier 1, Level 220100. 3. Flying Shadow, Tier 1, Level 220200. 2. Dark Magic, 5001000. 1. Ancient One, 500,500. Tasks, none. Points, 1900. System Shop, Lottery. Descending through the dark magic section, the name of the first contractor, the Ancient One, appeared. Your dark energy is remarkably refined, and I never anticipated such an abundance of it. However, it still falls short. Upon finalizing the contract, the Ancient One acquired the procurement rights to Lin Ye's dark energy, resulting in a sudden depletion of 500 units from Lin Ye's reserves. Initial speculation turned to reality. For only when the Ancient One gleaned Lin Ye's dark energy did she realize its purity had been grossly underestimated. A mere 10 units of dark energy could sustain her physical health for an entire day, while the remaining energy would allow for uninterrupted and unscathed usage of magic for a full day and night. What she had initially thought of as a nascent source of dark energy sufficient for her corporeal needs turned out to yield unexpected benefits, a revelation that caught the Ancient One off guard. She cast Lin Ye a profound glance, acknowledging that she had indeed underestimated this young man. Meanwhile, Lin Ye exhaled a sigh of relief. His journey to Kamartaj had proven immensely fruitful. In the ensuing days, he intended to deeply contemplate the intricacies of magic and hone his skills with the little spider, eagerly awaiting the unfolding of the Spider-Man 2 narrative. Oh, yet another wave of points beckoned enticingly. Oh, how thrilling it would be to see what he could draw. Chapter 14, Hellbat Armor. Now, I must retreat to expel Dormammu's dark energy. Return to Kamartaj in 3 days. I believe you two wish to forge contracts with others, the Ancient One remarked, fanning herself and signaling the departure of Lin Ye. 3 days? Lin Ye understood that the Ancient One intended to use him as a testament. 3 days would be ample time for the circle of mystics outside to become convinced of the harmlessness of his dark energy. It must be said, the Ancient One was indeed formidable, yet she genuinely cared for her disciples. Very well, I shall return in 3 days. Lin Ye calculated the timeline. It should be manageable, as the plot had yet to commence, and thus he readily acquiesced. Rising, he snapped his fingers, and a portal manifested in accordance with his will. Lin Ye stepped through, vanishing from the Ancient One's sight. Upon returning to his humble abode, Lin Ye immediately took a shower, meticulously washed his hands with soap, and settled onto the sofa. Fate. Oh fate, keep the misfortune at bay, and draw the grand prizes near. System, initiate the advanced lottery. Ding. The advanced lottery has commenced. And congratulations to the host for winning the Hellbat Armor. What? Lin Ye's expression was one of bewilderment. What exactly was the Hellbat Armor? Could it be that he had truly become unfortunate? Yet upon extracting the item, he discovered his misunderstanding of the system. Indeed, the system still had affection for him. The Hellbat Armor was the pinnacle of combat suits developed by Batman and numerous superheroes. This armor boasted the most sophisticated electronic technology and the ability to fly. When Lin Ye donned it, he would gain formidable strength and endurance rivaling that of Superman, alongside super speed akin to the Flash. The exterior and cape could morph at the user's will, akin to the Green Lantern's ring, even separating if desired. Additionally, it possessed energy emission attacks and invisibility capabilities. Truly, this was the armor of one's dreams. However, this magnificent armor bore a fatal flaw. Once its energy was depleted, it would siphon the user's own metabolic energy for power. Prolonged use could corrode the user's body, potentially leading to their demise. Opening the panel, he found, name, Lin Ye abilities, equipment 1, Dark Space, level 30100001, Shadow Phantom, level 1, 2240,502, Claw Shadow, level 1, 22010003, Flying Shadow, level 1, 22020002, Dark Magic, 500100001, Ancient 1, 500,503, Hellbat Armor, 10001000 tasks, none points, 900 System Mall, lottery according to the system's prompt. The Hellbat Armor possessed an energy capacity of 1,000 points. If these were depleted, the armor would commence drawing upon the user's life force. Fortunately, one could replenish it using points. Alas, it seemed he had acquired yet another voracious consumer of points. Gazing at the Hellbat Armor floating before him, Lin Ye fixated on the red bat emblem on its chest, musing how wonderful it would be to change the design. As if responding to his thoughts, the emblem morphed into a red light, reminiscent of the indicator light on Ultraman's chest, yet distinct in that it could emit lasers. Lin Ye nodded. Stowing the armor within his dark space, it was undoubtedly a significant asset for him. After all, this armor was capable of putting Darkseid and his son in a tight spot. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearly noon, perfect for seeking out Little Spider. He recalled that this fellow was at Midtown High School, a place he had previously visited. With a snap of his fingers, a portal opened directly at the entrance of Midtown High. Students, just released from class and parents picking up their children, were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the portal. Upon seeing Lin Ye emerge, their expressions shifted from bewilderment to astonishment, and finally, to delight. Look, it's the Lord of Shadows. Oh my heavens, how did he arrive? Could it be that he is already married? No, he is the idol of my heart. What woman could possibly be worthy of him? Hey John, come out and behold your idol. What? It's not Nami Koijima. It is the Lord of Shadows. Countless onlookers gasped at the sight of Lin, some bolder souls even brandishing their phones to capture the moment. A few fervent female fans boldly approached Lin, flaunting their curves and requesting his autograph. After attending to this throng of ardent admirers, Lin spotted Peter Parker, who emerged from the school gate with a troubled expression. He bore the resemblance of Tobey Maguire's version. Immediately, he called out, "Hey Parker," surrounded by fans. He soon realized that the Lord of Shadows had come in search of this student named Parker. Some astute individuals prepared to approach this Parker fellow afterward, hoping to glean some juicy tidbits about the Lord of Shadows. After all, the Hornet Daily was currently offering a handsome sum for photographs and stories about Spider-Man and the Lord of Shadows. Spider-Man was elusive. Was it not equally challenging to track down the Lord of Shadows? The moment Peter Parker stepped outside, he saw Lin. But the dilemma lay in the fact that their previous encounters had only been in his Spider-Man guise. He had never revealed his true identity. Thus, Peter resolved to ignore this individual and make a hasty exit. Yet, just as he contemplated turning away, Lin's voice called out again, still addressing him. Surely he wouldn't expose me? Peter's heart raced, and he quickened his pace. Not looking for me, not looking for me. Lin's expression twisted in irritation. Hey, you there, don't even think about running. Lin apologized to the surrounding fans and swiftly pursued Peter Parker. Hey, Parker, why are you walking so fast? I'm not a bad guy. Lin caught up to Parker, draping an arm around his shoulder with a cheerful grin. Seeing the gazes of those around them, Parker forced a smile and replied, Hey, hello, were you looking for me? But, sir, I don't know you. Lin scoffed, you little rascal, still pretending. He leaned closer to Peter's ear, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Failed man. That was enough. Peter quickly covered Lin's mouth, realizing he had been exposed and that Lin had come looking for him. Hey, Lin, you're being reckless. This could easily reveal my identity as Spider-Man. Peter leaned closer to Lin, whispering, Hey, young man, relax, Lin said, giving Peter's shoulder a reassuring pat. You're too tense. Even a superhero must have a life of his own. Come on, you haven't eaten yet, let us grab a bite. Among all the superheroes, Lin felt the most sympathy for the young Spider, as he had endured profound losses, his uncle, then friends, and Aunt May. Thus, Lin trained the young Spider not only to strengthen their bond for future narrative convenience, but also to aid in his growth. Moreover, there was a lingering hope of triggering a quest. Hey, Lin, you might not know, but I'm actually still working part-time in a rent. So I might not be able to treat you, Peter confessed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Ye gazed at him with a twinge of sympathy, smiling as he said, "What are you thinking? I'm treating. How could I let you pay?" Lin Ye found a delightful seafood buffet nearby, and the two indulged heartily. It was Parker's first time eating without restraint. As Spider-Man, his daily energy expenditure was considerable due to the effects of the spider serum, which was one of the reasons for his financial struggles. After their meal, Lin Ye transported Parker through a portal to Kamartaj. Initially, Lin Ye intended to utilize his dark ninja skills to train Parker, but upon arriving at Kamartaj, he felt it was the perfect place to enhance the young Spider-Man's close combat abilities. "Lin Ye, you never cease to amaze me. Was that magic just now? You can wield magic. How extraordinary." In the presence of familiar faces, Parker seemed to revert to his lively and outgoing self, perhaps revealing his true nature. "If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Hey, Mordo." From a distance, Mordo spotted Lin Ye emerging from the portal with an unfamiliar boy, prompting him to tell the apprentice mage to continue while he approached. Lin Ye shook his head, saying, "No, I simply need your assistance." Mordo nodded. "All right. What do you need?" Ever since Master Gu Ye had enlightened them about Lin Ye's significance, everyone regarded him as a little angel, placing him at the highest priority. Lin Ye pushed the young Spider-Man forward and stated, "Please help enhance his close combat skills over the next 4 days. Oh, by the way, just a reminder. He doesn't possess magical abilities, but has other superpowers." Peter Parker shyly greeted, "Hey, nice to meet you." Mordo frowned slightly, feeling the weight of the situation. If it were someone else, it would be simpler, but this young man before me is not an apprentice. Teaching him myself. Lin Ye interjected. "Once you teach him, we can arrange a contract, and I can share more energy with you. How does that sound?" Mordo's eyes brightened, and his response was as smooth as a seasoned driver navigating a tight turn. "That's absolutely feasible. In 4 days, you will see a completely transformed version of him." Given Lin Ye's assurance and Parker's genuine desire to grow stronger, he earnestly said, "Thank you for your help." Ding. The system detected the superhero Spider-Man's desire for growth. The host may accept the task. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled. It was a success. Chapter 15. The plot commences. Over the ensuing days, Mordo diligently trained the young Spider-Man, and his combat prowess visibly improved. During this time, Gu Ye expelled the dark energy of Dormammu and nourished the physical form with Lin Ye's dark energy. In an instant, Lin Ye grasped the magical insights of these two esteemed sorcerers. As for why he didn't sign contracts with all the apprentice mages, it was simple. Lin Ye's dark energy was insufficient. Signing contracts with all of them would lead to his immediate depletion. However, after contracting with 3 mages, his dark energy dwindled to merely 200 points. An upgrade was urgently needed. In the future, he would undoubtedly need to contract with all the mystical mages at Kamartaj. As I ponder the impending arrival of Thanos, accompanied by a cadre of sorcerers wielding dark energy, each boasting the prowess of a supreme mage, I cannot help but wonder if Thanos' visage will shift from purple to black. It seems likely that his worldview would shatter. These sorcerers, casting aside white magic, would collectively embrace the shadows of black magic. Time swiftly passes, and with a chime from the system, the reward of 500 points is credited. Lin Ye opens his eyes. The 4th day has arrived. Upon arriving at the square, he discovers Parker has been waiting there for some time. "Where's Mordo?" Lin Ye inquires. "Mr. Mordo had matters to attend to and left me here," Parker replies. Lin Ye nods, observing that Parker appears markedly different than when they last met, exhibiting a newfound air of competence. Clearly, there has been significant change. With a snap of his fingers, a portal materializes before them. "Aren't you supposed to head to Dr. Otto's today? Go on ahead. I will join you shortly." After parting ways, Parker finds a secluded corner to don his Spider-Man suit and wanders towards Dr. Otto's laboratory. In a few agile leaps, Parker arrives at the laboratory. Slipping in through a window outside the restroom, he changes into his costume and steps out. "Hey, buddy. I thought you might not show up," exclaims his good friend, Harry Osborn, visibly relieved at Parker's arrival. "Relax, Harry. We promised to witness this monumental moment together. I would never miss it," Parker reassures him with a pat on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Lin Ye conceals himself within the mirror space, observing the gathering. The venue is filled with dignitaries, including the mayor, journalists from various news outlets, luminaries from the scientific community, and representatives from television stations eager to broadcast this remarkable event. Among them is the ever-enthusiastic investor, Harry Osborn. Everyone is brimming with anticipation for the unveiling of this scientific breakthrough. "If I were to consume the fusion sun into my dark space," Lin Ye muses, recalling the immense energy of the fusion sun created by Dr. Otto in the original narrative, a bold thought taking shape in his mind. At that moment, Dr. Otto, clad in protective gear, strides forward. "Welcome, everyone. Today, you shall witness the birth of a new energy technology based on nuclear fusion, safe and renewable energy that can provide affordable electricity for the entire free nation." With confidence, Dr. Otto approaches a circular platform at the back. The curious gazes of the crowd follow him. Lin Ye squints, knowing that what lies on that platform is the tentacle. Covered by a gray cloth, A vertical object stands concealed. As Dr. Otto dramatically unveils it, for long mechanical claws are revealed, secured in place. Parker's eyes narrow as his spider sense tingles, alerting him that something is amiss. Lin approached with curiosity, intrigued by the claw's composition. It did not resemble vibranium, yet it could withstand such extreme temperatures, truly astonishing. Perhaps, in due course, he could glean insights from Dr. Otto. Meanwhile, Dr. Otto, while shedding his lab coat, began to elucidate the mechanics of the claw. He stood before a podium, tapping on a nearby smart screen, prompting 4 mechanical appendages to integrate with him. An electronic spine aligned seamlessly with his own, while countless delicate neural sensors pierced into his body. A collective gasp echoed among the esteemed guests present, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the sight. These intelligent arms are controlled by my brain, transmitting commands through the spinal nerves, Dr. Otto explained. At that moment, a reporter interjected, Dr. Otto, if these mechanical arms are as intelligent as you claim, how can you ensure they do not control you? With a confident smile, Dr. Otto turned, gesturing to a chip glowing blue beneath his neck. Excellent question. I designed this suppression chip to safeguard my brain. A wave of reassurance washed over the audience as they nodded in understanding. Even Parker's spider sense calmed. Dr. Otto directed his assistants to activate the machinery behind him, revealing the day's centerpiece, the energy reactor. The crowd, following Dr. Otto's lead, stepped forward, their eyes shimmering with excitement at the prospect of witnessing history. Parker noted that even the usually composed Harry gripped his hands tightly. Viewers at home seemed to sense the unprecedented atmosphere, inching closer to their screens. Come quickly, we might witness history. A voice exclaimed, Mom, Dad, why are you staring at the television? Sweetheart, because we are about to witness history. Countless similar dialogues echoed in homes, apartments, and among friends. Even Nick Fury of SHIELD was fixated on the live feed, aware that the military implications of this success far outweighed its civilian applications. Dr. Otto straightened, preparing to operate the reactor. This reaction requires the rare deuterium element, of which there are only 25 pounds on Earth. My heartfelt thanks to Harry Osborn and Oscorp. A smooth promotional interlude lightened Harry's tension somewhat. Dr. Otto manipulated the mechanical arms to position the deuterium at the center, where it floated under the influence of a magnetic field. Ladies and gentlemen, he declared, donning protective goggles while operating the control panel, let us witness a legend together. As his words resonated, beams of laser light shot forth from the reactor, activating the deuterium. The initially blue element transformed into a radiant hue akin to that of the sun, expanding until it reached the size of a basketball before halting. At that moment, an assistant's voice broke through. Doctor, nuclear fusion is complete and has stabilized. Upon hearing this, Dr. Otto's lips curled into a triumphant smile. He, Otto, would etch his name into the annals of history. The assembly was equally astounded by the fusion reaction. Even Parker initially felt a pang of anxiety for Dr. Otto. The viewers before the television erupted in cheers, having borne witness to history, to a miracle. Ha ha ha, finally, we shall no longer be burdened by this exorbitant, cursed electricity bill. This was the sentiment shared by every household. In SHIELD, Fury exhaled in relief, contemplating how to vie with the military for the utilization of this new energy source. Parker clapped his friend on the shoulder, celebrating his vision and success. Even Lin, upon gazing at this nuclear fusion sun, could not resist the urge to unleash darkness and consume it. Ultimately, he refrained, for this nuclear fusion sun was not yet in its complete form. At that moment, a pin beneath Parker's feet seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, heading toward the fusion's deuterium. As he pondered this anomaly, all metallic objects on every individual were suddenly attracted with a whoosh, hurtling toward the fusion sun. This is bad. Parker's spider sense began to tingle. The fixtures and instruments in the room swayed, as if yearning to ascend to this small sun. The faces of the crowd paled in alarm, as they felt a tremendous pull tugging at them. Do not panic. This is merely a peak. Dr. Otto's expression shifted, and he hurriedly manipulated the system. Yet, the gravitational force intensified, causing machines and iron sheets affixed to the walls to soar toward the sun. Everyone, evacuate, Parker shouted, prompting a swift exodus. However, the small sun's attraction grew stronger, compelling many to summon all their strength to resist it. The viewers at home also recognized the crisis. Some hurriedly dialed the police in New York City, while others began to call for ambulances. Crackle. The energy of the fusion sun began to leak, lightly striking the roof and creating a gaping hole. Fear not, I can control it, Dr. Otto shouted, turning around, only for the escaping energy to strike the suppression chip behind him. Bang! In an instant, Dr. Otto was overwhelmed by an influx of foreign thoughts and memories. He felt disoriented. Otto, stop. It cannot continue. Trust me, Harry, I can manage it, Dr. Otto exclaimed. Otto, I am the investor. Here, I call the shots. As Harry and Otto argued, a colossal machine barreled toward Harry. Should it collide, he would undoubtedly be consumed by the small sun. Whoosh! A A crimson figure darted past, embracing Harry and evading the lethal blow. As Harry recognized the newcomer, his nemesis, Spider-Man, his expression darkened. Do not think that this will let me forget you killed my father. Young Spider knew this was his brother's unresolved conflict. Yet this was not the time for words. He swiftly leaped to the adjacent wall. Dr. Otto recognized the visitor, and in a moment of confusion, murmured, Spider-Man? What are you doing? Hey, cut the power. Having said that, the little spider leaped down and unplugged the main machine. No, Dr. Otto cried out, his voice filled with anguish. The tendrils on his body sensed this intense emotion, and with a sweeping motion, one struck the little spider violently against the wall. Another tendril lunged forth, but the little spider sprang into the air, evading it while simultaneously shooting 2 strands of web, binding 4 tendrils together. Damn it! Dr. Otto's expression changed as he struggled to break free from the webbing. However, in the next moment, the little spider appeared before him, delivering a powerful palm strike. The flurry of punches accelerated, each blow accompanied by a blurred afterimage. Lin, hidden in the shadows, nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Mordo indeed had imparted his teachings well. With a resounding impact, the little spider executed a final strike, sending Dr. Otto flying. Yet this also allowed Otto's 4 tendrils to break free from their entanglement. The little spider's combination attack had imparted invaluable experience to the tendrils, transmitting the knowledge to Otto's brain. In a split second, as he was propelled away, one tendril swept fiercely, knocking the little spider off balance. Following swiftly, 2 claws intensified their assault. One ensnared the little spider's arm and torso, while the other clamped down on his head, rendering him immobile. From his concealed position, Lin squinted slightly. The learning capacity of the 4 tendrils was astonishing. In that brief moment, they had deciphered the little spider's attacks and turned the tide against him. Help! God save me! Who can rescue me? Despair washed over him. Even Spider-Man had failed. In the laboratory, cries for help echoed incessantly. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury watched the footage of the chaos, feeling a pang of helplessness. If even Spider-Man was restrained, what hope was there for his agents? Meanwhile, viewers in front of their televisions fervently prayed for divine intervention. Dr. Otto, is this truly the benevolence of technology you speak of? Your inventions have brought forth panic. Amid the turmoil, a shadow surged forth, and Lin's calm voice resonated in the ears of everyone present at the scene, as well as those watching on television, including Fury. Simultaneously, a clear system notification echoed in Lin's mind. Ding. Host detected entering a significant narrative event. Relationship with Spider-Man assessed and confirmed. Detecting a major mission available for acquisition. Do you wish to accept? Chapter 16, The Tram Incident. Accept, Lin mentally proclaimed, though a flicker of curiosity arose within him. What constituted a significant narrative and a major mission? Was it due to his intrusion into a cinematic storyline that it was classified as such? Just as he thought he had grasped the system's intricacies, he found himself enveloped in confusion once more. Mission 2. As a superhero, you must gather sufficient admiration. By the end of the event, your admiration points must reach 10,000. Current progress, 510,000. Reward, 2,000 points. Yet all glory belonged to the little spider. The Lord of Shadows. We are saved. As Lin Ye's silhouette emerged before the crowd, an audible gasp rippled through the throng. You are the Shadow Lord, Lin Ye? Doctor. Otto's gaze flickered between clarity and malevolence. It appears you are aware of my identity, but regrettably, Dr. Otto, I must temper your son. With a flourish of his hand, a surge of dark red magical energy surged forth, and the power plug, previously secured in its socket, was inexplicably yanked free. The unstable miniature sun within the reactor trembled violently before extinguishing entirely. As the terrifying gravitational pull dissipated, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, scrambling towards the emergency exit. Run. Move, hurry. Chaos ensued. No. Otto's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not bear the thought of his years of research unraveling in an instant. Die. With a sweeping motion, Otto directed a menacing metallic claw towards Lin Ye. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ye scoffed, his hands deftly weaving through the air, commanding the dark magic. Suddenly, a red hue manifested upon the incoming mechanical arm. In the next moment, Otto felt his body slip from his control, hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing violently into a nearby building. The onlookers in the opposite structure screamed in terror. Damn it! Otto seethed with rage, shattering a nearby pane of glass. His 4 mechanical claws lunged within, seizing 4 women who had failed to escape in time. Help! The 4 hostages struggled desperately, their voices reaching a piercing 6th octave. Lin Ye, enveloped in dark energy, floated out from the laboratory. 5 tendrils of darkness emerged from the laboratory's exterior wall, manifesting 5 dark ninjas behind Lin Ye. Little Spider leapt out as well, perching on the wall. Lin Ye, Spider-Man. As a researcher, I have always approached every scientific endeavor with utmost seriousness. Dr. Otto chuckled confidently. Having regained his composure, he now held the upper hand. So I am quite curious, between them and myself, how will you choose? With that, Otto released his mechanical claws, and the 4 hostages plummeted nearly 40 meters to the ground. Go! Lin Ye's thoughts propelled his command. 2 shadowy figures and 2 flying shadows darted towards the hostages like bolts of black lightning. Just as Otto intended to pivot and seize more hostages, he was startled to discover his 4 claws ensnared by 4 red chains. As he turned to investigate, a crimson shadow collided forcefully with him, distorting Otto's visage as he was sent flying. He crashed heavily onto the city center's railway. Damn it! Otto gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The prospect of retreat now flickered in his mind. Far off, a speeding tram barreled towards him, and a sudden idea sparked in his mind. Lin Ye, wielding his magic sword from the laboratory, while Little Spider was tasked with evacuating the surrounding crowd. Phew! The thunderous roar of the tram approached from afar, and Lin Ye spotted Dr. Otto standing at the front of the vehicle. Lin Ye, I derive immense pleasure from solving conundrums, and I wonder if you share this enthusiasm. Thus, I entrust you with the classic trolley problem. A menacing claw viciously pierced the tram's front, causing the driver, who was controlling the vehicle, to scream in terror. The claw thrashed about, obliterating the internal controls, and in an instant, the tram lost its command and began to accelerate uncontrollably. Lin Ye, will you save the greater number of people or a select few? The choice is yours. Ahead of the tram lay 2 diverging paths. One led towards Hell's Kitchen, where 5 maintenance workers and large equipment were stationed on the tracks for repairs. If the direction were altered, the equipment could serve as a cushion. Yet the 5 workers would perish. The other path led to the end of the tracks, where the tram would plunge 50 meters into the central square, resulting in even greater casualties. Dr. Otto, propelled by 4 lethal claws, leapt away, his figure swiftly vanishing from sight. Lin Ye remained unhurried in his pursuit, knowing that there would be many opportunities ahead. However, at that moment, he had to save those aboard the tram, otherwise, the 500 points from Task 1 would be lost. Lin Ye contemplated using magic, yet he could not guarantee precision. A slight miscalculation could injure or even kill those inside the carriage. After all, he had merely absorbed knowledge and insights. Proficiency required daily practice. Otherwise, though his mind understood, his hands trembled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, an urgent news bulletin interrupted the airwaves. Line 1's tram has been sabotaged by villains and is now out of control, accelerating rapidly. Will our Shadow Lord manage to save the passengers? A news anchor urgently reported, and the television broadcast shifted to the scene of chaos. At the Horn Daily, every employee paused their work, their hearts racing as they focused intently on the news. The owner, Jameson, stormed out, exclaiming, "Do you have nothing better to do? I pay you to work, not to watch the news." The halted employees, grumbling in discontent, eventually resumed their tasks. He approached a computer displaying live footage of the tram incident, his expression shifting from irritation to concern. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury watched the news, his brow furrowed with worry. The recent surge of incidents in New Apple City weighed heavily on him, and although he commanded S.H.I.E.L.D., his agents were merely ordinary individuals, utterly powerless against such extraordinary events. This heightened his urgency to form a team of superheroes. However, he pondered what leverage he could possibly wield to recruit such formidable allies. It was a headache. Lin Ye, do not let me down. Fury fixed his gaze on the live broadcast, resolute in his decision to expedite Natasha's contact with Lin Ye once this crisis concluded. Chapter 17, The Armor's Initial Appearance. While the concept of summoning through destruction was intriguing, the points required to enhance the Phantom were now lost. It was simply not worth it. There was no other option. He had to resort to that. Lin Ye had initially intended to keep it as a trump card, but upon reflection, he realized that with the system in place, his secret weapon could change at any moment. Whoosh! A flash of red appeared, and the little spider emerged atop a nearby pillar. Lin Ye, we must save them. Do not worry, I will not abandon them. Upon hearing this, the little spider felt reassured, observing Lin Ye's unwavering demeanor, and momentarily doubted if he was contemplating whether to intervene. What shall we do now? Unbeknownst to him, the little spider had begun to center his thoughts around Lin Ye's plans, a realization he had not anticipated for himself. Lin Ye smiled, leave it to me. However, little spider, I need you to use your web to bind the train and the surrounding structures, utilizing the web's stickiness to reduce the train's speed. The little spider nodded, and what about you? Lin Ye turned his head, a confident smile gracing his lips. I will stand at the front of the train to halt its furious advance. So, little spider, we must work together. A surge of emotion welled up within the little spider. He understood that Lin Ye was facing a greater peril than himself. Gurgle, gurgle. A wave of darkness surged, enveloping Lin Ye, and in the blink of an eye, the darkness swiftly receded. The little spider gazed in awe as Lin Ye donned a suit of black armor, adorned with a red gem embedded in the chest. Incredible! The little spider exclaimed. Lin Ye's new form was broadcast to all spectators, and each viewer could think of but one sentiment: sheer majesty. Quit dawdling. Let us act swiftly. Lin Ye swiftly positioned himself before the train's locomotive. The little spider swung his web and leapt onto the train's carriage. The audience throughout Big Apple City held their breath for the two superheroes. Even J. Jonah Jameson, the owner of the Daily Bugle, known for his disdain for Spider-Man, murmured, "Go for it, Spider-Man. The Lord of Shadows. You are true heroes." Boom. Lin Ye leapt to the front of the train, grasping the sides of the locomotive. The power of the Hellbat Armor surged through him, and he planted his feet on the tracks, adopting a stance to reduce the train's velocity. Whoosh. His cape transformed into two wings, flapping vigorously to counteract the train's speed. Bang, bang, bang. The train's velocity was overwhelming, propelling Lin Ye forward and dislodging the wooden ties from the tracks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The little spider continuously leapt atop the train, each jump sending forth a strand of web, binding the carriages to the buildings. Those trapped within the carriages prayed fervently, knowing their chance of survival rested upon these two superheroes. Before long, under their combined efforts, the train's speed indeed began to diminish. As time passed, the train's velocity reduced from 200 kilometers per hour to 100, and finally to a complete halt. Oh God, thank you, Lord of Shadows, little spider. We have our own superheroes in Big Apple City. From this day forth, you shall be my idols. Hooray. Well done, Lord of Shadows and little spider. In the train, the fortunate survivors, having narrowly escaped death, reveled in the cessation of its speed, erupting in cheers. They understood that their survival was due to the unwavering protection of two extraordinary heroes. Within the tram, every individual offered effusive praises. Lin also glanced at the armor's energy levels, noting a depletion of 500 energy points. Remarkably, this had occurred in just 20 minutes. Affirming that acquiring the benefits of such divine equipment was no easy feat nevertheless, the points from Mission 1 were secured. Surrounding skyscrapers housed numerous white-collar workers, all craning their necks to join in the celebration. "Lin, we did it!" exclaimed Spider-Man, leaping onto the train with exuberance and the joy of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Just moments ago, he had contemplated how he might have managed to save the train alone, albeit with great difficulty and likely sustaining severe injuries. "Lin, you are incredible. I cannot fathom how I would have halted this train without you." He gazed at Lin's armor with admiration and envy, aware that his own suit was merely fabric. Lin chuckled, "Enough with the envy. I promise you, in the future, I shall craft a custom battle suit for you." Spider-Man's voice rose slightly, filled with excitement. "Really?" "Of course. You know I would never deceive you." Given Spider-Man's talents and abilities, he was akin to Tony Stark in potential. Lin envisioned that, through Tony's connections, he could intertwine Spider-Man's friendship with his own. In the future, should Spider-Man innovate anything, Lin could share in the rewards. He even contemplated establishing a company where Spider-Man could lend his prowess. As their conversation unfolded, the police, emergency services, and media from Big Apple City arrived. They regarded Lin and Spider-Man with deep respect. Every rescued civilian disembarking from the train expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the two heroes. At the Daily Bugle, Jameson exhaled in relief upon seeing the secured train, a faint smile gracing his face. Just then, his deputy, Remy, knocked and entered. Jameson's expression swiftly returned to its usual sternness. "Boss, the Shadow Master and Spider-Man saved over 300 civilians from the tram. Should we feature this as tomorrow's headline?" Jameson scoffed, "Those two attention seekers." "Fine, you win. It's indeed a compelling story. Let us title it, Crisis Averted. The arrival of superheroes brings hope. By the way, what should we call this villain? Any ideas?" He stared at his cigar, gazing absent-mindedly out the window. Remy continued, "How about Dr. Bully, the mad scientist?" "Honestly, Remy, promise me you won't name your children." Remy's mouth twitched, realizing that as a good subordinate, he had to comply with his superior's whims. He replied begrudgingly, "Yes, Mr. Jameson, that name is absolutely fantastic. Enough of the flattery. No amount of it will earn you a raise. Now, go prepare for the headlines." Remy sighed. As the Lord of Shadows and a fan of Spider-Man, he would not have willingly followed such a harsh employer were it not for his family's financial needs. That evening, he intended to invite Aunt May out, treating her to dinner. Lin understood that Dr. Otto would likely not be making an appearance tonight. He was in a state of panic and would likely require the entire night to calm down. "I'm sorry, but I have prior commitments to attend her performance tonight." The young Spider-Man declined, prioritizing the pursuit of his beloved over his friends. "All right then, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Lin empathized, feeling a twinge of pity for how Marvel had been mistreating Spider-Man. After a moment of contemplation, Spider-Man replied, "I need to accompany Aunt May to the bank to apply for a loan." Lin recalled this storyline. The financial strain on Spider-Man's family was immense, and the bank had been pressing for repayment, leading them to constantly juggle their debts. Once this ordeal was over, Lin planned to surprise Spider-Man's family, a gesture to mend the grievances of every Marvel fan, while simultaneously enhancing Spider-Man's goodwill for future endeavors. Checking his current level of admiration, Lin noted it had reached 3,000 and continued to rise, likely surpassing 4,000 by nightfall. He couldn't help but marvel at the pace of progress. Furthermore, he needed to expedite the completion of his tasks, for Marvel's adversaries would only grow stronger. The only way to ensure his survival in this perilous universe was through relentless enhancement. Very well, we shall meet tomorrow. Be sure to prepare early. And remember to bring a bouquet when you see the girl, Lin said with a mysterious smile, as darkness enveloped him, whisking him away from the scene. Spider-Man swung away, his inexperience in romance making him focus on Lin's key advice, to bring flowers. What did Lin mean by see you tomorrow? At S-H-I-E-L-D. In the Triskelion, Fury took a deep breath. His experience told him that Lin's armor was of extraordinary value, and he felt a pang of envy. However, he was currently troubled, as his initial considerations for negotiation were limited to money and power, which now seemed insufficient. After all, Lin's displayed prowess was on par with Captain Marvel in his eyes. Chapter 18, A Stunning Entrance. Back at the villa, Lin decided it was time to upgrade his dark space. Expanding this realm would also lead to a surge in dark energy. System, upgrade the dark space. Ding. Upgrade successful. He opened the panel. Name, Lin Ye. Abilities, Equipment 1. Dark Space, Level 40100000. 1. Phantom Shadow, Level 1, 1140,500. 2. Claw Shadow, Level 1, 2201,000. 3. Flying Shadow, Level 1, 2202,000. 4. Giant Shadow, Level 1, 0005,000. 2. Dark Magic, 92001,000. 1. Ancient 1, 500,500. 2. Mordo, 200200. 3. Wong, 100100. 3. Hellbat Armor, 5001000. Task, none. Points, 400. System Mall, Lottery. The dark space has been upgraded to the 4th tier, finally unlocking the summoning of the giant shadows. This has granted him a modicum of security amidst the chaos of Big Apple City. Just imagine, in the future, 5 magic-wielding giant shadows pursuing Thanos. He would surely crumble entirely under such pressure, wouldn't he? The thought of this scene brought a smile to Lin. However, at present, summoning a giant shadow requires 500 energy points, and even if he invested all his points, it would still fall short, so he had no choice but to wait. Once all was settled, the sun was nearing its descent. Generally speaking, as long as there was sufficient dark energy, Lin would not feel hunger. Nevertheless, if time permitted, he still relished the opportunity to indulge in delectable cuisine. At Winston's Delicacies, Lin ordered a veritable mountain of seafood, for with his enhanced abilities, his energy consumption, and consequently, his appetite, had also increased. Naturally, Lin had garnered a degree of fame, his notoriety even eclipsing that of Tony Stark in a remarkably short time. Thus, upon entering the establishment, many eyes were drawn to him. During his ordering, several audacious young women even dared to approach him. A fashionably attired woman with flowing waves approached and seated herself opposite Lin. "You must be the Shadow Lord," she remarked. "I must say, you are even more handsome in person than on television." Upon seeing her, Lin immediately deduced that S-H-I-E-L-D could no longer remain passive. Sipping his orange juice, he replied nonchalantly, "What brings you here, Egg?" The woman paused, perplexed. Who is Egg? Yet, being astute, she quickly grasped whom Lin was referring to and was inwardly astonished, realizing she had revealed her hand. Lin, who preferred forthrightness over games of seduction, continued, "Madame Romanoff, the illustrious Black Widow of S-H-I-E-L-D. Do I need to elaborate further? Well then, having her identity unveiled, Natasha dropped her pretense and reverted to her usual composed demeanor. I must say, the nickname Egg is quite fitting, and the title of S-H-I-E-L-D suits you much better than your original name." Indeed, this was a sentiment shared by many. Lin wiped his mouth and inquired, "So, what is it that Egg wants from you?" Natasha leaned in slightly and stated directly, "Egg asked me to engage with you, to see if we might persuade you to join." Lin scoffed. "He wishes to recruit all superheroes under his banner, does he?" Natasha shrugged, non-committal. Lin shook his head and continued, "As for joining, that is out of the question. However, I am open to taking commissions, provided the payment is sufficient, or my demands are met. I can accomplish even the most arduous tasks. Additionally, please inform Egg." Summoning a waiter, Lin produced 300 franklins to settle the bill. Superheroes, despite their individual beliefs, were all formidable beasts. One cannot lead a pack of beasts with a mere sheep. Natasha smiled broadly. "I will convey that to Egg." As her words lingered in the air, Lin conjured a spark portal. After all, with this device, one could instantly reach any place they had previously visited. If one were to plunge into the abyss of darkness, it would take an additional 20 minutes. "Everything has vanished. My dreams lie shattered," he muttered to himself, casting a glance at the slowly undulating metallic tentacles behind him. "These dreadful entities should sink, dragging me down to the river's depths." The claws at the tips of the metallic appendages opened and closed, emitting a sharp sound, as if conveying some message to Dr. Otto. He paused for a moment, a voice resonating in his mind as if speaking to him. Suddenly, it struck him, the suppression chip. He reached back to touch the nape of his neck. only to discover that the chip, once embedded there, was gone, vanished. Dr. Otto was jolted. At that moment, a metallic tentacle extended toward him, its claws slightly opening and closing, seemingly narrating something to him. Start over? Dr. Otto shook his head, declaring, "No, I have miscalculated." He had exerted considerable effort researching new energy sources, yet never anticipated such a calamitous outcome. He pondered for a moment, his expression suddenly turning grave. "I cannot be wrong. Has not nuclear fusion already succeeded?" The claws opened and closed, as if engaging in dialogue with him. Dr. Otto grinned. "Yes, we shall start anew, amplifying the protective shield, making it larger and stronger than before. However, we require funding." The enormity of the expenses for the experiment left Dr. Otto feeling powerless. A metallic tentacle reached out to him, its claws communicating information. "Rob a bank? No, 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 I cannot commit a crime." Dr. Otto could not accept conducting his grand experiment in such a manner. Yet the metallic tentacle obstructed his path, and the voice in his mind upended his convictions. Indeed, to abandon my dream would be the true sin. Dr. Otto seemed persuaded, gazing at the dilapidated laboratory. Supported by the metallic tentacles, he slowly ascended into the air, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Here, we shall achieve it. Solar energy, right in the palm of my hand. No one can obstruct us. No one." Dr. Otto resolved to restart the experiment. The bank. Parker accompanied Aunt May to the bank to arrange for a loan. Their household finances had become exceedingly strained. With Aunt May currently unable to work and Parker merely a student, they had no source of income. Yet reality's blow was harsh. The staff informed them that they did not meet the criteria for loan approval. Parker and Aunt May exchanged a glance, disappointment flooding their eyes. At that moment, a deafening sound erupted from the vault. Moments later, the rear wall exploded, enveloping the area in smoke. Dr. Octopus emerged before the crowd, each of his 4 appendages clutching a bag brimming with Franklin bills. Surrounding civilians screamed, shouting in chaos. The bank security swiftly drew their firearms, moving to intervene. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 metallic claws viciously swung, sending several guards, who had barely drawn their weapons, flying. The pandemonium escalated. "Help! Oh my, quickly call the police. Don't stop me, run." Dr. Octopus gazed at the feeble humans before him, his eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, growing increasingly frenzied. The overwhelming sense of dominance was intoxicating. How had he never realized this before? Witnessing the scene, Parker swiftly led Aunt May to a secluded spot, where he promptly donned his Spider-Man attire. In a flash of red, Spider-Man perched atop the bank's wall. Suddenly, a claw went awry, hurling a heavy bag of money towards him. With a crash, Spider-Man leaped to the other side, the bag smashing against the wall and coins and bills cascading to the ground. The countless individuals hiding beneath desks and sprawled on the floor brightened at the sight, grateful for nature's bounty. "Damn it!" Dr. Octopus roared, his expression twisted with rage, as 4 mechanical arms hurled bags of money at Spider-Man. Yet the agile hero evaded the onslaught, deftly maneuvering through the barrage of gold. Swish! Ah, damn crawling insect. Dr. Octopus glared at Spider-Man, his fury seemingly capable of annihilating all in its path, as his mechanical appendages accelerated to seize more bags of cash from the vault. "Hey, did you not have your fill last night? Your aim is worse than that of my neighbor's grandmother," Spider-Man quipped while evading, laced with sarcasm. Suddenly, 2 bags soared toward him. In a flurry of shots, Spider-Man realized he could no longer shoot webs, panic seizing him. Bang, bang. The first bag missed, striking him on the head, but the second slammed into him, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Dr. Octopus's voice grew sharp with excitement. 2 mechanical claws swiftly ensnared Spider-Man. "You've provoked my ire, Spider-Man. There's a trick to this. Shall I teach you?" Dr. Octopus sneered. "You won't have another chance." The remaining claws clamped down on Spider-Man's head, intent on crushing it. In a moment of desperation, Spider-Man crossed his arms and miraculously managed to shoot webs once more. Dr. Octopus, exasperated, flung Spider-Man away and swiftly turned to cleave a flying table in half. However, as he pivoted to strike another table, he was too slow, being knocked back and crashing onto a taxi. Wailing sirens pierced the air as the New York City police arrived just in time. Seeing this, Dr. Octopus immediately manipulated one of his arms to seize a hostage from the crowd. To his shock, it was Aunt May. "Release the hostage, or we will open fire. If you shoot, the hostage dies," Dr. Octopus coldly retorted, scaling a nearby office building with Aunt May in tow. He intended to execute her before the eyes of the crowd, demonstrating that Spider-Man was incapable of protecting them. "Let her go?" Spider-Man leapt from the bank, eager to shoot a web and pursue, only to discover that his web-slinging ability had once again eluded him. Damn it! With his powers temporarily lost, he watched Aunt May struggle against her captor, a wave of panic swelling within him. On the streets, the citizens, though momentarily spared from disaster, were left with an indescribable feeling upon witnessing the hostages in peril. Even the Spider-Man seemed to have faltered. In a moment of daze, the young hero perceived a figure clad in armor woven from shadows materializing in the air above. Beneath him, a dark aura unfurled, resembling a long stroke of ink left by an unseen artist in the sky, or perhaps a regal black carpet heralding the arrival of a sovereign. Universal summon. A deep voice resonated suddenly. Dr. Octopus, grasping the implications of those words, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "You are Lin Ye." Chapter 19. The Troubles of Spider-Man. Congratulations. You guessed correctly, but there is no reward. Dr. Octopus's back collided heavily with the building, sending shards of debris scattering, as his four metallic tentacles quivered violently. The claws loosened their grip, and Aunt May plummeted from 100 meters above, her terrified screams piercing the air. Help! No! Spider-Man, witnessing Aunt May's descent, felt a surge of panic, yet he found himself unable to shoot a web. He turned his gaze towards Lin Ye suspended in midair, knowing that he was the only one who could assist him now. In a fit of rage, Dr. Octopus bellowed, his eyes flashing with a hint of alarm. His claws clamped onto the wall, and a metallic tentacle swiftly elongated, reaching for the falling Aunt May. No, the hostage cannot be taken, otherwise, I might very well perish. The hostage was his sole lifeline. He snapped his fingers gently, and a dark red portal crackled into existence beneath Aunt May, ensuring her steady descent into its depths. Simultaneously, a portal opened beside Spider-Man, and Aunt May emerged from it, landing safely in his arms. This was simply extraordinary. Having experienced an adrenaline rush akin to bungee jumping during her college entrance exams, Aunt May gazed at Spider-Man, then back at the shimmering portal behind her, her heart racing, nerves still frayed, and at a loss for words except for expressions of astonishment. Dear viewers, did you witness that? Our Lord of Shadows has once again saved the citizens of New York. We have our own superhero. The footage of him rescuing a hostage was captured, with some intrepid members of the Free Press seizing their phones to record the moment. Dr. Octopus glared furiously at the hostage saved by Lin Ye, his rage boiling over as he growled, "Lin Ye, you have provoked my wrath." With a furious swipe, his tentacles shattered a statue of an angel adorning the building's exterior, seizing the stone heads of two angels and hurling them at Lin Ye. Lin Ye, with bare hands outstretched and palms facing outward, summoned a circular black hole that abruptly formed, devouring the debris and causing it to vanish. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Ye dealt with the rubble, a metallic tentacle lunged at him. Lin Ye nimbly flipped backward, evading the claw's assault. Yet, before he could fully recover, he realized another tentacle had inexplicably reached his immediate vicinity, leaving him with no time to evade. Of course, he could opt to retreat into the realm of darkness. However, he deemed it unnecessary. The metallic claws seized Lin Ye as intended. Dr. Octopus exclaimed with exhilaration, "I've got you, you wretched creature." He was determined to eliminate this bothersome foe. Otherwise, his fury would remain unquenched. The Shadow Lord had been captured. Was he destined to fail? No, that was inconceivable. He was invincible. Impossible. This must be an illusion. Surely an illusion. Below, the media captured the scene, and the cheers for Lin Ye were abruptly stifled, like a chicken with its neck in a vice. How could this be? The invincible Shadow Lord, reduced to failure? Even countless bloggers with vast followings recorded this moment, witnessing the sudden silence in the live stream's comments. It seemed even the fans in front of their screens were caught unawares. Many of Lin Ye's supporters, upon witnessing this, could not help but feel a pang of concern for him. Dr. Octopus, hearing the tumult from below, fixed his gaze upon the helpless Lin Ye, a twisted sense of pleasure surging within him. Ah, the hero you all anticipated, even held in such high regard, is about to be slain by my hand. And I shall ascend to become a god above this mundane realm. Once I create this super energy, you will forget the terror I have brought. You shall ultimately submit to me. No. Little Spider glared at the unfolding scene, fury etched upon her face. Meanwhile, high above, Lin Ye spoke in a calm tone. What kind of delusion leads you to believe I could be so easily captured? What? Dr. Octopus froze momentarily, his pupils constricted, eyes widening in disbelief. The Lin Ye he had grasped suddenly burst into a cloud of black smoke, dissipating into the air. A spell, an illusion. It was all a ruse. But that sensation could not have been fabricated. Before Otto could comprehend the unfolding situation, two shadowy figures emerged behind him, their sharp claws striking fiercely against his tendrils that clung to the wall. Crackling sounds echoed as metal limbs ignited with sparks, releasing their grip. Dr. Octopus plummeted from a height of 100 meters. No, the disappearance of Lin Ye left him bewildered, yet now was not the time for contemplation. In an instant, two flying ninjas appeared behind him, unleashing a wave of black energy from their palms that struck his tendrils. Boom. Smoke erupted, and debris flew. The crowd below scattered in panic. They needed to distance themselves from this terrifying entity. You have lost, Dr. Otto. Lin Ye's figure solidified from the ethereal, appearing midair before gracefully descending. The police rushed to Lin Ye's side, guns trained on Dr. Octopus. Though I do not know how you accomplished this, Luz. No, that is impossible. Dr. Octopus, frenzied with anger, seized several civilians who had not yet fled and hurled them like cannonballs toward Lin Ye. He then scrambled to his feet, Seeking escape. Little spider now? Lin Ye shouted, snapping his fingers. The portal opened before the little spider, who swiftly caught several individuals emerging from it and gently placed them on the ground. Lin Ye descended to the earth, and the little spider approached him. He had no intention of pursuing. His admiration points had only reached 6,000. If he captured someone now, he would likely only attain 8,000, rendering the task unachievable and the points unattainable. After upgrading his shadow space to dark space, he could absorb objects and individuals, converting them into energy for further enhancement. This energy source was aimed at the nuclear fusion sun. Yet, the opportunity had slipped away again. The little spider felt a pang of disappointment. Lowering his voice, he said, Aunt May was frightened today. You should change and go keep her company. He glanced at Aunt May, who was standing nearby, looking lost and scanning her surroundings. With a bittersweet nod, he leaped away swiftly. Surrounded by journalists, cameras flashed incessantly, and microphones were thrust toward him. In a quaint villa, Lin Ye enjoyed a leisurely 2 days. Dr. Octopus must be busy constructing the nuclear fusion device, as he had not made an appearance during this time. The city of Big Apple remained as tranquil as ever. In these days, Lin Ye absorbed the magical experiences from the Ancient One and mastered the art of creating clones, which he could summon at will. Each dark clone possessed strength comparable to his own, igniting a sense of anticipation for the future. Just imagine, if Thanos arrived on Earth only to find hundreds or even thousands of Lin Yes, would his face turn green? How exhilarating to contemplate. However, the sole drawback was that the clones lacked independent thought. He had to rely on mental control. As for distance, current tests indicated a limit of 10 meters. This was determined by the essence of his dark abilities. Should he wish for his clones to possess independent thought, he would need to invest a fraction of his spirit into them. Yet, dividing one's spirit was painful, and if one's mental fortitude was insufficient, it risked rendering one a simpleton. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lin Ye created a clone to answer the door, discovering that Peter Parker stood outside. Hey man, are you free right now? Parker asked nervously, not realizing he was speaking to a clone. Let us discuss inside. Lin Ye's clone invited Parker into the house. Upon entering, Parker was taken aback, observing Lin Ye seated on the sofa while glancing back at the clone. He rubbed his eyes, astonished to find 2 Lin Yes in the room. No way, is my vision failing me? Why are there 2 of you? Do you have a twin brother? Chapter 20, The Transaction. Don't worry. This is merely a clone of mine, Lin Ye chuckled. As his voice faded, the clone dissipated like a puddle of water, vanishing from the room. Parker was left speechless. Lin Ye, you truly astonish me. Each time I encounter you, I witness your continuous growth. How have you cultivated such prowess? Might you impart your wisdom upon me? Lin Ye chuckled softly, opting not to respond directly, but instead inquired, perhaps you should share the purpose of your visit. You appear somewhat disheartened. Do you harbor any troubles? Indeed, you've discerned the truth. Peter Parker's voice sank into a somber tone. Lin Ye patted Parker's shoulder and said with a smile, please, take a seat. What could possibly trouble our esteemed neighbor Spider-Man? I am all ears. Parker hesitated, uncertain. Lin Ye nodded encouragingly. Aren't we friends? He guided Parker to the sofa, conjured a duplicate to brew a pot of tea, and poured a cup for Parker, taking a seat beside him, quietly observing his friend. Parker indeed had burdens he wished to share, yet he was taken aback by Lin Ye's willingness to listen, leaving him at a loss for words. As he sipped his tea, he carefully considered his words, finally confessing, Lin Ye, it seems I have lost my abilities. Are you referring to your Spider-Man powers? Lin Ye's brow furrowed. Yes. Ever since that fateful night we parted ways, I discovered I could no longer shoot webs. The ability has vanished. I now question whether I am truly fit to be a superhero, Parker recounted slowly, his expression forlorn. Since becoming Spider-Man, I have had to watch the girl I cherish marry another, while my best friend harbors resentment towards Spider-Man. I cannot explain myself, and it weighs heavily on my heart. Lin Ye nodded, recognizing the young Spider-Man's confusion before he had found his path in life, especially after the events of that dinner. With his brother drowning his sorrows in drink, and the beloved girl on the verge of marrying another, the burdens piled upon him, leaving little Spider-Man in a state of uncertainty. He desperately needed guidance. Your best friend resents Spider-Man because he believes Spider-Man killed his father, the Green Goblin, correct? Lin Ye gazed at Parker intently. How do you know this? Parker looked at Lin Ye incredulously. It was true that he had vanquished the Green Goblin. Yet few were aware that the Green Goblin was his best friend's father. Even Spider-Man had only discovered this after defeating him. By then, it was too late to save anyone. I know far more than you might imagine. Please, continue, Lin Ye said mysteriously, urging Parker to share more. Parker regarded Lin Ye deeply, feeling an air of enigma surrounding his friend, often leaving him perplexed. Initially, he had intended to confide in Aunt May, but a voice within urged him to come here instead. I thought I could adapt to a mundane existence, yet when faced with a fire in an apartment building, even knowing I lacked the power, I rushed in without hesitation to save others. When witnessing the weak being bullied, I find myself pausing, overwhelmed by indecision. Having shared his innermost thoughts, Parker gazed at Lin Ye, hoping that perhaps he could provide the direction he so desperately sought. Lin Ye gazed earnestly at Parker and said, "Listen, Parker, your troubles stem from your self-doubt. Faced with the woman you cherish, you struggle to reveal your true identity while watching her wed another. In the presence of your closest friend, you must conceal the fact that you are Spider-Man, unsure of how to confront him as he is consumed by hatred. This intricate web of emotions makes you perceive your abilities as a curse that has cost you everything. However, you must understand that your inherent strength alleviates the need to hide your true self. You can still be a superhero and experience beautiful love, just as I do." "Really?" Parker questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "But how can I become strong?" "Indeed," Lin Ye nodded, responding, "if you are willing, I can assist you in resolving your friend's issues. I can even help you grow stronger." "Really? But why?" Parker asked, bewildered. Lin Ye chuckled softly and replied, "Parker, perhaps you have yet to realize your own talent, which I hold in great esteem. Your friend Harry is an excellent manager, yet he lacks the acumen of a good investor." Parker shook his head, confused. "I don't comprehend what you were trying to convey." Lin Ye spoke candidly. "What is the benefit?" Parker inquired, puzzled. "If all goes as planned, I shall acquire 70% of Oscorp." In his scheme, he intended to assist Parker in resolving his issues with Harry, thereby gaining shares in Harry's company. With this, he would possess a company and 2 capable individuals at his service. It is worth noting that the talents of young Spider-Man rival even those of Tony Stark. Lin Ye's words instilled a sense of hesitation within Parker. Yet, Lin Ye further explained that he would utilize his assistance in resolving the conflict between Parker and Harry to secure Harry's company shares. Parker, however, remained perplexed as to Lin Ye's motivations. Lin Ye clarified, "You fear that revealing your identity will endanger your family, but with a formidable enterprise backing you, who would dare to harm your loved ones?" Upon hearing this, Parker instantly grasped Lin Ye's intentions, nearly moved to tears. "Lin Ye, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Thank you, sincerely." Overcome with emotion, Parker embraced Lin Ye to convey his appreciation. "Be brave and be yourself." Lin Ye admonished playfully. "Remember, I stand behind you." "Thank you." The young Peter Parker felt profoundly touched, at that moment considering Lin Ye as a lifelong brother. At the Osborn estate, young Harry stared at a pile of reports about Spider-Man on the table. With a clenched fist, he struck the wall in frustration, exclaiming, "Spider-Man, where are you?" He took a generous swig of whiskey from the table to alleviate his gloom. The butler entered, advising, "Young master, take care of your health. Your father once became consumed by his work as well." As the butler exited, a voice suddenly emerged from behind Harry. "Hey, Harry, do not be alarmed. I come with no ill intent." Lin Ye smiled faintly, comfortably seating himself in an armchair. "Shadow Master, what brings you to me?" Harry regarded Lin Ye with caution, fully aware of the recent prominence this individual had gained. The exploits in Hell's Kitchen, where he single-handedly rescued over 30,000 people, were still fresh in his mind. What could Lin Ye possibly want from him today? "You need not be so tense. I have come to discuss matters with you," Lin Ye remarked with a faint smile. "What could you possibly want from me?" Harry expressed his skepticism. Lin Ye pointed at Harry's heart, grinning as he said, "The matter that you have been obsessing over." "The matter I have been obsessing over?" Harry approached slowly, his gaze fixed on Lin Ye with suspicion. "I most desire to unearth Spider-Man. Can you assist me?" "Indeed." Lin Ye nodded. "I can help you locate Spider-Man, even deliver him to you. However, I have one condition." "What condition?" "I require 70% of your company's shares." "What?" Harry was taken aback. 70% of the shares. That would make Lin Ye the de facto ruler of the company. What was his intention? Moreover, this was his family's company. Did Lin Ye wish for him to relinquish it entirely? "You are delusional. This is my father's legacy. I could never hand it over to you." Harry flatly rejected. Lin Ye anticipated the resistance and remained composed. "Do not refuse so hastily. Aren't you eager to find Spider-Man? I can assure you that I can present him to you right now, but only under this condition. Everything else is non-negotiable." "Why should I trust you?" Harry glared at Lin Ye, infuriated that he would demand such a hefty share without any guarantee. Lin Ye chuckled. "Spider-Man is currently outside the door. If you wish to meet him, grant me 70% of the shares." "What?" Harry staggered back in astonishment, his eyes darting towards the entrance. Spider-Man was outside. He rushed to the door, eager to see if it were true. Yet, 2 shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, blocking his path. Harry comprehended Lin Ye's intent. Without transferring the shares, he would not be allowed to see Spider-Man. Lin Ye's voice resonated from behind him. "Harry, take your time to ponder. With your temperament and capabilities, you could be a competent manager, but you are no great investor. Otto Octavius is a prime example. Moreover, I assure you that by giving me 70% ownership, my involvement would solely pertain to investment management." Harry lowered his gaze, enveloped in silence. Chapter 21, The New Trolley Problem. "Very well. A pleasant collaboration." Lin Ye smiled and called out to the outside. The door swung open, revealing a red-clad figure. Spider-Man. Upon seeing the arch-nemesis of his father, Harry's eyes reddened with fury. He swiftly turned, grasping the dagger lying on the table, and charged at Spider-Man. "Harry, let me explain." Startled, the young Spider-Man snatched the dagger from his hand. Although his powers were temporarily diminished, the enhancements from the spider serum remained. Harry had no interest in hearing the explanation of his father's murderer. His focus was solely on the young Spider-Man, veins bulging in his forehead as he seethed with rage. Explanation? The best explanation would be your blood. He lunged to unmask the young Spider-Man. Let me unveil your filthy, grotesque visage. The mask was abruptly removed, and Harry's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that the face beneath the mask belonged to his dear friend. Peter? Harry stood momentarily dumbfounded, disbelief washing over his features as he instinctively retreated. He had envisioned numerous encounters with Spider-Man, yet this revelation was utterly unforeseen. Staring vacantly at the Spider-Man mask in his hands, he finally came to the harrowing realization that the murderer he had been desperately seeking was none other than his friend, Peter Parker. No, it can't be. Harry could not accept this grim truth, shaking his head while continuing to step back until he collided with a table and fell into a seat. I am truly sorry. Little Spider bit his lip, his expression laden with remorse. Why you, Peter? You are my closest friend. Harry gazed at Little Spider in disbelief. Allow me to explain. It's not as you presume. Little Spider urged hastily. You killed my father. Harry shouted in fury, rising to his feet. Little Spider stood helplessly, casting a pleading glance toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye smiled serenely and said, Harry, if you seek vengeance, you must first understand the truth. The truth is he murdered my father. No, Harry, I did not. Little Spider insisted desperately. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and added, perhaps you should inquire with your butler, for the truth lies with him. Then let us question him, Harry declared, his eyes reddening as he called for the butler to reveal the truth behind his father's murder. The butler's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. Master, since you have asked, I believe it is time I tell you. I have witnessed many events in this house, yet I have never spoken of them before. So what is the truth? Harry inquired. He was taken aback. The butler, with a sorrowful gaze, continued. I know you strive to defend your father's honor, but it is undeniable that he met his demise by his own hand. That is the truth. Only then did Harry comprehend that he had wrongfully accused Spider-Man. The butler approached Harry, looking at him earnestly. I loved your father as I love you, Harry, just as your friend loves you. Harry stood there, bewildered, his mind a jumble. Little Spider, relieved, had not anticipated Lin Ye would truly assist him in resolving this complicated matter and cast a grateful glance his way. Harry, now that you know the truth, do you still wish to kill him? Lin Ye picked up a dagger and stepped before Harry, offering it to him. After a moment of silence, Harry replied, I do not wish to see either of you right now. I need to be alone. Lin Ye nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he prepared to depart with Little Spider. Just remember the promise you made, Lin Ye said before leaving. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise, Harry responded, turning his back to them, appearing solitary and disheartened. Little Spider looked at Harry with a wistful expression, unsure how to console his brother in arms. And if Dr. Otto comes looking for you, give him the tritium, Lin Ye advised as he opened the door. Glancing back at Harry, Harry could not comprehend why Lin Ye had expressed such sentiments, yet after a moment's reflection, he acquiesced, saying, I understand. Night fell, with thunder rumbling ominously. After dispelling his inner demons, the Little Spider rediscovered his path, his abilities restored. Following Lin Ye's guidance, he swung along his webbing towards the ruins of the laboratory that had previously been obliterated. Lin Ye had long since arrived. Lin Ye, you are remarkably swift, the Little Spider exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. Lin Ye furrowed his brow, sensing that the remark was not entirely favorable. The two surveyed the desolate laboratory, their minds filled with questions. One wondered why they had come here. Why not elsewhere? And at this hour, he should have already acquired the tritium element. Where was he? Then, suddenly, Lin Ye raised his head, a realization dawning upon him. Yet, at this moment, both he and the Little Spider were unharmed. Thus, it was impossible for him to have chosen this place. Cursed be it. How could I have overlooked this? Lin Ye smacked his forehead in frustration. The advantage of the seer had caused him to forget that the narrative was not immutable, but rather subject to deviation due to his own butterfly effect. Buzz. Abruptly, a disturbance emanated from the distance. Lin Ye, look over there, the Little Spider shouted, having spotted something of significance. Following his direction, Lin Ye gazed and discovered a blazing orb of light emerging near the Statue of Liberty, waves of energy rippling outward, conspicuously illuminating the night. Deviously cunning. Let us hasten there, Lin Ye quipped as he and the Little Spider rushed towards the Statue of Liberty. The commotion atop the statue was so pronounced that it had attracted both news crews and police officers. Upon their arrival, they found a throng of officers and journalists gathered below. The police had erected a cordon, keeping the media and onlookers at bay. As Lin Ye and the Little Spider appeared, the media, sensing a scoop, swiftly trained their cameras on them. Sheriff Alexander of the Big Apple City Police approached, his expression fraught with urgency. The Little Spider's spider sense began to tingle, causing his hairs to stand on end. Lin Ye's clothing began to flutter, as if compelled to ascend towards the statue's apex. We must prevent him. A gravitational force is forming. Together, Lin Ye and the little spider ascended to the top of the statue, where they beheld a colossal sphere undergoing fusion, expanding before them. Before the nuclear fusion sphere stood a man with 4 tendrils, facing away from them. Suddenly, a metallic appendage lunged towards them with alarming speed. The little spider, sensing the imminent danger through his spider sense, swiftly evaded, leaping to a nearby clearing. Dr. Octopus turned to face them, his expression one of anticipated surprise. You arrived a tad later than I had anticipated. Yet, 2 mechanical claws swiftly ensnared him, smashing through the ceiling and flinging him aside. At that moment, Lin Ye summoned 2 shadow ninjas, seizing the opportunity to dismantle the experimental apparatus. Lin Ye, it is you again. Dr. Octopus glared, his eyes dark with resentment, as the memories of their previous encounters lingered painfully in his mind. Gurgle, gurgle. A surge of dark energy erupted from beneath Lin Ye's feet, enveloping his body until he was soon encased in a technologically advanced suit of dark energy armor. Dr. Otto, how delightful to see you again. The octopus doctor glared at Lin Ye, seething with rage. Yet, his expression swiftly transformed into a sinister grin as he declared, Lin Ye, are you not a superhero? I have 4 cameras here, each streaming live footage. Now, let me inform you that at the heart of the Statue of Liberty, I have kidnapped hundreds of innocent people, and they await your rescue. What? The octopus doctor cackled malevolently. Yet another variant of the trolley problem. The fusion reactor has generated a gravitational pull. The Statue of Liberty is destined for destruction, and soon they too will be drawn into the fusion sun, becoming part of the energy source. Lin Ye, little spider. If you were in my shoes, how would you choose? To save the people or to capture me? Chapter 22, Devour. The octopus doctor spread his arms wide, his eyes radiating madness and fury. Truly a lunatic. Little spider muttered an expletive, turning to Lin Ye. What should we do? We can't just abandon those people. Unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to regard Lin Ye as the leader. Lin Ye scoffed, stating, adults never make choices. I will have both. Little spider. We will split up. You take care of the hostages. I shall handle things here. The octopus doctor sneered. One person? Do you really believe you can save them all? From beneath Lin Ye, 5 shadows materialized. Phantoms, clawed shadows, and spectral figures manifested in the realm. Viewers of the live broadcast recognized them as the minions of the Shadow Lord, or rather, divine messengers. And what of them? The octopus doctor smugly inquired. Lin Ye fixed a cold stare upon him, and after a moment, he replied, Little spider, you go assess the situation, I will manage things here. Understood. A red figure darted past, heading towards the imprisoned civilians below. At the center of the Statue of Liberty, the kidnapped individuals wailed and cried for help. They had been enjoying a cozy evening at home, singing and enjoying hot pot, when a creature with 4 claws had stormed in and abducted them without hesitation. A red figure burst into the scene. Upon seeing a rescuer, the captives were overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Little Spider surveyed the confinement area, noting 6 enormous cages filled with captives. In the center of the holding room stood a counter, its numbers fluctuating continuously, yet remaining confined within a specific range. Could it be? Little Spider's face contorted in disbelief as a possibility struck him. Fortunately, prior to their battle, they had considered communication issues. Now both Lin Ye and Little Spider wore instant communication headsets. Lin Ye, I suspect the holding room is rigged with gravity-sensitive explosives. The bomb is stable under heavy gravity, but if the weight decreases, it will detonate. Upon hearing Little Spider's revelation, Lin Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the creature had informed you of my arrangements. Dr. Octopus remained composed. For the sake of this nuclear fusion sun, he must ensure the safety of his scientific achievements. Dr. Otto, I must commend you for devising such a strategy against us in such a short span of time. Lin Ye crossed his arms, devoid of any anxiety. But when did you start harboring the illusion that you could confine me? What? Dr. Octopus furrowed his brow beneath his sunglasses, the calm demeanor of his opponent only amplifying his unease. Darkness can touch everything, Lin Ye declared, as tendrils of darkness began to emanate from beneath his feet, gradually spreading outward. Dr. Octopus retreated before the encroaching darkness until he realized he was standing atop it, with no retreat left. Is something wrong? It shouldn't be, Dr. Octopus mused, glancing down at his feet and then at Lin Ye, seemingly perplexed as to whether this was truly his counterattack. Yet in the next moment, a dark fountain materialized beside Lin Ye, something lurking within it, poised to emerge. It was a gravity-sensing bomb, albeit severely damaged. This is impossible. His abilities can extend this far? Dr. Octopus exclaimed incredulously. Is this your ace in the hole? Lin Ye replied with a faint smile, then gently clenched his palm. The bomb shattered into powder, dissipating into the air. Lin Ye, what just happened? I saw nothing but darkness. Did the power go out? Oh, it's back now? Came the voice of Little Spider through the earpiece. Lin Ye chuckled softly. It's all right, Little Spider. I've dealt with the bomb. Focus on saving the others. Oh, really? Fine then. The tone in the earpiece conveyed surprise and bewilderment. You resolved it so quickly. But how did you manage that? You didn't even appear. The Little Spider in the holding room struggled to comprehend, he was nonetheless astounded. Soon, he noticed that the counter had mysteriously been disabled. The live stream's comments erupted in confusion. What just transpired? Why hasn't he, the master of shadows, vanished yet? Yet the bomb crisis has been averted? You ask me? Who should I ask? Lin Ye retorted. If you knew how to do it, wouldn't you all become masters of shadows yourself? That makes sense. Meanwhile, on top of the Statue of Liberty, Dr. Octopus seized the initiative, launching four metallic tentacles directly at Lin Ye. Humph. Truly a case of refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. Universal attraction. A deep voice resonated, as the four metallic tentacles were suddenly drawn in by an immense force. Sparks flew. The stout metallic appendages were jerked from their metallic girdle and hurled toward him. Lin Ye conjured a black hole before him, consuming the four tentacles. No, Dr. Octopus wailed, having lost his four appendages, equating to a loss of combat capability. Yet, just as Lin Ye believed he could finally breathe easy, he suddenly realized that the nuclear fusion had reached its zenith, the suction increasing dramatically, as all surrounding metals swiftly gravitated toward the core of the nuclear fusion. Even Dr. Otto, due to the metallic properties of the waste circle, began to soar towards the nuclear fusion center. No, Lin Ye's thoughts surged, and a shadowy veil materialized beside him, from which the flying shadow emerged. Whoosh! A luminous tether, like a silken thread, ensnared Dr. Otto, who was being drawn into the air by the gravitational pull. Meanwhile, the citizens watching the live broadcast at home embraced their loved ones, silently praying for Lin Ye. On another front, General Ross, the military leader, observed the live feed on the satellite surveillance screen, his brow furrowed in deep concern. As a general, he was expected to lead his troops to assist the populace. Yet he could only watch helplessly, consumed by anxiety, without the means to intervene. General, a call from the White House, reported an aide, stepping forward. Ross took the call, and before he could utter a word, the president's furious voice erupted from the other end. Ross, you see our citizens in peril. Yet where are your troops? Why is only that so-called Shadow Lord present? Did you not claim you were conducting research on superpowers? How is that progressing? Mr. President, we are still researching and have made some advancements. Please grant us a little more time, Ross attempted to explain. But the president's tirade continued unabated. I have already allocated ample research funds. You previously claimed progress. Why is it so sluggish? Are you all merely idle? If I do not see progress next time, do not expect further funding. The call ended abruptly, leaving only the cold sound of the dial tone. Ross slammed the phone down, feeling the weight of urgency. He must locate that individual quickly. At the same time, suitable human test subjects must be found in advance. Lin Ye cast a glance around, aware that the moment of harvest had arrived. He extended his palm, and the darkness enveloping it began to stretch outward, gradually encasing the outermost layer of the energy sun, absorbing the nuclear fusion energy through the shadowy realm and converting it into his own energy value. However, to his astonishment, this energy value exceeded the upper limit of the dark space. It seemed that the dark ninjas would have to ascend. Lin Ye distributed the energy among each dark ninja, resulting in a substantial enhancement for all of them. Simultaneously, he ceased to summon the ghost shadow and instead increased the number of giant shadows. Fortunately, after the units ascended, summoning them again would yield the upgraded versions, albeit with their corresponding experience points reset to 0. Open the system panel. Name, Lin Ye. Ability equipment, 1. Dark Space level 4, 8,000 10,000. 1. Ghost Shadow level 5, 0 5,000. 2. Claw Shadow level 3, 11 6,000 800 9,000. 3. Flying Shadow level 3, 22 10,000. 4. Giant Shadow level 2, 22 15,000. 2. Dark Magic, 9,200 10,000. 1. Ancient 1, 500 500. 2. Modu, 200 200. 3. Wong, 100 100. 3. Hellbat Armor, 500 1000. Tasks, none. Points, 400. System Mall, Lottery. Lin Ye observed the data displayed on the panel and nearly burst into laughter. Absorbing the energy from nuclear fusion had inexplicably elevated the Phantom to the 5th tier, the Claw Shadow to the 3rd tier, the Flying Shadow to the 3rd tier, and the Giant Shadow to the 2nd tier. Astonishingly, there remained 8,000 points of dark energy. How terrifying. Meanwhile, Little Spider and Lin Ye's doppelganger had rescued everyone. I declare that from this moment forth, the Lord of Shadows shall be my eternal deity. Did none of you appreciate Little Spider? His synergy with the Lord of Shadows is simply exquisite. Of course, we adore Spider-Man, but that does not diminish our admiration for the Lord of Shadows. Long live the Lord of Shadows. On YouTube, countless viewers, upon witnessing Lin Ye's successful rescue of New Apple City once more, flooded the comments section. This included the hostages saved by Little Spider and Lin Ye, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards the two. It's all in your hands, Sheriff Alexander. Sheriff Alexander expressed his appreciation, ordering his subordinates to restrain the disheveled Otto and take him away, then asked, Lord of Shadows, may I request your autograph? My son is a great fan of yours, though his studies leave much to be desired. Of course, it would be my honor. Lin Ye conjured a pen with magic in his hand. By the way, what is your son's name? Oh gee. Lin Ye nodded. Inscribing a phrase in the notebook handed to him by Sheriff Alexander. Study diligently. May you become the person you aspire to be. Signed, the Lord of Shadows. Oh, that's wonderful, thank you. Sheriff Alexander was elated, stowing away the notebook, and after expressing his gratitude to Lin Ye, he departed with his subordinates. However, his men cast him glances of discontent. Boss, you are abusing your authority. We want autographs too. Once the police left, a throng of news media surged forward to interview Lin Ye and Little Spider. Lord of Shadows, may I ask why you possess so many doppelgangers? Is this some form of magic? Lin Ye smiled faintly. It is quite evident. Lord of Shadows, once again you and Spider-Man have saved New Apple City. What motivates you to undertake such deeds? Lin Ye glanced at Little Spider. I have a friend who once told me, with great power comes great responsibility. Here, I extend this sentiment to every viewer at home. Do good deeds within your capacity. Little Spider shot him a look, certain he had never uttered those words. Yet Lin Ye's statement fortified his resolve once more. Oh my, he is truly magnificent. With great power comes great responsibility. I swear I shall have this phrase tattooed. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Observing the exhilaration of the people, Lin Ye heard the system's notification chime in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Rewards are being distributed. This sparked a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. An exhilarating lottery moment was upon him. Chapter 23, The Lottery and a New Journey. Lin Ye hurried to the restroom, washed his hands 3 times, then elegantly settled onto the sofa. Let me see how many points I have earned. Lin Ye rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He opened the system panel. Name, Lin Ye. Ability equipment, 1, Dark Space Level 4, 800, 010001. Ghost Shadow Level 5, 00, 050002. Claw Shadow Level 3, 11, 680, 90003. Flying Shadow Level 3, 22, 010004. Giant Shadow Level 2, 22, 01500002. Dark Magic, 920010001. Ancient 1, 500,502. Modu, 200,203. King, 100,103. Hellbat Armor, 5001000. Task, none points. 6,900 System Mall, Lottery. What a delightful surprise. With 6,900 points, I feel as if I've struck gold. Gazing at the point tally on the system panel, Lin couldn't help but throw a triumphant punch into the void. Completing a major storyline quest was exhilarating. Earning a staggering 6,500 points in one fell swoop, he felt as if he had become fabulously wealthy overnight. Lin even began to fantasize about the prizes. Perhaps a celestial physique, with 3 formidable powers at his disposal, augmented by the bloodline of a scion. Ah, such a configuration. Even Thanos would kneel and call him father. Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mere thought. Unable to contain his eagerness, Lin swiftly navigated to the lottery interface. Greeted once again by the familiar cosmic expanse, vast and boundless. Regular draws cost 100 points each, while advanced draws required 1,000 points per attempt, guaranteeing a reward. As per his usual practice, he opted for the advanced draw. System, initiate advanced lottery. Lin focused intently on the system panel, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he rubbed his hands together in delight. What remarkable item would he draw this time? Ding. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Sun Ladder seed. Lin paused for a moment, a look of confusion crossing his face. What was this? Almost immediately, as if recalling something, his eyes brightened and a smile of excitement spread across his features. The Sun Ladder seed, an ancient plant on par with the heart-shaped grass of the Black Panther. It was this very plant that gave rise to the virus, leading to the biohazard crisis. To think he had drawn such an astonishing item on his very first try today left him breathless with exhilaration. The Sun Ladder, an ancient flower of the Asteraceae family, contains the primordial virus capable of enhancing biological entities. Only those able to withstand the primordial virus would benefit from its enhancement. Those unable to adapt would perish from the virus. Historical records state that the flower is a sacred relic of the Dabaya tribe in West Africa, playing a crucial role in their selection of kings. Only candidates who consume the flower and survive the toxins of the Sun Ladder, completing the enhancement without mutation, can ascend to the throne of the Dabaya tribe. This aspect alone bore a striking resemblance to the Black Panther. If not for the existence of 2 distinct worlds, Lin might have suspected a lineage connection to someone from the Biohazard saga. According to records, the enhanced king possesses superhuman strength, speed, and formidable regenerative capabilities, alongside a lifespan exceeding centuries. Lin's eyes gleamed with hope. What he currently lacked was indeed a powerful physique. However, his expression soon dimmed. Perhaps it would be more beneficial to receive a virus serum instead. At least the risks would be significantly reduced. Once cultivated, how can one enhance it? Should it be consumed directly? That would surely be perilous. If research is to be sought, Whom should one approach? Lin felt a pang of frustration, realizing he was akin to guarding a treasure trove without the knowledge to exploit it. Ding. Would you like to extract? Extract. Lin opted for extraction, and a shimmering seed appeared in his palm, reminiscent of rippling water. Never mind, there are still 5 more chances to draw. Let us see what else may be obtained. Lin tucked the seed away and continued with the lottery. Ding. System lottery in progress. What could this be? Lin awaited with eager anticipation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the research notebook for the perfect virus. Lin. System, what are you planning? Just moments ago, I drew the seed of the sun ladder. And now you present me with a research notebook on the perfect virus? Do you wish for me to conduct the research myself? But I lack both experience and capability. How could I possibly undertake such a task? The only tool I possess, the little spider, is still in its developmental phase. Who am I to turn to? Lin pouted, sensing that the system might be malfunctioning. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Bruce Banner, a highly educated individual with 7 doctoral degrees. How fortuitous. A plan began to form in Lin's mind, one that involved enlisting Dr. Banner as a tool in rejuvenating Osborne Enterprises. Ding. Would you like to extract? Extract. Lin chose to extract the notebook, which detailed the processes and findings related to virus research, and he stowed it away. Continuing with the advanced lottery. Ding. System lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the thunder-breathing technique. Upon seeing this prize, a smile finally graced Lin's face. The thunder-breathing technique, though its value may not surpass the abilities he previously acquired, is nonetheless a valuable asset. At the very least, it compensates for his physical frailty in the short term. Lin gazed at the prize, his grin widening. With the thunder-breathing technique, his physical shortcomings would be temporarily addressed, and he would gain an additional unique ability. Extract. This time, without waiting for the system's prompt, Lin directly extracted the prize. Instantly, he felt a surge of powerful energy permeate his entire being with each breath. He clenched his fists, reveling in the newfound strength, elated by the realization that after employing the breathing technique, his speed would be unmatched within the Marvel Universe. Excellent. This third prize did not disappoint. Lin exclaimed, feeling too lazy to draw one by one again. Instead, he decided to wager all his remaining points in one go for the advanced lottery. Let us continue. 3,000 points. All in, grant me a grand prize. Ding. Consuming 3,000 points. System lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the cybernetic skeletal technology for limbs. Research experience for the development of the sword from the Leviathan stone. Skill resonance. Staring at the drawn prize, Lin momentarily found himself in a daze. Cybernetic skeletal technology. The development of the Rayfield stone sword technology is indeed intriguing, yet one must ponder its true utility. These remarkable innovations hail from the world of Cyberpunk 2077. However, one embodies the ascendance of flesh and blood, while the other represents luxury automobiles. Suddenly, Lin was reminded of Bucky, Vision, and Tony. If he were to employ this technology to assist these 3, could it not foster their camaraderie? Contemplating this, he realized that a significant majority of the Avengers would then be interconnected with him. Firstly, his involvement in the narrative would not pose any challenges, even though he had no explicit intentions of forming a team. What if Fury sought to exploit the Avengers to create difficulties for him? This scenario was certainly plausible. His strength would only continue to grow, while Fury, with his cunning nature, always anticipated the worst outcomes. If Lin chose not to join the Avengers in the future, Fury would undoubtedly whisper insidious suggestions to the other Avengers, orchestrating obstacles for him. Yet, if 9 out of 10 of these Avengers shared a strong bond with him, would this group truly belong to Fury or to him? Lin mused over his acquisition of Oscorp, which could serve as an excellent tool for his future endeavors. After some contemplation, he deemed the feasibility of his plan to be exceedingly high. However, among the 3 technological rewards, the one that truly captivated him was the third, the Shuimpa. This technique, from the realm of Bleach, allows one to move at incredible speeds, reaching their target or even venturing further without being perceived. Only those with exceptional talent among the Hollows could master this skill, which even evades the detection of Shinigami's sensory capabilities. The implications of such a power were indeed formidable. Lin suddenly envisioned the combination of the breathing technique of thunder with Shuimpa. How astonishingly swift would that be? Such speed might rival that of Quicksilver. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly anticipating the extraction of this prize. Upon its acquisition, he felt an exhilarating lightness, akin to a swift wind, enabling him to reach his targets in an instant, swifter than utilizing the dark space for teleportation. Having exhausted the 6 rewards, Lin began to strategize his next steps. With his points nearly depleted, he recognized the necessity to continue earning more. The quickest way to accumulate points would require him to engage in significant narratives. Calculating the timeline, he realized there was only one suitable target: Bruce Banner, the Incredible Hulk storyline. Furthermore, if he managed this well, he could potentially recruit Dr. Banner as a valuable asset, thereby amassing additional points. Among his 7 doctoral specialties, biochemistry and robotics were precisely what he needed. In the entire Marvel universe, only Bruce Banner met the criteria. However, the narrative of the Incredible Hulk was quite distant in his memory, and he could not precisely recall Dr. Banner's whereabouts, only that it was in Brazil. Yet, this did not pose a challenge for him. He simply utilized magic to open a portal, arriving at Harry's abode. At this moment, Harry sat on the armchair. A frown etched upon his face, having lost 70 of his shares in the company, with Lin now emerging as the largest shareholder of Osborn Enterprises. Although this was a consequence he accepted, the company represented his father's life's work, and he could not bear to witness its decline. Recently, the financial state of Osborn Enterprises had significantly deteriorated. Without his father's stewardship and compounded by his own investment failures, the company was far from its former glory. Even the stock prices were plummeting, and Harry was deeply troubled by this predicament. "Hey, Harry," Lin appeared behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Could you not make a sound? You startled me," Harry exclaimed, jolting upright from the chair, turning to glare at him in mild reproach. "I need to talk to you," Lin stated. "What is it this time?" Harry asked, puzzled. "I require your assistance in locating a man named Bruce Banner. He should currently be in Brazil." As he spoke, Lin conjured an image of Bruce Banner in the air using dark energy. The likeness depicted was that of the Banner from the Avengers. At first, Lin was uncertain of Bruce Banner's appearance, but he eventually utilized Wikipedia to discern his features. Harry scrutinized the visage in the air and inquired, "What do you need him for?" "I certainly have my reasons," Lin replied cryptically. "Automotive research." Harry was taken aback. As a stakeholder in his own enterprise, he was acutely aware that Osborn Enterprises primarily engaged in research and development within the realms of technology, energy, defense, and communications. To pivot towards automotive research during such a downturn seemed utterly insane. Lin, recognizing Harry's internal musings, produced a disc and handed it to him. "Take a look at this." Despite his trepidation, Harry accepted the disc and inserted it into his computer. Meanwhile, Lin poured himself a glass of brandy, elegantly reclining on the sofa to savor the moment. As Harry opened the files contained on the disc, his expression shifted from casual indifference to incredulity, and then to sheer astonishment. Lin reminisced about the face-changing culture of his homeland. "My heavens, Lin, you are simply astounding. With this information, Osborn Enterprises can undoubtedly make a triumphant comeback. By the way, where did you acquire this material?" "A secret," Lin replied with a mysterious smile, then spoke earnestly. "Remember, I just mentioned the talent in automotive research and Dr. Banner. Trust me with this." At that moment, Harry was filled with profound admiration for Lin, repeatedly agreeing to assist him. The following day, as Lin wrestled with the dilemma of staying in bed or rising, Harry called, "Hey, Lin, I've tracked down Bruce Banner's whereabouts. He's in the slums of Rocinhania, Brazil." Harry cautioned over the phone, "If you intend to find him, you must act swiftly. You know, Osborn Enterprises has certain connections with the military. And this morning I learned that General Ross is also heading to Brazil, seemingly in search of him." Lin paused, marveling at the military's rapid response. "Understood, thank you." Lin Ye sprang from the bed, exclaiming that he needed assistance in preparing for a flight to Brazil immediately. Chapter 24, Bruce Banner. The city of football, the Rocinha slum. Within a dilapidated room permeated by a scent of decay, Bruce Banner lay in bed, his countenance marked by despondency and uncertainty about the future. Following Mr. Blue's instructions, he had endeavored to extract the essence of a flower, combining it with his own blood in hopes of a restorative experiment to return his mutated cells to normalcy. Alas, the experiment had failed. Unable to converse directly with Mr. Blue, Banner was compelled to provide a blood sample, which Mr. Blue would use to seek a remedy for gamma radiation. He had been on the run for 5 months, and the ceaseless turmoil had left him in a state of sorrow and confusion. Would he be doomed to live like a cockroach, forever in hiding? He yearned to cure the gamma radiation afflicting him and to reclaim his normal state. The fan whirred lazily in the stillness of the room. A sudden voice pierced the tranquility, akin to thunder breaking in a calm afternoon, startling Banner into alertness. In a shadowed corner, Lin Ye emerged, impeccably attired. "Who are you?" Banner inquired in Portuguese, his pupils narrowing slightly, his body instinctively tilting in a defensive posture. He chastised himself internally for allowing an intruder into his home. Banner was taken aback to hear the stranger speak in English, a rarity in this football city-esque slum. It was evident that this man was not a local. Indeed, he likely hailed from the free country, which heightened Banner's wariness. "Who are you?" he repeated, this time in English. Lin Ye chuckled and settled onto a nearby sofa, jesting. "What's the matter? Has your years of hiding rendered you unable to afford a newspaper?" Banner shook his head. "Isn't it obvious? If I had money, I would invest in experimental equipment instead of newspapers." "Very well," Lin Ye exhaled. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Ye, and I am here to assist you." "Assist me?" Banner stammered momentarily, his curiosity piqued. "How do you intend to help me? And do you even know who I am?" As a member of the social elite, Banner was skeptical of unsolicited offers, viewing them more as traps than blessings. Lin Ye nodded with a smile. "Of course. I know you. Bruce Banner, a brilliant PhD in nuclear physics. You were exposed to significant radiation from a gamma bomb of your own creation while attempting to protect your colleagues, resulting in your transformation. At this revelation, Banner's mind surged with tumultuous waves of surprise. How do you know that? Lin Ye offered a cryptic smile. I know far more than you can imagine. He pointed at Banner and continued. Although you appear to be a normal person now, whenever you experience heightened emotions, your heartbeat accelerates, transforming you into a green behemoth. In your transformed state, you often lose control, and to avoid causing harm to those around you, you must hide, eluding the military and any location with internet connectivity, all while seeking methods to manage your rage. Just recently, you sent a blood sample to your enigmatic online acquaintance, Mr. Blue. Banner's pupils trembled, and he instinctively took several steps back, astonished that everything had been accurately revealed. How could this person know so much? He desperately tried to conceal the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within him, but his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Beep, beep, beep. The mechanical alarm resonated, emanating from the heart rate monitor on Banner's wrist. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and endeavored to calm his restless spirit. Lin Ye waited for Banner's heart rate to stabilize before he spoke again. Perhaps you are unaware, but you have already been exposed. General Ross is leading his troops and is on his way to apprehend you. You must come with me. What? Banner exclaimed, shocked. Had he truly been exposed? How could that be? Beep, beep, beep. The mechanical alarm continued. He took deep breaths, his mind racing. Why? Banner fixed his gaze on Lin Ye. There was no internet here, so this man was confident that he could not verify the truth of his words. It was a loophole. Moreover, even if what he said was true, why should he follow him? His current circumstances left little room for misplaced trust. Sometimes, a single betrayal is enough. Furthermore, prolonged evasion had rendered him wary of everyone around him. Lin Ye shook his head and asked, I'm sorry, what do you mean by why? Why do you want to help me? What is your objective? Banner finally managed to calm his agitated heart and inquired with a measured tone. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, surprised that despite his barrage of psychological tactics, this individual remained so composed. Indeed, those engaged in research are rarely simple. However, it was understandable for Banner to ask such questions. After all, anyone in his situation would naturally harbor distrust towards others. The case of Spider-Man was an exception. Moreover, to Bruce Banner, Lin Ye was merely a stranger who had appeared out of nowhere. Lin Ye recognized that persuading Bruce Banner would require time and a demonstration of sincerity. He stated, to be candid, I also need your assistance. I help you? Banner replied, perplexed. Lin Ye elaborated. I own a company in New York City and have a research project that requires a suitable lead researcher. I believe you would be an excellent fit. Huh. In his mind, Banner perceived Lin Ye's earlier statements as mere precursors to recruit him, convinced that there was no General Ross and that he had not truly been exposed. Lin Ye frowned, realizing that this individual was exceedingly cautious. Even his honesty had failed to earn Banner's trust. If he does not possess faith in himself, he cannot possibly trigger the task. How then can he accrue points? At present, Bruce Banner, due to his betrayal, harbors a deep mistrust of others, a sentiment cultivated over years of living in concealment. Particularly after his transformation into the Hulk, his demeanor has become increasingly obstinate. It appears that persuading him will require continued effort. Dr. Banner, I understand that you do not trust me at the moment, but I assure you, I bear you no ill will. I am genuinely here to assist you. Lin spoke earnestly. Banner scoffed, retorting with disdain, assist me? How do you intend to assist me? By making me one of your research subjects? Frankly, you know nothing. All that you claim to know can be easily accessed through a database. No. I have already stated that I possess knowledge far beyond your imagination, Lin countered, raising a finger and waving it before Dr. Banner. For instance, yesterday, while you were operating the switch, you accidentally cut your finger, and your blood fell onto the control panel. Although you wiped the blood away, you overlooked an empty vial that still contained your blood. The expression on Dr. Banner's face shifted to one of disbelief. This incident occurred yesterday, and apart from the factory workers, no one else knew. How could he possibly know? Lin continued, in Milwaukee, an elderly man consumed a beverage from your factory and subsequently collapsed due to poisoning. Tests at the hospital revealed dangerously high gamma levels. This revelation caused Banner's countenance to darken. Simultaneously, his internal resolve wavered in light of the man's words. Lin, with a serious expression, gazed intently at Banner. Speaking in a low tone, the military is aware of this situation. They are en route and will arrive shortly. Banner, your time is limited. At last, Banner comprehended why this man had initially claimed that he was exposed. It was indeed because of this. Damn it, he had been far too careless. Yet, he could not deny that the man was speaking with sincerity. If trouble arose, the military would undoubtedly pursue him with the fervor of vultures drawn to carrion. You are correct. Remaining here is no longer an option. Banner's gaze hardened with determination. Yes, staying here will only lead to your capture by the military. Lin once more extended an olive branch to Banner, saying, so, come with me. I can help you. Internally, Lin hoped that Bruce Banner would accept his invitation. This would not only activate a new narrative, but also present new tasks and rewards, ultimately leading to the chance for a grand prize. What could be more exhilarating than winning a grand prize? However, Banner stared blankly at Lin, then lowered his head in silence, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he lifted his head and shook it gently, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I am afraid I am not interested in your company at this time." Simultaneously, Banner began to gather his belongings. He no longer regarded Lin with the same wariness as before. However, his suspicion had only slightly diminished. In a world teeming with those who wished to capture him, he remained cautious of everyone. To think I have reached this point, yet Dr. Bruce Banner remains unconvinced of my sincerity. His reputation has suffered a tremendous blow, leaving him deeply disheartened. Do I truly appear as one who would deceive? Lin is in a state of desperate urgency. Missing out on such a grand narrative would indeed be a lamentable loss. However, he understands that impatience breeds distrust. In Banner's eyes, his disbelief in Lin is secondary to the more pressing concern. His lack of faith in himself prevents him from triggering the storyline of the Incredible Hulk. Watching his point slip away is an unbearable ordeal. Taking a deep breath, Lin masked his inner turmoil with an air of calmness and said, "Banner, I know your greatest fear lies within that entity inside you. Fear not, for I can assist you. What help can you offer?" "I have already tried numerous methods to no avail," Banner replied, his expression tinged with despair. This dilemma had plagued him for far too long. His current state was a consequence of it, and he yearned for a solution more than anyone else. Yet, every attempt had proven futile. "Banner, do you believe in darkness?" Lin's gaze was resolute. Without uttering another word, a swirling mass of dark energy materialized beneath him, enveloping him in a formidable energy armor. Simultaneously, he was lifted gracefully into the air, resembling a deity wielding dominion over shadows. With an outstretched hand, he gathered the dark energy, which flowed towards his palm like a torrent, ultimately coalescing into a sphere that radiated a terrifying aura of destruction. Banner stood transfixed, his expression evolving from astonishment to incredulity, then to sheer horror. It was as if he were witnessing a masterful transformation akin to a magician's trick. In that moment, Dr. Banner felt an overwhelming sensation. This man embodied an unfathomable abyss. He stared into the void, and it stared back. "Banner, trust me." Lin's voice resonated in Banner's mind like a haunting melody. Startled, Banner recoiled, as if confronting a paradigm-shifting revelation. What manner of power is this? Is it the ability of a specter? He realized that the scientific formulas and theoretical texts he had studied could not possibly elucidate the spectacle before him. "Who are you?" Banner gazed at Lin in astonishment. Lin smiled softly and replied, "They call me the Master of Shadows, Lin Ye." Banner pinched himself, feeling a sharp sting, questioning whether this was all a dream. Seizing the moment, Lin pressed on in his persuasion. "Banner, you see, we are allies on this journey. You can place your trust in me. I can help you harness this power." "No," Banner shouted vehemently. "I do not wish to control this power. I want it to vanish." Though he had been wavering in his resolve, the mention of controlling the power jolted him back to clarity. Because he is acutely aware that his objective is not to wield power, but rather to eradicate it from his existence. He does not wish to embody a monstrous entity, akin to a ticking time bomb, that poses a threat to those around him. Lin Ye stared blankly at Banner, astonished. Is he truly this heartless? Can anything sway him? Banner glanced at Lin Ye and resolutely declared, "I must hastily gather my belongings and vacate this location. You should leave as well. Additionally, thank you for the information." Regardless of the circumstances, Dr. Banner was still grateful to Lin Ye for informing him of General Ross's impending visit. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have faced arrest. Lin Ye pursed his lips, uncertain of what else to say. This Bruce Banner was as unyielding as a block of wood, impervious to persuasion. He truly did not know how to respond. Very well. Lin Ye sighed in resignation and cast a spell, entering the mirrored space. Although he had yet to earn Banner's trust, he sensed that the scientist's wariness had considerably diminished. He resolved to follow Banner in this state, hoping to seize an opportunity to gain his trust and perhaps influence the unfolding narrative. When Banner suddenly witnessed Lin Ye disappear, he was momentarily taken aback. How did he accomplish that? Banner was rendered speechless by his astonishment. He scoured every corner of the room, yet found no trace of Lin Ye. Had he truly departed? So abruptly? Without a word of farewell? Banner pursed his lips, realizing that the number of times he had been astonished today surpassed all the surprises of the past year. The other S abilities were simply too bizarre to be explained by conventional science. Yet, this was not the time for such musings. He was far more concerned that if Lin Ye spoke the truth, General Ross would soon arrive. He needed to leave before the military's arrival. Bruce Banner swiftly packed his belongings, pushed open the door, and prepared to exit his hiding place. At that moment, a newspaper was swept by the wind and fortuitously adhered to him. He tore it off and glanced at it, his expression turning to one of shock. The headline read, "The Shadow Master saves the Big Apple once again." Beneath this bold statement was a striking image of a man clad in black energy armor, handsome and well-defined. Banner stared at the newspaper in a daze, for the man depicted in the photo was none other than the one who had just spoken with him. It was him. A tempest of emotions surged within Bruce Banner. Chapter 25. The troubles that follow. Banner meticulously perused the newspaper's report. To be candid, he had always believed that Lin Ye harbored ulterior motives, that everything he said was merely a ploy to recruit him. However, he never anticipated that this man had indeed saved the Big Apple, and not just once. So, could it be true that everything he claimed was genuine? Banner lifted his gaze, his pupils quivering with disbelief. It seemed that his earlier suggestion to read more newspapers was indeed prophetic. So what now? Yesterday, a drop of blood was inadvertently left on an empty bottle in the factory. That very bottle was consumed by someone, resulting in dire consequences. Ross would undoubtedly catch a whiff of the situation and come searching. Alas, Bruce Banner found himself in a precarious predicament. He regretted his earlier refusal. Gazing at the horizon, he noted the sun was on the verge of setting, though he was concealed within the slums of Rossinia. The very nature of General Ross dictated that once he learned of Banner's whereabouts, he would swiftly dispatch his men to apprehend him. It was possible that Ross had already arrived in Rossinia. Banner cast aside the newspaper and surveyed his surroundings. The current atmosphere was fraught with danger, perhaps under the watchful eye of General Ross himself. He needed to extricate himself with utmost caution. Donning a nondescript cap and pulling the hood of his sweatshirt over his head, he slung his backpack over his shoulder. After confirming that no unfamiliar eyes were upon him, he hastily exited his humble abode. However, where could he possibly go from here? Standing on the street, he realized he was utterly directionless. He glanced skyward through the narrow crevice between the buildings, noting the encroaching twilight as the sun sank lower. Once darkness enveloped the crowded slums, it would become increasingly difficult to detect the watchers General Ross had set upon him. He needed a refuge for the night, a sanctuary to evade Ross's scrutiny. Perhaps the factory where he once worked could serve as a suitable haven. He chose a less traveled path towards the factory. His rapport with the owner was amicable. It was the owner who had initially offered him shelter, allowing him to work as a temporary laborer. Given their past collaboration, the owner had expressed a desire for Banner to join the factory officially. If he sought refuge there, General Ross would remain oblivious. If Ross's men came looking and found his cottage deserted, they might assume he had fled, thus diverting their pursuit. Banner was adept at playing the shadows. Lin, however, perceived his intentions and shook his head in disapproval. Bruce Banner's state of mind had been affected. Hidden within the mirror's space, he was invisible to Banner. Yet he could observe Banner's every move. He followed him as he left his dwelling, quickly grasping his intent, while Banner displayed a modicum of cleverness. Did he truly believe General Ross was a fool? It was no coincidence that Ross had attained his position. He was far from lacking in intellect. Lin muttered to himself, unimpressed by what he deemed Banner's lack of wisdom. General Ross was always meticulous in his endeavors. Upon discovering Banner's hiding place, he would have already dispatched observers. No matter where Banner sought refuge, his eyes would remain vigilant. Lin's gaze shifted to several corners of the streets, and indeed, he detected a few furtive glances covertly scanning Bruce Banner. Had Lin not been observing in the mirror space, these watchers would have remained undetected. Banner, though you are a genius, it is precisely your brilliance that has led you to make the gravest of errors, Lin murmured to himself before following closely behind. If Banner were to choose a different hideout, the capture team would undoubtedly be hindered by the crowd. However, now, by opting for a secluded factory, was he not essentially walking into a trap? Yet, this might present an opportunity. Lin pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Banner feared transformation, for once he transformed, this factory would be reduced to ruins. This factory represented everything to his savior. He could not bear to witness its destruction. Therefore, if he were to emerge as a savior himself, perhaps the narrative could be turned in his favor. Lin's eyes brightened as he assessed the feasibility of this plan. As night fell, Banner retreated to the general manager's office of the factory. He first peered out the window to ensure all was well, then tossed his backpack onto the manager's desk and plopped down into the chair. This damn chair was indeed comfortable. It seemed leaders always knew how to indulge. Turning his gaze back to the night sky, Banner let out a sigh of relief, hoping for a tranquil evening. He then retrieved his laptop from the bag and accessed a remote chat application via an encrypted network. He could not afford to use public networks, as that would expose his whereabouts. His usual communications with Mr. Blue were also conducted through this secure channel. Encryption engaged. Calling Mr. Blue. A prompt appeared on the screen. Soon, Mr. Blue responded. I'm here, buddy. I have good news. The preliminary blood test results indicate a significant reduction in gamma levels. Reduced? Banner's heart raced as he inquired. Does this mean I can be cured? Mr. Blue replied, yes. Could salvation finally be at hand? Mr. Blue continued. However, I require more information. Exposure levels, gamma concentration, cellular saturation. Bruce Banner furrowed his brow, appearing troubled. Mr. Blue pressed, where are you? A beautiful figure, previously featured in reports, flashed through Banner's mind. His fingers hesitated momentarily before he typed, at home. Home, in the Big Apple, the very university where his beloved resided. Mr. Blue replied, I'll be waiting. The night breeze felt serene and peaceful. The moon hung in the heavens, while the stars flickered intermittently around it. An armored vehicle traversed the silent streets. General Ross picked up the radio and issued the command, "Capture him." An armed assault team cautiously approached the factory where Banner was hiding. Blonsky led the way, vigilant, scrutinizing every suspicious corner. They had received word that Bruce Banner had left his residence and taken refuge in this factory. Bruce had gravely underestimated Ross, believing they would head directly to his home, unaware that every move he made was under Ross's meticulous surveillance. They had not even approached his house. They were headed straight for the factory. This time, Ross was determined to seize this individual. Since the emergence of the Shadow Lord in the Big Apple, the military situation had grown increasingly precarious. After all, the Shadow Lord and Spider-Man were uncontrollable entities. The free nation required superheroes that could be managed. Otherwise, certain funding and benefits must indeed be revoked. This urgency is also the reason for General Ross's distress. Lin has discovered the whereabouts of Blonsky and other operatives. He understands that the moment to persuade Banner has arrived. Banner, you are in significant trouble. In Chapter 26, Mission Direction, The World Destroyer Hulk, Bruce Banner was taken aback. His nerves, which had just begun to settle, became acutely alert. Upon recognizing the man who had appeared in his home that afternoon, he felt a slight easing of his tension. At the very least, Lin did not seem overtly hostile. Moreover, as a superhero, he could hardly be expected to take his own life, could he? "It's you? What are you doing here?" Lin spoke gravely. "The darkness has warned me. Danger is imminent. Banner, General Ross's men are right outside the factory." The darkness he referred to was a manifestation of his abilities before Bruce Banner. Thus, Lin's words left Banner with no doubt that Lin had been shadowing him not out of malice, but out of genuine concern. "How could this be?" Banner exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. "It's impossible. I left stealthily, choosing a path less traveled. No one should have noticed. How could they have tracked me down?" Lin smirked. "Given your acquaintance with General Ross, are you truly unaware of his modus operandi?" Banner paused, realization dawning upon him. He recalled that General Ross was always meticulous. If he had indeed confirmed Banner's presence, he would certainly have dispatched agents to surveil him secretly. "Damn it, how did I forget that?" Banner lamented, filled with regret for having overlooked such a crucial detail in his panic. Had he remembered Ross's style earlier, he might have devised a better plan. "I must leave at once." Banner hurriedly began to gather his belongings, preparing to flee the factory. However, Lin shook his head. "It's futile. Their men have already surrounded this place. No matter which exit you choose, you will encounter them. If you doubt me, take a look outside the window." Banner glanced at Lin before swiftly darting to the corner of the window, pressing himself against the wall like a thief. He peered through the slats of the blinds and observed that a heavily armed assault team was advancing outside the factory. Damn, Banner could not suppress an expletive. Indeed, General Ross had managed to track him down. Lin intensified his argument. "You should know that if a fight breaks out here, the likelihood of your transformation will significantly increase." Banner fell into deep contemplation. Should he transform, the repercussions for those he cared about would be catastrophic, reducing everything to mere ashes. Bruce Banner's expression darkened considerably. His flight was motivated by the desire to shield others from the chaos his transformation could unleash, as well as to protect himself. His mind raced, and finally, he resolved to trust Lin. Compared to this hero who had saved the city, he was far less inclined to place his faith in the military. "What should I do?" Banner turned to Lin, urgency etched on his face. Lin scoffed lightly. "So now you believe me?" Banner's face flushed crimson, as he comprehended Lin Ye's meaning. Initially, he had been skeptical of the man, but now he realized that perhaps this individual was indeed trustworthy. He could not refute his prior actions, yet he made an earnest attempt to explain. "Hey, Lin Ye, listen to me. I didn't mean it before, you know that. I'm currently in a dire situation. My life is quite wretched, hence I am wary of trusting anyone easily. If my previous behavior adversely affected you, I sincerely apologize. I promise that once this matter is resolved, I will offer you a proper apology. I am willing to do whatever you ask." Lin Ye listened intently to Banner's contrition. Perhaps he was the first superhero ever to apologize so sincerely. "It's all right. I'm not so petty," he replied. Bruce Banner forced a smile through gritted teeth. "Lin Ye, did you just record that?" "Don't deny it. I saw the recording interface. Shall we discuss deleting it?" Lin Ye waved his hand nonchalantly, redirecting the conversation. "All right. Let us talk about your health issues." Upon hearing this, Bruce Banner's expression turned gravely serious. Lin Ye continued. "To be frank, Dr. Banner, I must say that within you resides a new persona. Attempting to resolve this as if it were merely a disease is a misguided approach. Do you truly believe that a second personality awakening within a person can simply be eradicated? However, you need not fret too much. This may not be entirely negative." Lin Ye glanced at Banner, offering reassurance. "I have a friend who suddenly gained extraordinary abilities, yet he accepted his uniqueness with grace, firmly believing that with great power comes great responsibility. Banner, this is your destiny. When fate chooses you, no one is ever prepared. You must bravely face it head on." Lin Ye's words resonated deeply, leaving Banner bewildered. What should I do now? You must trust me. There are no other options, Lin Ye replied. Banner remained hesitant. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from within the factory. Peering through the window, Banner noticed several beams of green light piercing through the darkness. It was the lasers from their guns. This is bad. They're coming. Banner thought anxiously. Lin Ye was right. He could not transform here. Nor could he jeopardize the well-being of his savior. Otherwise, he would be plagued by guilt. He urgently whispered to Lin Ye. Lin Ye, help me. Get me out of here. Ding. At that instant, a familiar electronic prompt resonated in Lin Ye's mind. A smile broke across his face. As a heavy weight lifted from his heart, Host detected entering a major plotline. Relationship determination between Host and Bruce Banner successful. Major task detected. Do you wish to accept? Accept. Lin Ye inwardly proclaimed. Task 1. Assist Bruce Banner in becoming the true Hulk. Reward? Points. Task 2. Eliminate the abomination. Reward? 1,000 points. Lin Ye fixed his gaze on the question mark displayed for Task 1, a look of confusion crossing his face. What does this mean? No reward points? Was there a malfunction in the system? Lin Ye inquired, perplexed by the absence of points displayed for Task 1. This incited an inward curse. Wretched system, lacking in intelligence. Lin Ye, they are coming. He heard, as he retrieved a decorative katana from the wall of his office and approached the door. Stay inside and wait for me. Do not emerge. The office door creaked open, the aged hinges producing a sound that drew the attention of the assault team. Yet, in the pitch darkness of the unlit factory, their certainty of occupancy remained ambiguous. In the next moment, a thunderous shout echoed through the vast and silent factory. First form of thunder breathing. Flash of lightning. Radiance enveloped Lin Ye, the crackling sounds of electricity abruptly shattering the stillness, sending shivers down the spine. With the command reverberating, Bransky witnessed a bolt of lightning illuminate the dark surroundings as if a storm had split the night sky. Instantly, he and his comrades were propelled into the air. Time itself seemed to slow in that fleeting instant. Should the lights have flickered on, one would have seen the growing terror on Bransky's face. His pupils wide with unmasked shock. Had he not come to apprehend someone? Was General Ross not instructing him to capture an individual? Why then was he soaring into the air? But before he could ponder further, a heavy blow struck his neck, and his vision blurred as he lost consciousness. In those fading moments, illuminated by the lightning, Bransky caught a fleeting glimpse of their assailant, a man clad in a suit, wielding a katana, his visage resolute, with sharp brows and piercing eyes. So familiar. 3 words flashed through Bransky's mind just before he succumbed to darkness. Even more astounded was Bruce Banner, concealed within the room. The moment the thunder clapped, the astonishment etched on his face remained unyielding. Peering through the window, his pupils dilated in horror. The assault team dispatched by General Ross lay scattered on the ground, unconscious. In other words, within a mere 2 seconds, this troublesome squad had been effortlessly neutralized. Was this even human? At that instant, Bruce Banner gained a profound understanding of Lin Ye's declaration of being the Lord of Shadows. Prior to this, his knowledge of Lin Ye had been limited to newspaper articles read before leaving and the displays in a slum room. Thus, his mental image perceived Lin Ye as strong, yet within reasonable limits. However, the scene before him shattered that perception. Bruce Banner instinctively compared his own transformed strength to Lin Ye's and was horrified to discover that he was utterly powerless. The sheer speed of his counterpart left him in the dust. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Ye's voice resonated below. Dr. Banner, you may come out now. I have resolved the situation. As Bruce Banner illuminated the factory, he was met with the sight of a group of elite soldiers sprawled on the ground. Their slumber remarkably deep. The stark contrast between their condition and Lin's nonchalant demeanor was striking. All right, enough staring. I haven't killed them, but it's time to leave, Lin remarked. Wishing to avoid entanglements with the military, at least for the moment. He had merely rendered them unconscious. Understood, Banner nodded repeatedly, recognizing that General Ross's arrival signified their location had been compromised. Following Lin's lead, Bruce vanished into the recesses of the factory. Outside the factory, General Ross and another squad took refuge in a command vehicle. Upon witnessing a flicker of blue electricity illuminating the darkened factory, they sensed impending trouble. Ross immediately seized the microphone, calling out to the soldiers within. As moments ticked by without any response from the headset, a palpable anxiety spread among Ross and his companions. Suddenly, the screens inside the command vehicle revealed that the once blackened factory was now ablaze with light. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ross decisively ordered, "Go for rescue. Quickly." The commander of the hidden second squad, sensing the urgency, armed his team and burst through the command vehicle's door, racing into the factory. However, upon witnessing the scene within, he and his team collectively gasped in shock. Blonsky and his men lay scattered like fallen dominoes across the floor. Most alarming was the absence of any signs of destruction within the factory, suggesting that the opposing force had incapacitated Blonsky's team in a remarkably short span without damaging any equipment. Was such a feat even possible? One cautious team member pressed his fingers to the neck of one of the unconscious soldiers, feeling a faint pulse. "Captain, they're alive, just unconscious." As the captain prepared to respond, Ross's voice crackled through the earpiece. "What is the status of Blonsky and his team?" On the road to the airport, Lin escorted Bruce Banner towards a private plane prepared by Harry, destined for Calvo University. During the journey, Bruce confided that he knew a certain Dr. Blue, who previously required data to eliminate another entity within him. Besides his own home, the only other place where such data could be found was Calvo University, the institution attended by his girlfriend. Although Lin expressed his willingness to assist, Bruce preferred to have contingency plans. Lin understood. For Banner undoubtedly harbored reservations about the entity within him, and he would only embrace that power under dire circumstances. Not everyone reacts with unbridled joy upon acquiring extraordinary abilities. Throughout the journey, Lin contemplated the implications of the first system task. The reward was marked with a question mark, indicating that the benefits for completing the task were unpredictable. But why the uncertainty? Was it necessary for Task 1 to assess one's own completion? Yet, what constitutes completion? Is it not merely the transformation into the Hulk? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lin Ye. Indeed, there are distinctions among the Hulks. If he were to assist Banner in becoming the conventional Hulk of the Avengers, the Savage Hulk, the reward points would likely be rather modest. However, what if he were to become the Hulk exiled to the gladiatorial arena on Sakaar? That would be the mightiest Hulk, one that even the likes of Black Bolt and the Professor could not contend with, known as the World Breaker. Of course, there are other forms of the Hulk, yet under the current circumstances, they seem unattainable. Lin Ye, stroking his chin, found increasing logic in his thoughts. To become the World Breaker, only 2 steps were necessary. First, Bruce Banner must communicate with the Hulk residing within him. Second, Lin Ye would impart the meditative techniques of Kamar Taj to Bruce Banner, enabling him to channel his anger in a concentrated and controllable manner. The Hulk draws strength from rage, meaning the angrier he becomes, the mightier he grows. However, what if this fury could be controlled? At times of need, anger could surge forth, decisively concluding battles. In other words, the Savage Hulk is manageable, while the World Breaker Hulk is not. Lin Ye realized the logic was aligning. The crux of Task 1 lay here. Whether Bruce Banner becomes the Savage Hulk or the World Breaker would determine the points he could earn. His eyes lit up as he turned to the slightly fatigued Bruce Banner beside him, saying, "Dr. Banner, we'll be boarding the plane shortly. On board, I shall commence teaching you how to harness this power. What do you think?" Lin Ye resolved to aid Bruce in becoming the World Breaker Hulk, maintaining Bruce Banner's intellect while wielding tremendous strength. Chapter 27, A Strategy for Dealing with Banner. On the plane, after a restrained yet lavish meal, Bruce Banner felt as though he had been revived. Throughout the journey, he had endured hunger, fearing General Ross might come after him. Only upon boarding the plane did his restless heart begin to settle. The beautiful flight attendant on the private jet swayed her slender waist as she served coffee to the two. Before departing, she cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Ye. With a smile playing on his lips, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow at the flight attendant before turning to Bruce Banner, ready to begin his instruction on control. To his surprise, he found Bruce wearing a look of sulky discontent. "What is that expression?" Lin Ye asked, somewhat bewildered. Bruce Banner, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, "Should I wait here while you attend to that lovely flight attendant?" Lin Ye suddenly understood. A male was feeling jealousy upon witnessing another male attract a female. "What are you thinking? Don't you long to control that fellow inside you and reunite with your girlfriend sooner?" Lin Ye replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Hearing this, Bruce Banner ceased his teasing demeanor, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Lin also stated, "The entity within you, as I mentioned before, is akin to your second persona. However, unlike typical dissociative identity disorder, when you activate this second persona, you undergo a transformation. To exert control over him, you must first engage in profound communication." Bruce Banner furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily, and responded in an uncertain tone. "You mean communication?" Lin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, communication. Currently, the Hulk possesses an intellect comparable to that of a human child, thus making it possible to communicate. Moreover, he shares your body. Once you achieve true unity of thought, you will have mastered your anger and the Hulk within you." Bruce Banner's expression shifted, intrigued by the idea of communication, something he excelled at, particularly with children. "But what must I do?" Lin replied, "I shall teach you a meditation technique that will enable you to control your emotions. Naturally, you will also learn to focus and manage your anger, and even engage in dialogue with the Hulk residing within you." Frankly, Lin was eager to see if the meditation methods from Kamar Taj could yield a Hulk that shattered worlds in a novel way. Subsequently, Lin guided Bruce Banner through the meditation process step by step. Initially, Bruce struggled to grasp the practice. His steadfast belief in science clashed with this esoteric approach, leaving him profoundly shaken. Eventually, with Lin's meticulous assistance, he began to find his footing. Observing Bruce, now immersed in meditation, Lin felt a surge of anticipation. Task 1 should be accomplished splendidly. He eagerly awaited the moment of unity between Bruce Banner and the Hulk. Meanwhile, Blonsky and his team had awakened, each sitting in the safe house, enveloped in a gloomy silence. General Ross leaned against the window, gazing at the sky as a long jet stream crossed, lost in thought. Blonsky felt a deep sense of frustration. As a seasoned soldier and the most formidable warrior of the armed forces, he could not tolerate his failure. Yet, when confronted by the enemy, he felt utterly powerless. The enemy's combat prowess was terrifying, an unprecedented display of power he had never encountered in his years of service. The blinding flash of lightning, infused with violent energy, still haunted him. The figure lurking in the shadows was not merely human. He was more fearsome than the most dreaded of demons. Why had General Ross not forewarned them about such a formidable adversary? General, may I inquire if you were aware of the terrifying being concealed here? Blonsky questioned Ross, bearing the marks of battle. After all, the initial mission briefing had indicated the need to apprehend an ordinary individual. Who could have anticipated encountering such a horrifying entity instead? Had it not been for his failure to forewarn them about such a formidable adversary, they would not have been utterly decimated without a chance to retaliate. Fortunately, their opponent showed mercy. Otherwise, this elite squad would have truly perished in service to their nation. General Ross paused for a moment, then nodded solemnly. His expression weighed down by gravity. Indeed, Blonsky, I am aware. You know? Then why did you not inform us? Bronsky's voice rose an octave, his demeanor growing fierce. Sir, are you jesting with our lives? General Ross appeared remorseful as he replied. Blonsky, I am not trifling with anyone's life. I simply did not anticipate that he would lose control. I instructed you to use tranquilizer rounds precisely to prevent him from going berserk. Blonsky, exasperated, exclaimed. You have no idea how powerful he is. In the depths of darkness, a lightning flash illuminated the scene, and then we were all airborne, utterly incapable of resistance. What? Upon hearing Blonsky's account, General Ross momentarily faltered. How could I not be aware of his capabilities? You claim to know. Blonsky shouted in indignation. I assumed you were referring to. General Ross initially believed Blonsky was speaking of Bruce Banner, but as the details unfolded, confusion enveloped him. This led him to suspect that someone else was accompanying Banner. But who could it be? The intelligence department had not indicated that anyone was with Bruce Banner. Blonsky, did you see the individual who attacked you? What did he look like? General Ross summoned a sketch artist, instructing him to illustrate the figure based on Blonsky's description. 5 minutes passed. The artist set down his brush. Indeed, this is the likeness. Blonsky confirmed the sketch matched his recollection. General Ross glanced at the drawing, his expression one of profound astonishment. It's him? How did he come to be here? Do you know who he is? Blonsky asked urgently. Of course I do. General Ross nodded gravely, his demeanor somber. Not just I, but I fear the entirety of New York City is familiar with him. General Ross moved to the window, gazing into the distant horizon as his thoughts drifted far away. Noticing the general's uncertainty and concern, Blonsky approached his side and said, Sir, since you are aware of this man's identity, I implore you to divulge the truth. He is utterly terrifying. I have never encountered anyone so formidable. We surrounded him. Yet he suddenly erupted from the shadows to assault us, and none of us had a moment to react or defend ourselves. If we remain ignorant of his information, we shall inevitably face defeat again should we encounter him in the future. Sir, you must inform me. Blonsky glared at General Ross with gritted teeth, determined to uncover details about that individual. General Ross hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to reveal the truth to Blonsky. The man who attacked you is named Lin Ye, hailing from New York City. Lin Ye, the renowned superhero of Big Apple City, made his first appearance by rescuing 30,000 victims from Hell's Kitchen. In the heart of the city, he thwarted Otto Octavius's nefarious plans on multiple occasions, earning the adoration and support of countless citizens, who affectionately dubbed him the Lord of Shadows. Lord of Shadows? Blonsky pondered, his brow furrowing with confusion. If he has been operating in Big Apple City, how could he possibly be here? I, too, found myself troubled by this question. General Ross sighed and remarked, if he intends to impede us, our mission is likely doomed to failure. Blonsky paused, contemplating Lin Ye's formidable abilities, which indeed presented a considerable challenge. And what of Banner? What is the true reason behind our pursuit of him? With Lin Ye's emergence, Blonsky no longer viewed Banner as merely a simple murderer. General Ross elucidated, Banner underwent a mutation due to an experiment. He transforms into a monster when enraged. What? Blonsky was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to grasp the revelation. Observing Blonsky's astonished expression, General Ross reiterated, Banner transforms into a monster. Blonsky licked his lips, still struggling to comprehend. Sir, you must clarify your statement. I have been quite clear, General Ross replied gravely. Our mission is to apprehend Banner, but now he has escaped. Sir. Blonsky had nothing more to say. He recognized that General Ross was unwilling to divulge further information. Driven by frustration, he inquired, Sir, are you truly willing to concede defeat? General Ross erupted in anger. Then tell me, what should we do? With Lin Ye involved, can we still seize Banner? How do you propose we confront him? A sinister smile crept across Blonsky's lips. General, Our objective has always been Bruce Banner. We need not concern ourselves with the Lord of Shadows. We merely need to ensure that he is preoccupied enough to overlook Banner. In that way, our focus remains solely on Bruce Banner. And we still have a chance of success. Chapter 28, Undermining Lin Ye. This is impossible. The furious roar of General Ross echoed from the second floor of the safe house. The volume of his outburst left the team members and some technical staff downstairs exchanging bewildered glances. The source of Ross's ire stemmed from Bronski's strategy. Sir, this is all to fulfill our plan, Bronski argued passionately. Do you not wish to capture Bruce Banner? He is currently with Lin Ye, and you are well aware of how terrifying Lin Ye can be. Together, they render our efforts to capture Banner futile. However, an excellent opportunity lies before us. By leveraging your daughter's relationship with Banner, we can ensnare him in a trap. In doing so, we will undoubtedly achieve success. The words spoken by Blonsky were exceedingly tempting, his tone brimming with conviction, as if he were certain that this plan would indeed come to fruition and that they would successfully capture Bruce Banner. However, General Ross glared coldly at Blonsky, his expression seething with rage as though he were ready to unleash fire. Blonsky, I will not consent to this. I am not merely a general, I am also a father, and I will not gamble with my daughter's safety. Moreover, have I ever mentioned to you that Bruce Banner's girlfriend is my daughter? Blonsky's proposal incensed him greatly. He had always regarded his daughter Betty as his most cherished treasure. Yet now he was being asked to use her as bait to ensnare Banner. He could not bring himself to do it. Furthermore, he was baffled as to how this man had learned that Betty was his daughter and had any connection to Bruce Banner. Additionally, Banner was currently with Lin, a figure of considerable terror. In the sprawling metropolis of New York, countless individuals held Lin in the highest esteem, should he set a trap for him. Any misstep would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. Dr. Octopus was a prime example of this. Blonsky shrugged nonchalantly and replied, General, I have my own sources of intelligence. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago during my years in the military. Blonsky, I advise you to abandon this notion. While I am eager to apprehend Bruce Banner, I do not wish to provoke Lin, General Ross warned him. Yet Blonsky shook his head, attempting to clarify. No, sir, I understand your reluctance to confront Lin. I feel the same way. He is indeed formidable, perhaps the most powerful individual I have encountered. However, as I mentioned earlier, we need not engage Lin directly to capture Bruce Banner. What? General Ross paused in surprise. Blonsky elaborated. Sir, our objective is to capture Bruce Banner. But since he is with Lin, we find ourselves at an impasse. However, what if we could separate them? A glimmer of insight sparkled in Blonsky's eyes as he articulated his plan. Sir, as I previously stated, you could leverage your daughter's relationship with Banner to isolate him from Lin. Without Lin's interference, we will surely be able to capture Bruce Banner. General Ross momentarily hesitated, contemplating Blonsky's suggestion, and realized that it might indeed be worth pursuing. Moreover, the feasibility appeared quite high. As long as Lin was not present to obstruct them, they had a solid chance of apprehending Banner. Even if the monstrous entity within him were to awaken, they had prepared a substantial arsenal of targeted weaponry for such an eventuality. However, what if, even after separating Lin and Banner, Lin were to suddenly reappear during their operation? According to intelligence, Lin's movements were always elusive, and no one could predict when or where he might materialize. Just as in the previous capture operation in Brazil, no one had anticipated his presence in that location. Sir, what do you think? Bronsky, your suggestion is commendable. However, how can you ensure that Lin won't suddenly appear during our operation? According to intelligence, this individual seems to possess teleportation abilities. General Ross fixed his gaze on Bronsky. Bronsky clicked his tongue, nodding in frustration. Indeed, he is exceedingly swift. We might not have enough time. If only we could temporarily contain him. Bronsky pondered over strategies, unconsciously voicing his thoughts. Ross paused at his words, inspiration igniting within him. Yes, Lin's terror lies in his elusive nature and formidable strength. If they could trap him, even for a brief moment, it would suffice for them to accomplish their mission. Perhaps that individual might have a solution. Sir, Bronsky attempted to continue, but Ross interrupted him before he could finish. I will find a way. Once I have made the necessary arrangements, we shall depart immediately. I look forward to your promising news, sir. Bronsky replied, nodding before turning to leave. After Bronsky's departure, General Ross made a phone call. Hey, General Ross. What brings you to call? A suave, carefree voice responded from the other end, accompanied by the faint sound of a woman's breath. This man truly was a notorious playboy. Listen, Tony, I need your assistance with something, Ross stated directly, his tone grave. What is it? Came the inquiry from the other side. The military is currently attempting to apprehend an individual, but it is proving somewhat challenging. What? The voice on the line sounded surprised. After all, it was rare for General Ross to reach out to him alone with such a serious tone. However, this only piqued Tony's curiosity. What sort of individual could pose such a challenge that even General Ross found it troublesome? There was a hint of mockery in his final words. Suddenly, the voice fell silent, as if someone had grasped its throat. Clearly, the mere mention of Lin evoked an air of dread. After a moment, Ross heard a rustling noise before Tony's voice returned, now tinged with seriousness. Tell me more details. Ross recounted their previous apprehension attempts, earnestly requesting. Lin is an obstacle to our operations, so we hope you can develop something new that could aid us. Rest assured, finances will not be an issue. Understood. Tony's voice conveyed a hint of excitement. I have previously studied the publicly available battle footage of Lin, and coincidentally, Stark Industries possesses a device that should be adequate to handle him. I will send it over immediately. All right, I will await your delivery. With that, Ross concluded the call. At Culver University, Lin led Bruce Banner through the mirror space, bypassing security to arrive at Betty's laboratory. Flashbacks of former experiments flickered before Banner's eyes, igniting a sense of unease within him. Had that incident not occurred, he would not have been forced to flee to Brazil. We must act swiftly. Lin lightly patted Banner's shoulder and spoke. Banner nodded, opened his laptop, and logged into his account, first searching for information regarding gamma pulses. To his dismay, the search yielded no results. Stunned for a moment, he then searched for information about Bruce Banner, only to find the same disappointing outcome. All records had vanished. Damn it. All the data was gone. Raising a hand to rub his brow, he attempted to alleviate his mounting frustration. Lin was acutely aware that this was likely the doing of General Ross. All information pertaining to Banner and the research had been confiscated, making it nearly impossible to uncover anything here, prompting Lin to decisively lead Banner away. As they passed through the university square, Banner suddenly received a message. It was from Betty. Lin, wait a moment, he called. Lin halted, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Banner opened the message. Betty mentioned seeing him at the school and wished to meet him at the Northside Plaza. He hesitated, knowing he shouldn't meet her at this moment. Yet the longing in his heart surged uncontrollably. Unable to suppress his yearning for Betty, he resolved to accept her invitation. Lin, could you wait for me here? I need to meet a friend, Banner said. Lin glanced at his phone and quickly deduced the reason. Go ahead, I'll be right here, he replied. Time slipped away swiftly. Lin found a place to sit, but soon sensed something amiss. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed the number of people gradually dwindling. Is this the work of Ross? I must admit, he is rather quick on his feet. Lin surmised that the military was likely up to some trickery again. A slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. He was unfazed by the potential changes. Minutes later, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Thick black smoke billowed from the Northside Plaza, followed by the terrified screams of students. Lin instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. Dark energy armor enveloped him, emanating a chilling aura. However, just as he prepared to rush toward the chaos, an overwhelming force of gravity suddenly bore down on him, rendering him immobile. The dark energy beneath him was suppressed, unable to unleash its full potential. Not far away, General Ross observed the scene from within an armored vehicle equipped with surveillance screens. A glimmer of satisfaction gracing his features as he watched Lin struggle against the gravitational restraint. Speaking into his phone, he remarked, "He.S. trapped. Tony, your device is proving quite effective." A man's jovial laughter echoed from the other end of the line. "Thank you, General Ross. It is an honor to assist you. However, I must confess, I am perplexed as to how this was achieved," Ross inquired curiously. Lin had always exuded an aura of invincibility, yet here he was, constrained by Tony's apparatus. With a haughty tone, Tony provided his explanation. To elaborate, this involves numerous specializations that you would hardly comprehend. To simplify, I have conducted extensive research on Lin, and I discovered that his darkness possesses immense gravitational pull. To counteract this force, I devised a gravity device. Excellent, he continued, picking up the intercom. Bronsky, spare no effort in apprehending Bruce Banner. Lin is cornered. In the plaza, Lin exuded an air of disdain. His arms crossed, and a mocking smile gracing his lips. Ross, is this your grand plan? I can only say it's adequate, but merely that. Nonetheless, I doubt such a method was conceived by you. But never mind, it's of little consequence, for your understanding of me is woefully superficial. Now do not blink. Chapter 29, Campus Showdown. Understood, Commander. On the other end, Bronsky received General Ross's orders, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. Come on, everyone, become my trophies. Madness flickered across Bronsky's face as he charged forward with his weapon. Meanwhile, Lin found himself immobilized by Tony Stark's gravity device, a sensation that irked him. Yet, it was merely an annoyance. Fear and worry were absent. After all, his strength far exceeded their imagination. He recognized the military's interference. Spotting their equipment nearby along with an encircling team, each member outfitted with recording devices. Is this the spirit of America? Do they wish to ensnare me? He mused. How unfortunate for them. This level of military prowess is akin to a mere twig by the roadside, capable of tripping me, but inflicting harm is a mere fantasy. A cold smile crept across Lin's lips as, in the next moment, a sleek, black suit of armor, bearing a razor-like design, materialized before the onlookers. An overwhelming aura of destruction enveloped the scene. The Hellbat Armor had arrived. Simultaneously, the gravity that had bound him dissipated, feeling as gentle as a breeze. Lin slowly raised a hand, aiming at the gravity device, and a jet of black laser energy erupted from his palm, obliterating the finely crafted apparatus into smithereens. With a whoosh, a fragment from the explosion soared into the air, landing before Lin. Inscribed upon this shard was the name of Stark Industries. Tony Stark? Lin murmured, his voice low. Well, I hadn't sought you out yet, but it seems you've already drawn my attention. Given this, I believe you'll endure a bit more hardship in Afghanistan. After all, you will inevitably become Iron Man. The terror emanating from Lin left the encircling team exchanging anxious glances. They were reluctant to confront this formidable humanoid weapon. Yet the command center had not issued a retreat order, leaving them in a precarious position. Lin Ye activated the Hellbat Armor, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before a soldier. The soldier, trembling with fear, felt his teeth chatter, believing at that moment that death was imminent. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Ye merely directed his gaze towards the accompanying recording device, a cold smile gracing his face as he remarked, Tony Stark is a man cursed by wisdom. I never anticipated we would meet under such circumstances. To the point, your weapons are ineffective against me, and instead, you have become my target. Darkness shall follow you like a shadow. And you, General Ross, I regret to inform you that you have chosen the wrong adversary. With that, Lin Ye effortlessly crushed the recording device in his hand. The resounding explosion caught the attention of numerous students who gathered at a distance, pulling out their phones to film the unfolding drama, live-streaming it online. The scene of Lin Ye being ensnared by the military's gravity device, followed by his destruction of it and his stern warning, was broadcasted across the internet. Countless viewers flocked to the stream, witnessing the spectacle firsthand. The barrage of comments in the live chat escalated rapidly. Isn't that the Shadow Lord? How did he come to confront the military? It seems the military intends to take down the Shadow Lord. No, this is absurd. The Shadow Lord is a hero. The military must be mistaken. The Shadow Lord is our champion. It must be the military at fault. The comments overwhelmingly favored Lin Ye, with nearly all viewers siding with him. Inside the surveillance armored vehicle, General Ross glared at the screen, his expression darkening as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Tony Stark's gravity device had proven ineffective in restraining Lin Ye's movements. They had miscalculated. Furthermore, due to him, Tony Stark had now become a target. Ross realized that he too was under scrutiny. Cursed be it, Lin Ye would undoubtedly seek revenge. Their future appeared grim, and this operation would prove even more challenging. With a despondent sigh, he picked up the military radio, his voice heavy with gravity. Blonsky, Lin Ye has escaped. What? On the other end of the radio, Blonsky was momentarily taken aback. So soon? You are no match for Lin Ye. This operation has failed. Retreat at once. General Ross's tone was resolute, laced with urgency. But sir, it has come to this point. I do not wish to abandon our mission. Blonsky's countenance was grave, as he attempted to persuade Ross. Blonsky, that is enough. We have already failed, General Ross declared. Retreat now. No. Blonsky roared, his face contorted with fury. He could not accept this reality. A seasoned veteran, he had undertaken countless arduous missions and had never uttered the word surrender. Even with the knowledge of Bruce Banner transforming into a monster, and understanding the terror that Lin Ye embodied, he remained resolute in executing this task. He refused to flee. He was a warrior, not a coward. He would rather perish on the battlefield than succumb in a sterile hospital room reeking of formaldehyde. Commander, I shall never surrender, Blonsky exclaimed as he ripped off his military communicator. Even though he was aware that Lin had escaped, he was resolute in his mission to apprehend Bruce Banner. This was not merely a task, it was his calling, a pursuit of the ideal that defined his illustrious military career. Furthermore, after perusing all the intelligence on Bruce Banner the previous night, he had requested General Ross to administer the super soldier serum to him. Now, he felt invigorated, brimming with newfound strength. He was convinced he could capture Bruce Banner. Come forth, Bruce Banner, Blonsky bellowed, firing several shots at the transformed Banner to draw his attention. The transformed Bruce Banner swelled into a colossal green behemoth, impervious to ordinary bullets that merely fueled his rage. However, at this moment, his transformation was hasty. The consciousness of the Hulk was in control, not that of Bruce Banner. Thus, the enraged Hulk, provoked by Blonsky, seized two armored vehicles and hurled them forward. Blonsky deftly dodged, seizing the opportunity to switch to his handgun and continue firing. The Hulk tore two steel plates from a statue at the school to shield himself from Blonsky's bullets, a more furious growl emanating from behind the metal. Soon, Blonsky's ammunition was depleted, and he discarded his useless handgun. The Hulk, brandishing the heavy steel plates, advanced menacingly. Blonsky rolled and evaded, his heart racing with anxiety. The giant's movements were swift and brutal. A moment's inattention could spell his demise. General Ross emerged from the observation vehicle, arriving at the scene to find Blonsky locked in a struggle with Bruce Banner, his brows furrowed in concern. By heavens, he has become even more formidable. The transformation of Bruce Banner exceeded his wildest expectations. Lead him to the sonic cannon, General Ross shouted into his communicator. Blonsky turned and fled desperately, pursued relentlessly by the Hulk. The shadows of trees swayed as 6 sonic attack vehicles burst forth, encircling the Hulk. Fire! Blonsky commanded. The sonic cannon unleashed a barrage of rippling sound waves. Bruce Banner's body stiffened, the steel plates slipping from his grasp as he clutched his ears, howling in agony. Simultaneously assaulted by the 6 vehicles, the flesh on his face quivered under the sonic onslaught, gradually succumbing to fatigue and collapsing. No, please, stop. Not far away. Betty witnessed Bruce Banner's suffering from the sonic attack and clutched General Ross's arm in desperate plea. General Ross broke free from her grasp, instructing 2 subordinates to restrain her. Let me go? You will kill him this way. Betty cried out in despair, tears streaming down her helpless face, bewildered by her father's actions. Just as Betty was engulfed in despair and General Ross believed he had triumphed, a dark shadow plummeted from the heavens, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Stirring a cloud of dust, amidst the haze, a figure emerged, standing defiantly. A whisper echoed, akin to the murmurs of the divine. From the depths of darkness, a sinister force emerged. In an instant, a shroud of shadow unfurled from Lin Ye, enveloping all present. The 6 Soundwave vehicles sank as if entrapped in a bog. Countless inky hands surged from the abyss below, seizing the calves of all but Betty and the Hulk. This formidable technique was born from Lin Ye's fusion of ancient sorcery, gleaned from the teachings of the Sorcerer Supreme with his own dark powers. Manifesting as a spell of shadows, a chill, frigid as death, crawled over the flesh of each individual as fear descended upon them, palpable and suffocating. Some soldiers, unable to withstand the horror, succumbed, a sickly yellow liquid escaping between their legs. It was he. Bronowski's hands trembled, yet his formidable will restrained them. Though his countenance darkened further, the memories of that fateful day in the factory haunted him. It was over. General Ross felt a jolt of dread. He understood that this mission had reached its conclusion. Banner, take Betty and leave. I will handle this. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the military personnel, his expression indifferent. At that moment, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Congratulations on completing Task 1. Task 1 incomplete. Congratulations on completing the task. Task 1 incomplete. The system's voice repeated, seemingly stuttering before falling silent, leaving Lin Ye perplexed. What was happening? Is the system malfunctioning? Chapter 30. Odin's visit at this moment. Although Bruce Banner had transformed into the Hulk, the consciousness of the Hulk was not solely dominant. It was intertwined with Banner's intellect. Yet neither side was willing to yield to the other. Nonetheless, he recognized that the unexpected figure before him had come to assist. With a thunderous roar, he leapt before the 2 soldiers who had taken Betty hostage. His fierce gaze struck terror into their hearts, causing them to tremble and retreat. The Hulk scoffed derisively, scooping up Betty and leaping away, leaving Lin Ye standing alone amidst the military encirclement, akin to a war deity. He appeared remarkably at ease, as if he were not the one surrounded, but rather the one encircling others. With a mere thought, 5 shadows coalesced around him. From these shadows emerged 5 dark ninjas. One, known as Shadow Claw, had evolved into a tall, lean figure, his hands transformed into razor-sharp steel claws with small blood grooves, capable of cleaving through vibranium. The second, Flying Shadow, possessed robust arms and a monstrous strength. His claw-like fingers were elongated and needle-like, seemingly able to pierce anything. His elbows bore menacing barbs, sharp as pyramids, instilling fear in all who beheld them. The 2 giants, having ascended, grew even more imposing, towering over 3 meters, their bodies a mass of muscle, impervious as steel armor. The muscles of his entire body coalesced into an impenetrable armor, exuding an extraordinary level of defense. The mere presence of this figure instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to a towering mountain. Once more, the shadowy minions under the dominion of the Shadow Lord emerged, their crimson eyes devoid of any emotion, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. At this moment, 5 dark ninjas materialized simultaneously, encircling Lin Ye, elevating him to an imperial stature, as an immense aura of oppression swept through the surroundings, causing countless hearts to quiver in trepidation. The Shadow Lord, indeed deserving of his fearsome reputation. In the skies, the sound of helicopter rotors slicing through the air echoed ominously. An armed helicopter approached, hovering in mid-air, its missile bay opening, poised for action. With a mere command from General Ross, the missiles would be unleashed upon Lin Ye. On the ground, every soldier crouched behind armored vehicles, their weapons trained on Lin Ye, all awaiting the General's command. However, the name of a man carries weight. Just as the shadow of a tree signifies its presence, the fearsome reputation of the Shadow Lord had already permeated New York. Although these soldiers were witnessing Lin Ye for the first time, they were well acquainted with the news surrounding him. Each of his appearances sent ripples of shock throughout the populace. His elusive movements, lightning-fast speed, and the terrifying dark ninjas he commanded were formidable aspects that left many feeling powerless. At this moment, facing him, every individual gripped their weapons with clammy hands, uncertain of their chances of victory. In the distance, a number of audacious students, armed with live-streaming equipment, converged upon the scene, intent on broadcasting this thrilling confrontation to the world. The chatroom exploded with activity as viewers fixated on every movement on the battlefield, not daring to divert their attention for a moment. Oh my goodness. It's the Shadow Lord and his dark ninjas. So cool. That's a servant of the Shadow Lord. What an idiot. He.S. actually confronting the military? The military must be in the wrong. The Shadow Lord is a hero. I concur. The military only knows how to seize things. Is the battle really that fierce? They're about to demolish the school. I will always believe in the Shadow Lord. Go, Shadow Lord. Countless spectators rallied in support of Lin Ye, causing the number of viewers to surge dramatically, nearly overwhelming the platform's servers. Bronsky emerged fearlessly from behind the armored vehicle, striding directly toward Lin Ye. You are the Shadow Lord, Lin Ye? You're the one who attacked us in the factory last time? General Ross, witnessing Bronsky's audacity to confront Lin Ye directly, was taken aback and hurriedly seized his radio, shouting, Bronsky, retreat. However, Bronsky had already switched off his communicator, deaf to the general's command. Damn it. General Ross exclaimed in frustration, hurling the radio aside, cursing vehemently. Lin Ye cast a disdainful glance at Bronsky, his expression dismissive. Who are you? Did Ross send you? I am Bronsky, he replied, his demeanor hardening, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Lin Ye. Lin Ye, well aware of Bronsky's identity, found his earlier attitude quite irksome. In the original narrative, Bronsky is portrayed as an exceedingly stubborn and arrogant individual, harboring an unusual obsession with capturing Bruce Banner. Willing to go to any lengths to achieve this goal, Lin, too, finds little favor in this man. Were it not for the necessity of completing Task 2, transforming this individual into the abomination, he would be tempted to strike him dead with a single blow. At the same time, he finds it amusing that, under the influence of the serum, this man believes himself invincible, even daring to challenge the Hulk. Now, having provoked Lin after the latter allowed the Hulk to depart, one cannot help but wonder if this is the inevitable consequence of his actions, his retribution manifesting in Lin himself. Blonsky stands defiantly before Lin, chin raised in mockery, declaring, I am aware of your prowess. I've already witnessed it in Rossignol. Yet, I still look down upon you. If it were not for your newfound abilities, how could you possibly be so audacious? Given your remarkable powers, why do you not aspire to do something meaningful, instead of aiding the wicked? At this juncture, Blonsky's expression betrays a hint of disdain. Were it not for your abilities, 10 of you would not stand a chance against me. Lin cannot help but chuckle at this man's misplaced confidence. Is the self-assurance bestowed by the serum truly so potent that it leads him to believe he can vanquish Lin? So you wish to challenge me? Alas, you lack the qualifications at present. If you desire to compete, then strive to grow stronger, to become a being akin to the Hulk. And perhaps then you may earn the right to face me. With a cold smile, Lin restrains his strength and delivers a kick that sends Blonsky hurtling through the air. Before Blonsky can even comprehend the situation, he feels an overwhelming force crashing into his chest, propelling his body uncontrollably upwards. Much like the last encounter, he is sent flying. But this time he spirals backward with alarming speed. His fragile frame collides with several trees, ultimately crashing into one, falling to the ground in a twisted heap, bones shattered. Bloodied and broken, Lin spreads his arms wide, the air around him thick with tension as he bellows. Ross, is this truly your subordinate? Such ferocity? Does he not comprehend who I am? General Ross's countenance darkens, his clenched fists betraying his tumultuous emotions. Blonsky's refusal to heed his orders has led to this disastrous outcome, a fate he has brought upon himself. Yet, this debacle also brings disgrace to the military. Every soldier present, witnessing Blonsky's mangled form, swallows nervously, each individual profoundly shaken by Lin's might. Previously, they had seen reports proclaiming Lin's extraordinary capabilities, but the reality of his power is now starkly apparent. It is akin to observing someone of similar stature effortlessly kick a 2-ton truck into the air, an awe-inspiring spectacle. He is not merely a man, he is a demon, a presence more terrifying than any devil. In that moment, dread grips the hearts of all military personnel, instilling within them a desire to retreat. Engaging in combat with such a fiend, they realize, would be utterly futile. Are the people at the command center a bunch of fools? Lin Ye scoffed, bending his legs and effortlessly leaping onto General Ross's armored command vehicle. Thud! The tremendous force of his descent crumpled the front of the vehicle. The technicians inside, including General Ross, felt their hearts leap as they beheld Lin Ye before them, their hands and feet trembling with anxiety. Yet, they masked their fear, gritting their teeth and feigning composure. Standing atop the command vehicle, Lin Ye extended a hand, casually grasping the armored roof. With a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly tore it off, the sound of steel being rent asunder resonating through the air, startling everyone present. General Ross could hardly dare to breathe, watching in disbelief as Lin Ye unveiled the top of his command vehicle. Lin Ye tossed the severed roof aside as if it were nothing more than a trivial task. This act not only stirred the hearts of every soldier present, but also caught the attention of distant onlookers, who recorded the astonishing scene. Incredible. He was nothing short of superhuman. The military had encountered an insurmountable challenge. The Lord of Shadows was indeed terrifying. Lin Ye fixed his gaze upon General Ross, his tone solemn and laced with warning. Ross, I have secured Bruce Banner. It matters not who comes. My word is final. You are to cease any further actions against him. I understand, General Ross stammered, his face pale. He was compelled to acquiesce, though he could not fathom Lin Ye's motives. What connection did he have with Bruce Banner? Lin Ye scoffed again and continued. Moreover, I have long wished to critique your methods. Why does the military always complicate matters? Bruce Banner is your daughter's boyfriend. If you wish to conduct research, engage in proper communication with him instead of instigating these tumultuous events. I understand, General Ross replied, his countenance grim as he nodded. This was the first time he had been reprimanded, and he was forced to yield. I do not wish for such conflicts to recur. Should there be another incident, I cannot guarantee that you and your soldiers will leave unscathed. Do you comprehend? Lin Ye's threat was blatant. General Ross inhaled deeply, his lips quivering as he managed to reply, I understand. With a tilted head and a smile, Lin Ye was enveloped by the encroaching darkness, vanishing into the shadows. The 5 dark ninjas followed suit, retreating into the void. The spreading darkness in the square and the terrifying arms that had emerged from it dissipated. The remaining individuals stared in shock at the now empty roof of the command vehicle, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The oppressive presence of the Lord of Shadows had been suffocating, leaving them breathless. The sheer magnitude of his power had shaken each one of them. Thankfully, he had departed, and they recognized that they had narrowly escaped disaster. However, the chaotic scene and the disfigured form of Blonsky served as stark evidence that the military's operation had indeed failed. General Ross sat within the command vehicle, the words recently uttered by Lin echoing persistently in his mind, his eyes occasionally glimmering with intensity, leaving those around him oblivious to his thoughts. As the night deepened in Kamar Taj, Ancient One was meditating in her chamber when she sensed an overwhelming presence, prompting her to open her eyes. What a rare visitor, she whispered softly. In that moment, a figure materialized seemingly from thin air, stepping forth from the void into reality. In the blink of an eye, an elderly man draped in a golden cloak, brandishing a spear, with a mane of silver hair and a white beard, appeared in Ancient One's room. It has been centuries since we last met. I never anticipated that the All-Father would grace this humble abode of Kamar Taj, Ancient One remarked slowly, rising to pay her respects before adding with a teasing tone. However, your unexpected arrival has taken me by surprise. The visitor was none other than Odin, the god of Asgard. Given their hierarchical relationship, it was only natural for Ancient One to show deference to Odin, whose stature far surpassed her own. Yet, the suddenness of Odin's visit left Ancient One somewhat taken aback, mingled with a hint of displeasure. Despite her humble words, there was an underlying warning in her tone. She was subtly reminding Odin that this was Kamar Taj, her domain, not Asgard. The Supreme Sorcerer's territory is not one I wish to intrude upon too freely, but today, I find myself in need of your assistance, Odin replied, taking a seat with an air of familiarity. Ancient One felt a twinge of alarm at Odin's declaration, sensing it would lead to significant complications, yet she maintained her composure, responding, Oh, it appears there are matters even a god cannot resolve. I fear I may be of little help. To her surprise, Odin raised an eyebrow and stated sternly, Enough of the pleasantries, sorceress. Let us not beat around the bush. I need to see Lin. Chapter 31. Ross's retreat in the bustling metropolis of New York. Lin remained unfazed by the solitude of his home, often finding himself alone and longing for conversation. With Banner and his girlfriend now residing with him, he welcomed the companionship as it alleviated his boredom. Moreover, he saw this as an opportunity to draw Banner closer, making it a fortuitous arrangement. Make yourselves at home. Until you find your own place, feel free to stay here, Lin offered, gesturing for Banner and his girlfriend, Betty, to sit. By the way, do you prefer tea or coffee? I'll have coffee, Banner replied. Me too, Betty chimed in. Lin glanced at the pair, acknowledging their compatibility. With a snap of his fingers, 2 steaming cups of coffee appeared on the table. Wow, Lin, your magic is incredible. If you ever need money, can't you just snap your fingers and have it? Banner exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. By the way, can I learn this ability? At that moment, Banner had completely discarded any scientific theories for what could possibly rival the allure of magic. Even Betty gazed at Lin with admiration, her eyes shining with wonder. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin shook his head gently. I'm afraid, Bruce, that you lack the innate talent for such things. Upon hearing this, Bruce Banner displayed no disappointment. Instead, he shrugged, seemingly having anticipated this outcome, and took a sip of his coffee. Is this place safe? Will my father arrive here first? Betty anxiously surveyed her surroundings, her primary concern being that General Ross might come looking for her, having finally managed to meet with Banner. She was reluctant to part ways with him. Rest assured, this place is entirely secure. Even if General Ross were to find out, he would not dare to act recklessly. Lin reassured her confidently. All right, I trust you, Betty nodded, well aware of Lin's capabilities, which could easily be described as that of a human nuclear bomb. Lin, I cannot thank you enough. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. You not only saved me, but are also willing to provide us shelter. Bruce Banner opened his mouth, still at a loss for words to convey his appreciation. Initially skeptical of Lin, he ultimately owed his escape from General Ross's pursuit to him. Without Lin's intervention, he could hardly fathom what might have transpired. Lin waved his hand dismissively and said, "There is no need for such formality, Banner. I have already explained my reasoning for assisting you. You are a valuable asset to me, and I will not allow you to face any danger." Though he spoke in such a manner, Banner felt a profound sense of gratitude. Lin's words clarified the nature of their relationship. They were not longtime friends nor like-minded colleagues, but rather partners united by shared interests and goals. As Lin had initially stated, he sought Banner to head a research project at his company, while Banner needed Lin's formidable strength to evade General Ross's relentless pursuit. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it was now a one-sided need for Banner to seek Lin's assistance. The world was not devoid of talented scientists. Even in his absence, Lin could undoubtedly find someone else to lead the research project. What made Banner so unique? Lin, having delved deeply into the practice of dark magic, could sense the turmoil within Bruce Banner. He patted Banner on the shoulder and magically refilled his coffee cup, smiling as he said, "Relax, my friend. You need not underestimate yourself. My help is not without reason. Of course, if you wish, we can also become friends." "Really, Lin?" A spark of hope flickered in Bruce Banner's eyes. To befriend someone like Lin would indeed be a remarkable opportunity. "Absolutely," Lin replied with a grin. At that moment, he felt assured that he had successfully secured Bruce Banner's allegiance, and it seemed that the perfect virus would soon come to fruition. With this, he could potentially gather a cadre of superheroes around him. Just imagine, if all superheroes were intertwined with him, even relying on him for assistance, what could he not achieve? Wouldn't the entire planet then be under his influence? Lin magically filled Betty's cup with coffee, turned back to Banner, raised his own cup, and suggested, "A toast to our friendship?" Bruce Banner chuckled softly, lightly clinking glasses with Lin. "Cheers to our friendship." Banner had resolved to deepen his meditation practice, finding Lin's techniques remarkably effective, far surpassing those taught by his mentor in Rossinia in enabling him to control his emotions. Although a riot instigated by the military had triggered his transformation at school, he no longer felt the same helplessness as before. He believed in Lin's assertion that if he could master his emotions, he could also tame the beast within. This world is never devoid of geniuses. Are 7 PhDs truly more formidable? How do they compare to the illustrious Tony Stark? Lin had remarked, "There are always individuals beyond one's ken, realms beyond our comprehension. The world perpetually harbors minds more astute than one's own. However, what if there existed someone who was both exceptionally intelligent and possessed immense power? It is precisely this capability that incited apprehension among the military. Thus, he must learn to harness such power." Lin observed Bruce Banner standing before him, struggling to reconcile this version of him with the devastating green behemoth. After finishing his coffee, Lin arranged accommodations for Banner and Betty, urging them to rest well. Why was it so? Could it be a malfunction in the system? That seemed implausible. Such a system should not fail. When Banner transformed into the Hulk, it was supposed to signify the completion of his task. Yet, why had it shifted to incomplete? Or had things gone awry? Was it due to a struggle of consciousness? Within Bruce dwelled not only his own awareness, but also that of Hulk. Could it be that the contention between Banner and Hulk's consciousness hindered the system's ability to ascertain whether the task was accomplished? The more Lin pondered, the more plausible it seemed. This explanation was the only one that made sense. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, he might not have accrued many points. Perhaps this was fate. Lin smiled in acceptance. Looking ahead, Lin eagerly anticipated the outcomes of Bruce Banner's meditation, as well as the emergence of Blonsky or the Abomination. Calculating the time, once the Abomination was dealt with, the Iron Man saga would commence. Lin had originally intended to cultivate a better acquaintance with Tony Stark. However, since Stark had allied with the military, supplying weapons against him, he resolved to let Stark suffer in Afghanistan. Lin tapped his chin, formulating a plan that would leave Tony in utter despair. At that moment, an unexpected portal crackled to life in the living room, and the cloaked figure of the Ancient One stepped through. Seemingly rejuvenated after expelling Dormammu's dark energy and partaking in Lin's own dark energy, she appeared much younger. Lin tilted his head, regarding her with a relaxed demeanor, and said, "What a rare visitor, Master Ancient One. Care for some tea?" The Ancient One shook her head, her expression grave as she replied, "Perhaps another time, Lin. The God King wishes to meet you." "The God King? Odin?" Lin Ye furrowed his brow, pondering that it did not seem to be the appropriate moment for the God of Thunder's narrative to commence. When had he ever been entangled with Odin? Nevertheless, with the King of Gods extending an invitation, Lin Ye found no reason to shy away. After all, who was he? The Shadow Lord of Big Apple City. He stood up, adjusted his attire, and smiled. "Let us proceed." At Stark Tower, Tony Stark received a disc sent by General Ross. "J.A.R.V.I.S. Please open the files contained within," he instructed. Tony knew that General Ross would not send him something of no consequence. So he made his way to the research lab on the lower level, inserted the disk into the computer, and commanded JARVIS to initiate playback. As the video unfolded, depicting Lin Ye ensnared by gravitational forces, Tony felt a sense of smug satisfaction. It appeared his research had been accurate. The so-called Shadow Lord was merely someone who had not yet discovered the appropriate countermeasures. The Shadow Lord was, after all, not as formidable as he seemed. Savoring a sip of coffee, Tony continued watching with a smile. However, he was soon met with a disconcerting revelation. Darkness will follow you like a shadow. Upon hearing this phrase, a shiver ran down Tony's spine, as if a terrifying entity had set its sights on him, instilling a sense of dread. He silently took another sip of coffee, attempting to quell his fear, and focused intently on the screen to absorb the remaining content. In the video, Lin Ye appeared as a demonic figure, the darkness that enveloped the ground emanating an unimaginable destructive force, effortlessly obliterating 6 sonic attack vehicles in an instant. Tony's expression darkened. He felt utterly humiliated. Simultaneously, he was astounded by Lin Ye's displayed combat prowess. Watching as Lin Ye tore apart the roof of General Ross's command vehicle as if it were mere paper, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? His demeanor grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, in the hospital, General Ross hurriedly arrived at the ward. Upon witnessing Blonsky, who had been mercilessly beaten into an unrecognizable state just yesterday, now standing before him whole and vigorous, he could hardly believe his eyes. He understood that the super soldier serum he had previously administered to Blonsky had taken effect, but its efficacy was astonishing. He had seemingly not injected it in full. Merely a half-finished serum had resulted in such remarkable restoration. What might the complete serum achieve? I am glad to see you have recovered, soldier, Ross said, shaking off his thoughts as he approached Blonsky to examine his injuries closely. To his astonishment, Blonsky bore no wounds whatsoever, appearing entirely normal. How do you feel? Ross inquired. Anger flickered in Blonsky's eyes. I am furious. I want to face him again. General Ross shook his head. Soldier, you have already performed admirably, but the Shadow Lord is not easily vanquished. No, sir. I merely require another dose of the serum. I believe I can stand against them, Blonsky eagerly countered. Ross firmly rejected Blonsky's proposal, shaking his head. Let it be, soldier, it is over. He had contemplated Lin Ye's words the previous night and realized that his actions had indeed been excessively domineering. Faced with others, one might navigate the situation differently. Yet in the presence of Lin Ye, whose strength vastly surpasses that of the military, engaging in earnest dialogue emerges as the sole path forward. Indeed, Lin Ye's reminder that day unlocked a creative spark within him. He could easily leverage his daughter's connections to enlist Bruce Banner's cooperation in research, rendering the current predicament utterly unnecessary. Blonsky, witnessing General Ross's refusal, incredulously inquired, Why? Sir, do you not trust me? It is worth noting that Ross had previously been resolute in his pursuit of Bruce Banner. The general shook his head, responding, No, Blonsky. I recognize your courage as a soldier, yet I have alternative means to acquire Bruce Banner. Are you afraid? Blonsky challenged, staring intently at General Ross. No, I simply believe it unnecessary to complicate matters to this extent. We possess far superior methods, Ross clarified. You are indeed afraid. You cower before Lin Ye. Blonsky, incensed, rose from his bedside, pointing an accusatory finger at General Ross as he vociferously rebuked. You have lost your fighting spirit. You are unworthy of being a soldier. A warrior must continue to fight, regardless of the enemy. General Ross regarded him coldly, dismissing the argument, and turned away. Observing the general's indifferent departure, Blonsky's expression darkened. Soon after, he vacated the hospital. With assistance from online contacts, he located Dr. Blue, who had been in communication with Bruce Banner. If General Ross was of no assistance, then he would enlist Dr. Blue's help. Once he possessed the complete serum, neither Lin Ye nor Bruce Banner would stand as his adversaries. As night descended, he knocked on Dr. Blue's laboratory door, aiming his firearm at him. Who are you? Dr. Blue stammered, his complexion shifting as he beheld the gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Blonsky regarded the terrified Dr. Blue with a menacing grin, ominously stating, Hello, Dr. Blue. Chapter 32, Odin's Request. Kamartaj. Lin Ye emerged from the dark, crimson magical portal. The All-Father Odin had been awaiting his arrival for some time. As Lin Ye beheld the one-eyed elder clad in golden armor, wielding a long spear, with white hair and a silver beard, he sensed the formidable authority that comes with prolonged dominion. The single remaining eye appeared as profound as the vast cosmos, its gaze reminiscent of a tranquil, shadowy pool. And the aged visage bore the marks of endless years, evoking a sense of awe. Lin Ye pondered the reason for Odin's desire to meet him, yet, having arrived, he resolved to listen to what the All-Father had to convey. Upon witnessing Lin Ye stepping forth from the magical portal, a flicker of intrigue and astonishment momentarily brightened Odin's aged eyes. This young man was more handsome than he had anticipated. However, beyond that, there was nothing particularly extraordinary. Odin could not sense any formidable power from Lin Ye, as if he were indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. Why had Queen Frigga specifically summoned him? Upon encountering the young man, he did not exhibit the typical reaction of a stranger. Rather, his gaze was tranquil, as though he were familiar with him. Was it merely an illusion? Please, have a seat. As the master of Kamartaj, Master Gu Ye gestured for the god king Odin and Lin Ye to take their places, personally preparing a pot of tea for them. As hot water cascaded over the tea leaves, a rich aroma wafted through the air, soothing to the senses. Gu Ye lifted her calm eyes to regard the two and, in a serene tone, introduced the tea. This variety is called Dahong Pao. During my travels, it was gifted to me by someone I assisted in Huaxia. It is a rare and precious tea that I seldom indulge in. Today, since you are here, I shall serve it to you. I hope you do not find it lacking. With that, she presented the brewed tea to Odin and Lin Ye. Lin Ye was familiar with Dahong Pao, a type of oolong tea renowned for its exceptional quality, a prized specialty of Huaxia. He lifted the teacup, taking a delicate sip, and was immediately enveloped by the fragrant essence that filled his mouth, the aroma of orchids permeating from his lips to his throat, a lingering and enchanting scent. The tea was smooth and refreshing, invigorating his spirit. What a splendid tea, Lin Ye couldn't help but exclaim. The god King Odin, however, seemed distracted, taking a casual sip without offering any commentary, his expression distant and unfocused. Observing Odin's preoccupation, Master Gu Ye addressed him directly. Your Majesty, I have brought Lin Ye here as per your request. If you have something to convey, please do so. Odin fixed his gaze on Lin Ye and inquired gravely. It seems you know me? Concurrently, a formidable pressure descended upon Lin Ye. Gu Ye, watching from the side, slightly shook her head, showing no intention of intervening. Lin Ye took another sip of tea, employing dark energy to create an invisible force field around himself, swallowing the oppressive aura as effortlessly as a cow sinking into the sea. This ability, inspired by the magical experiences of the king, was now aptly applied against Odin. With a smile, he replied, God King Odin, who does not know you? The ruler of Asgard, the lord of the celestial palace, the omnipotent father, and the father of Thor. Odin's eyes widened in astonishment. It was not surprising that Lin Ye recognized his name. After all, Gu Ye had subtly conveyed some information earlier. However, the titles of Asgard's ruler, lord of the celestial palace, omnipotent father, and Thor's father were not knowledge that an ordinary person could possess. Furthermore, the pressure he exerted had seemingly no effect on this young man, prompting him to reassess his perception. Is this related to me? Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. Feeling perplexed, he had no intersection with God King Odin or Queen Frigga. Why would he dream of himself? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. In a certain sense, they resembled oracles. Thus, he speculated that perhaps Queen Frigg had dreamt of something concerning him, which prompted Odin to seek an audience with him. This piqued his curiosity regarding the nature of the queen's dream. What precisely did she dream? Could you elaborate, Mr. Odin? Lin Ye inquired softly, displaying no trepidation in the presence of the All-Father, speaking as though conversing with an elderly gentleman. This demeanor elicited a modicum of fondness from the God King for the young man before him, who maintained a posture of respectful equality. Indeed, I came to see you for this very matter, Odin replied, nodding, unperturbed by Lin Ye's direct address. He gathered his thoughts and spoke gravely. I know only that the queen foresaw 3 visions in her dream. The first pertains to her own fate, which may be altered because of you. Me? Lin Ye exclaimed in astonishment. What merit did he possess to alter the fate of a goddess? Life and death. This notion momentarily rendered him speechless. It was due to a concept within the Marvel universe, known as the absolute point in time. An absolute point signifies a pivotal moment in the timeline. Any forced alteration could result in irreversible consequences. Consequently, it has been speculated that the queen's demise is such an absolute point, which is why Thor hesitated to rashly intervene for his mother. Yet now, Odin asserted that the goddess's destiny was intertwined with his own, leading Lin Ye to entertain certain conjectures. Odin regarded Lin Ye, his expression tinged with both resignation and a hint of satisfaction. Thor is my son. While he may still be somewhat naive, the queen foresaw his future. He is destined to mature under your influence. Me? Lin Ye was taken aback once more. Thor's growth was a protracted journey. In the original narrative, he needed to undergo numerous trials to shed his inherent naivete and arrogance, ultimately becoming a truly formidable and mature god. Every individual's growth is fraught with hardship, and even the god of thunder is no exception. Without the experiences of earth, Thor was merely a proud and arrogant deity. At this point, Odin's gaze towards Lin Ye seemed to carry a plea. Lin Ye, I cannot fathom why the queen would make such a statement, but if it indeed relates to you, I hope you will treat him kindly. Thor's heart is not inherently malevolent. Parents will always worry for their children, and even a god king is not exempt from such concerns. Lin Ye nodded in acquiescence. Very well. However, Odin's expression grew grave, and his tone shifted to one of solemnity. It is Asgard. Asgard, the realm of the Aesir in Norse mythology, can also be referred to as the domain of the Aesir gods. Asgard is home to all deities who revere Odin as their chief god. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened slightly, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. Ancient One had been silently listening, but only at this moment did she lift her eyes, looking at Odin with a hint of astonishment. Odin, with a grave demeanor, addressed Lin Ye. The queen has foreseen that the fate of Asgard is intertwined with yours, which is why she has advised me to come to Midgard and establish a rapport with you. Midgard, the realm where humanity resides in Norse mythology, also known as Midgard, signifies the middle world. In contemporary times, however, it is more commonly referred to as Earth. I am perplexed as to why she would place her trust in a stranger she has never encountered, and I remain uncertain about the extent of your formidable abilities. Nevertheless, I have unwavering faith in the queen. I believe she would never misjudge. Thus, I have come to Midgard, enlisting the aid of the Ancient One to summon you. On one hand, I wish to discern the identity of the individual who frequently appears in prophetic visions, and on the other, I bring with me the goodwill of Asgard, hoping to forge a bond with you. Should the queen's foresight prove accurate, I earnestly hope for your assistance. Odin's sincerity was palpable, revealing the deep trust he placed in his queen. After all, how could a deity of his stature engage so candidly with an unremarkable mortal? The Ancient One, observing Lin Ye, was visibly astonished. She had recognized Lin Ye's strength from their very first encounter, sensing the depth of his potential. Otherwise, she would not have entered into a magical lending agreement with him. His formidable dark energy and unparalleled magical talent marked him as anything but a weakling. Yet, she had not anticipated his power to be so immense, so great that it warranted the personal attention of the god King Odin, so profound that it could alter the course of destiny itself. She had glimpsed Asgard's future through the annals of time, foreseeing its destruction and the demise of Queen Frigga. However, upon Lin Ye's emergence, the timeline had become obscured, veiled as if by a shroud of gray, rendering it unrecognizable. Could he truly change the future? The Ancient One regarded Lin Ye with a gaze imbued with curiosity and anticipation, feeling a sense of relief that Kamar-Taj had intertwined its fate with his so early on. Before Lin Ye could respond, a sudden notification resonated within his mind. Ding! Detection of host triggering a major continuous plot, initiating the God King's request. Task 1. Agree to the request of God King Odin and establish a friendly agreement with him, rewarding 1,000 points and 3 promises from the God King. Task 2. Task 3. Task 4. Would you like to accept the task? Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this truly activate a quest? Although only the first task's rewards were disclosed, they were undeniably generous. Typically, the initial task offers substantial rewards. One could only imagine the value of the subsequent tasks. Turning down such an opportunity would be unwise. Faced with this fortuitous quest, Lin Ye had no reason to refuse and decisively accepted. This marked his first experience with a continuous task, filling him with intrigue. However, he was not one to acquiesce to every proposition without careful consideration. He stroked his chin, feigning contemplation for a moment, then rose with a smile. Since His Excellency Odin has personally come to forge a friendly agreement with me, how could I possibly refuse? I shall accept. Lin also decisively agreed. Ding. Task 1 completed, rewards being dispensed. The system's prompt resonated in his mind. Lin couldn't help but secretly revel in joy. 1,000 points, this was no trifling sum. He felt as if fortune had smiled upon him. If he could complete a few more tasks, would he not be on the fast track to wealth overnight? Ding. Task 2. Assist Thor in becoming the true god of thunder, with a reward of 5,000 points and divine divinity. As the system's voice for Task 2 echoed in his mind, Lin's pupils gradually constricted. What? The reward for Task 2 includes divinity. Chapter 33. General Ross approaches with humility. In the Big Apple City, after his agreement, Odin proceeded to propose fulfilling 3 of Lin's wishes. However, since Lin had yet to contemplate these wishes, they were temporarily set aside, to be revisited when inspiration struck him. One could say that this journey to Kamar-Taj, though unexpected, was immensely rewarding. Not only had he gained the friendship of Asgard, but the prospect of the reward from Task 2 invigorated him, as well as Odin's promise to fulfill 3 of his wishes. It was indeed a journey well worth taking. At that moment, the sky outside had darkened, and the Big Apple City illuminated with dazzling, colorful lights, showcasing the splendor and brilliance of this international metropolis. Bruce Banner and his girlfriend Betty were still hidden away in their room, with faint sounds emerging from within. Upon hearing the noise, Lin felt somewhat exasperated, clicking his tongue and muttering softly, "What a reunion, indeed, like kindling to fire." A rumble from his stomach reminded him that he should procure some food from the fridge. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who could be ringing my doorbell at this hour? Lin mused, perplexed, as he opened the door. Standing outside was a man in military attire, his face bearing the marks of age, which turned anxious upon seeing Lin. After a moment of internal conflict, he finally managed to force a smile and greeted, "Hi, Lin." Lin's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on this man at the door, quickly scanning behind him for any signs of others. "General Ross, you seem to be in the wrong place," Lin remarked, taken aback by the general's sudden appearance and questioning his ulterior motives. Have you forgotten my warning? A cold glint flashed in Lin's eyes. General Ross felt a chill run down his spine and hastily waved his hands in explanation. No. Lin, let me clarify. I came alone. I did not bring anyone else. Lin had indeed detected no traces of others. Yet, he remained uncertain about General Ross's intentions for this visit. If he were still obstinate, Lin would not hesitate to follow through on his previous words. May I come in? General Ross asked Lin, his demeanor a touch anxious. Lin Ye was curious to uncover General Ross's intentions, so he stepped aside to allow him entry into the room. The decor within was exquisite, reflecting Lin Ye's attitude towards his own life. Please, make yourself comfortable. Coffee or tea? Lin Ye gestured towards the sofa, inviting General Ross to take a seat. He had no desire to put the man in a difficult position. After all, when one's strength surpasses a certain realm, the intricacies of etiquette become mere trifles. Coffee. Thank you, General Ross replied, his demeanor laden with concern as he settled into the chair. Lin Ye nodded, and with a snap of his fingers, a steaming cup of coffee materialized before General Ross. A flicker of astonishment crossed the general's eyes. Lin Ye's abilities were always a source of awe, even when manifested in something as simple as conjuring a drink. Speak your mind. What is it you desire? Lin Ye reclined against the soft sofa, his eyes narrowed. After taking a sip of coffee, General Ross cut straight to the chase. Is Bruce Banner here? Lin Ye's eyes widened in surprise as he fixed an intense gaze upon General Ross, his expression icy and commanding. He is, indeed. But before we proceed, may I inquire, are you here to apprehend him, or is there another purpose? Taken aback by Lin Ye's piercing look, General Ross quickly reassured him. Lin Ye, please remain calm. I am not here to capture him. Upon reflection, I realize you were right. There's no need for undue complexity. I merely wish to have a conversation with Bruce Banner. Lin Ye, somewhat astonished, did not expect General Ross to exhibit such flexibility. After scrutinizing the general and confirming his honesty, he called forth Bruce Banner and his young companion. Betty, General Ross called out, stopping her in her tracks. What is it, General Ross? She replied, her tone tinged with annoyance. General Ross sighed, a sense of resignation in his demeanor. Betty, I understand you harbor resentment towards me. I am here to apologize, and also to discuss matters with Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner stammered, taken aback. The notion of General Ross wanting to speak with him was utterly astonishing. Was this the same General Ross he had known? Suddenly, a thought struck Banner, and he furtively glanced at Lin Ye. Could it be that Lin Ye had influenced General Ross? What do you wish to discuss? Betty turned, her gaze seething with anger as she rebuked him. If it weren't for your autocratic decisions, Banner would not be in this predicament. You drove him away. You forced him into exile, and you caused him to leave me. And now you come to talk? Do you have the audacity? Flames of fury blazed in Betty's eyes. Betty, General Ross attempted to explain, but she interrupted him. I do not wish to hear your excuses, nor do I want to see you. Please leave. Betty waved her hand dismissively, turning her back on him. Lin Ye observed in silence, reflecting on the situation. As a father, General Ross had managed to alienate even his own daughter. It was indeed a dismal state of affairs for him. Listening to his own daughter chastise him, General Ross felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. His countenance was marred by guilt, and after a brief moment of choking back emotion, he spoke with a tone of contrition. Betty, I recognize that I have erred in many ways. I should not have been so obstinate, nor should I have driven Banner away or caused you pain. I offer my sincerest apologies. Rising from his seat, General Ross bowed respectfully to both Bruce Banner and Betty. Bruce Banner was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the typically proud General Ross would express contrition towards them. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. As Ross's daughter, Betty was acutely aware of her father's character, arrogant, domineering, and unilateral in his decisions. The fact that he would apologize for his past actions was utterly astonishing. How could this be? Wait, could it be that all of this was due to Lin Ye? Stealing a glance at the composed Lin Ye, Betty's conviction grew stronger. General Ross recognized that his current demeanor was unusual, and he refrained from excessive justification, instead articulating the events that had transpired. Hoping that his daughter and Bruce Banner would comprehend, Lin Ye was momentarily stunned, realizing that General Ross's behavior was a consequence of his own influence. What was this? A cause and effect, and your retribution is through me? Even Banner, standing nearby, cast a furtive glance at Lin Ye, only to receive an admonishing glare in return. What are you looking at? Banner chuckled awkwardly, waving his hands. No, I just turned my neck, it's a bit stiff. Chapter 34, The Emergence of the Hulk? A call for help from the scene. General Ross glanced at Lin Ye beside him, noting his calm demeanor, and felt reassured to continue. Thus, we have decided to restart the Super Soldier program, focusing our efforts on Bruce Banner, in hopes of deriving a stable super soldier serum from his research. However, the Dark Lord's admonishment during the incident at the campus awakened me. He was right. I have been accustomed to acting with tyranny, often overlooking the simplest solutions and neglecting communication between us. I could have approached you in a more considerate manner to gain your consent. General Ross's attitude was exceedingly sincere, devoid of any semblance of deception. Even Banner gazed in astonishment at the seemingly unflappable Lin Ye, questioning whether this was truly the General Ross he had known. What had Lin Ye done to transform such a stubborn man's mindset? Observing Lin Ye's silence only heightened the air of mystery surrounding him in Banner's eyes. Betty turned to her beloved, earnestly conveying, "Darling, you must make the decision. Regardless of what transpires, I will stand by you." Bruce Banner felt warmth swell within him, instinctively pulling Betty closer. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to trust General Ross one last time. "General Ross, I can agree to your proposal. But I have one condition." "What is it?" General Ross inquired eagerly. As long as Bruce Banner consented, other conditions would pose no issue. Damn it. Had he known it would be this simple, why had he made things so complicated before? "I find myself growing increasingly obstinate with age." Bruce Banner turned to Lin Ye and declared, "I need Lin Ye to accompany me. Aside from your daughter Betty, he is the only one I trust." General Ross nodded fervently. "Of course, that is no issue at all." Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Lin Ye, who was more than willing to undertake this journey, as it was indeed a prime opportunity to win hearts and minds. Moreover, as long as he was present, Ross would not, and could not, coerce Bruce Banner into anything against his will. After all, once this incident concluded, the flawless virus plan would commence, a formidable weapon of his own design. A perfect tool to foster connections with the superheroes. General Ross momentarily paused, then nodded enthusiastically, "No problem at all." The arrangement was settled, much to everyone's delight. Bruce Banner would no longer need to flee, and Betty could openly be with her beloved, basking in the sunlight. Even Ross would not need to squander military resources on capture operations, thereby avoiding any blame. Observing how effortlessly he could enlist Bruce Banner's cooperation for research, General Ross felt a surge of excitement and eagerly proposed, "Shall we head to the military base's laboratory now? We only need to draw a small sample of blood. And I've also arranged a lavish meal." Bruce Banner and his girlfriend Betty turned their attention to Lin Ye, seeking his opinion. Now, it was not just Bruce who trusted him. Betty held him in high regard as well. General Ross also looked to Lin Ye for confirmation, aware that if Lin Ye declined, none of them could proceed. Lin Ye, feeling his stomach grumble, smirked and replied, "All right, I'm quite hungry as well. Let us go enjoy a fine meal at General Ross's place." The three of them instantly broke into smiles. The quartet departed from Lin Ye's villa, where a military helicopter awaited them outside, prompting Lin Ye to regard Ross with a bemused expression. Goodness, the old fox truly lived up to his reputation. It appeared he had made preparations long ago, even anticipating their agreement. Ross, unable to meet Lin Ye's gaze, hurried the pilot to take them to the military base once they boarded the aircraft. As the helicopter ascended, the weight on General Ross's shoulders finally lifted. It had truly worked. At that moment, even he felt a sense of astonishment. The helicopter soared steadily above the Big Apple. General Ross furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Lin Ye turned his gaze, harboring a hint of suspicion. He activated the military intercom, only to hear a frantic voice on the other end. "Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. The Hulk has appeared. He has decimated 2 of our squads." The Hulk? How could that be? Wasn't Banner right beside him? General Ross was convinced the soldiers had made an error. He immediately shouted into the intercom, "Impossible. You must have mistaken him. He is with me right now." "It's true, sir. The Hulk has made it to the streets and is wreaking havoc." The voice on the intercom was laced with panic. Concurrently, General Ross could hear the cacophony of screams in the background, igniting a sense of unease within him. "Calm down, soldier. Activate the live feed." General Ross commanded with a grave tone. On the helicopter, the video connection to the scene quickly materialized. General Ross, Bruce Banner, Betty, and Lin all directed their gazes towards the screen. In the footage, crowds were fleeing in panic along the streets, amidst the smoldering ruins illuminated by flames. In the distance, a towering shadow was wreaking havoc. "Where are you now?" General Ross's voice grew urgent. "On 121st Street, heading north along Broadway." "All right, hold on, soldier. I'm on my way." General Ross immediately issued a command to the pilot. "Turn around, head to 121st Street." Meanwhile, Lin observed the unfolding scene in the video, his eyes flickering with understanding. At that moment, hatred had finally been born, and the time to fulfill their mission was approaching. Lin turned his attention to Bruce Banner. "Bruce, are you ready?" Chapter 35, The Emergence of Hatred. "Where's the target?" General Ross inquired loudly over the military radio. 121st Street, just north of Broadway. "Don't worry. We are on our way." The unease within General Ross was intensifying. Soldiers did not lie, which meant that yet another Hulk had emerged in the Big Apple. Who could it be? At that moment, the image of Blonsky flashed through Ross's mind. If anyone were likely to be behind this, it would be him. Turning back? Why are we turning back? Bruce Banner and Betty exchanged bewildered glances. Weren't they supposed to head directly to the military base? What had occurred? Did General Ross have some ulterior motive? Betty cast a worried glance towards her father. Lin sensed their anxiety and reassured them. "Do not worry. This is not about a conspiracy." The radio crackled with a soldier's report. "Sir, The Hulk has headed towards Queens, and it's moving swiftly. Damn it, General Ross cursed. Ordering the soldier, relay the situation to me. Yes, sir. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted on the congested street. Flames shooting skyward as terrified citizens screamed and fled in all directions. One soldier stood frozen, staring at a towering figure amid the flames, his face a mask of horror. What kind of monstrosity was that? Just ahead, a massive, 4-meter-tall creature rampaged, venting its rage and demolishing everything in its path. Cars were torn asunder and discarded carelessly by the roadside, igniting into flames. The cries of the terrified populace echoed relentlessly. Despite his overwhelming fear, the soldier pursued the chaos with fervor. Faster, faster, faster. A military vehicle collided violently with a fire hydrant, sending it flying amidst a gushing torrent of water. The military vehicle veered, inadvertently crashing into a yellow car obstructing the road, sparks flying as it scraped along the pavement. Ahead, the vehicles were in disarray. Countless people shrieking as they retreated in panic. Boom. Once again, a violent explosion reverberated through the air. The streets were ablaze, consumed by flames. A cumbersome vehicle was hurled through the air, narrowly missing a black man who had just emerged from a nearby building. The man merely glanced towards the epicenter of the chaos, when a sedan crashed behind him with a deafening thud, followed by a resounding explosion that ignited a fierce fire. My God, he exclaimed, cursing under his breath as he fled the scene. Bruce Banner watched the live footage with a grave expression and approached General Ross. Betty and Lin also turned their gaze towards the unfolding disaster on the screen. What was once an orderly street had transformed into a scene of utter devastation. Flames erupted everywhere, numerous buildings lay in ruins, and panic-stricken citizens roamed aimlessly. Some terrified individuals instinctively clasped their hands together in prayer. Lord of Shadows, where are you? We need you. Please come to our rescue. Who will stop this monster? Do not fear. The Lord of Shadows will surely save us. Once again, the great city of New York found itself in peril, and this time, the first name that came to the minds of the civilians was Lin. Not far away, a dozen news vans sped towards the scene, halting at a distance. As the media personnel disembarked, they were met with a horrifying sight. Cursing the greedy capitalists under their breath, they immediately set to work on their reports. The cameras focused on the heart of the calamity, where a colossal, earth-toned figure stood out against the backdrop of raging flames. This massive creature relentlessly hurled vehicles, wreaking havoc without remorse. Its grotesque visage reflecting an insatiable madness as it surveyed the panicked crowd. The feeling of dominance it exuded was utterly intoxicating. Did you see that? A reporter exclaimed. Microphone in hand, anxiety etched on their face. That terrifying behemoth is simply monstrous. Will the Lord of Shadows come to our aid once more? Lin observed the military surveillance screen, a frown creasing his brow. The abomination's size and destructive power appeared to far exceed its cinematic counterpart. Could it be a result of excessive serum injections? Simultaneously, Lin's gaze shifted to Banner. If Banner could indeed become the world breaker, perhaps he could facilitate a confrontation with the abomination. After all, the creature's combat prowess surpassed that of the original film by a considerable margin. While the world breaker Hulk seemed comparatively diminished in stature, this piqued Lin's curiosity. Which was truly more formidable, his own colossal shadow or the abomination, or perhaps even the world breaker? What is that thing? Bruce Banner mused, brow furrowed as he fixated on the earth-toned figure on the screen. Lin seized the moment to speak. That is the abomination. Interestingly, he came into being because of you, Bruce. Banner incredulously pointed to himself, tilting his head in disbelief. Me? He questioned. Lin nodded, a wry smile playing on his lips. Don't you think his face bears a striking resemblance to someone you know? Bruce Banner and General Ross stared intently at the colossal figure displayed on the video screen. In their minds, a familiar face gradually began to overlap with the monstrous silhouette. Despite the significant differences, an unsettling sense of familiarity lingered. Blonsky? General Ross was taken aback by this revelation. Lin snapped his fingers, exclaiming, correct. Unfortunately, there are no rewards. Bruce Banner gazed in disbelief at the creature on the screen, his eyes wide with astonishment. Could this truly be Blonsky, the soldier who had relentlessly sought to capture him? Even General Ross fell silent, recalling how he had denied Blonsky's request for additional injections of the super soldier serum. It now seemed evident that he had violated his own orders. Lin glanced at General Ross and continued, you must have administered the serum to Blonsky ahead of that incident at school, right? How do you know? General Ross responded, astonished. Lin smiled enigmatically. I possess far more knowledge than you might imagine. Ross stared blankly at Lin, sensing the overwhelming mystery that surrounded him. Chapter 36. Our Thoughts United. Lin continued, although I shattered his bones, he should not have perished. He will quickly return to his former self, correct? General Ross nodded, affirming, indeed, Blonsky did not die. He soon regained his original form. Upon awakening, he requested further injections of the super soldier serum and subsequently organized another capture operation. But you must have refused him. You realized there was a more effective way to gain Bruce Banner's cooperation, which is why you sought me today. Lin analyzed. Ross nodded yes. Just as you have stated. Lin's expression grew serious as he focused on the ochre figure on the screen. Thus, Blonsky must have discovered a method to obtain the serum and transformed into a monster, driven by the very essence of Bruce Banner. He saw immense potential in Banner, as he is both a consummate soldier and an ambitious one. After you denied his request for strength, Banner became his inner demon, the very reason for his relentless pursuit of power. Listening to Lin's words, Bruce Banner's breath quickened, his fists clenched tightly. He had always strived to avoid bringing trouble to others, whether directly or indirectly. Yet, the crisis in New York City had arisen from his very existence, filling him with profound guilt. Observing Bruce Banner's expression, Lin recognized that a single spark could ignite his transformation into the world's destroyer. Meanwhile, General Ross, sensing the urgency of the situation, promptly instructed the pilots to hasten to the scene and closely monitor the surveillance footage. Open fire. Shoot him. On the ground. Arriving New York police officers raised their firearms and fired at the massive ochre figure. However, their feeble bullets failed to inflict any harm upon its formidable form. The abhorrence of the creature wrenched apart the congested vehicles, sending fleeing civilians crashing aside. In an instant, the air was filled with the gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh, transforming the great city of New York into a nightmarish slaughterhouse. Do you believe a rifle would suffice? Not far away. A soldier furrowed his brow and called upon his comrade to retrieve a sleek, black modern rocket launcher from the ammunition crate behind them. Die, monster! He shouted through clenched teeth, loading a projectile into the launcher with unwavering determination before decisively pressing the button to unleash the rocket. Whoosh! The missile soared forth with a piercing roar towards the abomination. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, the creature caught the projectile with a single hand, crushing it effortlessly, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Flames danced across its skin, yet it sustained no harm whatsoever. The monster grinned malevolently, pushing aside obstructing vehicles as it charged toward the soldier with ferocious intent. Retreat! General Ross shouted urgently into the radio, witnessing the horrific scene unfold. Bruce and Betty shared a moment of unease for the soldier. The soldier hastily reversed the military vehicle in a frantic bid for escape. The monster, grinning with sinister delight, pursued relentlessly, its speed increasing with each passing moment. Bang! The military vehicle collided with a car that had been left stranded in the road, coming to an abrupt halt. At that moment, the creature closed in, toppling a taxi that had unexpectedly appeared, lifting it high above its head. Bring me someone who can fight. The creature's eyes glinted with disdain as it bellowed, hurling the taxi ruthlessly towards the soldier. The video feed abruptly cut out. Silence enveloped the helicopter. All the accompanying soldiers turned their gaze toward General Ross. His face was ashen as he solemnly commanded, "Mobilize all forces to Queens. We must take action." Beside him, Bruce Banner turned to Lin Ye. "Lin Ye, you are incredibly powerful. Can you intervene?" In this dire situation, they had no choice but to rely on Lin Ye. If he intervened, he could undoubtedly defeat the monster. However, Lin Ye had no intention of acting just yet. He aimed to seize the opportunity to accumulate points. If he intervened now, how could he complete his first mission? He placed a reassuring hand on Bruce Banner's shoulder and spoke earnestly. "Banner, this matter does not rest with me, but with you. You must remember what I have taught you. Control your emotions and unite your intent." The creature was the nemesis of the Hulk, born from the very existence of the Hulk. This battle was destined to belong to the Hulk. Lin Ye's meaning was unequivocal. This conflict, having arisen from the Hulk, must also be resolved by him. "I understand." Bruce Banner, his brow furrowed, closed his eyes in contemplation for a lengthy moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. At that instant, the hesitation, anxiety, and confusion on his face vanished, replaced by resolve and determination. He looked at Lin Ye, recognizing this as his destined path. "It seems you are ready," Lin Ye remarked with approval, his heart filled with anticipation. "General Ross, open the hatch," Bruce Banner requested, turning to the general. General Ross regarded Bruce Banner with skepticism, glancing between him and Lin Ye. Upon seeing Lin Ye nod, he ordered the hatch to be opened. "Can he truly do this?" Betty gazed at Lin Ye, concern etched across her face. Lin Ye remarked, "You should have faith in him. At this moment, your trust will provide him with the impetus he needs." Bruce Banner approached the aircraft's door, his expression resolute as he nodded at Lin Ye and the others. He then clasped his fists across his chest, inhaled deeply, and leaned backward. With a leap, he plunged downwards. The biting cold wind grazed his cheeks, carrying a hint of chill. Mid-air, Bruce Banner suddenly opened his eyes, his black pupils transforming into a vivid green as he let out a low growl. In the void, it seemed as though two voices resonated, merging into one. "We are of one mind." Boom! With a thunderous roar, Bruce Banner descended like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. The commotion captured everyone's attention. Even the abomination lifted his gaze toward the source of the sound, and the news media directed their cameras at the newly formed pit. The host, eyeing the crater with trepidation, dared not approach, her face pale with fear as she uneasily remarked, "It seems something is coming. Is it here to assist us? Or is it our adversary?" No sooner had she spoken than the fractured stones exploded outward. A dense cloud of dust filled the air, and a robust green arm emerged from the earth, fist clenched tightly. The Hulk leaped from the depths of the pit, unleashing a deafening roar. The sound waves radiated outward in visible ripples, circle upon circle. In that moment, the green giant asserted his arrival with unmatched ferocity. His gaze was clear and sharp. Compared to before, this incarnation of the Hulk bore the cunning and astuteness of an adult. Simultaneously, Lin Ye, perched in the helicopter, couldn't suppress a grin. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Task 1 complete. Reward, 5,000 points. Chapter 37. Lin Ye makes his entrance. 5,000 points. Had he not been surrounded by so many onlookers, Lin Ye would have been tempted to pop a bottle of champagne in celebration. 5,000 points for merely one task nearly rivaled the rewards of completing the last plot sequence. It appeared his earlier speculations were indeed correct. Lin Ye's gaze flickered, and a smile crept upon his lips, barely contained. Fortunately, Ross and Betty were engrossed in the live feed. Otherwise, they might have suspected he was unwell. 5,000 points indicated he could draw from the grand prize pool at least 5 times. And this was merely the reward for the first task. If he were to complete the remaining tasks, wouldn't he be in a position to revel in even greater spoils? Lin Ye could almost envision the delightful sensation that would accompany the completion of all tasks. If the narrative proceeded in a similar fashion, when a certain purple entity appeared, he could easily subdue it. Lin Ye fixated on the unfolding battle below through the helicopter's window, eagerly anticipating the Hulk's performance. The World Breaker Hulk versus the Abomination. Who would emerge victorious? Upon hearing the Hulk's roar, the Abomination's lips curled into a sinister grin. Finally, a worthy opponent had arrived. With a roar, the Abomination blurred and charged toward the Hulk with ferocity. Roar. The Hulk, unwilling to yield, unleashed a thunderous roar as he charged fiercely toward the Abomination. The powerful sound waves reverberated through the air, shattering nearby glass. Even the distant cameraman, tasked with covering the news, heard a sharp crack and painfully realized that a crack had formed on his camera's screen. The two titans raced down the street like cannonballs already fired. Bang! They both leapt into the air, their colossal fists colliding with one another. However, the Abomination seemed to have the upper hand, swiftly sending the Hulk flying. Streetlights erupted, showering the area with blinding sparks. The Hulk and the Abomination tumbled together along the asphalt for several revolutions. The Hulk aimed to deliver a powerful punch to the Abomination's face, but the latter regained his footing first and hurled the Hulk away. Burning cars were sent careening, and the Hulk rolled across the ground for hundreds of meters. This was not entirely the Hulk's fault, as his memories stemmed from Bruce Banner, who had never undergone professional combat training. Clearly inferior to the Abomination, a creature seasoned in battle, countless innocent bystanders, fearing the chaos, fled in panic. The confrontation between these two behemoths was far too perilous for them to approach. Even the typically brave news media retreated to a safe distance, capturing the monstrous duel with long-range lenses to broadcast to the world. The Hulk crashed into several abandoned vehicles before finally coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, he felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet. The Abomination, perched upon the wreckage of a discarded bus, mockingly beckoned to the Hulk, his tone dripping with disdain. "Keep going." Hulk. Enraged, the Hulk smashed a nearby police car to smithereens, wielding a piece of it as a weapon, akin to a boxer's glove. The Abomination charged at him with great speed, his massive fist aimed directly at the Hulk. Today his primary objective was to defeat the Hulk, followed by Lin Ye. The Hulk roared defiantly, using the remnants of the police car to block the Abomination's assault, while simultaneously bringing down the other half upon the Abomination's head. In the battleground of Queens, the two enormous combatants engaged in close-quarters brawling, each blow landing with visceral impact. If not for the considerable damage inflicted upon public property, it would indeed be a thrilling spectacle. Lin Ye observed the unfolding battle keenly. He noted that although the Hulk was trading blows with the Abomination, the latter clearly exhibited greater resilience. The Abomination was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed technical skill, capable of exploiting opportunities that would leave the Hulk struggling to defend himself. This realization prompted Lin Ye to reconsider his earlier assumptions. While the current Hulk demonstrated a more focused rage, yielding greater explosive power and destructive capability, he was still in his nascent stage. His combat experience paled in comparison to the Hulk who had fought numerous battles on Sakaar. Thus, although the Hulk at present possessed the strength of a world breaker, he was unable to fully harness it. Lin Ye squinted slightly, based on the current display. The power unleashed by both the Abomination and the Hulk was still far beneath his own. Although this battle is primarily Hulk's, should he falter, the mission would be at stake. He fixed his gaze on Hulk, scrutinizing his condition. It appeared that Hulk was experiencing a rare moment of unity with Bruce Banner's consciousness, which rendered him less adept at controlling the fight. However, if he were to gain mastery over this synergy, one could anticipate an eruption of power surpassing his current capabilities. Reminiscent of the Hulk who had endured numerous battles on Sakaar, the abomination would soon become inconsequential. Yet, at this moment, Lin could not help but furrow his brow. Just then, Hulk seized an opening, delivering a devastating kick that sent the abomination crashing to the ground. The remnants of a police car raining down upon him with ferocious force, swiftly reducing the debris to smithereens. Hulk pinned the abomination down by the chest with one hand while the other, clenched into a fist, struck mercilessly at his head. Hulk's relentless barrage. With dozens of blows landing with brutal precision, the abomination's face was left a bloody mess, while Hulk gasped for breath. Lin crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head slightly. Hulk had not yet mastered his strength, yet he exerted full force with each punch. This was utterly inadvisable. Visible scars on the abomination's face began to heal before their eyes. He spat out a mouthful of blood with an air of arrogant disdain, taunting. "Is this all you've got, Bruce?" Enraged, Hulk roared, preparing to deliver another blow to the abomination. In a sudden burst of power, the abomination kicked out, launching Hulk away like a cannonball, hurtling him into the towering building across the street. The abomination rose and tore through the street's barricades, leaping with tremendous force to land on the exterior of the building. The concrete and brick structure succumbed to a massive impact, obliterating everything within. Pipes burst, water gushed forth, and electrical circuits were shattered, sending sparks flying. An innocent bystander peered around the corner, startled by the sudden appearance of the abomination, and fled in terror. A helicopter approached from behind the abomination, and General Ross commanded the pilot to open fire. The pilot, witnessing the two colossal figures before him, appeared panicked. "Sir, which one should we assist?" he inquired. General Ross, casting a baffled look at the pilot, replied, "Of course, we aid the green one. Who else would you consider? Hurry and shoot the other one in half." The pilot comprehended Ross's intent and unleashed a torrent of gunfire upon the abomination. Upon seeing Ross and Lin hidden within the helicopter, the abomination's enmity flared, and he let out a thunderous roar, rapidly scaling the building to evade the gunfire. Hulk, witnessing the abomination leap from the rooftop, bellowed and pursued him. The helicopter followed closely, hot on the abomination's trail. Realizing the helicopter was in relentless pursuit, the abomination dashed to the edge of the rooftop and leaped, aiming to land on the helicopter. Should he succeed, Lin and Ross would meet their demise. Inside the aircraft, Ross's gaze flickered with alarm as the abomination approached. Betty clutched Ross's sleeve tightly. Meanwhile, Lin, arms crossed, observed the snarling abomination with a steady, composed demeanor. At a pivotal moment, a green figure lunged forth, directly colliding with abomination and sending him flying. "Banner!" Betty exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement upon seeing her beloved. Hulk, bearing the immense weight of abomination, plummeted straight to the ground, creating a colossal crater upon impact. The two massive titans grappled fiercely, their enormous fists relentlessly striking each other's faces. Caught off guard, Hulk was struck by Abomination's punch, his body crashing into a pile of rubble. Abomination swiftly charged forward, pinning Hulk against the wall. Hulk struggled fiercely, yet remained ensnared under Abomination's overwhelming force. With a menacing glare, Abomination snarled, "Bruce, you are utterly unworthy of such power." With that, a brutal elbow strike landed squarely on Hulk's chest, the shards of metal embedded in Abomination's elbow tearing through Hulk's skin, blood pouring forth. "Oh my God!" exclaimed a news anchor witnessing the scene, shaking his head in disbelief. "This hulking brute is absolutely terrifying. He will surely devastate the entire city. Who will stop him?" Spectators around them raised their phones to capture the harrowing spectacle, with some broadcasting it live. Fear and panic etched on their faces. The crowd trembled before the monstrous figure. "Who can save us? Shadow Lord, where are you? We need you. Please, come to our rescue, Shadow Lord." Countless voices cried out, praying for the Shadow Lord to appear and deliver the city from this horrifying menace. The calamity had escalated to this point, and they could not endure much longer. "Hurry, Shadow Lord." The media echoed their prayers, hoping the Shadow Lord would intervene and save the beleaguered city from the clutches of this terrifying demon. In Stark Tower, Tony Stark watched the live broadcast with a grave expression. The sheer terrifying power of this green behemoth shook him to his core. Each punch unleashed was akin to a cannonball, capable of effortlessly demolishing a building. And then there was Lin Ye. They were as if a walking, destructive nuclear bomb. In SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury observed the heart-stopping footage, his demeanor deceptively calm, yet his fists involuntarily clenched, betraying his inner turmoil and anxiety. The Avengers initiative must be approved by the World Council. "Lin Ye, you must assist Banner." On the helicopter, Betty, watching her beloved being overpowered by Abomination, was on the verge of tears. "If you don't act soon, he might die." General Ross turned to Lin Ye, pleading for his intervention. Lin Ye's gaze remained intense. Fixated on the two colossal beings below, he understood that the moment had come for him to intervene. Otherwise, Banner would perish. Moreover, he still had task 2 to fulfill. Leave it to me. Lin Ye nodded slightly, casting a reassuring glance at Betty and General Ross. Below, Abomination stood triumphantly over Hulk. It's over, Hulk. Abomination roared, raising his fist to deliver a fatal blow. Oh no. The media reporter's expression was one of utter despair. That green behemoth is about to lose. Oh God. I can hardly bear to look. The creature known as Abomination roared, its colossal fist crashing down with tremendous force. The onlookers from afar, along with those watching on television, instinctively shielded their eyes. They dared not witness the impending scene. A deafening sonic boom erupted, sending shockwaves visible to the naked eye, creating a cloud of smoke that billowed forth. The collective heart of the city quivered, drawing everyone's gaze involuntarily toward the source. What would be the outcome? Had the green giant fallen? No, he was still standing. Suddenly, a gasp shattered the silence. As the smoke cleared, it revealed that the 4-meter-tall Abomination's fist had been effortlessly caught by a young man, barely 1 meter 80 tall. Darkness swirled around him with fervor. It was he. The Lord of Shadows. The Lord of Shadows has arrived. At that moment, Lin Ye's presence injected a surge of hope into this despairing city. Chapter 38. The Might of the Giant Shadow. Oh my heavens, dear viewers, can you guess what I just witnessed? You may find it hard to believe. We are saved. It is the Lord of Shadows. Yes, he has appeared. At this critical juncture for our city, he has once again stepped forward to protect us all. He is nothing short of magnificent. As Lin Ye materialized, the news reporters seemed to reach a crescendo, passionately shouting into their microphones. Every individual in front of their televisions could feel the exhilaration emanating from the host, who had narrowly escaped disaster. Lord of Shadows! Lord of Shadows! Lord of Shadows! The crowd erupted in cheers, raising their hands in support of the Lord of Shadows. I told you, the Lord of Shadows will never abandon us. I am your most devoted follower. Lord of Shadows, I love you. I want to bear your children. They screamed in adoration, as if they were in the presence of their idol. In their hearts, as long as Lin Ye was present, no crisis could truly be a crisis. On the plane, Ross watched this scene unfold, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He was thankful he had grasped Lin Ye's intent and refrained from continuing to oppose him. Otherwise, the mere presence of these fans could have posed a significant headache for the military. Abomination's eyes widened in disbelief, as if it had seen a ghost. It was well aware of the immense power contained within that punch, a force capable of reducing a person to mere pulp and creating a 10-meter deep crater in the ground. Yet, Lin Ye had caught it with ease, his expression betraying not a hint of disturbance. If not for the gust of wind rustling his clothes, Abomination might have thought it was facing a mere illusion. No. How could this be? Is this even human? Abomination's mind went blank, its pupils constricting as its heart raced violently. However, deep within his heart, a ruthless ferocity burgeoned like a virulent plague, swiftly usurping his inner fears. His loathing gaze morphed once more into a sinister glare, fixating intently on Lin Ye with an insatiable hunger for vengeance. He could not forget the humiliation of being sent flying by this man at Calvo University. Now, he yearned for retribution. Lin Ye, you have arrived just in time. First, I shall deal with you. Then, I will confront Bruce. With a furious roar, he raised his fist and lunged at Lin Ye. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. It appeared that Bronsky, in his quest for power, had overlooked the detrimental effects of the serum. He executed a swift maneuver, his form becoming as elusive as a specter, effortlessly evading the onslaught of the loathing beast's fist. Roar. Undeterred, the loathing creature bellowed defiantly and continued to swing his fists in attack. Yet, no matter how rapid his strikes, they could not match Lin Ye's evasive agility. For the maneuver was a step akin to that of the Grim Reaper, capable of eluding even the most discerning of senses. A gust of wind surged. The loathing beast's fist descended upon Lin Ye with the weight of a mountain, yet before it could make contact, Lin Ye struck first. His seemingly modest fist collided with the imposing bulk of the loathing creature, unleashing an unimaginable force. Bang! The loathing creature felt as if a colossal hammer had struck his chest, a warm, coppery taste of blood erupting from his mouth, accompanied by the sensation of several ribs fracturing. Dazed, he glanced around, perceiving the scenery on either side retreating at an alarming speed. It was only then that he realized he was airborne once more. Damn it, this was the second time Lin Ye had sent him flying. Boom. The loathing creature's body crashed through the remnants of debris, becoming entombed beneath the rubble. Behind Lin Ye, Hulk had regained some composure and stood up. Casting a glance at the suddenly reappeared Lin Ye, his eyes tinged with embarrassment. He had failed. He was unable to defeat the loathing beast and required Lin Ye's direct intervention for assistance. Lin Ye offered a subtle smile, utilizing dark energy to elevate himself to Hulk's height. Placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his expression serene. You performed commendably, yet there is still room for improvement. Hulk nodded sheepishly. It's all right. You have done exceedingly well. As for him, I will handle this now, Lin Ye stated calmly, his gaze shifting towards the place where the loathing beast had fallen. In the distance, a hand emerged from the scattered debris as the loathing creature clawed his way out. His eyes burning with fury as he glared at Lin Ye, unleashing a wrathful roar. Lin Ye, I shall kill you. Vronsky, Lin Ye floated in midair, enveloped in dark energy, his expression indifferent. A truly formidable individual never resorts to shouting to assert dominance. Your actions merely reflect impotent rage in my eyes. Lin Ye, is this the extent of your power? You cannot harm me. The loathing creature twisted his neck, a cold smirk creeping across his face. His voice hoarse as if laden with sand. Although Lin Ye's strength was indeed terrifying, he had transformed into a monstrous entity, just emerging from the ruins. The loathing creature realized he had sustained minimal injuries, merely superficial wounds. Under the serum's influence, he was now almost entirely restored. This instilled in him a newfound confidence in the face of Lin Ye. Lin Ye's eyes glimmered with a mocking smile, beneath which lay an unyielding chill. What kind of confidence could afford him such audacity? He parted his lips slightly, uttering 5 words. You may give it a try. The entity of disgust felt a surge of anger at Lin Ye's contemptuous demeanor. If you wish to test your mettle, then let it be so. He casually seized 2 hefty stones, capable of flattening a man, and tossed them towards Lin Ye with a flick of his wrist. Lin Ye's mind stirred. From the darkness at his feet emerged a towering figure, its muscles solid as armor. It was the giant Shadow. Media personnel in the distance caught sight of Lin Ye's newly summoned shadow servant and quickly aimed their cameras. Ladies and gentlemen, guess what I see? A shadow servant never seen before. Our shadow master has summoned a colossal servant rivaling the Hulk. Prepare yourselves, for a twist is upon us. The journalists buzzed with excitement. Even from afar, they could sense a more terrifying pressure emanating from the giant shadow than from the Hulk himself. Not only the attendees at the scene, but even those watching on television felt an exhilarating rush as the giant shadow materialized. I knew the Shadow Master would not disappoint us. A double twist, I must say. The Shadow Master has never let us down. Boom, boom. The giant shadow stood before Lin Ye, delivering 2 punches that effortlessly shattered the stones, as though they were mere plastic. Roar. The entity of disgust bellowed in fury, charging towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye smirked disdainfully. It was the perfect opportunity to test whether the second-tier giant shadow could outmatch disgust. Judging by the previous exchange, disgust's strength, speed, and technique were only sufficient to contend with opponents of similar stature. When faced with a significant disparity in size, disgust could only resort to brute strength and speed. However, against Lin Ye, those attributes proved utterly ineffective. Eliminate him, Lin Ye commanded nonchalantly. The giant shadow lifted its foot and strode leisurely towards disgust. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D.S. 3 Arcwing Building, Fury watched the television coverage of Lin Ye's newly summoned shadow servant, his brows nearly knitting together in frustration. His mind felt as though it might explode. What else could this fellow summon? The Wraith offered a balanced combat capability. The Claw Shadow possessed formidable offensive strength, and the Flight Shadow could soar and manipulate. Now, he had summoned a massive, resilient creature. In other words, if he so desired, he could conquer New York City. The world was indeed harsh, Fury sighed. Initially, he believed the 3 shadow servants he had summoned were the limit, and he had developed countermeasures against them. Who could have anticipated that new ones would emerge? Of course, this did not imply that Fury sought to confront Lin Ye directly. Rather, he would devise specialized tactical responses for any superhuman outside his control. However, who could have anticipated that Lin Ye would grow at such an astonishing pace? Just as he believed he had thoroughly analyzed the situation and even crafted the guide to counteracting Lin Ye's fall, this fellow surprised him. In Chapter 39, the 7th form of thunder breathing, the abomination surged forward like a cannonball towards the colossal shadow, swinging a fist aimed directly at its visage. Although the giant moved slowly, it exhibited no hesitation in combat. It swiftly seized the abomination's arm and, utilizing its massive frame, brought him crashing to the ground. Bang! The 2 titanic figures collapsed onto the earth, producing a dull thud. The abomination, unwilling to be subdued by the giant, began to grapple fiercely, throwing punches in a desperate struggle. Suddenly, with a powerful kick, the giant struck the abomination in the abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air once more. Witnessing this, Lin Ye formed a judgment in his mind. Clearly, the giant held the upper hand. Observing the giant's seemingly effortless dominance, Lin Ye realized that it was merely a matter of time before the confrontation concluded. If the second-tier giant could handle the abomination with such ease, how would it fare against Black Dwarf, one of Thanos' minions? Another formidable brute. Perhaps it was worth a try. Lin Ye stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He noticed the trajectory of the abomination's flight, and to his horror, it was headed straight for his villa. With a thunderous crash, the villa he had just acquired was reduced to ruins. Lin Ye's countenance darkened instantly. My villa. He shot a glare at the giant and, through clenched teeth, muttered, why must you strike so forcefully? Now look what you've done. My villa is in shambles. The giant remained motionless, rooted in place. Lin Ye could only sigh. After all, these creatures were under his control, so chastising the giant would be tantamount to rebuking himself. This simply would not do. But now that his home was destroyed, Where would he reside? After a moment's contemplation, he turned his gaze skyward towards the helicopter. Old Ross, you owe me a villa. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have wrecked my own house. Yes, it was not his fault. Everything was Ross's doing. Lin Ye nodded to himself, commending his own cleverness. Meanwhile, in the helicopter, Ross observed the chaotic battlefield below and involuntarily sneezed. What was happening? Was he catching a chill? On the other side, the abomination crawled from the ruins of the villa, furious as he pounded the ground. How could the gap between him and Lin Ye be so vast? He had not anticipated that he would transform into this grotesque form and still be unable to defeat Lin Ye. Something must have gone awry. The abomination refused to accept this reality. No, no, a mere dark servant cannot stop me. Hulk, Lin Ye, I shall slay you both. The abomination roared as he charged towards Lin Ye. The giant swiftly moved to shield Lin Ye from the impending onslaught. A visceral blow of loathing struck the towering monstrosity. Yet the evolved behemoth, with its toughened hide and sinewy flesh, remained unperturbed, engaging in a fierce struggle with the embodiment of hatred. Oh, what a tumultuous clash! It is unfathomable to imagine how our city would endure the wrath of such a creature without the Shadow Lord's intervention. The media captured this chaotic scene, and the host could not suppress an exclamation of awe. Suddenly, a luminous toy ball rolled out from a nearby building, coming to rest in the street. Moments later, a girl, approximately 8 years of age, dashed out from the edifice, seemingly intent on retrieving the toy that had tumbled into the thoroughfare. However, the ball lay perilously close to the fierce confrontation between the loathing entity and the giant. Alarm bells rang. The distant media caught sight of this unfolding drama. Their earlier relief instantly replaced by dread. They observed that the monstrous being had fixed its gaze upon the innocent girl. Run! The host and the onlookers, ensconced at a distance, shouted in frantic desperation, yet their voices could not bridge the vast expanse. Get out of my way, you nuisance! The loathing creature bellowed, raising its fist, poised to strike the child. Oh no, stop! Witnessing this, the host and countless spectators gasped in horror. Even those watching from the comfort of their homes stood up, their faces etched with concern, fixated on the unfolding tragedy. She is but a child. Monster, cease this madness. Who will save her? A wave of anxiety swept over everyone, as they collectively yearned for a hero to rescue the innocent girl from the clutches of malice. Inside the building, the child's mother, separated by glass, screamed in anguish. Run! Her feet itched to rush out, but several terrified individuals sheltering nearby grasped her. Tears streaming down her face. They watched as the loathing creature roared and unleashed a devastating blow, instinctively shutting their eyes. This child was doomed. There was no hope. The Shadow Lord was too far away to intervene. How tragic it was. She did not deserve to meet her end here. A profound sorrow enveloped the crowd as they lamented the impending fate of the girl. Lin Ye and Hulk beheld this scene, a look of panic overtaking Lin Ye's expression. This distance rendered him powerless to save her. Yet, he knew Lin Ye could. He recalled how Lin Ye had swiftly dealt with Bransky and his cohorts in the city of football. Lin Ye too witnessed the unfolding chaos. Darkness coalesced in his hand, forming a blade of shadowy energy. Taking a deep breath, arcs of lightning flickered around him, startling Hulk beside him. Seventh form of thunder breathing, fire thunder god. With a thunderous roar, the night sky erupted with a brilliance akin to daylight, and Lin Ye's form vanished in an instant. Hulk's eyes involuntarily shut against the blinding light. Yet his heart raced with trepidation. In that fleeting moment of Lin Ye's disappearance, an overwhelming sense of annihilation gripped him, rendering him breathless. In the next moment, Lin Ye had already arrived before the abomination, his dark energy blade swinging down with swift ferocity. A golden thunder dragon materialized from the pitch-black night sky, astonishing all present as if a divine miracle had returned. The furious golden dragon let out a resounding roar, instantly piercing through the abomination's body, stirring up a cloud of dust. What was that? Everyone gasped in shock, casting bewildered glances towards the sky. After the golden dragon vanished, Lin Ye's figure floated above the abomination, clad in armor forged from dark energy, with a broad cape billowing gently in the night breeze. It was unavoidable. The seventh form of thunder breathing placed a tremendous burden on his body. Without the protection of the dark energy armor, his physical form would have surely sustained grave damage. Beneath the moonlight, Lin Ye stood gracefully suspended in midair, cradling the little girl in his arms. Wow, how magnificent! I knew it. I knew the Shadow Lord would prevail. What is happening? As a man, I am finding comfort in this sense of safety. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. The abomination, stunned, looked up at the slender figure in the sky. Why did this man, who appeared so fragile, consistently unleash such unexpected combat prowess? The Shadow Lord. A whimper escaped the abomination's lips. His fist ultimately did not descend. The golden thunder dragon suddenly appeared before him, and before he could react, it had already pierced through his chest. In that moment, he finally comprehended the vast chasm between himself and Lin Ye. A line of blood surfaced on his body, his eyes reflecting a sense of unwillingness. Crack! His body split in two, his insides charred, exuding a foul scent of burnt flesh. The abomination was dead. Ding. Task 2 completed. Rewards dispensed. The system notification arrived punctually. Wow. I want the Shadow Lord to bear children. Big Apple City cannot exist without the Shadow Lord. Just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Long live the Shadow Lord. The populace cheered exuberantly, the victorious clamor echoing throughout Big Apple City. In a helicopter, General Ross gazed at the levitating Lin Ye, astonishment etched across his face. He had grown astonishingly fast, mastering such terrifying abilities in such a brief span. Betty stared blankly at the scene, her heart overflowing with tumult. She had never anticipated Lin Ye would be so formidable. She even thought that if Banner were to interact more with Lin Ye in the future, it would surely be beneficial. Yes, Lin Ye's company must be endorsed by Banner. If he dares to refuse, he can forget about sharing her bed. Unbeknownst to the Hulk-transformed Banner, he was being sold out by his wife. All was well, dear little princess. Lin Ye gradually descended, gently placing the girl on the ground. A charming smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Shadow Lord. I want to be like you when I grow up. The little girl exclaimed, her face alight with adoration. Lin smiled gently and said, of course, my dear little princess, Lorna. Just then, the little girl's mother, her eyes glistening with tears, rushed out of the building. Upon seeing her daughter safe and sound, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Lin touched his cheek, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Hey Lin, you are truly remarkable. Bruce Banner couldn't contain his admiration for Lin. With the crisis averted, a multitude of media outlets surged forward, directing their cameras at Lin and capturing every moment. How did you save this little girl? Did you use magic? With the looming dangers in Big Apple City, will you continue to protect this city as you did today? Chaotic questions flooded in. Lin felt a twinge of frustration. As long as everyone believes in the darkness, it shall provide protection for you all. At Stark Tower, Tony Stark watched the entire live news coverage. His emotions stirred profoundly. He had never imagined that the Lord of Shadows could be so formidable, powerful enough that even hatred was no match for him. It was a grave miscalculation on his part to think he could confront him with gravity devices. However, Tony's gaze remained fixated on Lin on the television screen, a flicker of unease dancing in his eyes. What if this hero, who saved the city, were to fall one day? Who would then rescue the tormented city and its suffering populace? The people needed weapons to counterbalance these superheroes. Tony's resolve gradually solidified. He was determined to develop a new weapon to ensure Stark Industries remained unaffected. At that moment, Pepper entered, clad in a sleek, elegant gown, and said, Tony, the plane is ready for departure at any moment. First, we will head to Las Vegas for tomorrow's award ceremony. Then off to Afghanistan for the military's Jericho missile launch the following day. Tony stood up, patting Pepper on the shoulder, a smile spreading across his face. You truly are a diligent assistant. Stop being so cheeky. Pepper shot him a playful glare. Tony chuckled, choosing not to say anything further. Chapter 40. The cost of protecting Tony. The following day, in Malibu, Los Angeles, Lin arrived. Bearing the weight of dark circles under his eyes from his journey from Big Apple City, he stood by the roadside, gazing at the opulent villa before him, momentarily lost in thought. The previous night, after dealing with the frenzied media, he and Banner had stayed in military quarters arranged by Ross. During the process, he had mentioned the matter of compensating for a house, and to his surprise, Ross had readily agreed, even appearing somewhat pleased. Perhaps he was indeed pleased, after all. Lin could notice the barely concealed smile at the corners of Ross's mouth when he brought it up. Was there something unusual about this house? Lin shook his head. At least he couldn't discern anything amiss at the moment. This morning, Lin had intended to invite Banner to join him, but the latter had remained in the dormitory with Betty after giving 2 vials of blood to Ross and had yet to emerge. If it were not for Lin Ye's keen hearing, he might have thought that the fellow in the room was soundly asleep. Damned hormones. These 2 ought to be handed over to the organization for judgment. Thus, after leaving a note for Banner, Lin Ye made his way to the address provided by Ross. This villa, perched upon a cliff, boasted a southern view of the Pacific Ocean and the sun-kissed beaches of Malibu. Below, he could see numerous bikini-clad beauties frolicking on the sands. To the north, the villa was adjacent to the Santa Monica Mountains and California State Route 1, offering convenient transportation and breathtaking vistas. Surrounded by lush greenery, the 3-story villa spanned over 800 square meters, epitomizing luxury. Its interior was adorned in a style of intelligent minimalism, fully equipped with furnishings and appliances, including an expansive swimming pool in the backyard. Lin Ye gazed around. Having heard that Malibu was a haven for the affluent, it seemed that the villas lining this street housed not only Hollywood stars, but also discreet tycoons. The villa he resided in was situated somewhat further down the street, near its end, and only a handful of grand villas surrounded him. As he approached the last villa, he could tell at a glance that it belonged to a person of considerable wealth. The reason was simple. The courtyard alone was several times larger than his. And in the backyard, there resided a pool the size of 2 basketball courts, a sports arena, and a helicopter landing pad. All things considered, this villa must have a total area of at least 1,500 square meters. Most tellingly, The owner of this villa must have a penchant for ostentation. For compared to his own modestly designed abode, this mansion resembled a grand theater. In the distance, a vehicle approached steadily, coming to a halt before Lin Ye. "Hey, you must be Lin Ye." A man with sunglasses, exhibiting signs of remarkable intelligence, stepped out of the car, a warm smile gracing his face as he approached Lin Ye. The moment Lin Ye laid eyes on him, he understood why Ross had so eagerly agreed. It was evident that this was not merely about wealth. "Hello, Coulson." Lin Ye nodded, shaking his hand. Upon hearing Lin Ye directly utter his name, a flicker of surprise crossed Coulson's eyes. He then chuckled. "They say there's nothing the Shadow Lord does not know. It appears this rumor holds true. I'm certain we have never met." Lin Ye shrugged, offering no comment. "Are you satisfied with the place?" Coulson inquired, removing his sunglasses and gesturing toward the adjacent villa. Lin Ye nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "If I could blow up that ostentatious villa next door, I would be exceedingly pleased." Coulson chuckled wryly, spreading his hands in a gesture of apology. "I'm afraid that may prove quite difficult." Lin Ye shrugged once more, cutting straight to the point. "Speak up. The egg never engages in a losing deal. What does he wish to accomplish?" Lin Ye harbored no fondness for owing favors to enigmatic individuals. Thus he was eager to ascertain Egg's true intentions. Coulson discovered that conversing with Lin Ye was no trivial matter. The man's directness rendered his carefully prepared remarks utterly unnecessary. Thus, he opted for a more relaxed approach. "Shall we proceed inside? This is hardly the place for discussion." After uttering those words, he graciously handed Lin Ye the key to the villa. Lin Ye nodded, accepting the key and unlocking the electric gate. As he entered the villa, he cast a glance at the plaque on the wall, which read, 10879, Malibu Street. Lin Ye paused for a moment, stepping back to survey the adjacent opulent residence. A foreboding feeling creeping into his mind. Is the neighboring house 10,880? Coulson met his gaze with calm assurance. Indeed, is there a problem? A shadow crossed Lin Ye's face as he realized the sinister intentions of the nefarious individual. Coulson led Lin Ye into the villa, offering a thoughtful introduction to its layout. The allocation of rooms was remarkably sensible. 1 master bedroom, 5 guest rooms, 2 gyms, a study, a walk-in closet, a game room, and a home theater, with an open kitchen and living area that featured an elegant antique tea table. Below the villa, there was a subterranean garage capable of accommodating 20 vehicles. Once Lin Ye became thoroughly acquainted with his new abode, he invited Coulson to the living room sofa, ready to hear the S-H-I-E-L-D entreaty. With a gentle motion of his hand across the coffee table, 2 bottles of chilled, sugar-free cola materialized before them. "Speak, Coulson. I prefer transparency in our discussions. And do try this cola. It's sugar-free and conducive to a healthy lifestyle." Coulson's attention sharpened. He had heard numerous rumors and seen countless videos regarding Lin Ye. Tales of his formidable magical prowess, his ability to fly, and summon dark minions. Yet, witnessing it firsthand was profoundly striking. As he accepted the cola and twisted off the cap, the refreshing liquid cascaded down his throat, sending a delightful chill coursing through him, awakening every nerve. "This is exquisite." Coulson's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now he understood why the director had entrusted this villa to Lin Ye. Clearing his throat, Lin Ye observed Coulson's shifting expressions, calmness, astonishment, and deep contemplation, and couldn't help but cough lightly to regain his attention. The director has but one request. He hopes you can look after, or rather, protect the owner of the adjacent villa. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, fully aware of whom the director referred to. With a wry smile, he replied, "Hasn't the director mentioned that the individual next door previously supplied arms to the military to counter me?" Clearly, Lin Ye implied that while he was open to protection, the villa itself was insufficient remuneration. Coulson sheepishly nodded. "Regarding that, the director has indicated that you may propose your terms. As long as they fall within the capabilities of our Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau, we can accommodate." Upon hearing that name, Lin Ye felt a surge of frustration and couldn't help but exclaim, "Could you possibly consider changing the name? Evans, H-I-E-L-D, would suffice. A name like this is hardly memorable." Coulson, taking out a notebook, earnestly noted this down, responding, "I shall certainly suggest this to our director. However, I must admit, S-H-I-E-L-D is indeed a splendid proposal." Enough of the chatter, Lin Ye interjected, gesturing dismissively while leaning slightly forward. "I have but one request." Coulson silently listened, his expression shifting from seriousness to astonishment. This was due to the nature of Lin Ye's request, which held a confidentiality even he was unaware of. For Lin Ye's sole demand was to acquire the space gem, concealed deep within S-H-I-E-L-D. Chapter 41, The Lottery and Contemplation. The choice to pursue the space gem was not made lightly by Lin Ye. It was, at present, the most accessible gem. The reason for approaching the Infinity Stones now was based on the Hellbat Armor, which Lin Ye hypothesized and prepared to experiment with. This armor had been collaboratively crafted by heroes of the Justice League, with each component possessing unparalleled abilities, thus enabling it to withstand the power of the Infinity Stones. much like Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. However, the Hellbat Armor required energy to function. Currently, Lin Ye could replenish its energy through points. But this was a cumbersome and rapid consumption method, resulting in its underutilization during previous battles. Yet, what if the Hellbat Armor could integrate the space gem? Could it not harness the gem's energy as a source of propulsion? This was not an implausible notion and held significant feasibility. Lin Ye was unconcerned about whether they would acquiesce to his request. Given their evident admiration for Tony Stark, it was likely they would comply. The decision lay not in his hands but theirs. At worst, he could discreetly infiltrate and steal the gem later. For now, engaging them was merely a matter of leveraging their remaining benefits. Once Coulson departed, Lin Ye eagerly washed his hands and settled on the couch in the living room. Opening the system panel. Name, Lin Ye. Ability equipment. 1. Dark Space Level 4, 9,000 10,000. 2. Phantom Level 5, 0 5,000. 3. Claw Shadow Level 3, 11 6,800. 4. Flying Shadow Level 3, 22 10,000. 5. Giant Shadow Level 2, 22 15,000. 2. Dark Magic, 9,200 10,000. 1. Ancient 1, 500 500. 2. Mordo, 200 200. 3. The King, 100 100. 3. Hellbat Armor, 500 1000. Task, Request of the God King. Task 2. Assist Thor in becoming the true god of thunder. Reward, 5,000 points and the essence of a deity. Points, 7,400. System Shop, Lottery. As the narrative drew to a close, an unexpected fortune of over 7,000 points was bestowed upon Lin, accompanied by the triggering of Odin's quest, marking a bountiful harvest indeed. Lin, filled with exhilaration, rubbed his hands together, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Furthermore, after vanquishing the abomination, the dark space had accrued an additional 1,000 energy points, leaving him just 1,000 shy of an upgrade. However, Lin decided to commence with a 5-fold draw. System, initiate the advanced lottery, 5 consecutive draws. His heart brimmed with hope. Ding. The system was engaged in the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Soundwave. Lin was momentarily taken aback. Soundwave? Was it a power? Yet, as the system relayed further information, he realized that this Soundwave was not merely a power, but the chief intelligence officer and reconnaissance expert of the Decepticons from Transformers. He had always believed that his advantage stemmed from his familiarity with the plot, yet he remained oblivious to whether the storyline had shifted since his involvement, or if his intrusion had birthed a new timeline. Nevertheless, with the acquisition of Soundwave, he could now command all information at his fingertips, with a mere thought. He could even uncover the nuclear codes of the American military. A smile crept across Lin's face as he commanded, System, Extraction. At that moment, in the satellite orbit of outer space, Soundwave transformed into an American military satellite, hovering above the Earth. Simultaneously, information from Fury, Coulson, and countless individuals from various realms began to flow to Soundwave, who meticulously filtered and relayed it to Lin. Meanwhile, his phone chimed with a new message. Master greetings. I am your most loyal subordinate, Soundwave. Lin nodded, gazing intently at his phone. Soundwave, from now on, keep a vigilant watch on Tony Stark's every move and report any developments to me promptly. In no time, the previous messages vanished, replaced by a new affirmation. Received. Lin nodded, tucking his phone into his pocket. With Soundwave at his disposal, he realized that acquiring information would no longer necessitate his direct involvement. Soundwave often concealed itself in deep space, gathering intelligence. Any camera, phone, or electronic device connected to the Earth would fall under its surveillance. Moreover, within its very being lay a clandestine espionage unit, a mechanical hound, the very same that had caused Optimus Prime considerable distress, capable of excreting numerous steel columns to seize the Allspark. The first reward left Lin immensely satisfied, and he nodded, eagerly anticipating the next. Ding. The system was once again engaged in the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the duality hands. Lin's eyes sparkled. This was a remarkable boon. In discussions of Under One Man, a recurring theme was the preservation of life. Within the realm of the 8 extraordinary techniques, the only means to achieve such a feat was through the duality hands. The duality hands possessed the attributes of modification and developmental mentality, coupled with the prowess of corporeal enhancement. When manifested, the duality hands would reveal themselves as a blue hand and a red hand. The blue hand was specialized. It could detect lies, read and erase memories, and even alter perceptions. The red hand, on the other hand, focused on life. It could alter appearances and repair or transform the physical body. Now, having acquired the ability of dual proficiency, Lin Ye has finally filled the last gap in his capabilities. He is now proficient in both ranged and melee combat, and possesses the ability to summon servants. Coupled with his mastery of sound waves, there is no piece of information in the world that he cannot uncover, should he desire it. With dual proficiency at his disposal, one could say he has transformed into a formidable healer summoner. The rewards he received earlier far exceeded his expectations, igniting his anticipation for the next prize. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Conqueror's Haki. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the Rumble fruit. As the 3 notifications rang out, Lin Ye shot up from the sofa, his previously calm gaze now ablaze with elation. My heavens! Is today the day of the auspicious king? Conqueror's Haki, a reward from the world of One Piece, enables its wielder to intimidate and even incapacitate foes merely by the force of their presence, without the need to engage in physical combat. However, if mismanaged, it can affect those nearby as well. The Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, hailing from the Uchiha clan in Naruto, needs no further introduction. This is undoubtedly the most astonishing surprise of the draw. You might think this is merely a power? Wrong. It embodies a capability that not only counters illusions, but also contains 2 distinct abilities within its mystical pupils, far surpassing any cost-benefit ratio, especially as it grants access to the legendary Susanoo, known as the Power of Gods. Yet, it remains a mystery which 2 abilities are contained within this Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. As for the Rumble fruit, it is another illustrious reward from the One Piece universe. Upon consuming this devil fruit, the user becomes immune to physical attacks, most energy assaults, and non-Haki strikes. They can unleash blue, high-voltage currents at will, moving at lightning speed through conductors and air. Moreover, they can create lightning clones and possess healing capabilities through electricity. They can even emit bolts of lightning from their body, with a maximum voltage reaching 200 million volts, capable of causing widespread explosions. Should someone fall into shock, they can use electric currents to rejuvenate the heart, restoring its rhythm. With this newfound power, Lin Ye's destructive and offensive capabilities have multiplied exponentially. Observing the remaining 2,000 points, Lin Ye contemplated saving them for the time being. At present, the 4th tier dark space is sufficiently adequate, and he would refrain from spending points on upgrades just yet. Given Lin Ye's current prowess, he could contend with Captain Marvel. However, should Captain Marvel activate her binary mode, the outcome would be uncertain. This realization once again dimmed Lin Ye's inflated confidence. No, I cannot. His eyes flickered as he considered Captain Marvel's cosmic-level strength. In binary mode, she could obliterate a planet with ease. At present, he truly could not match her. Thus, the time has come for me to diligently complete my tasks to earn points, which is of utmost importance. Simultaneously, Banner must hasten the research on the perfect viral antidote, as it holds great significance for me. Not only could it enhance my physical prowess, but with a stroke of fortune, it might even unlock my telekinetic abilities. Furthermore, Lin has a foreboding sense that this could serve as his trump card in the future. On another front, after departing from Lin's villa, Coulson drove to a secure house belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as he activated the virtual interface to report Lin's requests to the director, he discovered Fury, visibly distressed, sitting before his desk. The cause of his dismay was an urgent piece of intelligence displayed on his computer screen, a video of Tony Stark being kidnapped in Afghanistan. Chapter 42, granting his request. Nick Fury watched the video repeatedly, attempting to glean any information, yet the kidnappers were exceedingly cautious. Even the ransom backdrop was shrouded in darkness, revealing no clues. The only audible sound was the voices of the captors, devoid of any other discernible noise for reference. This left the legendary agent exhaling a deep sigh of frustration. What a persistent predicament. Where could he possibly be? Several elite agents had been dispatched for 3 days without a single lead, plunging him into despair. Who could be orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Within the safe house, Coulson was also made aware of Tony Stark's disappearance. Observing Fury's troubled virtual image, he proposed an idea. Director, perhaps we could enlist Lin's assistance in locating Tony Stark. After all, we placed him in that villa specifically to safeguard Tony, and I trust his abilities will enable him to find him. Nick Fury shot a glance at Coulson, retorting with irritation. According to the intelligence, Tony Stark vanished after attending a military demonstration of the Jericho missile in Afghanistan, during which he was caught in a firefight initiated by bandits. The majority of his entourage perished, and we have yet to pinpoint the bandits' base. Do you truly believe Lin can succeed where we have failed? Fury acknowledged Lin's unparalleled combat skills, yet he boldly stated that if they could not locate the missing individuals, it was unlikely anyone could. Coulson recalled Lin's display of magic at the villa and felt an inexplicable sense of trust in him. He shrugged, saying ambiguously, why not give it a try? We don't have any better options at this point. If he can find Tony, that would certainly vindicate the grand gesture we made. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Nick Fury pondered for a moment, considering the validity of Coulson's argument. Very well. Coulson nodded, though his expression betrayed hesitation, as if he wished to voice something but refrained. What is it? Nick Fury noticed Coulson's discomfort and urged, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm already overwhelmed and lack the patience to guess what's on your mind. All right. Coulson nodded and said, Director, I previously had a cordial conversation with Lin Ye, and he expressed his willingness to comply with my request. Then have him find the whereabouts of Tony Stark immediately. Nick Fury urged eagerly. However, he has other conditions. Coulson replied. What? Nick Fury paused, staring at Coulson in bewilderment. What other conditions does he have? Speak quickly. As long as he can locate Tony Stark. Any condition is acceptable. Coulson hesitated, uncertain, and finally said, he wants the Space Stone. What? Nick Fury jumped to his feet, as if struck by a heavy blow. His expression one of shock, rendered speechless. Simultaneously, 3 questions flooded his mind. How does he know the Space Stone is here? Is there a traitor among us? What does he want with the Space Stone? Seeing Nick Fury frozen in place, as if his mind had crashed, Coulson wondered if he had short-circuited. Or perhaps this so-called Space Stone was indeed of such significance that even the director had to contemplate whether to acquiesce to Lin Ye's demands. Hey, director? Coulson leaned closer to Nick Fury's holographic image, waving his hand before him. He was pondering whether the Space Stone was more important than Tony Stark. Clearly, the value of the Space Stone was immeasurable. It contained immense power, and it was the source of Captain Marvel's existence. Even during World War II, Hydra had developed new weapons from it, inflicting nightmarish damage upon the Allies. Yet, what did Lin Ye intend to do with the Space Stone? Could he possibly wield it? No, that was implausible. Even Captain Marvel could not master the Space Stone. How could he? Even Hydra had only managed to harness a fraction of its capabilities. Moreover, the Space Stone was currently hidden within, and their research team had barely made any progress. He could not believe Lin Ye had any means to acquire it. Therefore, what would be the outcome of handing the Space Stone over to him? But how did he know about it? Fury resolved to conduct a thorough investigation within the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics. Damn it, who came up with such a lengthy name? Coulson, tell Lin Ye that I can agree to his terms, but he must ensure he finds Tony Stark and rescues him. Nick Fury said gravely, transmitting the information to Coulson via his phone and instructing him to relay his demands. Once a collaboration was established, both parties had to honor their commitments. Rest assured, Director, I will take care of it at once. Coulson noted Fury's request and prepared to depart. What is it? Nick Fury frowned. Why did this guy have to complicate matters? What name should be changed? Nick Fury paused for a moment. S-H-I-E-L-D. Lin Ye's new villa. The roar of an engine approached. Stopping at the entrance of his new villa, Lin Ye had just finished absorbing the system rewards. As I happened to see Coulson waiting at the door, I greeted him with a smile and invited him into the room, inquiring, what was the outcome? What did the egghead say? Coulson entered, a smile gracing his face as he replied, Lin Ye, our director has agreed to your terms and will grant you the Space Stone. However, there is a challenge that requires your attention. Just as he was about to elaborate, Coulson was taken aback at the sight of another Lin Ye leisurely seated on the sofa. This revelation left him utterly astonished. Could this individual possess the ability to create duplicates? He glanced at the Lin Ye beside him, then back at the one on the sofa. Both bore identical expressions, making it impossible to discern who was who. Coulson's mouth fell slightly agape as he pointed at the Lin Ye next to him, then at the one on the sofa, his fingers trembling as he struggled to decide whom to indicate. Don't be surprised. It's just a basic technique, he said. Chapter 43, The Fury of Thor. Lin Ye waved his hand, and the duplicate beside Coulson transformed into a flowing mass of darkness, merging seamlessly with the ground. This display reignited Coulson's profound interest in Lin Ye. How extensive were his abilities? What were the limits of his powers? He even pondered who was stronger in comparison to Captain Marvel. After all, Lin Ye's combat prowess appeared to have reached its zenith at this point. Coulson had encountered extraterrestrial beings and superhumans during his time with Fury, and he was acutely aware of the vastness of the universe. Let me take a guess. Lin Ye said, a smile gracing his lips. Were you about to say that Tony Stark has gone missing? Coulson was startled. How did you know? Lin Ye replied with a mysterious smile. I am aware of more than you can imagine. Coulson nodded, recalling the rumors that the Shadow Lord was privy to all information in this world. It seemed there was truth to those claims, and he was relieved to have faith in him. As for his director, Coulson was at a loss for words. He had always trusted only what he could see. Such rumors were utterly unconvincing to him, which led to his earlier request for Lin Ye's assistance, with Fury treating it as a desperate gamble. He presented the intelligence he had gathered to Lin Ye, stating, our director has agreed to your terms, but you must ensure that you locate Tony Stark and rescue him. Of course, since we have established this collaboration, I will fulfill my professional obligations, Lin Ye replied with a subtle smile, gazing at Coulson meaningfully. Likewise, you will honor your commitments, correct? Coulson discerned a warning in Lin Ye's gaze, contemplating the consequences if Lin Ye were to rescue Tony Stark only for director Nick Fury to suddenly renege on his promise. The outcome would surely be dire. Quickly shaking his head to dispel the troubling thoughts, Coulson wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied earnestly, of course, we never betray our word. I will rescue Tony Stark, you can rest assured. Lin Ye nonchalantly agreed. Just as he accepted the terms, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. System task issued. Rescue Tony Stark. Objective. Locate Tony Stark and successfully rescue him. Reward, 1,000 points. Will you accept the mission? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. astonished that the narrative surrounding Tony Stark could be initiated through S-H-I-E-L-D. Initially troubled by how to coax Tony into speaking, he now found a means to trigger the event through S-H-I-E-L-D. This presented an opportunity to torment Tony slightly, avenging the weaponry he created and the military's attempts to confront him. Mission accepted, Lin Ye declared, claiming the task. Coulson, witnessing Lin Ye's agreement, smiled. We have complete confidence in what the Shadow Lord undertakes. He then kindly inquired, do you require our assistance with any arrangements? No need, Lin Ye confidently shook his head. I am more than capable on my own. Coulson nodded, recognizing the man's remarkable self-assurance. Yet, he indeed possessed the prowess to back it up. If he had such strength, he could soar to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Did he still need the title of a level 7 agent? Glancing at the intelligence report in his hand, Lin Ye revealed a sinister smile. He was not one to repay kindness with kindness. He believed in repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. However, he surmised that Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man must be an absolute pivotal moment in the timeline. As long as he ensured Tony's survival and his ascension to Iron Man, that sufficed. The manner in which he would be tormented along the way was beyond his concern. The mere thought of tormenting Tony Stark made Lin Ye chuckle. Sonic Wave, what is the current status of Tony Stark? With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a goblet filled with cola from 1982. Master, Tony Stark's condition has been sent to your phone, Sonic Wave's voice announced through the room's smart sound system. Lin Ye opened his phone to find that Tony was currently imprisoned in a cave, having just undergone surgery and was still unconscious. Sonic Wave, dispatch the mechanical dog squad to subdue the terrorist organization that captured Tony Stark. Aim to avoid unnecessary fatalities, as I may find them useful. Lin Ye commanded. Of course. Those who cannot be controlled need not be spared. Asgard. Thor, the god of thunder, furiously overturned a table, sending golden and glass vessels, along with divine fruits, crashing to the ground. Father must be mad. Thor bellowed, disbelief etched across his face. Just moments ago, he had learned from his brother Loki that their father had ventured to Midgard to seek out a mortal, entrusting Asgard's fate to this individual. Has father lost his mind in his old age? Even a random elderly woman in Asgard would be more reliable than a Midgardian mortal. What capabilities does a mere mortal possess to care for himself and Asgard? Moreover, what is this? I am the rightful heir to Asgard. Protecting Asgard is my duty. Why seek aid from a mortal? Seeing Thor's anger, Loki spoke in a calm tone. Brother, this matter has become a settled fact. Father has signed a friendly agreement with a mortal named Lin Ye. We can change nothing now. I refuse to accept this. Thor seethed, exclaiming that the fate of Asgard should rest firmly in his hands, rather than in those of another. For he was the destined heir, the rightful successor to the throne of Asgard. He could hardly fathom why his father would undertake such a foolish endeavor. How could he, in good conscience, accept the glory that symbolized the throne and power? If not, he would much prefer to live as a mortal than to be a cowardly god of thunder. Beside him, Loki observed the furious Thor with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Deception? It was non-existent. He was merely fulfilling his duty as a good brother, after all. Everyone knew that Asgard was meant to be passed down to Thor, and now, its destiny had been entrusted to a mere mortal by Odin. Surely, anyone would question this decision. Chapter 44, Lin Ye? Merely a mortal. What transpired? At that moment, 4 gallant warriors strode into the grand hall from outside. 3 men and 1 woman. Upon witnessing the disarray within the hall, they were taken aback. Glancing at one another, they speculated on who had once again provoked Thor's wrath. Thor, what has incited your fury? Inquired a bearded man as he gathered delectable morsels. His name was Volstagg, one of the 3 warriors of the realm and the eldest among them. Thor cast a glance at them, then sank into a chair, his expression one of indignation. Do you not know? My father has gone to Midgard to find a mortal to oversee Asgard, as well as myself. What? The 4 exclaimed in unison, their surprise palpable. We had no idea. I was unaware as well, only just learning it from my brother Loki, Thor retorted, his voice rising in exasperation. The 4 exchanged glances, turning their eyes toward Loki, querying, Loki, is this true? Loki's expression was somewhat uneasy, as if concealing a burden. He recalled an agreement that, should Asgard encounter difficulties, Lin would come to their aid, and his father had granted him 3 promises. These words, he swore, were entirely truthful, containing not a single lie. Oh heavens! This is utterly insane, Volstagg exclaimed in astonishment. But what shall we do? Inquired another, lean yet composed figure. His name was Fandral, also one of the 3 warriors, once praised by Thor as the finest swordsman among the 9 realms. The group exchanged looks, none possessing a solution. In a fit of rage, Thor declared, I shall confront my father. I must make him understand that his decision is misguided, and compel him to rescind it. No, Thor, the only female warrior among them, Sif, stepped forward, grasping the agitated Thor. She shook her head, saying, Thor, do you not comprehend your father? Your impetuous approach will only serve to infuriate him further. It would be of no avail. What then shall we do? Thor paused, then, in frustration, sank into his seat, utterly at a loss. In combat, he was always victorious. Yet when faced with matters requiring intellect, he often faltered. His current mood was one of profound discontent. As Odin's son and the nominal heir to Asgard, he is destined to inherit his father's throne as the God King. Yet, at present, his father has entrusted the fate of Asgard to a mere mortal, even requiring him to watch over both Asgard and himself. This is an immense humiliation. Suddenly, Loki, who had been silently observing, spoke up. I have an idea that might prove useful. What idea? Thor inquired eagerly. Loki replied, go to Midgard, find this person named Lin Ye, and then defeat him. What? Thor paused in astonishment. Upon hearing Loki's explanation, realization dawned upon him. Ha ha, Loki, my dear brother, you are truly a genius. Thor laughed heartily and couldn't resist enveloping Loki in a tight embrace, delivering a few playful pats on his back. Loki, with a pale expression, coughed a few times. Brother, I merely suggested something. Do you intend to conspire against me? Thor turned to the other four companions, confidence radiating from his face. Loki is right. That Lin Ye is merely a mortal. Father must have been blinded by his illusions. I could easily subdue him with just one hand, even without my hammer. Indeed, Thor, you are the god of thunder. On Earth, a mere flicker of lightning will have people venerating you. I believe that against a mortal, one finger would suffice to bring him to his knees, begging for mercy. I can hardly wait to see the look on his face when he realizes he has provoked the god of thunder. The other three voiced their agreement, convinced that a mere mortal could not possibly stand against the god of thunder. However, Sif furrowed her brow and remarked, but this may not be wise. If Odin finds out, he will surely punish us severely. Thor, unfazed, chuckled confidently. Why concern ourselves with such matters now? If trouble arises, I will bear the burden alone. Moreover, our actions are for the future and glory of Asgard, are they not? Come, my friends, have you forgotten the deeds we have accomplished together? Thor approached the two young warriors, his gaze fierce. Vandal, Hogun, who led you to join the most honorable of battles. Wostag, who provided you with exquisite feasts that made you feel as though you were ascending to Valhalla. Thor then turned his gaze to the bearded warrior. The bearded man chuckled and replied, it was you. Precisely, Thor exclaimed with delight, finally fixing his gaze upon Sif. And who has proven wrong all those who believe that a maiden cannot be the mightiest warrior of the realm? Wostag, Vandal, Hogun, Loki. The god of thunder awkwardly admitted, indeed, but I have always supported you, Sif. The female warrior offered a non-committal smile. Thor's eyes swept across the five companions, his face aglow with excitement. Come, my friends, let us venture to Midgard together. In the basement research lab of the Osborn building, Banner and Harry had long awaited their arrival. Both of them had received the message from Lin Ye earlier and arrived punctually. An instinctive anticipation brewed within them, suggesting that Lin Ye must have a significant matter to discuss today. Setting aside Banner for a moment, Harry was eagerly awaiting this moment. However, the progress was not as evident as he had hoped. Moreover, the behemoth that was Osborn Corporation was ill-suited for a rash transformation. Now, with the military having learned of Osborn Corporation's suspension of biotechnological endeavors, they had even ceased funding. Harry felt he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by shareholders whose eyes gleamed solely with capitalistic intent. Just as he felt the weight of this pressure, a portal crackled open, and Lin Ye emerged. Apologies for keeping you waiting, he said, his expression grave. Harry, Banner, I entrust these two documents and this seed to you. Remember, confidentiality is paramount. Harry and Banner exchanged a glance as they accepted the documents, their eyes widening at the bold title on the first page. Perfect Virus Development Plan. What is this? They both questioned, their confusion palpable. As they perused the contents, their astonishment grew. Where had Lin Ye procured such information? This was, in fact, a complete and meticulous research manuscript. One could practically replicate the results by diligently following the procedures outlined within. According to the manuscript, this flawless virus could enhance human strength, speed, and regenerative capabilities. Moreover, there was a significant probability that it would awaken psychokinetic abilities in the subjects. The manuscript claimed that if the perfect virus's capabilities were fully developed, one could achieve a movement speed of 3 times the speed of sound. What does that even mean? 3 times the speed of sound equates to 3,672 kilometers per hour. If the military were to discover this, it could potentially trigger a seismic upheaval, for it held even greater value than the super serum developed during World War II. This serum could adjust, refine, and evolve genetic sequences. Harry bowed his head, his gaze flickering. If this were to be developed, could it possibly cure the ailments afflicting his family? As the two were engulfed in shock, Lin Ye's voice resonated, imbued with an undeniable authority. I have but one request. It must be developed within 6 months. Subsequently, I will be traveling to Afghanistan. Oh, and Harry, you need not worry about the prosthetic technology and the new automotive technology. I have found a helper. A look of confusion crossed Harry's face. A helper? Who exactly have you enlisted? But before he could ponder further, Lin Ye continued. Additionally, The research on the perfect virus is of utmost importance. If anyone foolishly attempts to claim the results for themselves, let them know." As he spoke, a mechanical dog, exuding a metallic aura yet bearing a menacing demeanor, stepped out from behind Lin Ye. This was a machine dog that Lin Ye had procured from the army of robotic canines under Soundwave's command. The moment Banner and Harry laid eyes on this mechanical creature, a chill coursed through them. Chapter 45, clearly assigned, Tony. Afghanistan. In a secluded cave, a pack of highly intelligent mechanical hounds vigilantly observed a group of terrorists. Under their menacing gaze, the terrorists huddled in fear, kneeling on the ground with their hands clasped over their heads, trembling uncontrollably. They were oblivious to the origins of these mechanical beasts or the identity of their master. Even amidst the chaos of battle, the puppeteer behind this sinister operation remained unseen. Like a frenzy of wolves, the hounds surged forward, launching a ferocious assault against them. Despite their efforts to mount a counterattack, they were swiftly extinguished. The terrifying mechanical hounds dispatched their comrades with ease, leaving them no time to retaliate. In the face of these formidable creatures, their firepower seemed utterly feeble, even laughable. Remarkably, the mechanical hounds had no intention of exterminating them. Instead, they confined the terrorists within the cave, preventing any escape. The reasons behind this peculiar behavior eluded the captives, yet they considered it a small mercy that their lives were spared. However, when some of their comrades recognized this opportunity to rebel, they were unexpectedly seized by the mechanical hounds. The punishment was straightforward. They were sent to meet their maker. Shock rippled through the group. Wasn't the promise of mercy supposed to hold? As they beheld the grim fate of their fallen comrades, bodies sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Each individual dreaded becoming the next casualty. They cowered in the corners like quails, paralyzed by fear. Just as they pondered how long this torment would persist, an overwhelming aura descended upon them, akin to a suffocating low-pressure system pressing down on their hearts. The air crackled with an oppressive might. Then, the mechanical hounds parted to create a path, their previously fearsome appearances now softened with an unexpected warmth. A figure strolled leisurely into the cave from the outside. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, he stood tall and proud like a stalwart pine, exuding an otherworldly grace. Upon his entrance, a leading mechanical hound affectionately circled his feet, emitting soft whines of submission. The kneeling terrorists felt a chill of dread. It was evident that this man was the mastermind behind the mechanical hounds. They cast furtive glances at him, eager to discover the identity of their conqueror. The Shadow Lord? One among them recognized Lin Ye and gasped in shock. This exclamation stirred the others, their faces betraying astonishment. They had heard of the Shadow Lord's formidable reputation and knew well the dire consequences of inciting his wrath. Lin Ye, upon hearing the commotion, turned his gaze toward the terrified terrorist who had cried out, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Oh, how intriguing. I never imagined I would be recognized in such a remote place." He approached the man, each step resonating like a drumbeat in the hearts of all present. Tap, tap, tap. As the footsteps drew ever closer, the terrorist who had screamed lowered his head, trembling like a leaf. When Lin Ye's polished shoes came into his line of sight, the terror within him reached its zenith. Lin Ye crouched down, fixing his gaze upon the man, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Tell me, how do you know about me?" The man dared not lift his head, refraining even from casting a glance at Lin Ye. His body quivered, and his voice trembled as he spoke. "It's the leader. He frequently shows us your photographs and videos, insisting that if we encounter you, we should surrender immediately." "Oh, your leader fears me so much?" Lin Ye couldn't help but feel intrigued. "The leader said that if we meet you, we should surrender early for a chance to survive. Otherwise, we might even have to wait in line for heaven." Lin Ye responded, "Slander. Utterly baseless slander. You can only descend into hell. How can you speak of heaven?" He flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth, and gently patted the man's shoulder, stating earnestly, "Do not worry. I assure you, you will not be made to wait in line." The terrorist's face turned pale with fear. After offering this dubious comfort, Lin Ye straightened his posture and approached the door of the holding chamber, peering inside through the observation slot. He beheld Tony Stark, unconscious and connected to electrodes, lying on the bed. "How long has he been out?" Lin Ye asked, his gaze flickering. "It won't be long. He should awaken by tomorrow," came the response. Lin Ye fixed his eyes on the unconscious Tony, saying, "When that time comes, let these people handle it." He whispered softly to the mechanical dog beside him. The robotic canine nodded in an almost human-like manner. "And then, master?" A smile curled on Lin Ye's lips. "Then you shall proceed accordingly." The mechanical dog continued nodding, aware that it merely needed to execute its master's commands, despite its lack of understanding as to why such actions were necessary. Simultaneously, Lin Ye reasoned that SHIELD merely required him to locate and protect Tony. In this timeline, his sole responsibility was to ensure Tony became Iron Man, thus preventing the collapse of time. As for himself, after securing the first two objectives, he would act accordingly. After all, such a golden opportunity was rare in this era, and it required no salary. Just as Lin Ye commended his own cleverness, a tremendous tremor surged through the area, unsettling everyone's stance. What happened? I don't know. It seems like an earthquake. Nonsense. I've been in Afghanistan for years. When has there ever been an earthquake? I reckon a fight has broken out. The violent tremors prompted hushed murmurs among the group of terrorists. Lin Ye's expression hardened, and the mechanical dogs around him suddenly glowed with a fierce red light. Baring their menacing teeth, the terrorists fell silent. Watch this place. I'll investigate, Lin Ye commanded before vanishing from their sight in an instant. The terrorists exchanged glances, bewildered. Afghanistan. A magnificent rainbow bridge descended directly from the heavens, crashing resoundingly upon the sandy expanse below. As the vibrant archway dissipated, Thor emerged, followed closely by Loki, Volstagg, Fandral, Hogun, and Sif. Have we taken a wrong turn? Volstagg inquired, surveying the surroundings, which seemed somewhat dissimilar to his recollections of Midgard. Thor shook his head resolutely. Heimdall would not err. That fellow Lin Ye must be here. Chapter 46. Thor's provocation. At that moment, Hogun asked. This place appears far too vast. How shall we locate the one named Lin Ye? Thor's imposing demeanor faltered momentarily. Indeed, Heimdall had transported them to this vicinity. Yet they found themselves amidst an empty expanse. Where would they even begin their search? Digging in the sand, perhaps? Just as despair settled upon the group, Lin Ye's voice resonated from behind them. I hear you are seeking me? The sudden utterance startled them all. You are Lin Ye? Thor's eyes narrowed. Fixated upon the young man who had materialized, Lin Ye nodded with a cheerful smile. Indeed, I am. The others scrutinized Lin Ye, noting his average height and unremarkable physique. Loki, furrowing his brow, mused, a mere mortal? As one of the foremost sorcerers of the Nine Realms, he sensed no extraordinary abilities emanating from Lin Ye. Why would Odin entrust the fate of Asgard and Thor's future to him? Was it merely because he bore a striking resemblance to the readers themselves? As Lin Ye regarded the imposing figures before him, he too was perplexed. Is this a plot from Iron Man? How did Thor and his companions end up here? Could my presence have caused a ripple in the timeline? Without the time stone to discern the flow of time, he remained uncertain. Before he could ponder further, he heard Thor's hearty laughter as he strode toward him, a hammer raised to Lin Ye's chin under the watchful gazes of his companions. I say, human. I know not what manner of trickery you have employed to beguile my father, but now, as Asgard's mightiest warrior, I, Thor, challenge you. Thor proclaimed with bravado. Oh, of course, should you choose to concede and humbly bow thrice before me, I would be inclined to spare your life, for this is the blessing of the Thunder God. Thor's audacious tone did not provoke disbelief among the three warriors of the heavens. Even Sif, known for her compassion, found it entirely reasonable. Lin Ye then realized that the narrative had not yet commenced. Rather, it appeared that Thor had somehow learned of Odin's visit, and, unable to withstand the blow to his pride, had come to challenge him. Having unraveled the sequence of events, Lin Ye could finally comprehend why Thor was often regarded as the jester of the Marvel Universe. This fellow possessed genuine strength, yet his foolishness was equally undeniable. However, given Thor's intellect, it was unlikely he could have acquired this information. So who could it be? Lin Ye turned his gaze towards Loki. In that moment, all became clear. Feeling a chill at the back of his neck, Loki, who had always played the role of an invisible observer, sensed that he was being scrutinized by a formidable presence. His eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, that eerie sensation receded like a tide, as if nothing had ever occurred. Confusion and bewilderment flickered in Loki's gaze. He had no intention of acquiescing to Thor's challenge. It was unnecessary, and he stood to gain nothing from it. Why bother? After all, every man experiences a phase of youthful recklessness, and he saw no reason to hold it against his counterpart. However, Thor perceived the situation quite differently. Foolish mortal, if you scorn the gods, do not blame me for taking action. The god of thunder swung Mjolnir, aiming a devastating blow at Lin Ye's head. If this strike were to land on an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly reduce them to a mere pile of flesh. No, Sif shouted, desperately attempting to halt Thor. She could tolerate Thor's verbal sparring with mortals, but she would not permit him to slaughter one before her eyes. This was a matter of principle. Yet, Thor's speed was such that she could not intervene in time. Mjolnir crackled with arcs of lightning. Even a frost giant would meet their demise under such a blow. It was over. Despair flickered in Sif's eyes. She could already envision Odin's wrath if he were to learn of this. There would be no escape for them. No one wished to incur Odin's fury. In that moment, under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Lin Ye gently raised a hand, a layer of darkness enveloping his palm. What was he planning? Was he truly going to withstand this strike? Had that mortal lost his mind? Sif and the three warriors from Asgard looked on in disbelief. Even Loki, the god of mischief, could not comprehend Lin Ye's actions. A cold smirk crept across Thor's lips. Arrogant mortal, do you believe this is merely an ordinary hammer? You shall regret your hubris. Boom. Mjolnir descended with overwhelming force. To the astonishment of all, Lin Ye effortlessly caught the hammer as if it weighed nothing at all. Nothing happened. How could this be? This mortal had actually withstood a blow from Mjolnir. Sif and the three warriors felt as though their very perception of reality had shattered. When had Midgard produced such formidable humans? Had Thor held back the strike? As the center of attention, Thor's expression shifted, his mind swirling with disbelief. He was acutely aware of the power behind that blow. Even the frost giants, his sworn enemies, would not dare to face it head-on. "You are not immortal," Lin Ye replied. "Guess again?" With that, a phantom blue fist surged forth, sending Thor hurtling 100 meters away. In a swift motion, Lin Ye snatched Mjolnir from Thor's grasp, even giving it a casual shake. Thor was sent flying? And Mjolnir had been taken from him? Was it I who had gone mad, or had the world itself changed? How was it possible for him to wield Mjolnir? It is known that throughout Asgard, only those deemed worthy by Mjolnir can lift it. Why is this individual able to do so? What grants him the power to raise Mjolnir? In contrast, many would sooner believe that Mjolnir has malfunctioned. The three warriors of the heavens, Sif and Loki, gazed at Lin Ye with expressions akin to that of observing a monster. "Why do you all look at me like that? Do you wish to try?" Lin Ye grasped the handle of Mjolnir and presented it forward. Vostag, astonished, inquired. As Vostag took hold of the hammer, Lin Ye immediately released his grip. Boom. Vostag felt as though he were clutching a mountain, and his entire being toppled forward with Mjolnir. Remarkably, Mjolnir showed no sign of defect. This man truly lifted Mjolnir. Loki swallowed hard, sensing that Thor had unwittingly provoked a formidable adversary. No one acknowledged Loki's trepidation, for at that moment, Lin Ye stepped before Vostag and, amid the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, lifted Mjolnir once more. It was evident to all that Mjolnir was not at fault. Rather, this man possessed the capability to wield it. Simultaneously, Lin Ye had a sudden epiphany. Since Thor had walked into a trap, why not seize this opportunity to fulfill Odin's consecutive tasks? Chapter 47. What is Thor? The god of the hammer? Crash. Behind the crowd, a figure surged forth, surrounded by crackling lightning, soaring into the heavens. Dark clouds began to gather, and fierce winds arose. The eyes of the crowd followed this figure, rising in anticipation. Whoosh. In a moment of distraction, Lin Ye found Mjolnir summoned away by the figure in the sky. Thor was enraged. This was troubling. Was it truly wise for Thor to act in such a manner? That figure might be weaker than him. Do you believe someone capable of lifting Mjolnir would lack strength? Moreover, it was he who had just sent Thor flying with a single punch. Why would that be impossible? From the outset, could one not sense the divine power emanating from that figure? The three warriors of the heavens began to debate whether Lin Ye could withstand Thor's impending assault. Sif, overwhelmed, commanded, "Silence." The bickering warriors immediately complied. Lin Ye stood resolutely, observing the figure above, unyielding against the fierce winds. Loki's gaze pierced through to Lin Ye. He sensed that this individual was far more terrifying than his brother, despite the absence of any divine energy radiating from him. The mere fact that he had just sent Thor flying hundreds of meters was proof enough of his prowess. After all, Thor's body could withstand the explosion of a neutron star without perishing. To face such a formidable physique and still manage to send Thor flying indicates that this mysterious man might indeed possess considerable power. Above in the firmament, lightning danced around Thor. The winds roared in support. Thor raised Mjolnir, and the lightning began to coalesce upon the hammer, serpentine bolts of electricity coursing through it. A palpable pressure mounting. Mjolnir fully charged. Thor swung his hammer down fiercely towards Lin Ye. Simultaneously, a bolt of lightning, as thick as 10 men embracing, fell from the void. Crack. Under the watchful eyes of the three warriors of the celestial palace, Sif and Loki, Lin Ye faced the gale and clapped his palms together. Suddenly, his originally pitch-black eyes transformed dramatically. A kaleidoscope of the six-pointed star, adorned with two interlinked taijida fish, manifested as a Sharingan before the onlookers. Loki felt a chilling aura emanating from Lin Ye, causing him to involuntarily shudder. In contrast, Sif and the three warriors remained oblivious. A testament to Loki's prowess as the strongest mage in the 9 realms, allowing him to perceive more subtle fluctuations of energy than others. In the next moment, a red and ethereal energy surged from Lin Ye, enveloping him and morphing into a colossal half-skeletal form. Yet, it did not end there. Lin Ye continued to channel his might. Underneath the immense skeletal visage, veins and patches of flesh emerged, while layers of armor encased the flesh. In the grasp of this gigantic crimson titan was a massive spiritual shield, Yada no Kagami. This was the 4th form of Susanoo, the armored manifestation. The three warriors of the celestial palace, Sif and Loki, stood dumbfounded by Lin Ye's imposing presence. Was this truly the extent of his power? The trio felt utterly bereft of combativeness, akin to navigating a fragile vessel amidst the tumultuous seas. Was this truly a matter of scale? At that moment, concern for Thor began to creep into their minds, even leading them to silently wish he would not go too far. In a flash of lightning, Thor, wielding unparalleled thunder, gripped Mjolnir and struck fiercely against Lin Ye's Susanoo's Yada no Kagami. Boom! A whirlwind of ferocious gales erupted. Countless crackling serpents of lightning were born and vanished in the void, spreading a dreadful aura. Loki immediately summoned his magical prowess, conjuring a gigantic magical barrier to encompass Sif, the three warriors, and himself, for without it, they would surely be harmed by the residual forces of the clash. In the eyes of the five, they could see the astonished expressions reflected in one another's faces. Goodness, this fellow actually managed to withstand Thor's onslaught. As the eldest warrior among them, renowned as the Lion of Asgard, Volstag's eyes nearly bulged out at this spectacle. Fandral and Hogun were equally astounded. They frequently accompanied Thor and were well aware of his strength. Yet, encountering such a formidable adversary in the seemingly frail Midgard was nothing short of extraordinary. It was not just them who were astonished. Thor, high above in the heavens, realized the gravity of the situation as Lin Ye commanded this enigmatic giant, effortlessly blocking his mighty strike. Thor finally recognized that he had indeed underestimated the capabilities of this mysterious man. Damn it, I should never have heeded Loki's advice. Lin Ye met Thor's astonished gaze, his lips parting slightly as a faint voice resonated in the ears of all present. Your mastery over lightning is woefully inadequate, Thor. Is this truly worthy of being called the god of thunder? What? Thor stared incredulously at Lin Ye, who stood amidst the giant's form. He was baffled by Lin Ye's serene composure amidst such a fierce battle. However, Thor's expression soon morphed into one of sheer horror as he sensed a change in Lin Ye's breathing pattern, accompanied by flickering serpentine bolts of electricity surrounding him. Could he also command the lightning? How could this be possible? Thor had never heard of a mortal from Midgard wielding such power. Thor was not alone in his astonishment. Even Heimdall, residing in Asgard, displayed an expression of disbelief. He had been observing Thor and his companions closely, given his duty to oversee the 9 realms. Especially as Thor ventured recklessly into Midgard. The moment he witnessed Lin Ye harnessing the lightning, he was utterly stupefied. How could this be? He had never encountered a mortal from Midgard capable of wielding lightning like Thor. Despite being the center of the 9 realms, it was traditionally a land of meager magical resources. Moreover, such power belonged to the very laws of nature, attainable only by deities. Before he could fully process his astonishment, he saw Lin Ye transform into a streak of lightning, vanishing before Thor's eyes. In the next instant, he reappeared high in the sky. Dark clouds churned ominously behind Lin Ye, whispering like a low murmur. The winds howled, fierce and unrelenting. Lin Ye unleashed the power of the thunder fruit, releasing a staggering 3 million volts of electricity into the void. This tumultuous current instantly summoned the hidden natural lightning from within the storm clouds. With a slight smile, Lin Ye's voice rang out like thunder itself. Watch closely, Thor, this is the true essence of lightning. Kirin, a colossal serpent of electricity intertwined in the heavens. Taking the form of an ancient beast, Thor gazed at this behemoth in sheer terror, realizing he had indeed provoked the wrong individual. Below, Loki stared in disbelief at the massive lightning Kirin coalescing in the sky, his heart racing. I have a question. If this man can also wield lightning, and with greater finesse than my brother, then what is my brother even? The god of thunder? Chapter 48. The Kirin shakes the world. In the sky, the ancient beast formed from intertwining bolts of electricity exuded an imposing aura. Thor stood transfixed, gazing at the lightning Kirin, which dwarfed him thousands of times over, pondering the possibilities of lightning manipulation. What had he been playing with before? In comparison, his previous endeavors seemed like mere child's play. High above, Lin Ye stood before the Kirin, his figure illuminated by the electric beast behind him, resembling a deity. This Kirin technique was inspired by a move from Naruto, utilizing the thunder fruit as its foundation. Under the amplification of the thunder fruit, the might of this Kirin surpassed even the power unleashed by Sasuke in the original tale by a staggering 100-fold. Go, Lin commanded with a wave of his hand, and the Kirin in the heavens surged forward, launching a fierce assault on Thor. Faced with the oncoming storm of lightning, Thor's countenance turned pale. Yet, the glory and honor of Asgard forbade him from retreating. Gripping the handle of Mjolnir tightly, he summoned forth a tempest of lightning around him. However, in comparison, his lightning appeared as mere fireworks, devoid of any sense of threat. Bad news. Thor is in danger. Vostag's expression shifted dramatically. Fandral wore a frown, but at this distance, we cannot possibly reach him in time. What should we do then? Hogun queried. Sif turned her gaze towards Loki. Loki, you are the only one here capable of assisting Thor. It was evident to the group that should Thor endure this strike, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. Loki's eyes flickered with indecision, though he yearned for Thor's humiliation, believing it would bring him closer to the throne. He also recognized that such a move would obliterate his own reputation. Merely remaining passive while witnessing Thor's demise would lead to his downfall in the eyes of all Asgardians. With a heavy sigh, Loki felt his magical energy surge as he raised both hands towards the sky. A colossal emerald magical barrier materialized before Thor. Boom. In the next instant, the lightning Kirin crashed against the magical shield with a thunderous roar. Crackling sounds filled the air as countless fine fissures appeared on the barrier like a spider's web. Loki's expression shifted as he immediately intensified his magical output. The emerald barrier blazed with renewed brilliance. Lin recognized that this magical shield was conjured by Loki, but he paid it no heed. Indeed, he was eager to test the prowess of the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms. After all, the films had failed to reveal Loki's true magical capabilities. Seeing Loki's assistance, Thor's face lit up with joy. That's it, Loki. With Loki buying him time, Thor raised Mjolnir high. A torrent of lightning coalesced around him. Simultaneously, Lin sensed the power of the Kirin beginning to wane. Is this your plan, Thor? How will you respond if I unleash this move? Lin was aware of Thor's intentions. He wished to absorb the lightning from the Kirin through Mjolnir for his own use. But would that truly be effective? Even if he could absorb it, how much could he actually draw in? Lin scoffed, intensifying the output of lightning to a staggering 30 million volts, then 40 million volts. The lightning Kirin roared defiantly, its previously dim glow reigniting with vigor. Countless electric serpents surged into the Kirin's form. Below, Loki's expression changed drastically. Why had the Kirin, which had just shown signs of weakness, suddenly regained its strength? Thor gritted his teeth, hastening the speed at which Mjolnir gathered lightning. In Asgard, Odin observed the unfolding events in Afghanistan with a grave demeanor. He understood that Lin possessed formidable strength. However, to his astonishment, the adversary could wield lightning just as Thor did. It is well known that mortals must possess a divine status to command the forces of nature, a divinity, if you will. Yet Lin Ye, Odin recalled, had initially appeared to him as an ordinary mortal. The only aspect that had astonished Odin was Lin Ye's profound mastery of magic. He had originally believed that Lin Ye would conquer Thor through sorcery. However, he was surprised to find that this individual employed a method of reciprocity against Thor. You wield lightning? Very well, I shall do the same. Shall I summon the Bifrost to rescue Thor? Heimdall's voice echoed through the air. Odin shook his head slightly. No need. Lin Ye is measured in his approach. Thor need not worry. It is merely an opportunity to temper this fellow's temperament. Heimdall remained silent, observing Lin Ye's lightning steed in Midgard below. He longed to inquire. Is this what you deem a measured approach? Heimdall felt a sense of weariness. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the notion that he need not concern himself with his son's affairs. In Midgard, Thor had absorbed an ample amount of lightning through Mjolnir, and he sensed that any further accumulation would be unbearable for his body. After all, he had not yet reached his full potential and remained unaware of his limits. For the glory of Asgard, Thor roared, wielding Mjolnir as he leapt over Loki's magical barrier. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed by Thor's audacity. With a thunderous clash, the unicorn of lightning collided with Thor's lightning column, resulting in a tremendous roar. A massive purple lightning bolt pierced through the unicorn, sending shockwaves spiraling outward, akin to a nuclear explosion. At a distant American base, Colonel Rhodes, who had been stationed there, directing the search for Tony's whereabouts due to his disappearance, witnessed the astonishing scene as the sound reverberated through the air. What transpired? Can we detect what is happening over there? Rhodes inquired, his brow furrowed, addressing his aide. The aide extracted a high-resolution photograph from the documents in hand. Upon receiving it, Rhodes's pupils dilated sharply. The image depicted Lin Ye standing majestically against the sky, his figure clearly visible. Opposite him stood a golden-haired man clad in armor and a cloak, someone Rhodes had never encountered before. Rhodes clenched the photograph tightly, uncertain of Lin Ye's purpose for being there, and speculated whether this individual was linked to Tony's disappearance. His suspicions were not unfounded, as the timing of Lin Ye's appearance was rather fortuitous. Relay the message to avoid entering that area, and have the satellites monitor Lin Ye's movements closely. Also, ascertain who it is that has engaged Lin Ye. Understood, Colonel. The aide replied before departing to make arrangements. At the heart of the turmoil, Vostag, Hogun, Fandral, Sif, and Loki witnessed a charred figure emerge from the epicenter of the explosion in the sky. Like a comet, it descended in a parabolic arc, crashing heavily into the sandy ground, creating a vast and deep crater. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, as the smoke dissipated, Lin Ye's silhouette stood resolute. Impossible. Thor has actually been defeated. Vostag shrieked, his face a mask of disbelief. Chapter 49, The Ambush. Vostag stared vacantly at the cold and proud figure above, seemingly diminutive yet exuding a power that sent shivers down his spine. Lin Ye's stature was not taller than his own, yet he had effortlessly sent the god of thunder, Thor, flying with a single strike. The terrifying lightning Kirin was unparalleled, a sight never before witnessed. Since becoming a warrior of the celestial realm, he had never encountered such formidable aggression from any foe. The once mighty Thor appeared as fragile as an ant before him, unable to inflict the slightest harm. Standing there, Lin Ye resembled an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on the hearts of those who gazed upon him. This man is terrifying. Vostag's voice trembled. Only Odin, the All-Father, might stand a chance against him. Beside him, another celestial warrior, Fandral, wore a similarly horrified expression as he beheld the figure in the sky, his shock immeasurable. Prior to this moment, he had never imagined Thor would suffer such a crushing defeat. Even when faced with formidable adversaries, Thor had always managed to turn the tide with his overwhelming might. Yet today, before this man, it seemed all of Thor's abilities had become futile. This man is simply too fearsome. I concur with your assessment, Hogan stammered in agreement. This man is indeed terrifying. So terrifying that they could only comprehend the notion of battle against him, with victory appearing an impossibility. So terrifying that merely watching from the sidelines had filled them with dread. Unbeknownst to Lin Ye, the conqueror's haki he had unleashed was affecting those below. He had merely released this formidable aura while summoning the Kirin, and its impact was profound. One glance at Thor's pale visage confirmed its efficacy. Below, Loki and Sif shared the sentiments of the three celestial warriors. Faced with such a powerful adversary, their only hope rested with Odin, the king of the gods in Asgard. Perhaps only Odin could subdue this man. However, Odin had recently entered into a friendly agreement with him. Now I understand why Odin would forge such an alliance with this individual. A being of such strength, even if not a friend, could never be an enemy. The sole female warrior, Sif, gasped in fear, her eyes reflecting deep trepidation. Aren't you all going to check on my brother? Loki exclaimed, clutching his chest, his countenance heavy with concern. The terrifying explosion in the heavens had unleashed countless bolts of lightning. The overwhelming energy had shattered his magical barrier, rebounding upon him, causing his vital essence to surge violently within. Had he not exerted every ounce of his strength to suppress it, he would have surely coughed up blood. Lifting his gaze, Loki beheld the figure gradually descending from the heavens above. His heart was profoundly shaken. This seemingly insignificant mortal had managed to defeat Thor? From where did his power arise? How could he wield the very forces of thunder? And those crimson eyes? Loki recalled the moment when Lin Ye's originally dark irises transformed into a pair of blood-red orbs. In that fleeting instant, he felt an aura as chilling as dark sorcery. The bizarre patterns within Lin Ye's gaze sent shivers down his spine, particularly when he turned to look directly at Loki. The terrifying sensation, akin to being scrutinized by an unknown beast, caused every hair on his body to stand on end. It felt as if he were seated on needles, a thorn in his throat, an unbearable discomfort. Who exactly was this man? The mightiest sorcerer of the 9 realms? Before encountering Lin Ye, Loki had reveled in such thoughts. But now he had to concede. In the midst of the crowd's dazed expressions, Lin Ye had already begun his descent from the sky. Unscathed, he stood silently before Thor. Motionless, his conqueror's haki was reined in, yet the intangible pressure emanating from his previous display of strength rendered the air thick with tension. Thor! Sif cried out, her expression shifting to one of concern. She was oblivious to Lin Ye's intentions, but was resolute in ensuring he did not harm Thor. Come with me. We cannot allow him to kill Thor. We must confront him. Clearly, Vostag and the other warriors assumed Lin Ye intended to slay Thor. Fueled by fervor, they charged forward, disregarding whether they were evenly matched, shouting their challenges. Sif followed closely behind. However, Loki, as a sorcerer, was more perceptive than the others. He sensed no murderous intent emanating from Lin Ye. Thus he did not believe he would kill Thor. Lin Ye descended to the ground, quietly observing the god of thunder, who lay in a pit resembling charred remains. Was this truly Thor? He appeared utterly defeated. Yet, Lin Ye understood that Thor had yet to fully mature. Defeat was an unavoidable part of his growth journey. If he could encounter failure and setbacks sooner, perhaps he would mature more rapidly. In Lin Ye's mind, a notion began to take shape, a plan related to Thor, aligned with Odin's task. Thor, feeling excruciating pain coursing through his body, was acutely aware of the scent of charred flesh surrounding him. In a daze, he saw Lin Ye standing before him. Lin Ye regarded the still-breathing Thor and couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the divine. This flesh was remarkably robust, especially considering Lin Ye had shown him mercy. Ordinarily, he would not have held back against someone who provocatively challenged him. He was not one to show leniency. Yet, recalling his recent promise to Odin, he resolved to spare Thor this time. Lin Ye raised his gaze to the sky, as if his eyes could pierce the barriers of space. Locking onto Odin far away in Asgard. Odin, were it not for your grace, your son would already be dead. Far away in Asgard. Odin comprehended Lin Ye's meaning through his gaze and nodded slightly. Lin Ye then lowered his eyes to behold Thor in the deep pit. At that moment, Thor was battered and bruised, the essence of thunder still coursing through him. His crimson cloak was nearly consumed by flames, and his golden armor was marred by scorching burns. It would take Thor a considerable time to recover, not to mention that Lin Ye had to hasten to fulfill his second task. How could one attain divine understanding without experiencing mortality? With a hum, Lin Ye activated his energy, and 2 spectral hands, one red and one blue, manifested behind him, embodying the essence of life and vitality. Yet, before he could make a move, a warning echoed from behind him. Stay away from him. Lin Ye turned to see the celestial warriors who had been idly observing. The warning came from the only female warrior among them, Sif, followed closely by Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogan, with Loki trailing at the rear. The 5 of them charged at Lin Ye with an imposing display, weapons raised. Volstagg, summoning his courage, shouted, "If you dare touch a hair on Thor, I shall dismember you." Annoyed, Lin Ye merely responded with a casual remark. Suddenly, the shadows beneath him expanded, birthing 5 dark figures that emerged from the depths. "What is this?" Volstagg was taken aback. Before they could react, the dark ninjas launched their assault, ensnaring the 4 warriors, rendering them utterly immobile. Meanwhile, Loki, concealed behind the others, wore a faint smile, as if relishing in a cunning scheme. At that moment, he had already approached Lin Ye, cloaked in invisibility, while the battle against the shadowy minions was but an illusion he had cast. Chapter 50. The Deprivation of Divine Power. You will never discover it. Do not blame me, human. Loki reveled in his triumph, raising his dagger to strike at Lin Ye. Just then, Lin Ye pivoted, his blood-red eyes locking onto Loki's, causing him to freeze in place. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. What? He sees me? He has discovered my presence? No, impossible. I am cloaked in invisibility. No one can perceive me. It must be a coincidence. Suppressing his inner terror, Loki slowly lifted his dagger. Yet, in the next moment, his body went rigid. Unbeknownst to him, shadows had coalesced beneath his feet, and a ghostly hand emerged from the darkness, gripping his leg tightly, rendering him unable to escape. Lin Ye offered Loki a faint smile, his voice echoing like a specter. "Greetings, Loki." The fear within Loki surged as he found himself unable to lower his raised hand. How could he have discovered me? How did he see through my invisibility? Normally, even Thor could not perceive him when he was cloaked, and besides his father and mother, few in Asgard could ever detect his presence. Yet why is Lin able to perceive it? An overwhelming sense of dread caused the muscles in his face to twitch involuntarily, as if a ferocious beast within was gradually devouring the remnants of his courage. Lin's crimson eyes, with their bizarre patterns reflected in his pupils, seemed to envelop him in a realm drenched in blood. What is this? Loki's heart raced with terror. He had initially believed that his sole weapon was his illusionary magic. However, it had become painfully evident that his illusions were utterly crushed. A good illusion is one that goes unnoticed, whereas one that is detected is merely a trick. What other abilities does this person possess? Sneak attacks are hardly commendable. Lin uttered these words with a hint of disdain. Had I known you, Loki, to be the mightiest sorcerer across the 9 realms and the most notorious sneak, would I not have taken precautions against you? Before the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, no amount of disguise or concealment holds any significance. In truth, Lin had detected Loki's approach long before he became invisible. He had activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and, as Loki drew near, unleashed the realm of hell to ensnare him. The choice not to expose him was to grant him a glimmer of hope. Revealing the truth once he was close was meant to plunge him into despair. The devastation following hope would undoubtedly strike a heavier blow. Lin reached out and snatched the dagger from Loki's grasp, dark energy swirling around his hand as it corroded and obliterated the blade. Loki's pupils constricted sharply, a tempest rising within him. It is worth noting that while this dagger may not rival Thor's Mjolnir, it was still a masterwork forged by the dwarves, renowned for its hardness and sharpness. Yet, before Lin, it was rendered as useless as scrap metal, vanishing without a trace. Realizing he had been exposed, Loki had no choice but to reluctantly reveal his true form. What he could not comprehend was why his previously infallible illusions had failed him this time. How had this mortal seen through them? Lin paid no further heed to Loki, turning instead to Thor's side, conjuring dual hands of red and blue behind him to heal Thor. The charred skin scorched by lightning began to mend gradually, and the shattered bones slowly reconnected. However, this process was far from pleasant. Thor gritted his teeth, emitting muffled groans of pain, his features contorted in agony. His body writhed as if it were a grotesque insect. The pain twisted his expression into a grimace, yet he could distinctly sense his injuries healing. Still, he was deeply curious as to why Lin chose to do this. He had foolishly challenged Lin and suffered injury as a result. This was his just fate. But why then was Lin treating him? Was it due to the friendly pact made with his father? Thor recalled Loki's words about the agreement between his father and Lin, which not only entrusted the future of Asgard to him, but also mandated his care. Could it be that this healing was part of that commitment? For reasons unknown, Thor was enveloped in a profound sense of humiliation. He was Asgard's most valiant warrior, ready to perish on the battlefield, to fall at the hands of his foes. Even if his body were pierced by countless wounds, he would not forsake the honor that came with being an illustrious warrior of Asgard. Yet to be vanquished by his enemies, only to have them tend to his wounds, was undeniably a disgrace, tarnishing the very glory he held dear. Moreover, what manner of healing was this? Why did a pair of red and blue hands appear behind him? Thor could not comprehend. He merely watched Lin Ye's serene face as he treated him, feeling a mix of fury and resentment. What are you doing? Thor growled through gritted teeth. Lin Ye cast a sidelong glance at Thor and, raising his hand, struck him lightly on the forehead, his expression unfazed. Silence. Thor was incensed, veins throbbing on his forehead. It was the first time he had ever been treated in such a manner. Were he not at a disadvantage? he would have relished the prospect of burying this person's head in the ground. As Lin Ye continued to heal Thor, he contemplated the details of Task 2. In the original narrative, Thor was stripped of his divine powers by Odin and banished to Earth, where his enchanted hammer also fell. On Earth, Thor encountered Jane Foster, the woman who would captivate him for a lifetime, and their bond deepened over time. It was only when Loki unleashed the Destroyer to wreak havoc upon Earth that Thor truly understood the purpose of power and reclaimed his hammer. Now, however, he was tasked with stripping Thor of his divine might. While this might prove challenging for others, Lin Ye found it within his capability. In Asgard, Odin sat upon his throne, his gaze penetrating the barriers of space, taking in the scene on Earth. His expression remained tranquil, yet his eyes sparkled with curiosity. As if pondering something profound. Lin Ye, how will you deal with Thor? Odin murmured to himself. In the past, Thor had been Asgard's most fearless warrior, achieving remarkable victories in countless battles, a success that led him to lose sight of himself, believing himself invincible. Odin feared that if Thor continued on this path, he might become as lost as his sister Hela. This defeat at Lin Ye's hands might serve as an opportunity for Thor to gain true self-awareness. Yet, Odin was also apprehensive. Lin Ye was no ordinary opponent. His heart was a tumult of concern and curiosity. Soon, the answer would reveal itself. Empowered by the duality of his abilities, Lin Ye successfully mended Thor's injuries. Thor, eager to rise and continue his confrontation with Lin Ye, found himself thwarted as tendrils of dark energies surged from the ground, ensnaring him and binding him tightly. Despite his strenuous struggles, he could not break free. Simultaneously, the three warriors of the Heavenly Palace, entangled with the Giant Shadow, Flying Shadow, and Claw Shadow, were subdued one after another. All had been captured. With a mere thought, Lin Ye commanded the dark energy to lift Thor into the air. What do you intend to do with me? Thor sensed the gravity of the situation and bellowed, his voice a fade of bravado. Lin Ye smiled faintly, uttering a statement that left Thor momentarily speechless. I shall strip you of your divine powers. What? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present shifted in astonishment, casting incredulous glances towards Lin Ye. In Asgard, Odin abruptly rose, his countenance filled with horror. Chapter 51, Deprivation? Absurd. Lin Ye's declaration struck Thor's heart as if it were a thunderclap. His initial thought was that the other was jesting. The notion of stripping away divine power was as implausible as expecting a eunuch to amass wealth overnight and regain his manhood. He aims to strip me of my divine power? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he even contemplate such a feat? He is no god. He lacks even a divine essence. Man, I concede that you possess strength, but do you really believe that the act of depriving someone of divine power is as simple as purchasing cabbage from the roadside? Thor laughed heartily, but his demeanor soon turned icy. Do you genuinely believe that defeating a god grants you the right to disdain all? You are merely a fortunate, somewhat capable native. Ha ha, how amusing. This Midgardian dares to claim he can strip Thor of his divine power. Ha ha ha. Does this man wish to elicit laughter until we perish? Though the three warriors of Asgard were subdued by the shadowy minions, it did not hinder their raucous laughter, hurling verbal jests at Lin Ye. Even if I cannot best you in combat, I shall deride you with words, shattering your resolve. Moreover, a Midgardian who lacks even a divine essence dares to proclaim he can usurp a god's power? This is nothing short of a jest. If there were a competition for the best jest in the world, Lin Ye's quip would undoubtedly claim first prize. Sif, however, refrained from mocking. Unlike the three foolish warriors of Asgard who spoke their minds without restraint, her eyes betrayed a profound skepticism. Witnessing Thor and the Asgardian trio's derision, Lin Ye remained unfazed, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His expression was akin to a tranquil lake, undisturbed by ripples. Yet, within his clear eyes lay an unmistakable confidence, as though he truly possessed the ability to enact his claims. As time passed, Lin Ye maintained his serene smile while observing Thor. The latter's mirth gradually froze. He suddenly recalled that he had just been bested by this man utilizing the very power he held dear. Though he was merely a mortal, he commanded lightning with prowess that surpassed even that of the thunder god himself. To draw a comparison, this man's lightning resembled a beautifully crafted automobile, while his own was merely a toy car. This was a point Thor found difficult to comprehend. A Midgardian, surpassing a god in strength? It was utterly nonsensical. Reflecting on his previous disdain for this mortal, he realized he had been swiftly vanquished. This man's power exceeded his wildest imaginings. Thus, when he spoke of depriving Thor of his divine power, perhaps he truly possessed that capability. Loki's mind was also rife with uncertainty. While he acknowledged the man's formidable strength, he seemed somewhat bewildered by the situation. Thor was a god, one endowed with divine essence. It was not within the realm of a mere mortal to usurp divine power. Surely, this must be a jest. Loki unabashedly mocked Lin Ye, declaring, I can tell you quite directly, it is impossible. Absolutely impossible. You simply cannot achieve it. Oh, on what grounds? Lin Ye, upon hearing Loki's derision, cast a fleeting glance in his direction. The moment their eyes met, Loki felt a sudden jolt in his chest. Although Lin Ye's expression appeared calm, his eyes brimmed with indifference, sending a chill down Loki's spine. It dawned on him whom he was addressing, the conqueror of Thor. Though merely a mortal, Lin Ye's strength was not to be underestimated. Under the weight of Lin Ye's gaze, a sense of panic surged within Loki. Realizing he had overstepped, Loki quickly inhaled deeply. The celestial warriors nearby could not help but nod in agreement with Loki's assertion. Indeed, only Odin could strip Thor of his divine power. A mere mortal could not accomplish such a feat. We acknowledge that you are indeed formidable, but you lack divinity. You are not a god, and thus cannot seize Thor's power. Far away in Asgard, Odin also nodded in agreement with Loki and the celestial warriors. Thor is his son, the offspring of the All-Father. Only he possesses the right and ability to strip Thor of his divine power. He recognized Lin Ye's strength enough to defeat Thor. Yet that merely attested to his prowess as a remarkable mortal. He is not a god. He cannot take Thor's divine power. The words spoken were merely the jest of a mortal who did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Lin Ye, you underestimate the divine, Odin remarked sardonic, reclining upon his throne. Initially curious about how Lin Ye would confront Thor, he felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing his words. While Lin Ye was indeed powerful, his understanding of the divine remained superficial. On Earth, Lin Ye listened to Loki and the celestial warriors without rebuttal. He was well aware of the validity in their statements. Regardless of the circumstances, Thor was a god of immense combat prowess, his divine power undoubtedly vast and teeming with destructive potential. Throughout all of Asgard, only his father, the All-Father Odin, could usurp his divine power. As for Lin Ye, he was merely a remarkable mortal. The chasm between mortals and gods remained, though it was one of status rather than strength. This distinction could also be termed as hierarchy. Some gods, despite their divine nature, might possess combat abilities inferior to those of a mortal. Consider the Hulk from the movies, who relentlessly battered Loki. He, too, is a mortal. Yet his combat prowess surpasses that of Loki, who found his mental state shattered as the Hulk delivered the classic line, "What a weak god." The disparity in strength can be bridged, but the gulf in hierarchy is far more challenging to overcome. A god is a god, and a human is a human. Deities possess divine essence, while mortals embody human character. Gods are inherently endowed with divine power. This is an innate trait. A mortal, under no circumstances, can strip a god of their divine power. If one truly possesses such capabilities, they would be akin to divine beings. Thus, it led Thor and his companions to believe that such assertions were merely intended to intimidate them. However, in reality, given his current abilities, the prospect is not without feasibility. His dark energy inherently possesses the characteristic of nullifying powers. Coupled with the abilities of the dual hand, it would be entirely possible to deplete Thor's divine energy reservoir, rendering him incapable of wielding his divine powers. Yet, this conclusion is based solely on his theoretical understanding of his own capabilities. Whether it holds any practical efficacy remains to be seen through action. Lin Ye blinked, a smile curving his lips. Let us see if we can put this to the test. With that, he turned his gaze towards Thor, extending his blue hand from the dual hand towards him. No. What are you planning to do? Stay away from me. Thor cried out in terror. Although he internally doubted Lin Ye's ability to strip him of his divine power, the sheer confidence in Lin Ye's demeanor stirred a sense of unease within him. What if he spoke the truth? What if he truly possessed such power? What if he succeeded? In matters such as these, it is wiser to err on the side of caution. Chapter 52, The Illusion of Power Deprivation. Thor was not the only one taken aback, even Loki. The celestial warriors restrained by the shadow minions, and Odin, the All-Father far away in Asgard, displayed expressions of shock upon witnessing this scene. They all understood that such a feat was impossible, yet the possibility lingered. What if? Lin Ye, could you truly accomplish this? Odin, previously reclining against his chair, could not help but sit up straight again, his gaze fixated on the unfolding events on Earth, his expression shifting between hope and dread. On Earth, Vostag was the first to voice his doubts, exclaiming loudly, "Hey, what are you doing? You can't be serious about this." Fandral quickly chimed in, "Exactly. You are not a god. How could you possibly strip away divine power?" Hogan added, "It's futile. I advise you to cease this at once. Stop now." Sif, uncertain whether Lin Ye truly possessed such abilities, was unwilling to witness further harm befall Thor. She sought to intervene and stop Lin Ye, but found herself unable to break free from the grip of the shadow minions, resorting to shouting for him to halt. Loki's countenance, once tinged with mockery, transformed into one of astonishment and disbelief as he witnessed Lin Ye truly take action. Could he possibly succeed? How could this be? After all, he was merely a mortal. A thread of panic began to weave through Loki's mind. If a mere human could deprive a god of their divine might, how terrifying such a power would be. Even the cunning Loki found himself at a loss for solutions, unable to fathom why Lin Ye exuded such unwavering confidence. He wished to rush forward to stop Lin Ye, but the spectral hand firmly grasped his foot, rendering him immobile. Even if he managed to break free, what would it matter? Even if he employed illusions to approach stealthily, Lin Ye would undoubtedly see through it immediately. The seemingly inconsequential mortal, whom they had once dismissed, now held them firmly in thrall from every conceivable angle, akin to a hexagonal warrior. Damn it, Loki muttered through gritted teeth, a flicker of helplessness rising within him. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a glimmer of anticipation also stirred in his heart. He longed to witness whether his brother would truly be stripped of his divine power by a mere mortal. The humiliation would be a profound disgrace for Thor, yet for Loki, it would bring a sense of delight. It might even draw him a step closer to that coveted throne. Loki gazed fervently at Lin Ye, whose azure hand delved into Thor's very being. As the blue hand explored Thor's interior, it encountered an object the size of a fist, resembling stone. Is this the divine essence? Lin Ye focused intently, the blue hand grasping the divine essence, attempting to extract it. However, the divine essence remained steadfast, unyielding to his efforts, regardless of how much he shook it. After several fruitless attempts, Lin Ye could not suppress a sigh. Indeed, he could not shake the divine essence. It was only natural. If he could do so, he would have already ascended to godhood. Lin Ye closed his eyes and allowed a wisp of dark energy to emanate from him, infiltrating the blue hand and coursing into Thor's body. What have you injected into me? Thor exclaimed, bewildered. Lin Ye paid him no mind. The dark energy surged towards Thor's divine essence, and to Lin Ye's astonishment, the essence did not resist. Instead, it allowed itself to be enveloped. Thor trembled, an indescribable sensation washing over him, akin to a loss. What have you done to me? He cried hoarsely. Lin Ye replied with a smile, the same thing. Do you require me to repeat myself? Thor, how is it that at such a young age, your memory fails you? Thor's eyes widened, realizing that the unsettling sensation he had just experienced was indeed something profound. Lin Ye, unconcerned with Thor's plight, redirected his focus towards Thor's divine power. The golden essence coursed throughout Thor's being like a meandering river, boundless and eternal. Lin Ye, with the blue hand, teased the divine power and discovered that it could indeed be stirred. A surge of joy filled him. His conjecture had proven correct. Thus, he utilized the blue hand to siphon the divine power. Thor's body stiffened, his expression transforming dramatically. Unlike the divine essence, he could distinctly sense the power ebbing away from him. No, Thor shouted in panic, the loss of his divine power leading him to believe that Lin Ye had truly succeeded. You cannot do this. You mustn't. Lin Ye, I implore you, spare me. My father is Odin. He has signed a treaty of friendship with you, a promise you made to him. You cannot harm me. Stop. As the divine power dwindled rapidly, Thor's anguished cries resonated through the air. He struggled desperately, attempting to escape Lin Ye's grasp. Yet, the dark energy ensnared him tightly, rendering him unable to break free, leaving him at Lin Ye's mercy as his divine power was mercilessly drained away. As Thor suddenly erupted into frenzied cries, the warriors of the heavenly palace nearby were immediately engulfed in panic. What? This man? He has done it? No, it's impossible, utterly impossible. Vostag exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. How could he achieve this? It is simply unbelievable. Fandral stood in a state of bewilderment. Is he not a mere mortal? How could he strip a god of his divine power? Hogun, paralyzed by fear, could only stare blankly. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Sif, initially taken aback by the horror, was jolted back to reality by Thor's anguished cries. She shouted at Lin Ye with urgency, stop. You must cease this. You cannot deprive him of his divine power. He is Odin's son. Loki, standing closest to Lin Ye, was in the best position to witness the unfolding scene. The sight of Thor's wretched suffering struck a profound blow to his psyche, though he harbored a flicker of anticipation regarding this event. Its actual occurrence left him breathless with shock. Loki stared blankly at the scene before him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Ye, a mere mortal, truly possessed the ability to strip a god of his divine powers. This was utterly terrifying. Far away in Asgard, Odin, upon witnessing this spectacle for the first time, was equally alarmed. He sprang from his throne, his gaze riveted on the unfolding drama, his expression one of horror. However, moments later, he discerned the underlying intricacies of the situation and exhaled deeply. Lin Ye indeed lacked the capacity to permanently strip Thor of his abilities. Rather, he could extract Thor's divine essence. Understanding this nuance, Odin's initial trepidation began to dissipate. Yet, Odin mused, even if Lin Ye were to absorb Thor's divine power, what would it matter? Thor could swiftly regain his strength. One could not remain in such a state indefinitely. Curiosity colored Odin's thoughts as he leaned back against his throne, fixating on the image of Earth. Before long, Lin Ye had fully extracted Thor's divine essence. As Thor let out one final, helpless wail, Lin Ye withdrew his blue hand from Thor's body. Simultaneously, a golden sphere of divine energy, pulsating with electric light, was drawn forth from Thor. How exquisite! Lin Ye marveled at the resplendent orb of divine power, unable to suppress his admiration. No, this scene left all present in stunned disbelief. He truly accomplished it. Thor cast a glance at the radiant sphere that had been extracted from him, and the familiar sensation rendered his complexion pale. Lin Ye, with a smile, commanded the dark energy to gently set Thor down, saying, "Now, you may attempt to see if your powers are still within reach." Thor, in quiet desperation, tried to summon his abilities, but his expression shifted dramatically. It was as if he had lost a cherished loved one. Indeed, he found himself powerless. "No," Thor cried out in panic. Chapter 53. Thor, clearly arranged. How could this be? Despite numerous attempts, Thor could not wield his powers. His golden armor began to fade into illusion, revealing the robust muscles beneath. "No," Thor shouted in alarm. "This is still outside, and so many people are watching. My armor. Quickly, give me something to cover myself." "Hey, Sif, stop staring at me," Thor shouted in a panic, hastily retreating behind Lin Ye and urging him to fetch a garment to shield his exposed form. Simultaneously, he shouted at the crowd not to gawk at him. Yet, the more he protested, the more they fixated on him. Even the divine could not escape the allure of rebellion. As his body gradually became visible, every onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment, speechless at the sight. "I must admit, in terms of muscle, I, Fandral, acknowledge you as the best." "Thor, I apologize. I know I shouldn't look, but I simply cannot help myself." "What are you being shy about, Thor? Stand up like a man and let Sif have her fill." "Get lost. Vostak, if you say another word, I swear I'll take you down." The warriors of Asgard each voiced their opinions, laughter resonating among them. Sif teased him, yet her peripheral gaze discreetly observed Thor's enticing physique. It must be said, Thor truly embodies the bravest warrior of Asgard. His robust form and solid muscles certainly quicken the pulse. Even Loki's lips curled into a smirk. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, King Odin watched this scene, his expression frozen in shock. He had not anticipated things to unfold in such a manner. How did this happen? His gaze pierced through time and space, and he soon discerned something amiss. A dark energy enveloped Thor's divine essence, which was rendering his powers temporarily ineffective. He had only focused on Lin Ye's actions, neglecting Thor's divine status. So, that was the case. However, he clearly did not regard this dark energy as a significant threat. After all, as the king of the gods, he could easily dispel it with a mere gesture. It was hardly worth excessive concern. Yet, it left him deeply astonished. Why could this dark energy suppress divine power? What was it composed of? Was it magic, or some other substance? Why had he never encountered it before? A multitude of questions flooded his mind, instilling a sense of helplessness in the all-knowing King Odin for the first time. The only thing he felt assured about was that he had obediently heeded Scarlet's advice to befriend Lin Ye in Midgard. Otherwise, had he become an enemy of Asgard, it could have brought unimaginable calamity upon them. On the other hand, Thor's armor and clothing had nearly vanished, leaving even the most crucial areas exposed. Fortunately, he still wore a pair of Asgardian-style shorts. "I beg you, Lin Ye, please give me something to wear," Thor implored in a low tone. He was utterly ashamed to face anyone, wishing he could just disappear into the ground. "Rest assured, your physique is quite commendable. It's just that the Asgardian dragon is not as grand as mine." "Thor." Lin Ye's gaze swept between Thor's legs, and a triumphant smile crept onto his face. Upon hearing this, Thor felt an urge to confront Lin Ye. "Are you mocking me? What is there to laugh about?" Lin Ye observed Thor's face, flushed with anger, and smiled softly. After considering Thor's predicament, he resolved not to alter the original narrative. Although the incident that stripped Thor of his divine powers occurred prematurely, it bore no significant repercussions. It could merely serve as an early lesson in the harsh realities of society. Maturing sooner would enable him to fulfill his mission more swiftly, a benefit rather than a hindrance. "For Odin's sake, Thor, I shall not take your life, but the necessary punishment must be administered." With that, Lin Ye swiftly incapacitated Thor. He then snapped his fingers, conjuring a dark, crimson magical portal before him. Effortlessly, he lifted Thor and waved his hand, sending Thor's robust form through the portal. On the other side lay the laboratory of the Osborn building, where Harry and Banner were engrossed in studying the impeccable virus notes left by Lin Ye. In the next moment, they beheld Lin Ye opening the magical portal, through which he unceremoniously tossed in the unconscious bulk of a man, who bore a photograph crafted by Lin Ye's magic affixed to his body. "Banner." Harry, before either could inquire, Lin Ye, from the other side of the portal, stated bluntly, "Locate the woman in this photograph and deliver this man to her." With that, he closed the portal. Wait. Harry had not yet formulated his questions when the magical portal vanished. Damn it. Harry sighed heavily. Why was Lin Ye so swift in his actions? Could he not articulate his intentions more clearly? Casting a glance back at the unconscious man sprawled on the ground, Harry and Banner exchanged bewildered looks, both minds swirling with questions. What did this mean? Were they to assist in delivering this man? Is that what he meant? Banner queried, uncertainty lacing his tone. Frankly, he too was perplexed by Lin Ye's intentions. Gazing at the muscular figure lying unconscious, they found themselves at a loss for words. Meanwhile, after closing the portal, Lin Ye could not help but muse. I truly am a benevolent soul. Odin, You ought to express your gratitude. After all, individuals like me, who repay kindness with kindness, are exceedingly rare. Far away in Asgard, Odin found himself puzzled by these words. Gratitude? For what? For allowing him. Unbeknownst to him were Lin Ye's true thoughts. All he knew was that Lin Ye had cast his son, Thor, into the magical portal. As for what awaited Thor on the other side, he had yet to discern, requiring further observation. At that moment, the celestial warriors, witnessing Lin Ye's actions, became agitated, shouting at him. Hey, where have you taken him? I warn you. You cannot harm him. He is Odin's son, and you have a friendship agreement with Odin. Lin Ye, irritated by the commotion, turned and glared, his black pupils transforming into the blood-red hues of an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. The indifferent gaze startled the four warriors of the heavenly realm, causing them to freeze and cease their shouting immediately. That terrifying look seemed to serve as a warning. Should they dare utter another word, their fate would be dire. At long last, silence enveloped the atmosphere. Lin let out a long breath, his eyes shifting towards Loki, who had exhibited a peculiar demeanor since earlier. When Lin had vanquished Thor and sought to strip him of his divine powers, he had noticed a flicker of anticipation in Loki's eyes. Though well concealed, it had not escaped his keen perception. A smirk curled on Lin's lips, for he understood that Loki's desire for the throne of Asgard had begun to stir at the sight of Thor's diminished strength. What are you staring at me for? Loki felt a shiver run down his spine under Lin's unwavering gaze. Under Lin's scrutiny, he sensed as if every part of him had been laid bare, much like Thor had experienced. Chapter 54. The Awakening of Captain America. Lin smiled faintly, a grin that sent an unsettling chill through Loki. Loki, I know what you were thinking. Those simple words made Loki's pupils constrict in shock. He knows what I'm thinking? No, that cannot be. Thoughts are ephemeral. Unlike Thor's divine power, though bewildered internally, he maintained a facade of calm. With difficulty, Loki forced a smile and replied, Oh really? Then tell me. What am I thinking? This momentary exchange eased Loki's heart, confirming his belief that Lin was merely deceiving him. However, the next instant, Lin snapped his fingers. A fleeting shadow of dark magic emanated from Lin, drifting into Loki's being, stirring the desires within him and amplifying them gradually. After all, Loki played a significant role in Thor's narrative. Without Loki's interference, Thor could never truly become the god of thunder, nor could Lin garner the task points he sought. Thus, the first step was to ignite Loki's desires, transforming him into a stepping stone on Thor's path to growth. With a sharp crack, Lin snapped his fingers again. Loki's keen gaze sharpened anew. What just transpired? What happened to me moments ago? A sudden jolt shook Loki's heart, as if a door that had been slightly ajar had swung wide open. A wave of overwhelming desire flooded his mind. No, Thor remains in Midgard. He must be eliminated for me to secure my position on the throne. Countless whispers of longing echoed in his ears. In that instant, Loki felt an unprecedented yearning for the throne swell within him. This emotion surged, quickening his breath, and his eyes, once pure and clear, now gleamed with unrestrained greed. What have you done to me? Loki sensed the transformation within himself. He immediately summoned his magic in an attempt to dispel it. However, after a thorough search, he found no trace of the influence within his body. His expression suddenly turned to one of sheer terror, his eyes fixated on Lin Ye, his heart brimming with agitation. Why? Why was he unable to dispel the magic that had been cast upon him? Loki was certain that Lin Ye had indeed cast a spell on him, yet he could not exorcise it. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ye had not employed any malevolent magic. Rather, he had merely amplified Loki's desires through the use of enchantment. There lies a fundamental distinction between the two. Moreover, once desires are magnified, suppressing them becomes particularly challenging. Loki gazed at Lin Ye, whose subtle, almost imperceptible smile instilled a sense of dread within him. How could he possibly know what Loki was thinking? In that moment, Loki's desires erupted alongside his fear of Lin Ye. This seemingly innocuous mortal possessed the uncanny ability to penetrate the thoughts of a god. The four celestial warriors, witnessing Loki's sudden emotional upheaval, turned their heads in unison, their faces etched with confusion. What had caused Loki to become so terrified? What had transpired to incite such agitation? Surely, it was Lin Ye's doing, but what had he done? The four exchanged glances, their thoughts converging on a singular notion. Do not provoke this man under any circumstances. At S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Triskelion, a strikingly handsome and robust man gradually opened his eyes upon a pristine bed. The sound of a sports commentary wafting through the air from a nearby radio. As he listened, a look of perplexity crossed his face, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the room. The door swung open, and a radiant figure entered, offering him a warm smile. Good morning, she greeted, before glancing at her watch and adding somewhat awkwardly, or rather, good afternoon. The man turned to her, inquiring, Where am I? At that moment, the radio erupted with the commentator's enthusiastic celebration. The man's expression sharpened as he fixed his gaze on the woman, asking once more, Where exactly am I? He continued, This match took place in May 1941. I know because I was there. The woman's smile gradually faltered. He rose and approached her, his demeanor serious as he pressed. I will ask you again, where am I? Captain Rogers, she uttered quietly, discreetly pressing the panic button in her hand, attempting to calm the man before her. Upon hearing his name, the man's eyes hardened, and he demanded loudly, Who are you? At that moment, 2 soldiers entered the room. Startled, the man took a step back, wariness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the walls of the room were breached, and the 2 soldiers lay motionless on the ground. Rogers leaped from the room, only to discover that it was merely constructed of sheet metal. The scenery outside a mere illusion. He found himself in an unknown location. Captain Rogers, wait. The woman called out, pursuing him with urgency. But Rogers fled, grasping a walkie-talkie. The woman shouted, All agents, attention. Emergency alert. As the agents within the building beheld Rogers' sudden appearance, they swiftly encircled him. In a state of panic, Rogers forcefully pushed past the obstructing agents and made a hasty escape from the edifice. Outside, the bustling street was alive with the incessant flow of vehicles and throngs of pedestrians. Towering skyscrapers loomed overhead, adorned with dazzling neon lights, rendering the entire scene utterly foreign to him. Rogers gazed around in bewilderment, uncertain of his next course of action. At that moment, several cars closed in on him, effectively trapping him. A deep voice resonated from behind. Do not be alarmed, soldier. I sincerely apologize for that display, but we believe it is best for you to gradually acclimate to these circumstances. Nick Fury stepped forward, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed Rogers. Acclimate to what? Rogers gasped, struggling to catch his breath. You have been in slumber, Captain, for approximately 70 years. Nick Fury hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to unveil the truth to Rogers. Upon hearing this revelation, Rogers stood in stunned silence. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing that this world bore no resemblance to the one he once knew. A torrent of confusion and anxiety surged within him, leaving him devoid of any clear thoughts. Are you all right? Nick Fury inquired. I am. Rogers' words faltered midway, abruptly halting as a beautiful visage flashed through his mind. He inhaled deeply, as if finally grasping his predicament, and spoke with a heavy yet resigned tone. I have a date. Nick Fury recognized that it would take time for Captain Rogers to accept this reality, so he refrained from elaborating further. Nonetheless, the fact that Captain Rogers had awakened was a positive development, especially considering the immense pressure posed by the emergence of Lin Ye. Fortuitously, his team had discovered Captain Rogers and successfully thawed him. With such formidable strength under his command, Fury felt emboldened. He would no longer need to rely solely on Lin Ye, merely watching from the sidelines. Simultaneously, the clandestine plan that had begun to stir within him was now ignited by Rogers' return. Chapter 55, The Arrival of Thor. Loki clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he endeavored to suppress the surging desires within him. Though he was consumed with longing for the throne of Asgard, he knew he could not reveal it at this moment. He had to maintain control over his emotions, ensuring that no one detected his inner turmoil. However, he had not anticipated Lin Ye's formidable magical prowess. Even he found it impossible to dispel the amplified desires that Lin Ye had instilled within him. What have you done to me? Loki glared at Lin Ye, snarling through clenched teeth. His face contorted with anguish, yet at times, it betrayed a glimmer of eager greed. Lin Ye recognized that his magic had taken effect and smiled knowingly, saying, Loki, why do you resist your own heart? Moreover, let me clarify that I have not cast any additional spells upon you. I merely facilitated your ability to truly perceive your innermost desires. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the others finally comprehended the situation. Lin Ye had indeed cast a spell on Loki, yet Loki found himself unable to break free from its grasp. As warriors of the celestial realm, they were well acquainted with Loki's capabilities. His magical prowess is truly formidable, often enabling him to perform spells that leave others astounded. Otherwise, he would not bear the title of the mightiest mage in the 9 realms. Yet now, Loki finds himself severely outmatched in magic by Lin Ye, which adds to their astonishment. What other skills does this man possess? Loki, renowned for his magical abilities, is unable to unravel Lin Ye's enchantments. Is Loki not supposed to be exceptionally powerful? Vostag murmured in disbelief. Vandal jested, I wager he certainly cannot bear children. Sif rolled her eyes. Do you fancy yourself amusing? Vandal sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Hogan interjected, don't you find it peculiar? This man is merely a native of Midgard, while Loki is a god. How can he be inferior to a mere mortal? Sif nodded in agreement. I believe it is not that Loki is weak, but rather that this native is exceptionally strong. Let us not forget, Thor also fell to him. Henceforth, we must not underestimate the people of Midgard. The others acknowledged Sif's suggestion with nods of agreement. Observing Loki's desperate struggles, Lin Ye could not help but smile. While Loki may be the strongest mage in the 9 realms, he still pales in comparison to Lin Ye. After all, no matter how hard Loki tries, he is but one individual. In contrast, Lin Ye has forged contracts with prominent figures from Kamartaj. They continuously bestow upon him a wealth of magical experience, ensuring that even in slumber, his magical abilities continue to ascend. This results in Lin Ye's magical prowess surpassing that of Loki, despite his minimal practice. What is this phenomenon? It can only be described as a victory without effort. Lin Ye dispelled the hell path and waved his hand, dismissing the shadowy minions. Loki and the 4 celestial warriors were instantly liberated. However, they exchanged glances, none daring to confront Lin Ye. After all, this was the man who had bested Thor. What could they possibly achieve by charging at him? Would they merely be offering their heads on a platter? And Thor? Sif fixed her gaze on Lin Ye, inquiring. Vostag, the leader of the 3 warriors of the heavens, sought an explanation from Lin Ye. Suddenly, Lin Ye's pupils underwent a dramatic transformation. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. His blood-red eyes radiated a chilling aura. The 3 warriors trembled, none willing to speak first. If you do not intend to leave, I would not mind ensuring your eternal stay here. Lin Ye's tone was laced with indifference. How absurd. Did they truly think he was engaged in acts of charity? Approaching him without cause and seeking trouble, were they not mere mortals who would have perished long ago? Now, having been defeated, they still dared to bargain? Sif, noticing the tension, whispered sharply, Vostag, be silent. Concern etched across Vostag's features. Sif continued in a hushed tone. Heimdall must have informed Odin about Thor's predicament. Look, Odin has yet to intervene, which signifies that Thor is safe. The 3 warriors of the heavens finally grasped the situation. Indeed, every time Thor makes an appearance, Heimdall's gaze becomes increasingly fixated upon him. However, after all this time, one would expect Heimdall to have noticed something amiss. Yet he remains utterly unresponsive, which is indeed intriguing. Lin, on the other hand, is entirely unconcerned. He intends to pay a visit to Tony Stark, wondering if the thunderous chaos outside might rouse him from his slumber. On the opposite side of the earth, Jane Foster and her friend Daisy Louise are engrossed in their research within the laboratory. Suddenly, a delivery arrives at their doorstep. Jane stares at the towering square package, bewildered. What could this be? I distinctly recall not purchasing anything. Daisy chuckles and jokes. Perhaps it's a gift from your ex-boyfriend, who, despite your breakup, still holds a candle for you. Come on, Daisy, don't be ridiculous. Jane rolls her eyes, bemused by her friend's fanciful imagination. Let us open it. With a package this large, it could very well contain a naked man, Daisy teases playfully. Stop it, Daisy, and help me open this package, Jane calls. As they both lay the wooden box on the ground, their curiosity piqued. Upon revealing the contents, their expressions freeze in shock, their minds momentarily blank. Inside the box lies a man clad only in a pair of briefs, his sculpted physique radiating masculinity. Wow, Daisy gasps, her mind reeling as she stares at the sight before her, her expression a blend of astonishment and embarrassment. To her surprise, her jest has become reality. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, she turns to Jane and says, you know, if you're feeling lonely, there's no harm in seeking companionship. But did you really need to purchase such a lifelike doll? Don't be absurd, Daisy, I never bought it, Jane asserts with unwavering conviction. Yet, confronted by the sight of the bare man in the box, she finds herself at a loss for an explanation. Perhaps it was delivered to the wrong address? She speculates cautiously. Daisy picks up the delivery slip and exclaims, no, it clearly states the recipient is Jane Foster. Jane, utterly perplexed, wonders, is this truly for me? But when did I ever order a doll? I have no recollection of such a thing. Daisy, with a mischievous grin, looks at Jane and says, oh, don't be shy, my friend. Who would have thought that the poised and elegant Jane would have such a side? She playfully nudges Jane with her elbow and whispers, where did you buy this? The quality is remarkable. Tell me, so I can get one too. While saying this, she reaches out to touch the man's chiseled chest. The texture feels just like the real thing. Jane cannot help but roll her eyes again, insisting, I told you, I did not buy it. Daisy nods, chuckling, I understand. It's an unspeakable secret. Jane is left speechless. At that moment, the man in the box stirs slightly, and both girls jump in surprise. Did you see that? Did he just move? Jian rose to observe the figure within the wooden box, his expression one of sheer terror. Daisy, equally astonished, exclaimed, my goodness. This is the first time I've seen a moving doll. It's incredibly advanced technology. Meanwhile, in a secure location of S-H-I-E-L-D, he sat before a computer, engrossed in a video provided by Nick Fury. In the footage, a young man clad in dark energy armor abruptly vanished from sight, only to have a golden dragon materialize in midair. A formidable gray behemoth was swiftly dispatched, while the man stood triumphantly in the sky, cradling a young girl rescued from the clutches of a green giant. Beneath the moonlight, the dark figure exuded an air of grace and allure. Chapter 56. Mephisto. Tony Stark was jarred awake from a nightmare. The visions were both vivid and harrowing, causing his heart to race. Soon, memories surged forth like tumultuous waves. He recalled attending the Jericho missile launch in Afghanistan, where Stark Industries' weaponry had greatly pleased the adversary. Tragically, he had sustained injuries from his own company's explosives. Fortunately, his high-strength bulletproof vest had spared him from death. Gradually, his consciousness faded, leaving behind a vague recollection of a group of individuals surrounding him, wielding sharp surgical instruments. A searing pain pierced his chest, and even in his haze, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Those figures seemed to insert something into his body. This marked the end of his memories, strikingly akin to the nightmarish images that haunted him. He blinked rapidly, gasping for breath, attempting to regain clarity. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed around in confusion. The nasal tube was uncomfortable, prompting him to remove it and take a deep breath. He turned to grasp the water cup on the adjacent table, but his trembling hand sent it crashing to the floor. With a resigned sigh, he coughed as he attempted to reach for the water jug on the table. His gaze fell upon a man in front of a mirror affixed to a pillar, meticulously shaving his beard. The man wore glasses, his head bald save for a sparse ring of hair. Tony Stark carefully approached the water jug, inadvertently tugging on something behind him, producing a noise that startled him. He hastily tore off the bandaging from his chest, revealing a circular device implanted at the center. What is this? A question arose in Tony's mind. The bald man, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, spoke. This is an electromagnet, designed to prevent the remaining fragments of shrapnel in your body from reaching your heart. Additionally, I have preserved one of the fragments extracted from you as a memento. As he spoke, the man retrieved a small transparent bag from a nearby platform, containing a shattered piece of shrapnel. What place is this? Tony Stark scanned his surroundings, his brow furrowing in concern. A group of menacing, armed terrorists entered, accompanied by an exquisitely crafted mechanical dog. The moment Tony laid eyes on it, he was instantly captivated. The bald man quickly urged Tony to sit down beside him, instructing him to cover his head with his arms. A man with a scruffy beard babbled a torrent of incomprehensible language, leaving Tony Stark with a look of bewilderment. The bald man quickly intervened to translate. They say welcome. Tony Stark, the most infamous killer in American history. The bearded man continued speaking, and the bald man translated again. He says he is honored and wishes for you to create something. At this, Tony Stark momentarily froze. Stark Industries was renowned for weapon manufacturing, and it was precisely due to the excellence of their weaponry that Stark became the primary arms supplier for the U.S. military. Now, these terrorists were asking him to create something. Could it possibly be weapons? However, when the bald man received the schematics from the terrorists and presented them to Tony, he was taken aback. He looked up at the fierce group of terrorists and then back at the documents in his hands. Are you certain this is the correct blueprint for me? Tony pondered whether these individuals had made a mistake, for the schematics indicated that they were requesting him to produce not a devastating weapon, but rather prosthetic limbs that could be extensively utilized in medicine and machinery. If this technology could be successfully developed, it would save millions. The bald man, glancing at the schematics, was equally astonished. When had these terrorists become so benevolent? After confirming with the terrorists, he nodded and told Tony Stark, yes, indeed, this is what they want you to create. And they require you to document all your experiences and techniques. You may request anything you need from them, and once you complete this, they will allow you to leave. Tony Stark felt a surge of excitement. He examined the schematics closely, his heart brimming with delight. This prosthetic technology far surpassed the current technological capabilities of Earth, and if unveiled, it would be a groundbreaking product. How could he possibly refuse such a task? Simultaneously, he harbored no concerns about these individuals preventing his departure. If it were weapon development, he knew that once he succeeded, his life would be forfeit. Yet, this technology bore no need for secrecy. He conveyed to them, through the bald man, that he would undertake the task, but insisted on a guarantee of safe passage upon its completion. The bald man relayed his message to the terrorists. The bearded man nodded, satisfied, and departed with his subordinates. Tony Stark cast a long, contemplative glance at the intelligent mechanical dog trailing behind them, increasingly convinced that this group was far more complex than they appeared. Who were they really? Not only did they possess such revolutionary technology, but they also commanded a sci-fi mechanical dog. The manufacturing task commenced. Tony began his work according to his plan. However, the electromagnetic device in his chest still required a car battery for power, and he needed to address this issue first. He resolved to develop a compact arc reactor to replace the current device, liberating himself from the burden of carrying a battery. Nevertheless, he found these terrorists rather despicable, devoting oneself to their service, yet receiving only plain gruel in return, while they indulge in delectable cheeseburgers and barbecues outside. The enticing aroma tantalizes his taste buds, prompting him to curse vehemently, wishing for this group to choke on their meal. Lin, comfortably enjoying roasted chicken wings outside the prison, glanced towards the activities of Tony Stark within the confines, nodding as he instructed the mechanical dog, keep a close watch on Tony. Do not let him cause any trouble. The mechanical dog wagged its tail, indicating compliance, then turned to encourage those nearby to fan the air more vigorously, intensifying the savory scent of the barbecue. Lin cast another deep glance at the prison, biting into the juiciest part of the chicken wing, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. This fellow was untouchable, leaving only this method to torment him. Subsequently, he casually discarded the bone and snapped his fingers, conjuring a magical portal that appeared out of thin air. The night had fallen, enveloping the atmosphere in a desolate and mournful ambience. Suddenly, he sensed a presence lying at his doorstep, prompting him to investigate, where he discovered a motorcyclist clad in black leather. Recognizing him at once, Lin remarked with an indifferent tone, "Who would have thought you would collapse at my doorstep?" As he prepared to awaken the leather-clad man, a middle-aged gentleman in a tailored suit appeared behind him, leaning on an exquisite cane, his voice low and chilling. "If I were you, I would refrain from intervening." Sensing the repugnant aura emanating from the man behind him, Lin immediately identified him. "Your argument holds no water. This is my home, and I dislike having someone sprawled at my doorstep, as it disrupts the feng shui." Lin replied coolly, seemingly unafraid. He turned to face the middle-aged man, his tone shifting to one of icy sharpness. "However, I am quite curious. When did a demon dare to appear so brazenly before me?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin's eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. His once pitch-black pupils turned blood red, revealing a disturbing pattern that was truly shocking. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 57. The Explosive Incarnation of the Mortal Realm. Lin's gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged man. Within his pupils, the enigmatic and bizarre patterns bore a striking resemblance to ancient sigils, exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear. Upon encountering this man, Lin, attuned to the atmosphere surrounding him, knew immediately who he was. The middle-aged man's name was Mephisto, the embodiment of the Lord of Hell walking among mortals. Naturally on Earth, he was better known by another name, Satan. His purpose was to seek out exceptional souls, transforming them into hellish knights to serve him. This very night, he had located Johnny, intending to compel him to fulfill their pact. Little did he know, this fellow had barely completed his first transformation and executed his task before swiftly collapsing due to exhaustion. Mephisto had followed the scent of the hellish knight, discovering a powerful soul, which filled him with unrestrained joy. However, he evidently underestimated this human. Gazing into those blood-red eyes, Mephisto felt as though his heart had been seized by the other, although the entity before him was not his true self. The sensation of palpitation was so tangible that it weighed heavily upon him. It seemed that with the slightest movement from the other, his heart would shatter instantaneously. Mephisto's eyes flickered with uncertainty. This human was remarkably formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation even within him. He knew that the individual before him was named Lin Ye, and he had heard countless rumors about him, to the point where they had become tiresome. Yet, he never anticipated that this human could evoke such apprehension in him. While this body was merely a manifestation, it still contained 40% of his power. He was tempted to flee. However, he sensed that Lin Ye's soul was extraordinarily exceptional, surpassing anyone he had encountered over the millennia. If he could obtain this man's soul and transform him into a Wraith Knight, he would undoubtedly gain a remarkably powerful subordinate. Perhaps, he could unify the dimensions of hell. Thus, Mephisto's eyes gleamed with cunning, and a harmless smile graced his lips. "Lin Ye, you are a person devoted to strength. Why not engage in a transaction?" he proposed, his voice deep and laced with temptation. The power of the hell dimension subtly emanated. He sensed Lin Ye's inner yearning for strength, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that desire was on his side. To ensure Lin Ye would be swayed by him, he secretly employed the powers of dark magic, seeking to corrupt Lin Ye's heart. Yet Lin Ye merely smiled coldly, the upward curve of his lips causing Mephisto's heart to tremble involuntarily. He dared to attempt to bewitch me? Mephisto was indeed desperate for souls. However, Lin Ye possessed a system, one without side effects. Who would be foolish enough to sign a soul-selling contract with you? Lin Ye's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Johnny, who had collapsed nearby. It seemed there was indeed someone. Meanwhile, Mephisto, upon seeing Lin Ye's smile, furrowed his brow slightly. This individual appeared unfazed by his proposed terms. "Is that so? Yet, with your power, you cannot fulfill my wishes." Lin Ye's tone dripped with sarcasm. Mephisto was momentarily stunned, his heart brimming with astonishment. This fellow seemed impervious to his dark magic's corruption. How could this be? Mephisto's gaze was filled with shock. Perhaps even he had not anticipated that Lin Ye held mastery over the source of dark magic, rendering him immune to its degradation. The more exceptional Lin Ye's performance became, the more Mephisto yearned for his soul. Such a powerful being, if transformed into a Wraith Knight, would be a force capable of withstanding legions. "Are you resisting me? Lin Ye, why do you not heed the whispers of your innermost desires? A mere nod from you could unlock unparalleled strength." Mephisto gazed greedily at Lin Ye's soul. Lin Ye responded in a calm tone, "Mephisto, before you continue to tempt me, it would be wise for you to take a good look at your own reflection." "What?" Mephisto was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly manifested in his mind. In an instant, the world before Mephisto transformed dramatically. He found himself ensconced in a crimson realm, with a scarlet moon hanging ominously in the night sky. The earth was illuminated by the blood-red moonlight, leading into an abyss of unending darkness. A swarm of black crows circled above, emitting eerie cries. "You have already fallen into my illusion." Lin Ye's voice echoed slowly within this space. Mephisto's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with terror. When did this happen? How had he succumbed to this hallucination? He looked down to see a desolate expanse, dark shadows creeping from beneath his feet. Countless shadowy minions emerged from the darkness, their hostility palpable. Before Mephisto could comprehend the situation, these shadowy minions launched their assault. Startled, he waved his hand, attempting to unleash his power to obliterate them. Yet, his attacks seemed incapable of harming them. Moreover, the fiercer he fought, the stronger they appeared to become. Eventually, each of them conjured a colossal skeletal figure, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror, with each strike inflicting unimaginable pain upon him. What is this? Mephisto's heart sank in dread. He sought to escape this realm, but no matter how he tried, he found himself ensnared, outnumbered and overpowered. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself bound to a cross. Where am I? Mephisto felt a wave of fear wash over him, the previous scene still vivid in his mind. This is the chasm of power disparity, Mephisto. How long do you think you can endure in this space? Lin Ye's voice resonated ominously from all directions. The shadowy minions surrounded Mephisto, each wielding a sharp dagger. He gazed in terror at the throng of shadowy figures, uncertain of their intentions. Soon, they revealed their answer. One of the shadowy minions approached him and plunged the dagger into his heart. The agony was excruciating. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips. Following this, the other shadowy minions took turns stepping forward, each driving their daggers into his body. Blood gushed uncontrollably, and the intense pain spread throughout his being. He desperately sought to summon his power to flee this realm, but he discovered that his abilities were utterly ineffective, as if rendered void. Time within his perception continued to elapse as the shadowy minions relentlessly stabbed him one after another. Even he, the Lord of Hell, could not endure such torment. And soon he succumbed to unconsciousness. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, everything began anew. Mephisto's heart plummeted into the abyss. This scene unfolded before him time and again. Intense pain relentlessly eroded his heart, leaving him with the sensation of having lingered here for an eternity, be it a day, a month, half a year, or a year. Ultimately, this torment rendered Mephisto's pupils vacant. After the 580th ordeal, his earthly incarnation seemed unable to withstand the profound wounds inflicted from the depths of his soul. In an instant, he froze, and the next moment, he shattered into dust. In the infernal dimension, Mephisto's true form jolted awake, panic and terror still lingering in his eyes. He gasped for breath, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Such a state was beyond belief for him. At his level, only extreme fear could provoke such an uncontrollable physical response. Mephisto's complexion darkened, and a flicker of trepidation towards Lin Ye crept into his heart. Chapter 58, Johnny Blaze. Lin Ye gazed at the shattered remnants of Mephisto's incarnation, reduced to dust and dissipating into the air, momentarily taken aback. Was he truly this feeble? He glanced at the clock. Merely 10 minutes had passed. What a pathetically weak Satan, Lin Ye mused silently. Meanwhile, oblivious to being labeled as weak, Mephisto trembled in his hellish dimension. His entire body was drenched in sweat, resembling one who had just emerged from a pool. The recollection of the horrifying sensation overwhelmed him, causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably. It was unfathomable that he could feel fear emanating from a mere human. The torment that penetrated his very soul, being bound to a cross, subjected to relentless stabbing, and having his flesh pecked by crows, was an inescapable despair. Even he, the sovereign of hell, could not help but feel an innate fear. How had he achieved this? Mephisto murmured to himself, his mind swirling with confusion and astonishment. Could it truly be an illusion? He recalled Lin Ye's words within that space. Yet, whose illusion could be so vividly realistic? Even Loki's illusions failed to reach such authenticity. How had he done it? Suddenly, Mephisto recalled Lin Ye's peculiar eyes. This fellow was more devilish than the devil himself. Mephisto surveyed his dominion over the infernal dimension. Endless desolation stretched before him. The biting winds howled mercilessly, scorching flames blazed fiercely, and the foul waters emitted a nauseating stench. This was indeed the very essence of hell. However, the situation here seemed trivial compared to the ordeal he had just endured. The tangible horrors of hell instilled dread, while the intangible ones were too ghastly to even contemplate. If given the choice, he would wish to forget everything that had transpired. The agony that penetrated his soul was something he never wished to experience again. Yet, the desire to claim Lin Ye's soul burned within him fiercely. Even though he had just endured failure and was gripped by fear, he pondered how to obtain Lin Ye's soul. If the previous method proved ineffective, he would have to devise an alternative approach. Mephisto's eyes darted as he contemplated other possibilities. At the entrance of his home, Lin Ye turned his gaze toward the man in leather lying at the doorstep. The man was currently unconscious, sprawled on the ground without a hint of movement. Lin Ye mused that he couldn't allow this individual to remain at his doorstep. It would disturb the feng shui of his home. Thus, he extended a finger and pointed at the man on the ground. Dark energy surged from him as he cast a spell, lifting the leather-clad figure off the ground. Lin Ye then turned and entered the house, with the man floating in behind him under the influence of the magic. A night passed in silence. Before long, the next day arrived. Johnny Blaze slowly opened his eyes. At first, his gaze was unfocused, but gradually it sharpened, becoming clearer. He looked around in bewilderment. Confusion evident in his eyes. Where was he? A faint ache pulsed in his head, prompting him to instinctively raise a hand to rub his temples. Memories flooded back, and he recalled transforming into the Ghost Rider the previous night to punish evil, but he had no idea how he had ended up unconscious. Now, his throat felt parched, as if scorched by flames. Coughing violently, he turned to see several cups of water on a nearby table. He eagerly grabbed a cup and drained it completely, feeling a slight relief thereafter. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure not far away. Upon closer inspection, he saw a young and handsome man dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, eyes closed, sitting cross-legged. To his astonishment, the man was not seated on the ground or a sofa, but was instead floating in midair, surrounded by swirling black mist that rendered him both ethereal and mysterious. Johnny was taken aback. He had never seen anyone like this before. In utter amazement, he approached quietly, striving to avoid disturbing the other. As he drew near, his expression reflected incredulity. Eastern magic? Johnny murmured, initially believing the man was using some device to appear as though he were levitating. This made it all the more difficult to believe. How could he accomplish such a feat? He had previously witnessed similar street performances where an individual leaned on a cane, seemingly floating in the air. However, that was merely an illusion, as the performer was supported by a concealed apparatus within their voluminous clothing, creating the appearance of levitation. He had thought this man might be employing a similar trick. Yet the absence of any visible support beneath the man's short sleeves and the lack of any hidden seat beneath him challenged his understanding of reality. Could it be that this fellow possesses magic? Just as Johnny was struck with astonishment, Lin Ye's voice suddenly echoed. Has no one ever informed you that such behavior is rather impolite? Startled, Johnny quickly stepped back, apologizing. I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. I merely wished to ascertain if you truly could float. So now you are convinced? Lin Ye opened his eyes, gazing calmly at Johnny Blaze. Indeed, I have seen it. Johnny awkwardly nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. To alleviate the discomfort, he decided to change the subject, inquiring, could you possibly enlighten me as to why I find myself here? With a slight smile, Lin Ye jested, I never imagined you would be so sought after. That old man, despite his advanced age, still seems quite taken with you. Upon hearing this, Johnny instinctively touched his backside. From Lin Ye's words, he discerned that the impeccably dressed middle-aged man was none other than Mephisto, the one who had tempted him to sell his soul. This demon always manifested in such a guise. Though he appeared dapper, like a gentleman, his heart was treacherously malevolent. In a bid to claim Johnny's soul, he had lured him into signing a contract, promising to restore his father, who was suffering from cancer, to health. Yet, the very next day, Mephisto orchestrated an accident, resulting in his father's demise during a motorcycle stunt. He was a demon of duplicity. The mere thought of this filled Johnny with rage. It seems you harbor some anger, Lin Ye observed, looking at Johnny with an indifferent expression. Realizing that he was in someone else's home, Johnny quickly responded, I apologize, it was not my intention. I was merely reflecting on some unfortunate matters. Everyone encounters misfortune, yet the most crucial aspect is not to let emotions sway you, Lin Ye said. His feet firmly on the ground, his tone flat. Johnny nodded in acknowledgement. Ever since he had transformed into the Ghost Rider, he often felt a surge of anger within. Especially when confronted with evil, that fury was nearly impossible to suppress. Thank you for your generous hospitality, sir. My name is Johnny Blaze, he introduced himself. Lin Ye replied coolly, I am aware of who you are. Johnny was taken aback. You know? I apologize, have we met before? Lin Ye's words led Johnny to believe he was speaking to a fan. No, I have never encountered you before. Lin Ye shook his head. Then how could you possibly know me? In truth, I know far more than you might imagine, Lin Ye replied with a mysterious smile. Such as the angry entity within you, and that middle-aged man from last night. Johnny's mind was momentarily struck as if by lightning, staring blankly at Lin Ye. With just a few words, this man had revealed his most significant secret. Chapter 59, Johnny's Commission. Johnny was uncertain whether Lin Ye was attempting to deceive him or not. He felt utterly bewildered by Mephisto's machinations. A persistent feeling lingered within Johnny, as if those around him were perpetually seeking something from him. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Hey, buddy, last night I inexplicably collapsed at your doorstep, and I have no idea what transpired afterward. But your assertion seems rather implausible, don't you think? You've never even seen me. Why should I believe you? Suit yourself, Lin Ye replied coolly. Approaching the dining table, he snapped his fingers before Johnny's incredulous gaze. In an astonishing instant, a lavish spread of Chinese breakfast materialized on the table. Youtiao, soy milk, Xilong bao, and pan-fried buns. Johnny's mouth hung agape, as if he could swallow an egg whole. What is this? Magic? Illusion? It can't be real. He stepped closer for a better look. Yet, no matter how he examined it, Everything appeared remarkably authentic, even the enticing aroma that stirred his hunger. His stomach grumbled. Having refrained from eating the entire night and only sipping a few glasses of water that morning, the temptation of the culinary delights was too much to bear. If you're hungry, feel free to eat. I can't possibly consume all of this. Lin Ye gestured toward the array of food. Thank you, Johnny replied without hesitation, boldly taking a seat and popping a youtiao into his mouth. It's actually real, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Ye merely smiled enigmatically. As they dined, Johnny inquired, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Lin Ye, came the reply. Johnny's eyes widened. You are the Shadow Lord, Lin Ye? Lin Ye chuckled. The only one daring enough to bear that title is indeed me. A wave of astonishment washed over Johnny. To think he had collapsed in front of the very master of shadows. Who would believe such a tale? In the entirety of Big Apple City, over 70% of the youth were fervent admirers of the Shadow Lord. Should he share this revelation, his blog's following would likely skyrocket. By the way, Mr. Lin Ye, can you assure me that that middle-aged man didn't cause you any trouble? Johnny asked cautiously, suspecting that Mephisto had indeed interfered with Lin Ye. Lin Ye shook his head. You mean Mephisto? I sent him packing. He was far too weak. Johnny was taken aback by Lin Ye's words. Did he just claim to have driven away Mephisto? Impossible. He was well aware of Mephisto's formidable powers, known as the Lord of Hell and the embodiment of Satan. How could anyone chase him off? It seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, gazing into Lin Ye's calm demeanor, Johnny found his perception of Lin Ye's strength profoundly altered once more. Could it be that even Satan himself had been bested? Had Johnny known that Lin Ye had stripped Thor of his divine powers from Norse mythology, he might have clung to Lin Ye's leg in awe. After a time, the sumptuous breakfast had been entirely devoured. I'll help with the cleanup, Johnny offered eagerly. Not necessary, Lin Ye replied. Lin snapped his fingers, and the plates on the table vanished in an instant. The entire tabletop reverted to its pristine state. This ability of yours is simply remarkable. A glint of envy flickered in Johnny's eyes. He found himself preferring Lin's powers over the might of the Ghost Rider. However, the thought of the entity within him cast a shadow over his expression. During the day, things were manageable. Ever since last night, when Mephisto awakened the Ghost Rider inside him, he had developed an uncanny sixth sense. He sensed that a fierce battle loomed on the horizon, filling him with trepidation. Are you troubled? Lin, reclining in his chair, glanced at Johnny, whose face had suddenly turned melancholic. Indeed, he was in the presence of the Shadow Lord. Perhaps he could solicit assistance from him? He lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with hope as he looked at Lin. That Shadow Lord. I wonder if I could trouble him with a request? Lin observed Johnny, who seemed hesitant to speak. His dark magic immediately discerned Johnny's thoughts, leaving him momentarily speechless. The reason he had saved Johnny last night was to intervene in the narrative, yet here was Johnny, proactively bringing it up before he had even made his move. Speak. Johnny's lips quivered as he seemed to organize his thoughts before finally articulating, Mr. Lin, you know that I have a creature from hell within me. This being emerges at night, and I cannot contain it. Lin nodded. I can feel that a great battle is imminent tonight, so I seek your assistance. If possible, could you help me? Lin furrowed his brow. Help you? The entity within you possesses considerable power. Johnny offered a wry smile. I am aware, but my current rapport with it is tenuous at best. And Mephisto has instructed me to trouble his wretched son. Do you believe I can handle that at this moment? Lin nodded again. In the original narrative, the Witch King was impervious to the Ghost Rider's judgment due to lacking a soul, making him immensely powerful. Yet, in a bid to surpass his detestable father, he foolishly endeavored to absorb the souls within the contract of Sanctus Vengasa, thereby creating a vulnerability for himself. Strength often comes at a high risk, and for someone like Lin, such power would require a lineage of extraordinary fortune. However, even the current Witch King was beyond the capabilities of an immature Johnny. Ding. A task has been detected. Would you like to accept it? Lin raised an eyebrow. It had been a while since he had heard the system's voice. Accept. Ding. Task. Snatch from the tiger's mouth. Steal the contract of Sanctus Vengasa. Reward. Promotion of dark space by 2 tiers. Establishment of hell dimension anchor points. Lin's brow shot up. A 2-tier promotion of dark space? Quite splendid indeed, as it would save him from using his points for an upgrade. The remaining points could be utilized for acquiring more valuable items. As for the hell dimension anchor points, what could they possibly be? He furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, contemplating a possibility. If it were indeed as he suspected, Lin Ye smiled faintly. I have agreed to your request, Johnny. S-H-I-E-L-D, 3 Chords Tower. Fury glanced at the documents in his hand, his brow furrowed. He couldn't help but sigh. What a tumultuous season this is. Knock, knock. 2 sharp raps echoed. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Captain Rogers, known as Captain America. I heard from Natasha that you were looking for me. Fury handed the documents to Rogers. Take a look. You might need to make a trip. Rogers accepted the papers, the first line boldly stating, Apocalypse. Chapter 60, 2 choices. Lin Ye acquiesced to Johnny's request. Although this mission did not offer points as a reward, The prospect of establishing a Hell Dimension anchor filled him with anticipation. Alas, this wretched system was far from intelligent, forcing him to rely on his own exploration. What inspired Lin Ye was a remark from Master Gui, who had once said that one's own dark space also belonged to a dimension. Moreover, his dark space had the capacity to absorb and enhance speed. Thus, when the system mentioned establishing a Hell Dimension anchor, Lin Ye began to formulate a significant hypothesis in his mind. Meanwhile, Johnny was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things were unfolding. He had expected to pay some price, but the Lord of Shadows had readily agreed to his request. This left him questioning whether he was dreaming. Stealthily pinching his leg, the sharp pain confirmed his reality, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This is wonderful. With the Lord of Shadows assisting me, I shall save a great deal of trouble. I truly appreciate your help, Mr. Lin Ye. If you resolve this predicament for me, I shall become your devoted fan. Johnny spoke earnestly, a radiant smile gracing his face. Are you not already? Lin Ye inquired, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. Oh, damn, I misspoke. I am indeed. Johnny nodded solemnly. Lin Ye smiled slightly, harboring skepticism toward Johnny's words. Not wishing to dwell on this matter, Johnny feared that if he continued, he might inadvertently say something displeasing to the Lord of Shadows. After all, it had taken considerable effort to gain that agreement. He could not risk Lin Ye changing his mind due to a few careless words. Alone, he could not contend with Mephisto's son. Mr. Lin Ye, let us agree on this. We shall meet tonight without fail. I have a premonition that something significant will transpire. Johnny gazed at Lin Ye with sincere, earnest eyes. Lin Ye nodded with a smile. No problem, I will arrive on time. A satisfied smile spread across Johnny's face as he grinned widely and rose to leave. As night fell, Johnny stood before the mirror, bare and well-built, his muscles taut, with an enviable eight-pack. He continuously performed peculiar movements in front of the mirror, envisioning his appearance as the Ghost Rider. He recalled the street that had been ravaged the previous night. The girl whom he had saved now appeared on television, recounting the visage of her savior, a skull engulfed in flames. This was the most straightforward depiction from her perspective. Johnny had never beheld his own appearance, and thus he was filled with curiosity. He mused that even as a skull, his inherent charm should still shine through. The only unfortunate aspect was the misunderstanding that had arisen with his beloved, Roxanne. The previous night, he had transformed into the Ghost Rider to exact justice upon the wicked, subsequently missing their date and leaving her to wait in solitude for an extended period. Aware of his misstep, Johnny yearned to clarify the situation. Yet Roxanne offered him no opportunity. She chastised him and mocked him for merely possessing good looks. Feeling helpless, Johnny realized that explaining his circumstances to Roxanne would yield little belief, even if he were to divulge the truth. Thus, he resolved to confront these dilemmas alone. Dressed, he ventured into the living room, perusing tomes related to the legend of the Ghost Rider, striving to master the fierce power within him. Yet he faltered, unable to rein in that force, which now stirred restlessly within. Smoke began to emanate from his body, soon followed by flames igniting across his form. Startled by the sight, Johnny exerted all his effort to maintain his consciousness, resisting the encroachment of the Ghost Rider's essence upon his mind. In a daze, he sensed a malevolent force in the distance, beckoning him closer. The soul of the Ghost Rider stirred eagerly within him, akin to a parched traveler in a desert spotting an oasis. I must maintain control. I cannot yield so easily. Johnny gritted his teeth, striving to suppress his transformation. His gaze drifted towards the horizon, eyes filled with fervent hope. Master of Shadows, please arrive soon. I am on the verge of succumbing. As flames multiplied, his flesh began to succumb to their searing touch, revealing the skeletal contours of his face. The agony intensified, a piercing torment that penetrated to his very marrow. Johnny felt his teeth nearly shatter under the strain. He sensed that he was losing control, the power of the Ghost Rider poised to erupt forth, his consciousness gradually being usurped. Flames ignited within his eyes, heralding his imminent transformation. Just then, a dark crimson magical portal materialized in his living room, and a figure emerged from within. Observing Johnny, aflame and in turmoil, the newcomer produced a chilled can of soda from their pocket. Johnny, you seem quite heated. Would you care for a refreshing beverage to cool you down? In the final moment before his consciousness was fully supplanted, Johnny beheld Lin Ye and felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the Master of Shadows present, he hoped that calamity could be averted. Your timing is impeccable, Johnny managed to articulate with his fading awareness. In the next instant, he had fully transformed into the Ghost Rider. The fearsome skull struck terror into the hearts of onlookers, flames licking from his head as if he were a harbinger of hell itself. It appears you can no longer partake. Lin Ye gazed calmly at the Ghost Rider before him, silently opening a can of soda and taking a sip. The Ghost Rider's hollow eyes turned towards Lin Ye, the man before him emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence that sent chills down one's spine. If one were to liken sin to flowing water, some individuals' transgressions may resemble a gentle stream, while others might be akin to a mighty river. However, the man standing before him was different. His malevolence was as profound as the ocean, boundless and terrifying. Yet, the Ghost Rider could not discern Lin Ye's true strength. Had he been able to sense it, he would have surely turned and fled at that moment. Lin Ye's power was concealed by the system, remaining undetectable to others when not in use. Even Odin, the king of the gods, would be unable to perceive its depths. Presently, despite the overwhelming aura of sin that surrounded Lin Ye, the Ghost Rider merely assumed he was an ordinary human. "You are guilty," the Ghost Rider proclaimed, pointing at Lin Ye, his jaw moving to utter those 3 words. Lin Ye couldn't help but scoff at the accusation. "Guilty? What crimes have I committed? I am utterly unaware. Your fiery skull might want to take a lesson in rhetoric from your host, Johnny," he retorted scornfully, his gaze fixed on the Ghost Rider. Finishing the last of his soda, he crumpled the can into a ball and tossed it effortlessly into a nearby trash bin. Turning back to the Ghost Rider, he raised 2 fingers and spoke slowly. "I know who you are, the Knight of Mephisto. Now, I present you with 2 choices. Either coexist amicably with Johnny and heed his commands, or I shall force you into a state of compliance with him. Choose wisely." Lin Ye granted the Ghost Rider the power of choice, provoking a hearty laugh from him, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke on earth. Chapter 61, The Begging Ghost Rider. Ha! The flames churned within the Ghost Rider's hollow eye sockets. His jaw opened wide, releasing a derisive laugh. "Is that amusing?" Lin Ye replied, hands in his pockets, his tone flat, exuding an air of control over the situation. The Ghost Rider pointed at Lin Ye, his voice dripping with disdain. "I find your words exceedingly entertaining. Do you even know who I am, mortal?" He believed this human before him must surely be mad, for any sane individual would have been terrified at the sight of him. In human society, beings like him were often branded as lunatics or fools. Yet, the Ghost Rider preferred to think of him as a madman, for fools were prone to fear. "Oh, and who might you be?" Lin Ye inquired, a smirk playing on his lips, laced with mockery. This fellow was just as arrogant as Thor, which was quite irksome. The flames in the Ghost Rider's hollow eyes surged violently as he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Ye, his voice deep and raspy, imbued with an oppressive force that seemed to penetrate the very soul. "I am the Ghost Rider, a being from hell," Lin Ye responded with a quiet confidence. However, the man before him, as he had envisioned, did not display the anticipated panic upon hearing his identity. Instead, Lin Ye's face bore a hint of derision. The Ghost Rider momentarily froze, asking, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Afraid?" Lin Ye spread his hands wide. "Why should I be afraid? I am the Ghost Rider, hailing from the depths of hell." A tempest of fury surged within the Ghost Rider's eyes. "Oh," Lin Ye nodded nonchalantly, then contemptuously regarded the Ghost Rider, adding, "So what? Does that make you formidable? Are you greater than Dormammu? More powerful than Thor?" "What?" The Ghost Rider was taken aback. Did he dare to utter such words? Was he unaware of the terror that the Ghost Rider instilled? Had he never heard the legends surrounding him? "You are provoking my wrath," the Ghost Rider exclaimed, pointing at Lin Ye, his voice laced with anger. "And what of it? What do you intend to do?" Lin Ye shrugged, casting a disdainful glance at the Ghost Rider. A profound indignation welled up within the Ghost Rider. He felt insulted. After a prolonged absence from the mortal realm, how dare this mere mortal defy him? Outrageous. He had to teach this insolent individual a lesson. The flames enveloping him blazed even more fiercely, the seething inferno radiating an unbearable heat. He advanced, his presence imposing, and approached Lin Ye with an air of menace. He reached out, intending to grasp Lin Ye's shoulder. "Sinful mortal, prepare for judgment." The skeletal jaw of the Ghost Rider articulated coldly. Yet, before his hand made contact, he felt a sudden grip at the nape of his neck, lifting him as one might a chick. "Who?" The Ghost Rider was astonished, turning to discover the audacity of this intruder. In an instant, he felt the world spin around him as the hand gripping his neck tightened, slamming him into the ground. Boom. The earth fractured beneath him, fissures sprawling like a spider's web. Before the Ghost Rider could comprehend the situation, the ground was struck again, creating 2 deep craters. Debris from the shattered concrete flying in all directions. The Ghost Rider felt as though his bones were being shattered. The flames that surrounded him flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Who was it? He felt disoriented, unable to discern the identity of his captor. Lin Ye watched the Ghost Rider, ensnared in the grasp of his shadow ninja, nearly shattered to pieces, and could not help but smirk. "Trying to put on a show in my presence? Do you possess such strength? Even Thor wouldn't dare. Don't actually reduce him to rubble. This is Johnny's body," Lin Ye commanded the shadow ninja. Following his directive, the shadow ninja slammed the Ghost Rider down a few more times before discarding him onto the ground. Ugh! The Ghost Rider lay sprawled on the earth, unable to suppress a burst of flame that shot into the air before quickly extinguishing. Though he was a skull, his expression remained inscrutable. However, Lin Ye surmised that the outcome would not be visually appealing. His jaw had been dislocated, teetering on the brink of detachment. Should the giant shadow ninja deliver a few more blows, he feared he would be rendered speechless. "How does it feel?" Lin Ye asked with a faint smile. His arms crossed over his chest, gazing serenely at the fallen Phantom Knight. "You are a vile sinner." The Phantom Knight emerged from the pit. shaking his dazed head as he reattached his jaw. His fiery eyes glared at Lin Ye, erupting in an angry roar. Truly resilient, Lin Ye remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. It seems you have yet to reach your limit. Let us continue. As his words lingered in the air, 3 dark shadows materialized behind the Phantom Knight. From these obsidian silhouettes emerged 3 figures, the Flying Shadow and the Giant Shadow. At that moment, Lin Ye dismissed the summoning of the Claw Shadow, substituting it for the Giant Shadow. Upon noticing the massive figure's reappearance, a chill coursed down the Phantom Knight's spine. Before he could react, 2 Flying Shadow ninjas hurled a luminous rope, ensnaring the Phantom Knight in a tangled mass. The flames engulfing his body seared the light bonds. Yet it was futile. Immediately after, another Giant Shadow seized him, lifting him above his head. What do you intend to do? Mortal, I am the Phantom Knight, the bane of evil. Such actions are sinful. Your wickedness will surely lead you to hell. The Phantom Knight bellowed in a desperate struggle. Bound like a ball by the light rope, he found himself utterly immobilized, held aloft by the brawny Shadow servant, his strength rendered ineffectual. Why? Why is this mortal so powerful? I have always instilled fear in mortals. Why has the tide turned, and I now cower before them? Who is this individual? And where did these shadowy figures emerge from? What do they intend to do with me? Though the Phantom Knight's face betrayed no expression, his voice revealed the tremors of fear within. Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't you the bane of evil? What is this? Are you unable to withstand it? With a wave of his hand, the Giant Shadow ninjas hurled the bound Phantom Knight into the air. As he spun 360 degrees in midair, the Phantom Knight caught sight of the massive figure raising its palm. What could he possibly intend? Just as the question flickered in his mind, the Giant Shadow ninja provided an answer. Smack! A resounding slap struck his face, extinguishing half the flames atop his head. The Phantom Knight felt as though he had been dealt a devastating blow, his mind reeling. In a daze, the scenery around him blurred and receded rapidly. He soared through the air, propelled from one Giant Shadow ninja to another. Smack! Another resounding slap. The Phantom Knight felt as if his bones were splintering. The world spun chaotically, darkness enveloping him, and he found himself powerless to resist, forced to endure the onslaught. Is this truly the second option that man spoke of? He genuinely intends to beat himself into submission. Enough, enough. I concede. I shall coexist amicably with Johnny. Please, cease the assault. The Ghost Rider rasped, pleading for mercy. He had been struck to the point of disorientation, his bones contorted, and even the flames surrounding him were on the verge of extinguishing. TCH, Lin also waved his hand, and only then did the Giant Shadow ninja relent. The Ghost Rider collapsed onto the ground, his bones cracking upon impact. The flames that enveloped him quickly dissipated, and the skeletal visage gradually transformed back into human flesh. This transformation elicited a sharp intake of breath. What has transpired? Why does my entire body ache so severely? Mr. Lin, may I inquire what has occurred? Why do I feel as though I am in excruciating pain? Lin's gaze wandered, smoothly redirecting the topic. Let us not dwell on that for now. Were you not supposed to take me somewhere? Chapter 62, The Witch's Heart Demon. Oh right. Johnny successfully diverted the conversation as Lin intended. Initially, I was concerned about the uncontrollable surge of power within my body, especially with Mephisto's son involved. I feared that I might meet my demise tonight, Johnny remarked, rubbing his sore body and grimacing in pain. However, it seems that will not be necessary. At the very least, I no longer have to uncontrollably transform into that wretched form. He still retained the memories from before his transformation. In the original film, Johnny managed to control the entity within him only after his girlfriend was threatened, allowing him to retain his memories both before and after the transformation. Undoubtedly, this was Lin's doing. Though he was uncertain how Lin achieved this, Johnny felt immense gratitude towards him. Lin smiled and replied, perhaps there are even greater surprises awaiting. Would you like to attempt controlling that power within you? What? Johnny was taken aback, staring blankly at Lin. Control that power myself? Surely he must be jesting. If I could have controlled it, I wouldn't have experienced such agony before. Stop joking, buddy. I've tried and failed, Johnny said with a resigned expression. Lin reassured him. Trust me, Johnny. Johnny looked at Lin, puzzled. Lin offered him a comforting smile. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Lin's smile, Johnny felt that he might truly be able to try again. After all, you are here. If anything goes awry, I can rely on you to rectify it. After a battle of inner turmoil, Johnny acquiesced and prepared to follow Lin's advice for another attempt. Lin observed silently as Johnny moved to a vacant area. He took a deep breath, slightly closing his eyes. As his mind settled, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, simultaneously thinking, transform. With a whoosh, flames erupted around him. This time, he transformed into the Ghost Rider without experiencing any pain. This was simply unbelievable. Johnny stared in awe at his hands, ablaze, with fingers as white as jade. His exhilaration was beyond words. Just moments ago, he had called out in his mind to transform. He truly felt that he could converse with the power within him, which obediently heeded his will, much like a docile pet. How did you manage that? Johnny turned, astonished, to gaze at Lin Ye. He understood that all of this was undoubtedly Lin Ye's doing. He must have performed some act that rendered this power so compliant. Yet, he remained in the dark about what exactly Lin Ye had done. How could the previously uncontrollable force now be so docile? Lin Ye smiled enigmatically, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. That's not for you to concern yourself with. Where are you taking me? We can set off now. Johnny, now imbued with an unparalleled confidence from mastering his inner strength, felt even more assured with the assistance of the Lord of Shadows. He believed that tonight, he would surely deliver a severe beating to Mephisto's son. The two departed from Johnny's residence. Johnny inquired if Lin Ye desired a motorcycle, to which Lin Ye shook his head, replying, I have a far better means. You just proceed, and darkness shall accompany you all the way. With that, Lin Ye's form melded into the darkness beneath his feet. Johnny gazed in astonishment at this scene, his intrigue regarding Lin Ye deepening yet further. Then, with a mere thought, the power within him surged forth, transforming him into the Ghost Rider. He looked at his own body, bursting into laughter. The sensation of wielding such power was exhilarating. The motorcycle left to him by his father, simultaneously assimilated by the Ghost Rider's power, morphed into a soul chariot, ablaze with flames. With Johnny's consciousness inhabiting the Ghost Rider, he mounted the soul chariot. As he gently twisted the throttle, the chariot emitted a soul-rattling roar. Suddenly, the Ghost Rider revved the throttle fiercely, and the soul chariot erupted into a blazing streak, leaving behind a long trail of fire. The church loomed ahead, a sacred and solemn place. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. You're too slow. It was Lin Ye. You've already arrived ahead of me. Now I understand why everyone calls you the Lord of Shadows, Johnny exclaimed, astonished. He had raced at breakneck speed, believing he was swift, only to discover that Lin Ye was even faster. This realization deepened his understanding of the honorary title bestowed upon Lin Ye. Lin Ye remained non-committal, turning to gaze at the church behind them. To complete their mission, they needed to secure the contract of Sanctus Vengasa. The problem was that the contract was in the possession of another Ghost Rider, and he was unaware of the opponent's whereabouts. In the original narrative, Johnny had fainted in a graveyard after transforming, where he met another Ghost Rider and learned much. However, now, for reasons unknown, the place where he had collapsed had turned into the front of his own home. Consequently, he had not encountered the other Ghost Rider and thus had no knowledge of their location. Moreover, even if he did know the whereabouts of the other Ghost Rider, there was no guarantee that the other would trust him if he approached recklessly. After much contemplation, deciding to act in concert with Johnny, they sought the location of the Covenant through the church's pastor. Mr. Lin also sensed an ominous presence drawing near, as the entity within him whispered that the fearsome energy belonged to the son of Mephisto, the witch-heart demon. Johnny, his expression grave, cast a wary glance behind him. Lin, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, reassured him, do not fret, let us proceed inside. Upon entering the church, the flickering flames of candles illuminated the sacred images of God, their soft glow dancing in the dim light. The sound of the door creaking open heralded the arrival of the pastor, who emerged with a furrowed brow, perplexed by the late-night visitors. May I offer assistance? He inquired, his professional demeanor prevailing despite his inner confusion. Lin regarded the pastor, a slight frown forming on his brow. He could distinctly sense the man's mortal essence, which surprised him. This pastor, devoid of any power, dared to shoulder the responsibility of guarding the sacred covenant. His audacity was commendable. Lin subtly signaled to Johnny, who grasped his intent and promptly approached the pastor for dialogue. In the meantime, a tendril of darkness unfurled from Lin, melding into the pastor's being under the cover of shadows. Through the feedback of dark magic, he infiltrated the pastor's mind, swiftly acquiring the desired information. Lin nodded imperceptibly at Johnny, who understood the plan. Upon receiving this affirmation, he was momentarily taken aback. Was Lin capable of reading minds? This realization sent a shiver through him, as he had only just begun conversing. His thoughts raced, contemplating this extraordinary ability. How could Lin extract information so directly? It was both alarming and awe-inspiring. Johnny resolved to tread carefully in Lin's presence, lest his thoughts be laid bare and lead to dire consequences. After a brief exchange, Johnny dismissed the pastor and turned back to Lin, engaging in casual conversation. As the night deepened, an inky darkness enveloped the church, and the temperature began to plummet. The stillness of the night was more conducive to sinister deeds. Just as Johnny felt the weight of drowsiness, his expression abruptly shifted. He's here. With that proclamation, the church doors swung open, revealing the witch-heart demon accompanied by the wind demon and water demon. Upon spotting the two figures seated in the front pew, their backs turned to him. The witch-heart demon smirked. Ah, a new night, and a mere mortal? Chapter 63, I cannot be forgiven. Momentarily taken aback, the witch-heart demon observed Lin, seated beside Johnny, with surprise and curiosity. He sensed that these two awaited his arrival. But why would a malevolent knight be accompanied by a mortal? What could they possibly intend? Could it be that this mortal possesses some unique quality? For a fleeting moment, the sorceress heart demon even contemplated whether this might be a trap set by the Ghost Rider. Should he have refrained from coming? However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. Even if it were indeed a trap laid by the Ghost Rider, what of it? Given the current prowess of the Ghost Rider, he was no match for him. Moreover, the Ghost Rider's abilities would have no effect on him. Even if a trap were laid, it would ultimately be the Ghost Rider who would suffer the consequences. With this realization, the Sorcerer's Heart Demon felt a surge of fearlessness. He turned to the Wind Demon and Water Demon trailing behind him, stating, Abigor, Vala, wait for me outside. Can you manage alone? The Wind Demon, Abigor, looked at the Sorcerer's Heart Demon with a hint of confusion, his voice raspy as he inquired. His gaze swept over Johnny, a flicker of apprehension stirring within him. He recognized Johnny as the Ghost Rider from the previous night, who had been sent by Mephisto to hunt them down. Furthermore, the damned Ghost Rider had slain their companion, the Earth Demon, Gracie, last night. With the Sorcerer's Heart Demon left alone here, he worried that calamity might befall him. As for Lin Ye, he regarded him as merely a mortal, hardly worthy of concern. Could a mere mortal truly cause upheaval? Upon hearing the Wind Demon's words, a glint of coldness flickered in the Sorcerer's Heart Demon's eyes. Are you questioning my strength? I dare not, Abigor replied, lowering his head, aware of his misstep. He continued, we shall wait for you outside. Call us if anything arises. With that, Abigor cast a lingering glance at Johnny before exiting the church with the Water Demon to wait outside. The Sorcerer's Heart Demon moved slowly, gliding elegantly into the church. His gaze swept over Johnny and Lin Ye, his voice low and slightly hoarse as he asked, where's the priest? He knew that the priest possessed information regarding the covenant of St. Vancassa. The purpose of their visit was to obtain it from the priest. Johnny looked at Lin Ye, silently questioning what they should do. Lin Ye offered him a reassuring smile, as if everything lay within his control. Relaxed, he leaned back in his chair, his gaze steady as he addressed the Sorcerer's Heart Demon. I apologize, but the priest is currently unavailable. I am in charge here for the time being. If you wish to confess, you may do so before God. His tone was casual and carefree, seemingly dismissive of the Sorcerer's Heart Demon. Johnny's eyes widened in astonishment at Lin Ye's audacity to speak to the Sorcerer's Heart Demon in such a manner. It was utterly reckless. Is this the confidence derived from being the Shadow Lord? It filled Johnny with envy. Indeed, only those of formidable strength could afford such freedom of expression. He pondered that were it himself in that position, he would never dare to speak to the Sorcerer's Heart Demon in such a way, at least not in his human form. Unless he transformed into the Ghost Rider, he would be caught off guard by an unexpected attack, leaving him no time to shift. Moreover, through the Ghost Rider's revelations, he knew that during his last transformation, he had suffered greatly at the hands of the Sorcerer's Heart Demon. Were it not for Mephisto's insistence that he confront the Witch Heart Demon, he would have long since abandoned this perilous task. It is exceedingly dangerous. Yet here stands Lin Ye, audaciously engaging in dialogue with the Witch Heart Demon. Although Lin Ye is indeed the Lord of Shadows, and he has witnessed his formidable prowess through the news, one must ponder, facing a demon, is it truly wise to exhibit such arrogance as a mere human? Could it be that Lin Ye possesses a strength so great that he deems the Witch Heart Demon insignificant? As Johnny frets over Lin Ye's brashness potentially inciting the demon's wrath, an unexpected communion of consciousness occurs with the spectral knight within him. You worry excessively, Johnny. The power of this man is so formidable that even I am taken aback. This message from the spectral knight resonates within him, recalling a previous attempt to usurp Johnny's consciousness to mete out justice against evil. Ironically, the first embodiment of wickedness encountered was none other than Lin Ye himself. To the spectral knight, Lin Ye's malevolence seemed as unfathomable as the ocean's depths. Initially intent on punishing him, he found himself utterly incapable of even disturbing a single hair on Lin Ye's head. The sudden emergence of shadowy minions had lifted him with ease, subjecting him to brutal punishment. The agony of his bones nearly shattering remains of vivid memory, causing him to tremble even now. More terrifying still was the suppression of his own physical strength. Flames from the abyss failed to inflict any harm upon those shadowy minions. It was utterly grotesque. He found himself questioning whether those minions had some unfair advantage. How else could his hellfire have been rendered completely ineffective against them? Moreover, it appeared that the dark energies emanating from those minions could even devour the potency of his flames. Each encounter left the spectral knight acutely aware of the fire within him being absorbed by their dark essence. To them, he must have seemed a delectable morsel, ready to be consumed at their whim, with no hope of escape. Each of their assaults was tainted with dark energy, rendering him progressively weaker. It is nearly inconceivable to imagine the fate that would have befallen him had he not begged for mercy. Listening to the spectral knight, Johnny paused momentarily, casting a covert glance at Lin Ye, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Fortuitously, Lin Ye is an ally. Otherwise, opposing him would surely lead to catastrophic consequences. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of gratitude for having enlisted Lin Ye's assistance. In that moment, concern for the Witch Heart Demon began to take root within him. To provoke the Lord of Shadows is indeed a grave misfortune. The Witch Heart Demon approached the candelabrum, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The flickering flames, akin to cheerful sprites dancing merrily, captivated his gaze. Nonchalantly, he ignited a candle, praying with the reverence of a devout supplicant, "May the Father forgive my transgressions." Witnessing such sincerity from the witch heart demon, Johnny felt a surge of bewilderment. When did demons become so pious? However, in the next moment, the thought in his mind dissipated completely. The sorcerer's heart demon extinguished the candle and turned to fixate intently on Johnny and Lin Ye. Those eyes were as frigid as a venomous serpent, brimming with aggression. The voice that spoke was deep and hoarse, laced with disdain and indifference. "Yet, I am burdened with grave sins. What if the priest refuses to grant me forgiveness?" Chapter 64. Unaware in the midst of my illusion. When the sorcerer's heart demon uttered these words, his gaze was devoid of warmth, provocatively challenging Johnny and Lin Ye, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Johnny found his breath quickening involuntarily. This was the first time he confronted such a formidable adversary in his human form. The sorcerer's heart demon, the son of the Hell Lord Mephisto. The tangible sense of oppression was nearly suffocating. Johnny turned his gaze to Lin Ye beside him, eager to observe his reaction. Only to find him leisurely reclining against the back of his chair, his expression relaxed, a hint of an elusive smile gracing his lips. His gaze was as tranquil as a placid lake, devoid of any signs of panic or fear. Johnny felt a profound admiration. Truly, he was the Lord of Shadows. Such composure was enviable. Had it been anyone else, they would have already succumbed to terror. Lin Ye cast a reassuring glance at Johnny, his eyes locking with the sorcerer's heart demon without yielding an inch. He spoke calmly, "Since you, Mr. Sorcerer's heart demon, have acknowledged your grave sins, I suggest you make your way directly to hell, for that is your rightful abode, is it not?" Lin Ye revealed a row of pearly white teeth, and beneath what appeared to be a benign smile lay a trace of coldness. The sorcerer's heart demon furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze flickering with a glint of confusion. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, he could not help but scrutinize him further. This human actually knows my true identity? How could that be? He appears to be nothing more than an ordinary mortal. To the sorcerer's heart demon, Lin Ye seemed, at first glance, to be an unremarkable human, devoid of any extraordinary power or distinctive traits. So where does his confidence stem from? Furthermore, the expression of the host of the Phantom Knight was somewhat anxious. Despite his efforts to appear composed, he could not entirely mask his unease. He would occasionally cast glances at the human beside him, as if seeking his counsel. Why? Johnny was personally transformed into a Phantom Knight by his father. How could he show such deference before a mere mortal? Could it be that this individual is, in fact, not an ordinary person, but a formidable figure of considerable strength? Who exactly is he? The sorcerer's heart demon scrutinized Lin Ye with caution, striving to see through him. Yet, no matter how he perceived, Lin Ye seemed genuinely to be an ordinary mortal. Why is this so? The sorcerer's heart demon was perplexed and instinctively grew wary. However, upon further reflection, he deemed such caution unnecessary. Regardless of this person's origins, what threat could he possibly pose to me? After all, I am a demon, on this earth. Aside from his own father, who else could pose a threat? Even if the Ancient One were to emerge, what difference would it make? Lacking a soul, there was nothing to fear. This, perhaps, is what mortals refer to as psychological warfare, a mere mortal engaging in a futile display of bravado. With this thought, the demon of the witch's heart relaxed his vigilance, casting a gaze upon Lin Ye, akin to observing a foolhardy jester performing a pretentious act. Despite an outward semblance of calm, it bore no substantial effect. It would merely hasten his own demise. Indeed, in his eyes, Lin Ye was already akin to the dead, who would concern themselves with a lifeless being. Johnny looked at Lin Ye in astonishment, disbelief evident in his eyes. He had initially thought the demon of the witch's heart arrogant, yet Lin Ye surpassed him in audacity. More astonishing was the tranquility with which Lin Ye spoke, even displaying a hint of leisure in his demeanor. Did he truly perceive the demon as unthreatening? Had he overestimated the danger? But this was a demon. Johnny recalled the powerlessness he felt in his youth when faced with Mephisto. The demon's mindset was terrifyingly formidable. To remain so unfazed in the presence of a demon was a feat beyond the reach of most. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Johnny imagined himself in Lin Ye's position. He realized that he would never be able to maintain such ease. Even if he appeared composed, he would transform into a vengeful spirit, for without that, he felt utterly insecure. Yet, Lin Ye dared to lock eyes with the demon of the witch's heart, and even uttered words commanding it to descend into hell. One had to admire his audacity. A cold smirk appeared on the demon's face as he fixed his gaze on Lin Ye, his tone frigid. "What if hell refuses me?" Lin Ye's words ignited a furious wrath within the demon. He despised hearing that name spoken in his presence. This human had violated his taboo. He must die. The demon's countenance darkened, and with a swift motion, he reached out towards Lin Ye, unleashing a formidable force that ensnared Lin Ye's body, rendering him immobile. In mere moments, Lin Ye was drained of life, his form transforming into a blue-black corpse, lifeless upon his seat. Johnny's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Lin Ye's demise. Trembling with fear, After extinguishing Lin Ye's life, the demon of the witch's heart displayed a look of disdain. He had anticipated a formidable challenge. Yet it was all too easy. One strike, and it was over. Worthless. The demon scoffed, reflecting on the time wasted on this human. It was utterly unforgivable. He had no desire to even glance at the mortal's lifeless body again. Instead, he turned his attention to Johnny. Killing this mortal would not quench his thirst for vengeance. He yearned to personally annihilate his father's warrior, for only then would he experience a modicum of fulfillment. Just as he prepared to strike, Lin Ye's voice suddenly resonated, laced with derision. Is this truly your strength, witch-heart demon? To be ensnared within my illusion and remain oblivious? How laughably confident you are. The witch-heart demon was taken aback, recognizing the voice of the mortal he had slain. But how could this be? In a panic, he glanced at the lifeless body, still lying in its original place. Just as confusion enveloped him, he felt a chilling gaze from behind. A pair of blood-red eyes fixated upon him. A shiver coursed up his spine, piercing to his very core. He blinked rapidly, and in an instant, the scene before him transformed. The mortal sat intact in his seat, yet now his eyes had morphed from their original black and white to a haunting crimson, emanating a disquieting glow. The bizarre patterns within those eyes seemed to beckon him toward an endless abyss. Beside him, Johnny had already transformed into a malevolent knight. Regarding him with the bemusement one might reserve for a fool. Surrounding him were 5 shadowy ninjas, each exuding an aura of terrifying darkness, encircling him entirely. 5 scarlet gazes bore into him, and a frigid atmosphere enveloped him, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. The expression of the witch-heart demon turned grave in an instant. Chapter 65, The Battle Erupts. The witch-heart demon's pupils constricted sharply. From these 5 dark shadowy minions, he sensed a suffocating pressure. Each one exuded an aura of formidable might. This kind of presence he had only felt once in his youth, during a visit to the underworld with his father, when he encountered a woman exiled by Asgard. Even her mere presence inspired terror. The 5 shadowy minions radiated a similar chill, making the air feel stifling. The witch-heart demon dared not make a move. He had an unsettling intuition that any hint of impulsiveness on his part would provoke these shadowy minions to strike. To take on such odds was an unwise decision, especially given the uncertainty surrounding their true strength. Curse it! The witch-heart demon's expression turned frosty. He had miscalculated. He had assumed that in dealing with 2 individuals, he need only be wary of the newly appointed host of the malevolent knight. Yet, unexpectedly, the true predator was this seemingly mundane human. Are these 5 shadowy minions all under Lin Ye's command? The witch-heart demon couldn't help but reassess Lin Ye. To command such powerful subordinates, this man must possess considerable strength. However, the witch-heart demon furrowed his brow slightly. Why could he still not discern the other's true capabilities? Little did he know that Lin Ye was operating on a different plane altogether. The witch-heart demon's gaze ultimately fixed upon Lin Ye. At that moment, he was certain. This ordinary individual, whom he could never fully comprehend, was far more perilous than he had ever imagined. An involuntary sense of caution began to take root within him. Lin Ye smiled. Give it up, witch-heart demon. 6 against 1, your chances are non-existent. Thus, heed my words and descend into the abyss. The mortal realm does not welcome you. A cold smirk crept across the face of the witch's heart demon as he tilted his head and remarked, Is that so? Perhaps not. No sooner had he spoken than the doors of the church were suddenly flung open with a resounding crash. A gust of dark wind surged in, not an ordinary tempest, but the wind demon itself, responding to the witch's summons, charged in with fervor, heading straight for Lin Ye. Be careful, Johnny exclaimed, leaping in front of Lin Ye just in time. Instantly, searing flames enveloped him, transforming him into a malevolent knight, his hollow eye sockets swirling with raging fire. Come on. Though the expression of the malevolent knight was obscured, his voice betrayed a palpable excitement. The wind demon collided with the knight, propelling him out of the church with great force. My goodness, what is that? A flaming skeleton, exclaimed a bystander. Damn it, this creature is moving. Run. On the bustling streets, throngs of pedestrians, upon encountering a skeleton wreathed in flames, erupted into panicked screams. Some were so startled they fainted on the spot, while others trembled, hastily reaching for their phones to call for help. The bravest among them even began live-streaming the bizarre scene. The malevolent knight paid little heed to the frightened crowd. With a sharp whistle, a fiery chariot appeared in response. He mounted the chariot and swiftly pursued the wind demon, a surge of pent-up rage propelling him forward. Inside the church, Lin Ye remained impassive despite the chaos outside, seemingly unconcerned for Johnny's safety. While the malevolent knight might not yet be a match for the witch's heart demon, dispatching his subordinates would be a trivial task. The witch's heart demon, his gaze fixed on Lin Ye, tilted his head with an air of arrogance and pride, stating, Now it's a one-on-one match. Lin Ye found this amusing, replying, Witch's heart demon, did you not learn to count in your youth? My shadow minions are still present. Oh, is that so? The corners of the witch's mouth curled into a chilling smile. At that moment, 5 shadow minions began to materialize, descending slowly. Lin Ye's eyes widened as he realized the ground had transformed into a liquid state unbeknownst to him. It must have occurred when the wind demon burst in, allowing the water demon to stealthily infiltrate and assist the witch in subduing his shadow minions. The witch's heart demon wore a look of excitement and disdain as he declared, "Now, they are no more." Upon hearing this, Lin Ye couldn't suppress a mocking laugh. He lifted his gaze to meet the witch's, speaking in a calm, deliberate tone. "Among countless ways to meet one's demise, you have chosen the most terrifying. I wonder what goes through your mind." Before his words had fully settled, an overwhelming surge of dark energy emanated from Lin Ye's side. An incomplete Susanoo enveloped his form, and a phantasmal blue fist, imbued with unparalleled terror, struck the witch's heart demon with devastating force. The unfortunate witch had no time to react as his body was sent flying. "What?" the witch's heart demon gasped, taken aback by Lin Ye's sudden assault. To his astonishment, Lin Ye's punch possessed an unexpected might. The sheer force of the blow caught him entirely off guard, even startling the water demon within the church. Was this individual truly so fearsome? The speed of the devouring shadow minions came to an abrupt halt. Damn it! The witch heart demon had not indicated that they would be dealing with such a terrifying opponent. With a resounding crash, the witch heart demon, gripped by terror, shattered the church's roof and was propelled several hundred meters away. The power of Lin Ye's fist struck his face, as Lin Ye's shadowy energy began to corrode his flesh. It appeared he could scarcely endure the onslaught. Half of his visage became fissured, beginning to crumble. The witch heart demon's body traced a graceful arc through the night sky. Boom. Ultimately, he collided with an unfinished building, creating a massive crater upon impact, scattering countless debris. The thunderous sound attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. What had transpired? A significant hole had been smashed into the ground. Who was responsible for this? Many hastily pulled out their phones to capture photos and videos for the internet. At that moment, a car came to a halt at the roadside. As the vehicle traversed the street, a tremendous roar drew the populace's attention. The street descended into chaos, captivating the two occupants of the car. "Let us go, Captain Rogers. Let us see what has happened," Nick Fury suggested as he and Captain Rogers exited the vehicle. Brushing past the panicked crowd, they gazed upward. On the rooftop of a nearby building, a flaming skull rode a blazing war chariot, engaged in battle with a figure of terrifying aspect. The ghastly being seemed to float in the air, its form almost ethereal. The flaming skull hurled a chain, but could not land a blow on this formidable adversary. Simultaneously, from the vast wreckage of the enormous crater in another unfinished building, a figure emerged, his countenance dark and his expression furious, baring teeth as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta. Who was this? Nick Fury and Rogers exchanged puzzled glances, particularly Fury, who noted that the individual bore no resemblance to an ordinary person. Yet why had he not received any pertinent intelligence? What were the agents collecting information doing? Just as he pondered the identity of this mysterious figure, a sudden clap of thunder erupted. Crack! Accompanied by the ear-splitting roar of thunder and flickering lightning. A silhouette soared from the church, suspended midair. Who was this? Nick Fury was taken aback, still processing the scene. At that moment, an astute member of the crowd recognized Lin Ye. "It's the Shadow Lord. The Shadow Lord," they exclaimed. "Wow. I can't believe we're encountering the Shadow Lord here. How splendid. That must mean the one opposite is the villain, no doubt about it. I'm siding with the Shadow Lord." The crowd erupted in excitement, countless individuals raising their phones to capture the airborne Lin Ye. Even those frantically fleeing paused upon hearing the name of the Shadow Lord, momentarily halting their escape. What a spectacle, with the Lord of Shadows present. Who could possibly inflict harm upon them? Nick Fury exchanged a glance with Rogers. Fury inwardly cursed his fate, wondering how he could encounter this individual wherever he went. Meanwhile, Rogers gazed at the figure suspended in midair. The arcs of lightning flickering around Lin Ye's form left him astonished. Was this a power attainable by humanity? Could it be that someone truly wielded the forces of thunder? It was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 66. The Unexpected Sorcerer of the Heart. Listening to the thunderous cheers of the populace below, the expression of the Sorcerer of the Heart fluctuated between dark and light. The Lord of Shadows? Was that the moniker of this man? He was indeed unexpected. He swore that throughout his life, he had never encountered an adversary so formidable. This individual was terrifyingly powerful. The Sorcerer of the Heart gazed intently at Lin Ye, who stood proudly in midair, his face a mask of fury. The man's strength gnawed at him relentlessly, inducing a pain that was beyond description. He was compelled to summon a significant portion of his power to counter the harm inflicted by this man. Otherwise, heaven only knew what fate awaited him. In that moment, he recalled Lin Ye's words. "Among countless ways to die, you chose the most horrifying one." He now grasped the profound meaning of that statement. This man was indeed capable of ending his life. The Sorcerer of the Heart's countenance darkened. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Ye, warily on guard. Though this man appeared unremarkable, he was indeed a wolf in sheep-esque clothing, just as he had surmised. Otherwise, the Hell Knight would not frequently cast inquiring glances at him. A piercing pain coursed through him, as if his very bones were fracturing. At that moment, the Sorcerer of the Heart began to contemplate retreat. Engaging in battle with such an opponent was undoubtedly unwise. He was unable to employ much of his strength. It would be wiser to withdraw and reassess later. As long as he could locate the Covenant of Saint Vengasa, he would acquire unparalleled power. At that point, seeking revenge against this man would not be delayed. However, were he to learn that Lin Ye was already aware of the whereabouts of Saint Vengasa, his demeanor would surely change. The Sorcerer of the Heart glanced toward the wind demon atop the adjacent building, wishing to urge him to retreat swiftly. Yet, it seemed it was already too late. The wind demon transformed into a gust, rendering the Hell Knight's attacks ineffective against him. Nonetheless, the astute Hell Knight, after a brief observation, appeared to have devised a strategy. He enveloped the iron chain in flames, swirling it through the air to create a vortex. The fiery whirlpool possessed a formidable pull, ensnaring the wind demon. No. The wind demon screamed in horror. He had believed that the Hell Knight could not reach him, only to be taken aback by this clever tactic. In a matter of moments, he had shifted from a position of advantage to one of disadvantage. The infernal flames within the vortex raged, searing his body, and despite his desperate struggles, escape was futile. The Sorcerer of the Heart, witnessing this, could not help but grow increasingly grave in his expression. Once the Ghost Rider has dealt with Abigor, he will find himself facing a 2-on-1 situation. The man hovering in the air is already a formidable adversary, and with the Ghost Rider joining him, the odds will be heavily stacked against him. The Witch Heart Demon could easily envision his grim fate, one that would be utterly horrific. No, he must not allow matters to descend into such a catastrophe. He still has to conquer the world. He must defeat his father. He cannot perish in such a manner. Where is Valoral? The Witch Heart Demon's gaze swept in search of the Water Demon's presence, yet he could not catch even a glimpse of him. Unbeknownst to him, the Water Demon had fled far away upon witnessing Lin Ye's display of power. Had he known that his companion abandoned him to flee in such a moment, he would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Damn it! The Witch Heart Demon cursed under his breath for failing to find the Water Demon. At that moment, Lin Ye stood aloft, looking down upon him with an expression that was calm, yet imbued with an air of condescension. His piercing gaze instilled a sense of dread. Witch Heart Demon, do you regret your choices? Lin Ye's voice, cool and detached, resonated with the thunder that surrounded him, sending shivers down the spine. The Witch Heart Demon glared at Lin Ye with darkened eyes. What? No words now. Maintaining your power to prevent your body from collapsing must be quite painful, yes? His gaze grew more sinister. Damn you. I apologize for not killing you with a single blow. That is my fault. However, I believe that the ability to step over an ant without extinguishing its life is a far more elusive power than simply striking someone down. Lin Ye spoke with a calm demeanor. The Witch Heart Demon gritted his teeth, seething with rage. You bastard. I have always regarded others as mere ants. Yet this human dares to label himself as one. Bastard. Boom. Before he could finish his thought, a deafening thunderclap erupted. The Witch Heart Demon shuddered violently, and his anger was swiftly replaced by overwhelming fear. How could this be? The pressure of that thunder was far too intense, a level unmatched by the 5 shadowy minions before. If the oppressive sensation from those 5 minions felt akin to 5 towering mountains, then Lin Ye's presence was like an insurmountable peak, vanishing into the heavens. His heart raced uncontrollably, leaving him at a loss. This man was even more terrifying than the woman he had encountered in the netherworld during his youth. Moreover, the crackling lightning that surrounded him exuded an aura of dreadful destruction. Was he facing a thunder god? The Witch Heart Demon suddenly recalled that deity from Asgard, who also wielded lightning and possessed great strength. Yet, in his memory, the thunder goddess lightning did not possess such terrifying potency. Compared to the man before him, the thunder goddess power seemed trivial. It was clear, this man was beyond his capability to confront. Engaging him would be an unwise endeavor. The Witch Heart Demon calculated his next move in his mind. Slowly extending his limbs, he assumed an offensive stance, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Ye, as if poised to strike at any moment. Observing this, Lin Ye immediately prepared to respond. On the ground, Nick Fury and Rogers positioned themselves as close as possible to the battleground. Witnessing the unfolding scene, their expressions turned grave, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Judging by the current situation, should these two engage in combat, the resultant destruction would be considerable. The surrounding architecture and populace could very well be affected. They needed to be ever ready to intervene, striving to minimize potential losses. At Osborne Tower, Harry switched on the television, discovering a report on Lin Ye's battle with another individual. He quickly summoned Banner. Hey, what is going on? I'm in the middle of research, Banner grumbled as he approached. Yet, upon catching sight of the footage on the screen, his interest piqued. Oh, what is he up to now? Banner leaned in closer, focusing intently on the broadcast. Harry patted Banner on the shoulder, grinning. Hey, how about a wager? Let us bet $500 on how many moves it takes to bring his opponent down. I wager 5 moves. He held up 5 fingers. Banner shook his head, well aware of Lin Ye's capabilities. I think 3 moves will suffice. I've witnessed his prowess firsthand. Then let us see who has better luck, Harry replied. Both turned their attention back to the television screen. Meanwhile, the onlookers observed from a distance. Lin Ye awaited the counterattack from the Shadow Demon. Yet, in the next moment, to the astonishment of the crowd, the Shadow Demon transformed into a streak of black meteor, swiftly fleeing into the distance. Lin Ye, Fury, Captain America, Harry, Banner, Chapter 67. Nick seeks to recruit Johnny. Lin Ye wore a perplexed expression. He had not anticipated that the Shadow Demon, prepared to strike, would instead choose to flee, especially with such swiftness. Clearly, he had overestimated him. Truly a cowardly demon. Lin Ye could not be bothered to pursue him further. Chasing such a timid creature would only squander his time. After all, the objective of his mission had already been accomplished, rendering any further actions unnecessary. Lin Ye descended slowly from the sky. Instantly, a throng of media reporters, who had been lying in wait nearby, surged towards him with fervor. They resembled eager hawks, desperate to alight before their quarry, thrusting their cameras directly into his face for coverage. The recent popularity of the Shadow Lord had soared to unprecedented heights. Just recently, he had vanquished a formidable gray beast, rescuing the city of New Apple from its clutches. His suave silhouette under the moonlight had captivated countless admirers, solidifying his status as a national hero in the hearts of the people. Any report associated with him would instantly gain traction, propelling media ratings to new heights. He was not only a hero to the public, but also an unparalleled sensation in the eyes of journalists and media professionals alike. As the journalists eagerly rushed towards Lin Ye for immediate coverage, a group of individuals clad in black suits formed a barrier, obstructing their passage. What are you doing? Let us through. Can you afford to delay our report? One reporter exclaimed, frustration evident in their voice. We are the most prominent news outlet in all of New York. Do you dare to stand in our way? We could make you famous in an instant. Suddenly, the scene was charged with tension as the black-clad figures prevented the media from interviewing the Shadow Lord, inciting outrage among the reporters. They had finally seized an opportunity, only to be thwarted by this unexpected blockade. Several journalists attempted to break through the line, but were met with resistance, their tempers flaring to the point of confrontation with the guards. Fortunately, Nick Fury arrived just in time to quell the impending chaos. Anticipating possible unrest, he had dispatched SHIELD agents to form a human wall, ensuring that none could pass. Yet, even this precaution seemed insufficient, as Fury underestimated Lin Ye's popularity among the masses. Though they could not breach the barrier, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers for Lin Ye. The cacophony of ecstatic screams left Rogers wide-eyed. He was aware of Lin Ye's popularity, but the magnitude was astonishing. Having once been Captain America, he had never witnessed such fervor directed at a single individual. How had this Lin Ye achieved such a claim? As Rogers walked alongside Nick Fury, he cast a puzzled glance towards Lin Ye. At that moment, the roar of a motorbike pierced the air. Everyone turned to see a fiery skull racing down the side of a building on a hellish chariot, leaving a trail of flames in its wake, captivating the crowd's attention. As the flaming skull charged towards them, both Nick Fury and Rogers instinctively braced themselves, uncertain of the newcomer's intentions. Do not worry, he is one of us, Lin Ye assured, dispelling their concerns. Fury regarded Lin Ye momentarily before relaxing, though his gaze remained fixed on the Ghost Rider, ready to react to any malevolent actions. In no time, Ghost Rider halted his infernal chariot beside Lin Ye. As the flames dissipated, he transformed back into Johnny Blaze, a look of exhilaration adorning his face. Hey, Lin Ye, you wouldn't believe how weak that guy was. I took him down in no time, Johnny remarked, swaggering towards Lin Ye. He glanced at Nick Fury and Captain Rogers, curiosity piqued. Who are they? Before Lin could introduce himself, Nick Fury extended his hand toward Johnny, introducing himself. Greetings, Ghost Rider. I am Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Hello, I'm Johnny, replied Johnny as he shook Fury's hand, curiosity piquing his interest. What on earth is this Homeland Defense all about? Fury's expression shifted awkwardly, mentally noting to consider a name change in the future, as the current title was quite convoluted. Ah, well, you may refer to it as SHIELD. It is a clandestine organization of the nation. And what does it do? Johnny inquired. Are you truly interested? Fury offered a slight smile, his eyes glinting as he assessed Johnny. This man appeared formidable, recruiting him into SHIELD could be advantageous. From the smile on Fury's face, Lin discerned his ulterior motives. He patted Johnny on the shoulder and addressed Fury. Let it be, Egghead. I know what you're thinking, but I advise against it. Johnny is not suited for that kind of environment. Egghead. Rogers paused momentarily before realizing whom Lin was referring to. He quickly turned away, reflecting on a lifetime of heartaches. Well, this guy can certainly dish it out. He truly speaks his mind. Johnny was also taken aback, thinking it quite amusing, but upon catching Fury's warning glance, he promptly sealed his lips. Fury shot Lin a glare, muttering to himself, if I could take you down, I would. Ever since Natasha discovered his nickname, It had spread among the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon investigation, he learned it had originated from Lin. Whatever, I was merely jesting, he retorted. At that moment, Rogers stepped forward, extending his hand to Lin. Greetings, Master of Shadows. Or shall I call you Lin? I have watched your videos, and I must admit, you are truly impressive. Lin glanced at Rogers, smiling as he reached out. Hello, Captain Rogers. You may call me Lin. I appreciate your kind words, and I am aware of your own prowess. Rogers was taken aback. You know who I am. Of course, Lin replied mysteriously. Captain America, I know far more than you might imagine. Rogers was momentarily speechless. He truly knew him. Let us put the small talk aside. Fury interjected, his demeanor turning serious. Lin, how is Tony Stark faring? Chapter 68, The Guardian of the Grave. Fury nodded at the inquiry. While he did not fully grasp what Lin meant by transformation, he trusted that as long as Tony Stark was safe, Lin would not deceive him. Lin observed Captain Rogers, speculating that he had recently awakened, with Fury helping him acclimatize to modern life. Quite well, Rogers replied optimistically. What have you been busy with lately? All right, Captain, let us leave it at that. Nick Fury, concerned that Rogers might inadvertently reveal too much, swiftly interjected to interrupt him. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Ye and Johnny, inquiring, by the way, who were you just dealing with? They certainly do not resemble ordinary individuals. Demons? Nick Fury paused momentarily, as he held no belief in the bizarre legends surrounding such demons. To him, the fleeing figure was likely just an ordinary human, perhaps equipped with advanced technology that allowed for such rapid escape. Lin Ye quietly observed Nick Fury's abrupt change of subject, his eyes flickering with contemplation. He speculated that Rogers was likely embroiled in a significant narrative, one that was crucial to their interests. This was presumably why Nick Fury was reluctant to allow Captain Rogers to disclose any information. Lin Ye's gaze swept over Rogers, his mind racing with thoughts on how best to interject into this unfolding story. After all, engaging in the plot could trigger missions and yield valuable rewards. He could not simply stand idly by as opportunities for points slipped away before his eyes. It seemed Nick Fury had discerned his intentions. Since there is nothing amiss, we shall take our leave. Remaining here will likely lead to chaos, he remarked. Lin Ye and Johnny glanced around, and indeed, the surrounding crowd was a sea of faces. Fury appeared to be struggling to maintain order among the throng. As the two departed, Lin Ye furrowed his brow. Had he been noticed? Johnny turned to Lin Ye and asked, where to next? Lin Ye, observing the retreating figures of Fury and Rogers, responded calmly, I have uncovered the location of the Sanctum Sanctorum's contract. Just follow me. Meanwhile, Rogers hastily followed Nick Fury away from the scene. Once they were at a considerable distance from Lin Ye, Rogers, filled with confusion, asked Fury, why didn't you share the details of the mission with Lin Ye? With his assistance, we might resolve this matter more effectively. The very thought of the mission weighed heavily on him, as it involved facing a formidable group of mutants, which added to his anxiety. If someone else could join their efforts, the task could be accomplished with greater ease. Moreover, having previously viewed Lin Ye's combat videos, Rogers believed him to be exceptionally skilled. Having Lin Ye on their team would undoubtedly simplify the mission significantly. Upon hearing Rogers' words, Nick Fury halted his hurried strides, his expression turning serious as he gazed intently at Rogers. Captain, I understand the mission is daunting, but we must not rely on others. Additionally, Lin Ye will not join S.H.I.E.L.D. He is simply not someone who can be controlled. S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot become overly dependent on others, or else the World Council will begin to question our efficacy. Rogers sighed and nodded in understanding. Later that night, Lin Ye led Johnny to a cemetery. All around them stood an array of gravestones, casting an eerie atmosphere. The Sanctum Sanctorum's contract is located here? Johnny shivered, his face pale as he spoke. Indeed, Lin Ye replied with an air of calm. Johnny hurriedly quickened his pace to keep up with Lin Ye, unwilling to be left behind. Though the notion of ghosts may seem excessively absurd, the truth is that I am now the Ghost Rider, having engaged with demons from the depths of hell. If demons exist, could it not be plausible for ghosts to inhabit this realm as well? What if, while wandering, I were to be suddenly besieged by terrifying specters emerging from the graveyard? How would I respond? Can the Ghost Rider confront such apparitions? Johnny was uncertain. After all, he had only recently assumed the mantle of the Ghost Rider. As he strolled, his gaze fell upon a gravestone, and his hurried steps abruptly halted. Wait, he called to Lin. Approaching the familiar gravestone, he scrutinized the name etched upon it. Burton Blaze. It was his father's grave. This was the burial site of his father. He lifted his gaze and surveyed the surroundings, a dazed expression crossing his face. No wonder this place seemed somewhat familiar. It was indeed his father's resting place. Yet, how had Lin brought him here? Hey, buddy, guess what I've just seen? Johnny turned to Lin. Lin offered a subtle smile, seemingly already aware. Your father's gravestone. Johnny paused in surprise. How did you know? I mentioned before that I know far more than you might think, Lin replied, rolling his eyes slightly. I saw it as I walked over. Had you mentioned it earlier, it would have spared me some worry, Johnny replied, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. I thought this graveyard might be teeming with frightening ghosts. Suddenly, a thought crossed Johnny's mind. Lin had just mentioned that the contract of Sanctum Sanctorum was hidden here. He scanned the area. Could it be that the grave of his father concealed the Sanctum Sanctorum's contract? Was it truly possible? Why had he never known this before? He had never heard a whisper of such information. Doubt crept into his mind regarding Lin's claims. However, after some contemplation, he dismissed his skepticism. He did not believe Lin would fabricate such a tale. After all, a person of Lin's caliber had no need to deceive and would find no merit in doing so. At that moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the graveyard. It was an elderly man, white-haired and bearded, dressed like a cowboy, his appearance somewhat disheveled. Yet, his eyes sparkled with a profound wisdom, hinting at a depth of understanding. It seemed he was the caretaker of the cemetery. There he is, Lin observed the old man, his gaze flickering slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He certainly understood that this old man was far more than a mere caretaker. Who are you? The old man inquired, approaching with a shovel in hand, halting 10 paces away from them, his eyes vigilant. Chapter 69. I bet Johnny discerned the old man's wariness and stepped forward. Don't worry, we mean no harm. We simply have some matters to attend to here. What matters? The caretaker scrutinized Johnny with curiosity, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity. We have come to. Johnny hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal their purpose. After all, even if he did, this old man might not comprehend it. He was merely an ordinary human. How could he possibly grasp matters related to demons? Johnny then turned his gaze towards Lin Ye. Seeking his opinion, Lin Ye chuckled lightly and seized the moment to speak, inquiring if the gentleman had ever heard of a particular legend. With a playful smile, Lin Ye continued, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. It is often said that the West is a land brimming with legends. Tales that help people make sense of the terrifying and unbelievable. Among these is the legend of the Phantom Rider. At the mention of the Phantom Rider, Johnny's expression shifted to one of surprise, perplexed by Lin Ye's sudden reference. The gravekeeper's demeanor, however, changed dramatically at the utterance of those words. His eyes narrowed with suspicion as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Ye, gripping his shovel even tighter. Lin Ye keenly observed the transformation in the gravekeeper's countenance, yet remained unfazed, continuing. The wonder of this legend lies in the fact that each generation is marked by a cursed soul traversing the world, their names inscribed within the devil's contract. Johnny listened intently, this being the first time he had encountered such tales. I recall long ago, a phantom rider was dispatched to a village to retrieve a contract sealing countless malevolent souls. This contract possessed boundless power. The phantom rider understood that it must never fall into the hands of the devil. Thus, he undertook an action that no other phantom rider had ever dared. What action? Johnny inquired, captivated, as he noticed Lin Ye pausing momentarily. Well done, Lin Ye remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Johnny, who played the role of a perfect foil. He escaped from the clutches of the devil. Lin Ye narrated the tale with a measured cadence, while the gravekeeper's expression grew increasingly grave, his mind racing. Was this person affiliated with Mephisto? Yet, he sensed no repugnant aura of the demonic emanating from him. Who then was he? And how could he possess knowledge of such ancient lore? By all appearances, he hardly seemed like one from that era. The gravekeeper scrutinized Lin Ye, his gaze laden with wariness. Lin Ye, undeterred, approached the gravekeeper and cheerfully remarked, often, the legends that circulate in the world are mere fabrications. Yet, at times, some legends bear a kernel of truth. Would you not agree with me, dear sir? The gravekeeper's smile vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. I apologize, my friend, but I am merely a gravekeeper, not an archaeologist. Whether the legends you speak of are true or false is beyond my knowledge. Moreover, here, I only have buried coffins. There are no legends to be found. If you are merely in search of tales, I would suggest a library as a more fitting destination. Is that so? Lin Ye replied, flashing a bright smile that revealed a row of pristine teeth. Then, dear sir, would you mind if I took a look? The gravekeeper's expression was marked by a hint of impatience as he began to issue an eviction notice. This is a resting place for the deceased. It is best not to wander or disturb. Lin Ye shook his head and replied, Fear not, I shall not move. I shall stand right here and search. What? The gravekeeper was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Wait, surely I am not so aged as to be experiencing auditory hallucinations. Did this fellow just say he would search while standing here? Is he jesting? With this thought, the gravekeeper shook his head and chuckled. Young man, did you come out late at night merely to amuse this old man? How can you possibly search while standing still? Do you expect the thing you seek to come flying to you? He discreetly tightened his grip on the shovel in his hand. Though skeptical of Lin Ye's words, he remained vigilant. Even Johnny, who stood nearby, was bewildered by Lin Ye's declaration. How could one search while remaining motionless? Did he possess the means to summon a contract to him? Leaning closer to Lin Ye, Johnny whispered, Hey, Lin Ye, do not jest. How can you search while standing still? If you are at a loss, we can depart and search at our leisure. He fixed his gaze directly at the gravekeeper. How about this, sir? Shall we engage in a wager? The Gravekeeper sensed a trickery afoot. However, he doubted that this young man could succeed in locating the contract without moving. He was profoundly confident in the secrecy of his hiding place. After all, if it were known, Mephisto would have discovered it long ago. The Gravekeeper chuckled lightly. You are quite the amusing young man. Coming out at night merely to wager with me. Pray tell, what are the stakes? Lin Ye responded with a smile. Quite simple. If I succeed, you will allow us to leave safely. If I fail, we shall willingly leave behind 10 gold bars. What say you? The Gravekeeper pondered, feeling assured that he would inevitably win the wager. He did not believe this young man could remain motionless and uncover the location of his hidden contract. He smiled. Young man, do not blame this old man for not warning you in advance. The odds are heavily against you. Are you certain? You may withdraw now. Lin Ye shook his head confidently. No need. It's just 10 gold bars. If I lose, I can always conjure them through magic. I am quite adept at creating from nothing. The Gravekeeper laughed heartily. Then I shall graciously accept your challenge. Lin Ye smiled in response. In the next moment, a pool of darkness manifested beneath Lin Ye's feet. The darkness rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire graveyard in an instant, with Lin Ye at its center. Even the shovel in the Gravekeeper's hand was shrouded in this darkness. Both Johnny and the Gravekeeper were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock as they assumed defensive postures. Before they could comprehend what was unfolding, an ancient, weathered scroll emerged from the shadowy ground beneath the Gravekeeper's feet, drifting upward like a well-behaved child, and gently floated into Lin Ye's grasp. Gravekeeper. Johnny. Chapter 70. You cannot leave. The sinister darkness receded swiftly like an ebbing tide. The Gravekeeper gazed in astonishment at the contract lying innocently in the forest's embrace. A sensation akin to shattering filling his heart. It was as if he were witnessing a prized cabbage, nurtured by his own hands, scurrying into the grasp of a pig. Yet, overshadowing the pain was a profound sense of dread. He could not fathom how the situation had spiraled into such chaos. How had this individual accomplished it? How did he discern the location of his hidden treasure? Wait, was that object truly authentic? For only he knew where the genuine article lay concealed. A torrent of thoughts surged through the Gravekeeper's mind as he seized his shovel and struck it forcefully against a nearby tree. The blade shattered upon impact, and he peered into the hollow handle, only to find it utterly vacant. His countenance fell in an instant. It was gone, truly absent. Had this rogue truly pilfered it? He stared in disbelief at Lin Ye. In his efforts to safeguard the contract, he had experimented with various hiding places, all deemed insecure. Once it slipped from his sight, it could easily be snatched away by another. Thus, he had entombed it within the shovel's long handle, ensuring he could wield it at any moment, safeguarding it firmly in his grasp. As long as he remained silent, no one would uncover its whereabouts. Moreover, the wooden handle had been specially crafted to contain the contract's essence. In other words, even if the entire graveyard were turned upside down and excavated 3 feet deep, it would remain undiscovered. Yet, how did this individual possess such knowledge? He merely opened a chasm of darkness beneath his feet, and the contract emerged of its own accord, not even from the shovel he held. How had he achieved this? Who was he? The Gravekeeper's gaze locked onto Lin Ye, his expression grave and piercing, imbued with a palpable wariness. He could not afford to underestimate a stranger with unknown intentions. Lin Ye clutched the contract in his hand, a smile gracing his features. What significance did a clever hiding place hold? It had ultimately fallen into my hands. Johnny leaned closer to Lin Ye, his eyes fixated on the scroll with astonishment. Is this the contract of St. Van Casa? You're truly impressive to have found it. Merely a trifle, Lin Ye replied nonchalantly. It hardly required much effort to locate such a trinket. May I see it? Johnny inquired, reaching out to seize it. Lin Ye deftly twisted his wrist, evading Johnny's grasp, and fixed him with a gaze. What are you staring at? What is so fascinating? Can I just take a look? Johnny replied, somewhat disgruntled. This artifact is profoundly wicked. I fear you might lose control upon gazing at it, Lin Ye remarked coolly, tucking the contract away. Johnny considered this, recognizing that the contract of St. Van Casa was sealed with countless malevolent souls, brimming with untold power. Even Mephisto and the Witch King coveted it. Eager to possess it, its might was indisputable. What if he were to gaze upon it and succumb to the corruption within? He was already troubled by a malevolent night dwelling within him. Then I shall heed your words. If you wish for me not to look, then I shall not. Johnny shrugged indifferently. Little did he realize that Lin merely sought an excuse to prevent him from viewing it. After all, they were still on the territory of another. To take the contract in plain sight would undoubtedly stir discontent. To open it before them would be an act of provocation. This man was of considerable age. How could he withstand such irritation? It was better to show a modicum of compassion and act like a decent person. Let us depart, Lin said, securing the contract and preparing to leave. At that moment, the Gravekeeper called out to them. Wait, you cannot take it. The Gravekeeper's expression was grave, his tone more commanding than negotiative. Oh, a chill flickered across Lin's face as he gazed intently at the Gravekeeper. We had an agreement, did we not? Are you truly considering reneging on it? As his words fell, the darkness beneath them expanded rapidly, and 5 shadowy figures emerged, encircling the Gravekeeper. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of these 5 shadowy servants, the Gravekeeper's demeanor shifted noticeably. Who are they? Where did they come from? His eyes swept over the shadowy figures, and his expression grew more somber. Clad in pitch black, these beings exuded an aura of terror. Their limbs sharp and evidently designed for combat. A palpable sense of murderous intent filled the air, rendering the Gravekeeper somewhat breathless. Their blood-red eyes, reminiscent of fresh blood, were strikingly alarming, the chill within their gaze sending shivers down his spine. Truly terrifying beings. The Gravekeeper surveyed the shadowy servants encircling him, momentarily gripped by anxiety. He was certain that should he harbor any intent to strike, these dark figures would undoubtedly end his life without hesitation. An overwhelming sense of pressure bore down upon him, as if he were carrying a mountain, making it difficult to breathe. Observing this, Lin could not help but let out a cold laugh. Should the Gravekeeper dare to go back on his word, he would ensure the man faced dire consequences, regardless of his identity. Cornered and cautious, the Gravekeeper dared not act recklessly. Instead, he fixed a wary gaze upon Lin and spoke. Though I know not what these beings are, you cannot take that scroll. Lin found the statement amusing. Dear sir, did we not agree on the terms? A wager must be honored, yet you seem inclined to retract. The Gravekeeper shook his head. I do not wish to retract, but I never anticipated you would uncover it. In truth, I am perplexed by how you did so. However, I must inquire what you intend to do with it. Nodding, the Gravekeeper continued, Indeed, it is now in your possession, and I cannot act against you. But I must warn you, this contract harbors immense power. If you intend to wield it for malevolent purposes, I shall sacrifice my final transformation to ensure your demise. Transformation? What sort of transformation? Johnny queried, bewildered by the statement. Yet Lin comprehended the Gravekeeper's implication. He regarded the Gravekeeper with calmness and replied, There is no need for hostility between us, Carter. I am but a human, not a demon, and I harbor no ill will toward Mephisto. The reason for taking the contract was to prevent it from falling into the hands of Mephisto. You can fully trust that it is safer with me than here. Do you think I should believe you based solely on your few words? The Gravekeeper, Carter Slade, was filled with skepticism. I understand your doubts, however. While you may not trust me, surely you can trust one of your own kind. Lin Ye chuckled. What do you mean? Carter was baffled. This person beside me is named Johnny Blaze, Lin Ye stated, looking at the Gravekeeper. He is the new Ghost Rider. What? Carter's mouth fell open as he gazed at Johnny in astonishment. Johnny, show him your Ghost Rider form. Lin Ye patted Johnny on the shoulder. Although Johnny was unsure of the reason behind this request, he had faith in Lin Ye. With a surge of will, fierce flames erupted from Johnny, instantly transforming him into the Ghost Rider. Upon witnessing this, the Gravekeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 71. Seeking Fury for the Space Gem. Fate truly is a peculiar force. Carter Slade, the Gravekeeper, had thought he would never see another Ghost Rider in his lifetime. Little did he anticipate that fate would bring him face to face with the new Ghost Rider this very night. I never imagined I would witness the new Ghost Rider in my lifetime. Carter removed his hat, gazing intently at Johnny. Do you know the Ghost Rider? Carter's question left him somewhat perplexed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Carter Slade, the previous Ghost Rider. Carter's revelation surprised Johnny. You are also a Ghost Rider? I always believed you were merely a Gravekeeper. In Johnny's mind, events from the last century, even if there had been a Ghost Rider, would have been buried in history long ago. To be precise, he is a Ghost Rider whose power is nearly depleted, Lin Ye interjected. He has remained here all these years to safeguard this contract, preventing it from being discovered by Mephisto. Upon hearing this, a sense of admiration welled up within Johnny. Who are you? You seem to know a great deal about me. Carter looked at Lin Ye, his gaze still tinged with caution. There have been numerous instances of Ghost Riders wreaking havoc among humanity. Carter, it appears you seldom watch television, Lin Ye said calmly. Indeed, my life is quite fulfilling. Watching television is not a necessary form of entertainment for me. Carter did not understand Lin Ye's inquiry. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and replied, If you take the time to watch some television, you will come to know who I am. With that, he turned and departed with Johnny. Just as Carter intended to stop them, Lin Ye's cold voice carried on the night breeze. Do not attempt to impede my path with your strength. You would only bring about your own demise. At this moment, you must choose to trust me. Carter's gaze flickered. He recognized the truth in the man's words. Though the other had only revealed a fraction of his power, the presence of the shadowy minions and the suffocating darkness had profoundly shaken him. Lin Ye's visage was now etched into his memory. Perhaps, as he claimed, he truly had no choice but to trust him. Do not worry, my friend. I sensed no malice emanating from him. The spirit of vengeance residing within Carter spoke, nodding in agreement. Rather than trusting Lin Ye, he found solace in the words of this longtime companion. On their journey back, Johnny sighed. Lin Ye, we have secured the contract, but what if Mephisto discovers it? His concerns were not unfounded. Initially, it was Mephisto who sought to wrest the contract from the Witch King, thereby awakening the spirit of vengeance within Johnny. Although they had both obtained the contract, it was evident that Lin Ye would never relinquish it. And Johnny, fully aware of the contract's peril, would never hand it over to Mephisto either. Yet, he pondered, what would happen if Mephisto found out and came seeking him? The current Johnny had not yet endured the trials that had revealed the full potential of the spirit of vengeance, as depicted in the stories. He feared that Mephisto might come knocking and endanger his friends. Lin Ye, sensing his trepidation, chuckled reassuringly, "Do not fret. Mephisto likely has little inclination to concern himself with you." Johnny was perplexed. However, throughout their journey, he had learned a valuable lesson. Trusting Lin Ye was invariably the right choice. Ding! The system's voice echoed in his ears, announcing, "Host has completed the task. Seize the Sanctum Sanctorum contract. Rewards are being dispensed." Upon returning home, Lin Ye opened the system panel, discovering that the Dark Realm had ascended from level 4 to level 6. Yet, the points required for upgrading had surged from 10,000 to a staggering 100,000, prompting a sigh from him. Advancement was becoming increasingly arduous. He would either need to continuously engage in missions or partake in a grand battle capable of yielding sufficient death to harvest. Fortunately, in the Marvel Universe, tasks were plentiful. As long as he maintained good relations, there would be no shortage of missions. Continuing his examination, he noted that he could now summon 2 additional Shadow Legions, namely the Armored Shade and the Soft Shade. Initially, Lin Ye was discontent with the system's restriction of summoning only 5. However, as more troop types were unlocked, he realized that this limitation was not a significant drawback. The system comprehensively enhanced each troop type, and summoning 5 was akin to forming a team. Against diverse opponents, he could summon the appropriate and countering troop types. Thus far, this strategy had proven effective. He had vanquished Mephisto's avatar and the Celestial Warriors, and Loki had fallen before his shadow minions. He wondered, if he continued to strengthen his forces, could he one day even challenge Odin himself? In the present, he had grown accustomed to the 5-member team format. Suddenly, Lin Ye's perception sharpened, and he realized he could sense coordinates from another dimension. With a mere thought, he could teleport there. He quickly deduced that this must be the hellish anchor point. In his perception, this anchor point was voraciously consuming the hellish dimension, expanding as it devoured. It seemed the system was preparing to engulf the hellish realm. Lin Ye felt compelled to explore this dimension further. However, before that, he must first acquire the Space Stone from Fury. Lin also sensed that if he were to recklessly appear in the Hell Dimension, the Lord of Hell would undoubtedly take notice. The Hell Dimension is, in fact, a fractured realm, with each Lord of Hell claiming a portion of it. For instance, Mephisto occupies one segment of this Hell Dimension. Of course, these Lords of Hell collectively bear a singular title, Satan. Although Mephisto's earthly manifestation is relatively weak, to assume he is feeble would be a grave misjudgment. After all, a demon who has existed for over 1,000 years possesses certain hidden cards. Yet, it remains uncertain which anchor point he is truly aligned with in this Hell Dimension. Early in the morning, Lin hastily consumed his breakfast and opened a portal, arriving at the base of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At this moment, it was the height of the workday, with people bustling in and out of the building, when a portal suddenly materialized and a figure stepped through. It instantly captured the attention of everyone present. That individual appeared to be the Lord of Shadows. No, it was unmistakably him. What? It's really the Lord of Shadows. My wife has been infatuated with him recently, role-playing with me every night. My daughter is also smitten, constantly clamoring for an autograph. When Lin made his entrance, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. building descended into chaos. Agents, receptionists, and personnel from various departments encircled him, clamoring for signatures. The first floor of the building erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 72, Roger's mission. Nick Fury arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, noticing that something unusual was occurring on the first floor. A large crowd had gathered, creating a cacophony of noise. He faintly heard shouts for autographs and photographs. Fury paused for a moment, puzzled. What was happening? Could it be that a celebrity had arrived? Otherwise, why would these individuals be so excited, demanding signatures and photos? What celebrity would be so frivolous as to venture into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s domain? Had they encountered some trouble? Filled with curiosity, Nick Fury surveyed the chaotic scene, but ultimately decided against mingling. If it truly were a renowned celebrity, how would his subordinates perceive him if he joined the fray? The esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a man known for his seriousness, chasing after a star? No, that simply could not happen. As a superior, he must maintain an aura of authority. He should be serious when the situation demands it. Otherwise, how would his subordinates view him? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. must uphold his dignity. Determined to preserve his reputation, Nick Fury turned to walk away. Yet, in pursuit of the truth behind the commotion, he called out to a security personnel passing by, inquiring, "Tell me, what is happening? What are they doing?" "What?" Fury was taken aback upon hearing the response. The guard replied, "Yes, indeed, the Lord of Shadows has arrived, and he even signed my autograph." The individual raised the paper bearing Lin Ye's signature, his face radiating joy. Yet, Nick Fury could not share in the merriment. The Master of Shadows, Lin Ye? What purpose did he serve here? Where was Coulson? Fury's gaze swept the surroundings, failing to discern Coulson's presence, prompting him to inquire. Where's Coulson? He should be on duty today. Upon hearing this, Fury felt a surge of frustration. Coulson had abandoned his post for such trivial matters. He would ensure that appropriate consequences followed. However, what truly troubled him was Lin Ye's purpose for visiting S.H.I.E.L.D. After their meeting last night, Lin had arrived early this morning. Why? Could it be related to what Rogers had said the previous evening? Was Lin Ye here due to Rogers' mission? Did he intend to interfere? No, absolutely not. Regardless of Lin's status as the Master of Shadows or his formidable abilities, Fury would never acquiesce. Rogers' mission was crucial to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation and the perspective of higher authorities. This task must solely be undertaken by Rogers. S.H.I.E.L.D. had to demonstrate its worth. Otherwise, in the eyes of those above, S.H.I.E.L.D. would simply be deemed superfluous and eventually disbanded. Fury could not allow such an outcome. With a grave expression, he glanced at the throngs of people, catching a glimpse of Lin Ye amidst the crowd, basking in the adoration of others. Such hubris. He resolved that no matter Lin Ye's assertions, he would not permit interference in this mission. Turning to the security personnel, he issued a command. It is working hours. This gathering is utterly inappropriate. Disperse them immediately and escort Lin Ye to my office. Although the security personnel were unaware of why the director appeared displeased, they had no choice but to comply with his orders. As Fury settled into his office, the security personnel soon entered, escorting Lin Ye. Director, Mr. Lin has arrived, they announced before withdrawing, offering a cheerful wave to Lin Ye, who reciprocated the gesture. Fury observed this exchange, his expression darkening. Did Lin Ye consider this place his personal domain? He began with a pointed inquiry. Lin Ye understood Fury's implication, but remained unfazed. He smiled, refusing to engage in pleasantries, and took a seat on the sofa, crossing his legs. What can I say? My fans are spread across the globe. Fury was momentarily at a loss for words. He had even heard of certain locations establishing support groups for the Master of Shadows, rallying for him online daily. The thought was overwhelming. Growing weary of trivialities, Fury directly asked, "What brings you here today?" As he posed the question, he was contemplating the implications. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Ye replied, "I came to check on my space gem. You remember your promise to me, don't you?" Fury was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for a response. It was not for Rogers' mission, but rather for the space stone. Although he appeared thinner, the sparkle in his eyes was unmistakably brighter, and his face radiated vigor. Tony? Nick Fury nodded. He had no doubt that Lin Ye was deceiving himself. After all, for someone of his caliber, such tricks held no significance. Very well, follow me, Nick Fury said, rising to escort Lin Ye to the secret research facility. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly spoke up. By the way, I have a question I am very eager to know. What is it? What is Rogers' mission? Nick Fury's expression stiffened. Instantly on guard, he had anticipated Lin Ye's interest in the matter. Fortunately, he was prepared. Oh really? Lin Ye smiled slightly, further confirming his suspicion that Rogers was certainly engaged in some special task. For Captain America, such trivial missions did not require his intervention. A glimmer flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as he said, "What if I offered you something in exchange?" "No, I cannot disclose that." Nick Fury bluntly refused. Lin Ye chuckled. "Don't be so hasty in your refusal. You might find my offer intriguing." Hearing this, Nick Fury's interest piqued. "What could possibly interest me? Are you willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lin Ye shook his head and replied, "My offer pertains to Hydra." "What?" Nick Fury's expression hardened. "Hydra? What do they have to do with this? What exactly are you implying?" He scrutinized Lin Ye with a serious gaze. Lin Ye smiled and said, "Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. with moles. I can reveal their identity, but in exchange, you must disclose Captain Rogers' mission and enlist my assistance." Chapter 73, A Transaction? I'll give you a mole, and you give me an assignment. A mole? Nick Fury's gaze darkened instantly. He glanced toward the door while contemplating the veracity of Lin Ye's statement. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra were like two sides of the same coin, inherently adversarial. If Hydra had indeed placed a mole within S.H.I.E.L.D., it would pose an enormous threat to the organization. Who knew when those moles would cause chaos? However, the authenticity of Lin Ye's words remained uncertain. What if he was merely speaking off the cuff? His intention might be to meddle in Rogers' mission. Although the reason for his involvement was unclear, he might concoct false information to achieve that end. After all, no one could ascertain the truth. Even Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had presided over the organization for years, had never uncovered any issues. Thus, the veracity of this information was highly dubious. Nick Fury turned to gaze intently at Lin Ye, searching for clues in his eyes. However, Lin Ye's gaze was remarkably calm, like a placid lake, revealing no signs of anxiety. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Ye's gaze was unwavering. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. For Nick Fury, the head of the espionage agency, eyes can reveal a multitude of truths. His eyes were clear and tranquil. Could it be that what he said was indeed accurate? But how did he come by such knowledge? How had Nick failed to detect any trace of it? Where did you obtain this information? Nick Fury inquired with a cold indifference, eager to ascertain the basis of Lin Ye's assertion. Without substantiation, it would be deemed unreliable. Nick nodded. He could discern from Lin Ye's tone that he was speaking truthfully and not fabricating tales. Very well, Lin Ye, I believe your words are genuine. However, now that you've disclosed this to me, do you truly think I cannot uncover the truth? Nick Fury remarked, directing his gaze at Lin Ye. Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly responding, they have concealed themselves beneath your very nose for so long. Even if I tell you they exist, what difference does it make? Can you truly uncover them? He exhibited no concern whatsoever. If Nick Fury were capable of uncovering them, he would have done so long ago. Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. were adversaries, and the infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. by a mole would be detrimental to the agency. As the director, Nick Fury would never allow Hydra's operatives to linger within S.H.I.E.L.D. if he had detected even the slightest hint of their presence. He would have apprehended them long ago instead of permitting them to remain under his watchful eye for so long. Faced with Lin Ye's audacious demeanor, Nick Fury found himself at a loss. Judging by Lin Ye's demeanor, his words bore a significant degree of truth. There was indeed a Hydra mole hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. But the question remained, who was this individual? By what means had they managed to conceal themselves right beneath his nose? Despite his tenure as S.H.I.E.L.D. director, how had he failed to notice any signs? He was familiar with the profile of every agent within S.H.I.E.L.D., yet had not detected anything amiss. Could it be that their files were fabricated? Nick Fury contemplated this possibility. He swiftly reviewed the profiles of his agents in his mind, but no useful leads surfaced. If Hydra had indeed implanted a mole within S.H.I.E.L.D., then those infiltrators must be exceptionally adept at concealing their identities. The thought caused Nick Fury a headache. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra were like two well-acquainted foes, making the task of unearthing the mole exceedingly challenging. Moreover, Nick had made a miscalculation. S.H.I.E.L.D. did not harbor merely one mole, but rather a group. So, have you come to any conclusions, Egghead? Lin Ye observed with a hint of a smile. He understood that, if possible, Nick Fury would prefer to rely solely on his own resources. He despised dependence on others. However, this matter was of utmost importance to S.H.I.E.L.D., a matter that could determine the agency's very survival. He had no choice but to place his trust elsewhere. Lin Ye waited, anticipating Nick Fury's eventual capitulation. Nick Fury took a moment to calm his tumultuous thoughts, extricating himself from the chaos within. He glanced at Lin Ye, his eyes betraying a flicker of resignation. Perhaps he had no choice but to trust him. From the past to the present, Lin has never uttered a falsehood. Every statement he has made is traceable. Although the means by which he acquires his knowledge often eludes understanding, he has never resorted to deceit. Thus, it is likely that he will not deceive himself this time either. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury possesses the authority to make decisions and command operations, a responsibility that has cultivated in him a habit of deliberate contemplation. Every matter is subjected to rigorous consideration in order to ascertain and select the most appropriate course of action. This propensity has rendered his character somewhat eccentric, often leading him to harbor suspicion towards people and situations alike, prompting an abundance of thoughts. This time, he has similarly engaged in extensive deliberation to assess the veracity of Lin's words while pondering who within S.H.I.E.L.D. might be a Hydra infiltrator. Yet, after much contemplation, he remains at an impasse. He is compelled to concede that a Hydra mole poses a toxic threat to S.H.I.E.L.D., akin to a poisonous nail that, if not extracted promptly, will only present a significant risk to the organization. Thus, after much reflection, Nick Fury ultimately finds himself acquiescing to Lin. Very well, you have prevailed. You have convinced me. I shall divulge Roger's mission and entrust you with its handling, provided you reveal to me who the Hydra mole within S.H.I.E.L.D. is. Upon hearing this, Lin broke into a smile, confident that this obstinate individual would acquiesce. He could not possibly remain indifferent after learning of a Hydra infiltrator within S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, I never deceive, Lin remarked, beckoning Nick Fury to lean in closer. Though uncertain of Lin's intentions, Fury complied. Lin then whispered into his ear the name of the Hydra mole. Fury's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Among the names Lin had just revealed were several that had never crossed his mind. Grant Ward, John Garrett, Brock Rumlow, and Alexander Pierce. To his astonishment, the very Alexander Pierce he had always trusted was indeed one of Hydra's own. Fury's gaze was filled with shock as he incredulously asked Lin, "Do you have any evidence?" Leaning back slightly, he added, "Without evidence, what if you are fabricating this? Mobilizing resources to seek proof incurs costs." Lin found this amusing and retorted, "Have I ever deceived you since we met? Fury, if I were to deceive you today, you would never trust me again, and our collaboration would be at an end. Do you truly believe I would engage in such self-destructive behavior?" After contemplating Lin's words, Fury recognized their validity. Trust is the foundation of cooperation. If deception arises, trust dissipates, culminating in the termination of their partnership, a scenario unfavorable for both parties. Lin continued, "I shall say no more. How you choose to interpret this is your affair. However, if you wish to retract your agreement at this moment, it is too late. I have already dispatched the information." Lin's expression turned slightly colder, his tone carrying a note of warning. Nick Fury felt a tightening in his chest and nodded repeatedly. "I understand," he said. Lin Ye smiled faintly, fixing his gaze on Nick Fury. "Well, I have shared all that I needed to. Now it is your turn to fulfill your promise." Nick Fury pondered briefly before handing Lin Ye a document. The task assigned to Rogers is codenamed Apocalypse. Chapter 74, Undertaking the Mission. Apocalypse? Upon hearing this name, Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. He accepted the document and began to peruse its contents. Deep within, he could surmise the nature of Rogers' mission. After revealing the task's codename, Nick Fury scrutinized Lin Ye, uncertain whether divulging this mission to him was a prudent decision. Yet, having made a promise, he resolved to uphold it. Nick Fury produced a photograph and presented it to Lin Ye, stating, "In Cairo, someone has seen a figure clad in metallic armor, his skin a somber shade of blue, wandering the streets with an air of curiosity about everything." Lin Ye examined the photograph intently, his gaze sharpening. The individual depicted indeed matched Nick Fury's description, encased in metal armor with a complexion of a gloomy blue hue. Moreover, his expression was shrouded in darkness, as though he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the world. Even through the photograph, Lin Ye could discern a sense of indifference and rage in the man's eyes. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Ye finally understood the reason behind the mission's designation as Apocalypse. "And what of the other intelligence you have gathered?" Lin Ye inquired, turning his attention back to Nick Fury. Nick Fury shook his head and continued, "This individual appeared abruptly in the streets of Cairo, aimlessly wandering, which provoked the ire of many local thugs. They sought to confront him, even resorting to threats with knives, yet ultimately." At this point, Nick Fury's eyes involuntarily twitched, and he added, "Those individuals met with an inevitable demise." Lin Ye nodded, already aware that such a fate was to be expected. This man was not to be trifled with. Subsequently, we scoured all legends and ancient texts, only to discover that traces of him have existed in this world for ages. And we learned his name, Apocalypse. Nick Fury's expression grew grave as he recounted his findings. Since the discovery of mutants by humanity in 1973, numerous zealots have perceived them as a sign of the divine's return. One such individual, who calls himself En-Sabah-Nur, believes this name has existed since antiquity and signifies the world's first. Nick Fury turned to Lin Ye and posed the question, "Do you comprehend what the world's first entails?" Lin Ye glanced at Nick Fury but remained silent. "It refers to the first mutant to emerge in existence." Nick Fury elaborated, adding with a hint of sarcasm, "Prior to this, I had assumed mutants were a phenomenon of this century. While theoretically accurate, some believe that the progenitor of mutants appeared tens of thousands of years ago and that he will resurrect, prompting them to scour every ancient relic across the globe." As he spoke, Nick Fury produced another photograph, revealing peculiar hieroglyphs. These hieroglyphs chronicle a certain extraordinary power, an enigmatic force beyond the grasp of mortals. They believe that he possesses the ability to transfer his consciousness into another vessel, selecting a new body each time he nears death. Among those chosen are mutants, from whom he siphons their abilities, amassing a diverse array of gifts to become an all-powerful mutant himself. Moreover, wherever he may appear, he is invariably accompanied by 4 loyal servants. At this juncture, Nick Fury produced a photograph depicting 4 uniquely shaped figures. He continued, saying that he would bestow power upon these 4 loyal servants, designating them as his guardians, akin to the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse in the Bible. No matter where he reigns, it ultimately culminates in catastrophe. Perhaps this is what the Bible refers to as the apocalypse. This is also the rationale behind designating this mission with the codename Apocalypse. Lin Ye nodded in agreement. The intelligence Fury had gathered was quite comprehensive. However, despite its thoroughness, they remained lacking in understanding the true significance of the term apocalypse. In legends and ancient texts, there is scant elaboration on such matters. En-Sabah-Nur, also known as Apocalypse, is the world's first mutant. He was born at the dawn of human civilization, revered and worshipped as a deity by mankind. Yet, this very being faced betrayal from the humanity he had first encountered. During a process of consciousness transfer, the enslaved humans revolted, using boulders to slay his 4 guardians and entomb him beneath the rubble. However, unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, he awakened from a millennia-long slumber amidst chaos. The name Apocalypse thus symbolizes disaster. Perhaps soon, this world shall face an unimaginable calamity. Lin Ye suddenly comprehended why Rogers would accept such a mission. It was not merely that Nick Fury needed him to avert disaster, thus validating the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Rogers himself would undoubtedly not allow an evil entity to annihilate the world. Fury turned to Lin Ye and whispered, "In fact, prior to this, I had contemplated that relying solely on Rogers might not suffice to contend with these mutants. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to prove its relevance. So even though Rogers was eager to invite you to join, I had to decline. However, now that we have commenced negotiations, I see no reason to refuse your inclusion." With that, Nick Fury extended his hand towards Lin Ye, stating, "Lin Ye, I implore you to assist Rogers." A notification indicated that a large-scale mission was available for acceptance. Lin Ye's eyes lit up, knowing that a system quest would surely be triggered. Accept. With a mere thought, Lin Ye acquiesced. Mission: prevent Apocalypse from ruling the world. The judgment outcome of slaying Apocalypse would yield 2 of his abilities, while capturing him alive would grant 3 of his abilities and 1,000 points. 2 distinct completion outcomes, each with varying rewards. In response, Lin Ye implicitly chose the latter, capturing him alive. Moreover, acquiring Apocalypse's abilities would effectively amount to utilizing a high-level lottery draw. To comprehend that Apocalypse has survived for so many years, harboring within him a plethora of mutant abilities, is to recognize the immense potential he possesses. Merely selecting 3 abilities at random could significantly augment his own strength. Indeed, Lin Ye silently nodded in approval, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. "No problem. I shall take action," he asserted. Lin Ye and Nick Fury shook hands, solidifying their collaboration once more. "Now, lead me to the Space Stone." Lin Ye grinned, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. The Space Stone was the ultimate objective of his journey. Should his plan come to fruition, it would lead to a substantial enhancement of his own capabilities. It could be said that clad in the Hellbat Armor, Lin Ye's power would rival that of a deity like Superman. "All right, follow me," Fury replied with a smirk, conceding with a nod. After all, whether sooner or later, he would provide it. He was not one to be stingy. Chapter 75, Upgrading the Hellbat Armor. Nick Fury escorted Lin Ye to a clandestine research facility, situated on the 3rd subterranean level of S.H.I.E.L.D. This location was chosen due to Fury's penchant for maintaining control over all matters. If the research facility were too remote, unforeseen risks might arise, leaving him unable to respond promptly. However, being located beneath the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters allowed him to keep everything under his vigilant watch, which provided him with great reassurance. After navigating through numerous security checks, Fury led Lin Ye into an unassuming room. At the center of the chamber lay the Tesseract, emanating a captivating blue glow. Several individuals clad in white lab coats moved about the space. "You may leave now," Fury commanded, issuing an expulsion order. "But sir, Director Pierce has instructed us to expedite the research and provide him with the data." One of the researchers hesitated, appearing quite troubled. Fury's eyes grew icy. It was one thing to be unaware of his friend and comrade Pierce being a traitor. Now that he was aware, he could not allow Pierce's subordinates to linger here any longer. Fury's voice turned stern. "Am I the director, or is he? I shall repeat myself. Now? Immediately. Leave." All right. All right. You're the boss." The researchers conceded reluctantly. After all, authority held sway. One by one, they exited the room, leaving it suddenly tranquil. "Are you not concerned that Pierce might catch on?" Lin Ye inquired curiously. Fury smiled enigmatically. "He won't. He will simply assume he has offended me in some way. In truth, as you mentioned, they have concealed themselves for so long that if I were to discover their duplicity, it would have happened long ago. However, this does not imply any disadvantage for me. On the contrary, it serves as a protective veil, does it not?" Lin Ye nodded, acknowledging the cunning nature of the old fox. Even with a poor hand, he could play it to yield a remarkable outcome. "This is what you desire," Fury said, approaching the Tesseract, his eyes glimmering with a hint of enchantment. He glanced at Lin Ye, internally bracing himself for the unfolding drama. The Tesseract possessed unparalleled power, far beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Despite years of research, Fury's progress had been minimal, and he still could not claim mastery over the Tesseract. He was destined to face utter defeat. In Nick Fury's perception, even the most formidable cosmic warrior, Captain Marvel, could only harness a fraction of the Tesseract's power. As for Lin Ye, he could at most absorb a mere portion of its energy. In the grand scheme of the Tesseract, such energy was akin to a single droplet in the vast ocean. He would still have the opportunity to study it later. Nick Fury stepped back a couple of paces, quietly anticipating Lin Ye's blunder. Upon glimpsing the Tesseract, a flicker of excitement crossed Lin Ye's eyes. Should the Hellbat Armor withstand the energy of the Space Stone, his power would catapult him to a level akin to that of Captain Marvel, a cosmic force. Although he still fell short of the dimensional deity, at least on Earth, he would undoubtedly surpass others in terms of individual strength. The Hellbat armor enveloped him instantaneously, emanating a formidable aura. Nick Fury momentarily froze, perplexed by Lin Ye's intentions. He coveted this armor greatly, having witnessed Lin Ye achieve astounding feats with it. He had even contemplated acquiring it for himself. However, he understood that Lin Ye would never relinquish it for his research. Was this armor the key to the Tesseract? Fury furrowed his brow, troubled by the thought. At that moment, he saw Lin Ye seize the Tesseract. The energy emanating from it flowed seamlessly into the Hellbat armor. How could this be? Witnessing Lin Ye effortlessly grasp the Tesseract left Fury in disbelief. Soon, he realized he was losing composure and quickly silenced himself, though his gaze was filled with astonishment. He could handle the Tesseract without harm. On the other side, seeing that he could hold the Tesseract without adverse effects, Lin Ye felt a surge of confidence. Just as he had surmised, the Hellbat armor was a divine creation, crafted collaboratively by the entire Justice League, even enchanted by the goddess Diana, also known as Wonder Woman. It was akin to a young calf soaring through the skies with unparalleled might. With the first step accomplished, Lin Ye brimmed with assurance regarding the subsequent stages. He concentrated all his strength into his hand and squeezed with all his might. Crack! The Tesseract shattered instantly, revealing the hidden core gem within. Nick Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. He almost rushed forward to stop Lin Ye, but was momentarily stunned upon seeing the gem clutched in Lin Ye's hand. What? How could this happen? He had actually crushed the Tesseract. Moreover, it concealed something else inside. His researchers had always believed the exterior of the Tesseract was its entirety, never suspecting there was a core hidden within. This was utterly unexpected. Furthermore, how did Lin Ye know this? As Nick Fury was still reeling from shock, Lin Ye had already placed the space stone at the chest of the armor. Countless streams of radiant blue light flowed across the dark surface of the armor, creating an astonishing spectacle. Empowered by the essence of the space gem, the entire suit of armor radiated a sense of futuristic technology. The exhilarating sensation of this power coursing through his body was simply magnificent. Lin was filled with uncontainable excitement. He could perceive that this armor was brimming with boundless energy. In fact, with merely a thought, he could unleash energy blasts akin to those of Captain Marvel. Lin activated the panel, discovering that the energy points for the Hellbat armor had transformed into a symbol of infinity. It was done. Suddenly, he realized that with just a single mental command, he could traverse to any location within this world. This capability surpassed that of a magical portal, which required prior visitation to activate. In comparison, it seemed utterly inferior. Lin burst into joyful laughter. If this line of reasoning continued, what if he were to collect the other gems and integrate them into the Hellbat armor? An exhilarating anticipation filled Lin's heart. The time gem was relatively straightforward. His amicable relationship with the Ancient One would likely ensure her acquiescence. However, beside him, Nick Fury remained, staring at the core of the Tesseract, uncharacteristically compliant. It felt akin to a cherished vegetable being usurped after years of care. Did Lin truly desire to hastily demonstrate his newfound abilities? His figure darted around the research facility, nearly causing Fury to choke on his own frustration. Not only had Lin usurped his cherished vegetable, but he was also flaunting it right before him. Ultimately, Lin vanished from Nick Fury's sight, leaving behind a parting proclamation. Transaction complete. I am thoroughly satisfied. Fury clutched his chest, breathing heavily, his breaths uneven. Chapter 76. No, your timing is impeccable. Charles Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. A vehicle entered the school's gates, halting before a front yard adorned with lush greenery. She found the sensation oddly surreal. This prompted the two men in the front seat to exchange knowing smiles. Upon disembarking, Professor Charles Francis Xavier, seated in his wheelchair, guided two individuals into the building. In the professor's office, he called out, "Hank, are you here? I wish for you to meet someone." As he wheeled into the office, the sight before him abruptly halted his words. He gazed in astonishment at the woman seated within the office. A golden-haired beauty smiled warmly at Charles, her white blouse accentuating her ample bosom. She donned a striking black leather jacket over a pair of form-fitting black leather pants that perfectly showcased her silhouette. "Raven?" Professor Xavier exclaimed, recognizing the familiar figure, his expression one of utter surprise. However, the woman known as Raven, or Mystique from the X-Men, was even more astonished by the woman trailing behind the professor. "Moira?" Mystique rose from the sofa, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Moira MacTaggart, who followed Charles Xavier. "Forgive me, do we know each other?" Moira queried, puzzled by Mystique's familiarity with her name. Professor Charles became aware that he had erased certain memories from Moira's mind. However, he chose not to disclose this to Raven. After clearing his throat a few times, he shifted his gaze toward Captain America, who was on the other side. "Hello, Captain Rogers, it is a pleasure to see you." Professor Charles greeted him warmly. "I am equally delighted to meet you," replied Moira, alongside Alex Summers, who suddenly realized the presence of such a significant figure. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at Rogers. "Hi, Captain Rogers, I am truly thrilled to encounter you here. I recently heard the news of your awakening and didn't expect to meet you so soon, Moira said with palpable enthusiasm, wishing she could embrace him. Thank you. And you are? Rogers inquired, unaware of Moira's identity. I am a CIA agent, Moira proudly declared. Oh, I see. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Rogers nodded. The CIA serves America, and so does S.H.I.E.L.D. From this perspective, he considered Agent Moira a colleague. Captain Rogers, I am Alex. A member of the X-Men, though you may also call me Havoc. I greatly admire you, Alex exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Captain America was indeed a source of inspiration for him, and his decision to join the X-Men was partly influenced by this admiration. He stepped forward and embraced Rogers, who graciously accepted, fully aware of his status as a beloved superhero ever since he became Captain America. Professor Charles observed the interaction between Rogers and the others, realizing that their sudden appearance in his office must pertain to something of great importance. Hey, Hank, Alex, Agent Moira, could we have a moment alone? He suggested. Of course. The three exited the office, with Alex closing the door behind them. At that moment, only 3 individuals remained in the office: Professor Charles, Mystique, and Captain Rogers. Mystique approached Professor Charles, her expression one of confusion. Charles, why didn't Team Moira recognize me? She has seen me in this form before. As she spoke, Charles maneuvered his wheelchair to the back of his desk, glancing at both Mystique and Rogers. Please, have a seat, he invited. What a fortunate girl, Mystique remarked. Taking a seat at the desk, Captain Rogers settled into another chair. Charles glanced at Rogers and apologized. Would you mind if I spoke with her for a moment, Captain? Not at all. Rogers waved his hand dismissively, as long as it did not impede the matter at hand. He then turned his attention to Mystique. This ISNT my home. Mystique's tone was rather sharp. At least it once was. Charles chuckled softly. No, this is your home. I merely resided here for a time. And now I hardly recognize it, Mystique retorted, her demeanor still unyielding. Professor Charles smiled helplessly and said, You know my vision for this place. I aspire to transform it into a genuine campus, a university not solely for mutants, but one where ordinary individuals can also join, living, working, and growing together. He glanced out the window at the students, their youthful and vibrant figures radiating joy and happiness. He yearned to protect them. Rogers looked at Professor Charles, recognizing the nobility of his aspirations. A person's life must be driven by pursuit. Some chase wealth, others seek beauty, while still others yearn for supreme power. Yet some individuals simply pursue their ideals. Mutants are indeed an extraordinary species. Most appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans, but possess extraordinary abilities beyond human imagination. Consequently, they face ostracism from society. In this vast world, they require a place to call home, and that is precisely Professor Charles's dream. It is, without a doubt, admirable. His vision of safeguarding mutants mirrors his commitment to protecting humanity. However, Mystique, upon hearing Professor Charles's words, maintained a serene expression, akin to an undisturbed surface of water. You know, I once believed in such ideals as well. After the Washington incident, I thought we could change their perceptions. But did we? Charles gazed intently at Mystique, inquiring. No, Charles, they still fear and loathe us. It merely remains hidden beneath the surface, and they have grown more cautious. At this point, Mystique's expression conveyed a sense of resignation. I am weary of these lies. Upon hearing her lament, Charles seemed to grasp something profound and remarked, So, you do not wish for others to see your true appearance. Mystique sighed. I do not wish to present a visage that does not exist in this world. Professor Charles could sense her frustration and sorrow, offering comfort. Things will improve. The world will become a better place. Perhaps here in Westchester it may be so, but outside, mutants still live in fear, evading persecution. Mystique fixed her gaze on Professor Charles, her tone impassioned, even in the absence of war. It does not signify that the world is at peace. If we are to teach children anything of value, it must be how to fight. Otherwise, they will remain confined here for eternity. Mystique's fervor stirred a touch of agitation in Professor Charles. Your words echo those of Eric from years past. Mystique's expression turned grave. He has resurfaced. Charles was momentarily taken aback. Rogers, too, was startled and turned his gaze towards Mystique, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Mystique continued, her tone heavy. His wife and daughter are dead. In pursuit of vengeance, he has killed several police officers. Upon hearing this, a subtle shift in Charles's demeanor revealed sorrow. The entire world will be after him. We must locate him before they do. We cannot allow him to wreak havoc again. Mystique implored earnestly. At that moment, Captain Rogers rose, his gaze sweeping over the two, stating, Speaking of this matter, I have come here precisely for that reason. Professor Charles examined the documents provided by Rogers. With an in-depth understanding, he gained a new perspective on his formidable adversary, Apocalypse. However, he was also plagued by a profound headache. Mystique reviewed the files, her expression grave. Charles was acutely aware that Eric's descent into darkness was rooted in the tragic loss of his wife and daughter, which had utterly shattered his trust in humanity. As a longtime friend, Charles felt compelled to persuade Eric, yet he recognized that mere words would not suffice in this delicate situation. Captain Rogers glanced at Mystique and Charles, stating, "According to our investigation, Apocalypse possesses immense power. Unless we rally all the X-Men, our chances of victory are slim." Charles expressed his concerns. "No, I believe that would be futile. Even if we were to gather all the X-Men, a victory could very well come at a devastating cost." Rogers, puzzled, responded, "When I arrived, I encountered numerous extraordinarily gifted students whose abilities were astonishing." Charles shook his head, replying, "They are still merely children, untested in the crucible of battle. In fact, only a few within this school have ever truly faced the battlefield." At this, Rogers nodded, letting out a sigh. "If that is the case, we are at an impasse. It would be unthinkable to send a group of unseasoned children to confront Apocalypse. Should we thrust them into battle, we would likely witness a mass desertion, which would be detrimental to our cause." The trio fell into silence, their minds racing to devise alternative strategies. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to witness Apocalypse wreak havoc upon the world. At that moment, Rogers lamented, "If only Lin were here to assist us. With his presence, we wouldn't need to gather all the X-Men. Just our small group would suffice." Hearing this, Professor Charles's eyes lit up in agreement. "Indeed, we could enlist his aid. I know him to be an exceptionally formidable individual, and his assistance could indeed resolve our predicament." However, Rogers doused the optimism with a cold reality. "I thought the same. But our director has declined." Charles was at a loss for words, desperately wanting to inquire, "What is our director thinking?" Noticing Charles's disappointment, Mystique, filled with curiosity, interjected, "Who exactly is Lin? I am often away and seldom keep up with online information. I have heard his name mentioned frequently, but I am unaware of what he has accomplished. Surely you must know Lin." Professor Charles exclaimed, astonished by her response. Captain Rogers elaborated, "Lin is an extraordinarily powerful human. Since his debut, he has remained undefeated." As Captain America recounted Lin's story, Mystique's understanding deepened. Upon learning that the Shadow Lord was Lin, she realized, so, that is who he is. She had indeed heard the name Shadow Lord many times, reputed to be incredibly formidable and highly sought after. If he were present, perhaps they could indeed resolve their issues, but alas, he was not there. Once more, silence enveloped the group. As everyone found themselves in a predicament, the atmosphere in the office began to shift. Suddenly, Lin appeared before them, clad in the Hellbat armor, leaving the trio utterly astonished. "Hello." Lin greeted them with a cheerful wave. The three stared at him in disbelief, their eyes wide and unblinking. Lin raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Am I interrupting? Why is everyone so quiet?" Seeing Lin's arrival, Rogers felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced the situation and quickly broke into a smile, exclaiming, "No, you have arrived just in time." Chapter 77, I Am Invincible. "Hey, greetings, Lord of Shadows. We were just speaking of you, and here you are." As if summoned at the mention of your name, the professor remarked with a slight smile, extending a hand in respect. Lin chuckled heartily, shedding the Hellbat armor to shake the professor's hand. "Charles, your command of Chinese is impressive." Raven and Rogers observed this interaction with surprise. Rogers recognized the armor, yet it was markedly different from the one he had seen in the earlier video. This version sported a gem-like emblem on its chest, exuding an even more futuristic aura. Has he grown stronger? Rogers harbored a twinge of envy, reflecting on his own frozen years beneath the ice. He had merely regained his peak strength upon awakening. Yet further advancement seemed elusive. Meanwhile, Raven regarded Lin with keen interest. Indeed, the name of the Shadow Lord resonated. Upon his emergence, the aura radiating from his armor quickened her heartbeat. She sensed an immense power encapsulated within that suit. The most immediate impression came from Charles, whose telepathic abilities encountered a black hole-like presence upon briefly touching the Hellbat armor, consuming his senses. When Lin donned the armor before him, if Charles closed his eyes to focus, he could only perceive a void. This phenomenon startled him. In all his years in the field, he had never encountered anything like it, except, perhaps, in the presence of Magneto with his psychic dampeners. Could this armor possess a similar ability to shield against telepathy? Lin nodded in understanding. Had he possessed such a capability earlier, he would have had no trouble gaining admission to a prestigious university. "Lin," Rogers began, "did Fury send you to assist me?" Rogers, being astute, refrained from directly inquiring whether Fury had commissioned Lin for his aid. Such a question could provoke doubts about S.H.I.E.L.'s competence in handling supernatural affairs, especially since even Captain America's agency seemed to rely on Lin's intervention. Lin discerned Rogers' intent and offered a knowing glance, choosing not to expose him. "Yes, Fury did send me to help," Lin affirmed with a nod, acknowledging the truth in his statement, as it was indeed Fury's request. "However, it seems that you are encountering difficulties," Lin Ye remarked with a tilted head and a smile. The professor nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Eric is in trouble, and we are currently devising a means to locate him. If we cannot find him before the police do, I fear that given his temperament, the repercussions could be far more severe. Lin Ye's smile held a deeper meaning as he replied, finding someone is not your forte. Charles. Charles raised an eyebrow, remarking, it is said that the Lord of Shadows possesses profound knowledge. It appears the rumors are not entirely unfounded. Rogers, looking puzzled, asked, what are you talking about? Lin Ye chuckled, let Charles lead the way. I shall refrain from spoiling the surprise. The professor smiled faintly and propelled his wheelchair forward, with Lin Ye following closely behind. Rogers and Raven exchanged glances and quickened their pace to keep up. In the heart of the academy, they reached the true core of the battle police, a place that ignited fervor among all great nations, akin to the allure of nuclear weapons. The circular doors opened slowly. The professor wheeled himself in first, followed by Hank, Lin Ye, Rogers, Raven, Alex, and Moira. Moira, I hope you can keep this secret for me, the professor said. His brow furrowed. He had absolute trust in the others not to speak recklessly. The only one he needed to caution was Moira, whose memories he had erased. At that moment, the professor still had long flowing hair, giving him an ethereal appearance. Moira, trailing behind, gazed around in astonishment, her inner turmoil a tempest of surprise. I don't even know what this is, she thought. Leading the group, Lin Ye also wore a look of curiosity, as this was his first true encounter with the core. With his hands in his pockets, he remarked, this is the mainframe, an upgraded version. If you let this information slip, Charles could be in danger. The professor cast a grateful glance at Lin Ye. Hank began operating the main platform of the core, simultaneously placing a brainwave enhancement device upon Charles's head. What is happening? Rogers leaned closer to Lin Ye and whispered. His heart raced. ISNT that do not worry. Rogers, Lin Ye replied, crossing his arms confidently. Charles will not misuse this device. Otherwise, the world would have already descended into chaos. He is well aware of the stakes. Furthermore, even if he were to lose control, I am here. Do not fret. Lin Ye's assured tone eased Rogers' anxiety somewhat. Mr. Lin, if you were to face apocalypse, who would prevail? Raven interjected suddenly. Having perused the documents Captain Rogers had provided, she found the intelligence on Apocalypse increasingly alarming. He was an almost omnipotent adversary. Should the battle police assemble, as Charles suggested, even a victory would come at a great cost. For there were not many true combatants among them. As for us, Lin Ye pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. I am invincible. Raven's eyes sparkled, captivated by the confidence radiating from Lin Ye, akin to an exquisite fragrance that intoxicated the senses. Rogers nodded, not believing that Lin Ye was speaking falsely. He recognized Lin Ye's capabilities. At least for now, he had not encountered an opponent stronger than him, and even within S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Ye's dossier had seen continuous elevation. Currently, his dossier belongs to the highest level of confidentiality. Aside from Fury, no one else is permitted to access it. As the crowd murmured in hushed tones, Charles activated the brainwave enhancer. Instantly, the entire cerebral environment transformed. A surreal luminescent screen materialized, enveloping him in a cosmic expanse, with twinkling blue lights coalescing into various human forms. What is this? Moira gazed at the spectacle in astonishment, her heart surging with emotion. It was utterly dreamlike. Even Rogers' eyes flickered with awe. These are humans from Earth. Suddenly, the surrounding silhouettes shifted to a crimson hue. They were the mutants of Earth. The professor's telepathy gradually expanded. As he searched for Eric's whereabouts, he explained the phenomenon. Although Raven, Hank, and Alex had witnessed such displays before, the breathtaking scene still left them in wonder. Behind them, Lin's dark pupils abruptly transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. Threads of psychic energy extended, merging with the professor's manifested brainwaves. Chapter 78. Lin takes action. This sensation, it was utterly omnipotent. With the professor's brainwaves as a catalyst, Lin realized that the entire world lay before him, devoid of flaws. He could discern every individual's phone password, bank account code, and even missile launch codes, exercising control over each person. Within the realm of the mind, Lin beheld Charles, appearing almost divine, and softly called out, Charles. Suddenly, the ethereal figure of Charles turned, startled. Aside from Jean, no one had ever infiltrated his mental sanctuary. Who could it be? Upon recognizing Lin, Charles's astonishment surged like a tumultuous wave. How could this be? How did he manage to enter? Lin perceived Charles's shock and reassured him. Do not be alarmed. I am merely curious and will not interfere. Charles, incredulous, replied, I always believed your expertise lay in energy manipulation, but I didn't realize you possessed such capabilities in telepathy as well. Lin smiled silently. In truth, this ability was augmented by the power of the Sharingan. Normally, direct eye contact was required for Lin to enter Charles's mental realm. However, with Charles's psyche now materialized, he could enter without the need for eye contact. At that moment, the mental landscape began to ripple like water, as if it were on the verge of bursting. Lin's expression shifted, and he commanded, Charles, focus your mind. Charles sensed the impending danger and quickly suppressed his astonishment, stabilizing the mental world. Lin urged, do not mind me. Concentrate on locating Eric. Charles nodded and resumed his search for Eric's shadow across the globe. In the external world, Mora surveyed her surroundings and candidly remarked, I dream of possessing a machine like this. Charles replied, I am well aware of that. He continued to sift through consciousness, eliminating those who did not match, murmuring, where could you be, Eric? In some corner of the world. Apocalypse has assembled the 4 horsemen and is currently enhancing one of them, the angel. Suddenly, Magneto, Eric, feels a familiar pulse resonate within him. He turns, attempting to evade Apocalypse while attuning to this recognizable energy. Meanwhile, at the school, Charles' expression grows increasingly grave. Charles, Eric whispers softly, thousands of kilometers apart. Charles breathes a sigh of relief. Hello, old friend. Raven casts a sudden glance at Charles, aware that he has located Eric. In an instant, Charles's serious demeanor transforms into one of profound anguish. He senses the turmoil, confusion, and pain that plague Eric's heart. Even in the mental realm, Lin perceives this emotional distress. The power of the Sharingan pours forth, isolating this sorrow from their connection. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I sense your pain, your confusion. As Eric's confidant, Charles feels overwhelming guilt. If not for his suggestion, Eric would not be in this predicament. Charles, do you think just because you can delve into my mind, you comprehend my suffering? You are mistaken, Charles. Eric's gaze is frigid, his tone laced with estrangement. A veil of sorrow lingers in his eyes, a testament to his internal strife. His momentary act of rescue has led to the demise of his own family. Eric's grief envelopes Charles like a tidal wave, prompting tears to cascade down Charles's cheeks. Eric remains unyielding, his spirit seemingly extinguished. Help me? How can you help me? Charles's thoughts reach out once more. Think of your wife and daughter. What do they desire? They want to survive. Eric recalls the tragic loss of his wife and daughter in his arms, the hatred in his gaze intensifying. Lin observes Charles's attempts at communication and shakes his head in dismay. Eric is utterly alone. How can such provocation be of any assistance? In his position, one might indeed contemplate the annihilation of the world. To aid others while sacrificing his loved ones is a harrowing paradox. Only one solution arises in Lin's mind. Quicksilver. Charles. They have taken everything from me. Now Eric turns to face Apocalypse and the other 3 companions. It is time for me to take everything from them. Amidst the crowd, Apocalypse detects Charles's mental disturbance. Suddenly, Charles's demeanor shifts to one of urgency. Hank. He is not alone. Raven's gaze reflects confusion, and Hank shares the same sentiment. Only Lin comprehends the full gravity of the situation. Apocalypse has sensed him. On the other side, Apocalypse slowly pivots, his gaze cast into the void as he murmurs, how extraordinary. The angel inquires, what have you discovered? In the control room, the instruments are in a frenzy, the readings fluctuating erratically. Hank quickly realizes the anomaly and begins manipulating the controls. Charles, wait. Something is amiss. Apocalypse continues to sense the disturbance in the void. Soon, he discovered the source of Charles's spirit, and his pupils suddenly turned white. Charles was momentarily stunned, witnessing war, destruction, calamity, famine, and endless flames. Charles's voice trembled. Rogers sensed something was amiss with Charles and urgently inquired, what is happening? Raven frantically pushed Charles, her anxiety palpable. Charles. Alex supported Charles, his tone tense. Professor. Apocalypse murmured, thank you for allowing me into your consciousness. As his voice fell, the red, illusory universe within the mainframe began to be deciphered by Apocalypse. Waves of purple energy surged forth, rapidly eroding the consciousness that Charles had materialized. Hank was at a loss. How could this happen? A look of ecstasy crossed the professor's face, akin to that of a drug addict. I have never felt such immense power. Simultaneously, his pupils turned pitch black, even the whites of his eyes vanished. Charles, come back. Hank's expression was frantic. Raven was equally bewildered. Rogers asked urgently, what is going on? Hank, glancing at the control panel, spoke rapidly. Someone has infiltrated the mainframe and has taken control of him. Raven furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed. For what purpose? Hank contemplated a dire possibility, his gaze filled with despair. He slowly raised his head to look at everyone, to connect to Charles's consciousness. Raven's pupils quivered, her face turning ashen. It was the first time she had encountered someone who could surpass Charles in telepathy. If what Hank said was true, and they connected to Charles's mind, they would be capable of controlling the entire planet. In an instant, she felt utterly helpless. Hank faced the control panel, paralyzed with indecision. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his palms began to perspire. He hesitated to remove the brainwave enhancer from Charles's head, fearing it might harm him. Mora seemed to grasp the severity of the situation, her complexion pale. What do we do now? Rogers suddenly recalled something and turned to one person, his tone intense. Lin Ye. Yes, the Lord of Shadows is here. Raven's eyes widened with hope as she turned her gaze to Lin Ye. Alex, familiar with Lin Ye's history, believed that if anyone could save Charles, it was Lin Ye. Hank's expression was sorrowful. He held little hope for Lin Ye. He had previously reviewed reports on the Lord of Shadows, but had never heard of any exceptional abilities in telepathy. Mora, unfamiliar with anyone, was at a loss. At that moment, Lin Ye stood with his arms crossed, his eyes half closed. Just as everyone turned their attention to him, his blood-red eyes suddenly opened. The eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan, manifested before the onlookers. Get lost. In the next moment, Apocalypse's body trembled violently. He felt a pair of blood-red eyes opening behind him. Chapter 79, Igniting the World. Within the core of the mind, the violet consciousness gradually faded. This was Charles's essence, beginning to expunge Apocalypse's influence with Lin Ye's assistance. Raven's gaze was intensely fixed on Lin Ye, as if there were nothing beyond his capability. Moreover, she sensed no trace of prejudice against mutants emanating from him. At times, a woman's fondness for a man can be inexplicably profound. Yet, it is undeniable that females of any species are naturally drawn to strong males. Just as the esteemed readers of this book, each a remarkable achiever in their respective fields, would instinctively understand. However, in this moment, Lin Ye was oblivious to Raven's scrutiny, wholly devoted to aiding Charles. In stark contrast to Raven's gaze, Hank's expression was one of astonishment. For in his analysis, the only one capable of saving Charles was Jean. With Jean absent, he had begun to despair. Who would have thought that Lin Ye, who had never revealed any telepathic abilities, could rescue the nearly collapsing professor? And those eyes. As Hank beheld Lin Ye's gaze, a chill crept into his heart. He felt that those eyes were imbued with an unsettling malevolence, making direct eye contact unbearable. On the other side of the earth, Apocalypse was uncharacteristically sweating coldly. Magneto, Storm, Blink, and Angel exchanged uneasy glances, sensing something was amiss. At this moment, Apocalypse summoned all his strength to resist the psychic forces of Lin Ye and Charles. Yet, how unfortunate for him to encounter such a formidable adversary. The shadowy powers of the eternal kaleidoscope were indeed vicious. Lin Ye only needed to mobilize a fraction of his strength to join forces with Charles in this resistance. The clash of minds was fleeting. Soon, Apocalypse's consciousness was entirely expelled from the core space. Thud! He gasped for breath, appearing as if he had been pulled from a pool. His face, pale from shock, bore a slight tremor in his pupils. Charles glanced at the brainwave amplifier. He truly wished to never feel that sensation of being throttled again. Immense gratitude, Lin Ye. Charles's voice trembled still. This lingering terror would likely take time to subside. Rest assured, I am here, Charles. Lin Ye's gentle voice resonated. He raised his hand, conjuring a glass of brandy that materialized in Charles's grasp. I believe you could use a drink to calm your nerves. Alcohol can indeed soothe anxiety. A moderate amount of it may alleviate tension. He can actually do that? Aside from Rogers, the others were astonished to see Lin Ye's ability to conjure objects from thin air, completely reshaping their perspectives. Especially Mora. If the CIA had such an individual among their ranks, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly see a substantial increase. Alas, this individual was already part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, after Lin Ye forcibly expelled Apocalypse's consciousness from Charles's mind, his body shuddered, and he coughed up a splash of crimson. This left Magneto, Storm, Psylocke, and Archangel in utter astonishment. In their minds, Apocalypse was virtually omnipotent, as they had profoundly experienced each other's powers. The mere ability to unlock their potential and amplify their strength by hundreds of times set them apart from any mutant. Yet, at this moment, which they had once taken pride in, they now found themselves at a loss. What on earth had transpired? The four of them felt their minds go blank in an instant. What was happening? My master, Psylocke inquired. Apocalypse suppressed the chaos swirling in his mind and lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the void with a mixture of confusion and admiration. His confusion stemmed from the unexpected realization that the two individuals before him could dispel his formidable consciousness. If Apocalypse's consciousness was likened to a giant, then Charles's consciousness resembled that of an adult, while an ordinary person's consciousness was akin to that of an ant. However, just as he had seized control of Charles's consciousness, a terrifying presence had intruded. This presence carried an air of dread. Though Apocalypse was unfamiliar with subterfuge, he could sense the horror contained within it. As inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, his admiration arose from the discovery that, compared to Charles's consciousness, this other presence was the true answer he sought. Nonetheless, Apocalypse made a decisive choice to focus on Charles. He believed that the one possessing such consciousness must surely be a formidable entity. There was no need for him to confront this individual directly. Once he transferred his consciousness to Charles, he would possess an awareness capable of rivaling that power. Conquering this stronghold could wait. After all, as his knight, he felt that the abilities of both Archangel and Psylocke were somewhat lacking. In truth, had there been no one else, he would have previously dismissed their abilities entirely. There is a powerful presence on their side. It drove away my consciousness. Apocalypse's voice resonated, calm and devoid of emotion. What? Eric's gaze suddenly sharpened. The first thought that crossed his mind was of Jean, for she was the only one at the school with psychic abilities to rival Charles's. Could it be that she had intervened? Meanwhile, Storm, Archangel, and Psylocke exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. It was indeed unforgivable that someone could harm their master. Master, should we strike? Archangel asked, his tone respectful. Apocalypse waved his hand languidly. No. While they have expelled my consciousness, I have left a back door open. His eyes gradually turned white. In the core of his mind, all eyes were on Charles. At that moment, he appeared extremely weakened. The mental assault had rendered him as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. His eyelids were heavy, nearly closing. Even Lin Ye's attention was fixed on Charles, oblivious to the brainwave enhancer abandoned in the corner, its blue light slowly shifting to red. Meanwhile, a nuclear submarine from the Dragon Kingdom was patrolling the depths of the Atlantic. The eyes of all personnel aboard the nuclear submarine turned pitch black. At the American nuclear missile base, the pupils of every individual also became profoundly dark. Such a scene unfolded at weaponry and missile bases across every nation. All were ensnared by the grip of Apocalypse. They retrieved control keys or began inputting launch codes on their computers. Boom, boom, boom. Across the globe, west wind missiles, nuclear warheads, hydrogen bombs, and various missile silos ignited their launch mechanisms, and with a resounding blast, these missiles and nuclear weapons soared into the sky. Their targets? The neighboring towns, cities, and nations. New York City, Los Angeles, Shanghai, Nanjing, the empire on which the sun never sets. Countless countries and innumerable cities. The people in these towns stared helplessly at the missiles launched into the air, bewildered. They were oblivious to the unfolding catastrophe. Was it the end of the world? Or was war about to erupt? Lovers embraced, while mothers and fathers held their children tightly. In New York City, Spider-Man, engaged in his heroic endeavors, scaled the World Trade Center, tearing off his mask, his mouth agape as he gazed at the distant nuclear explosions. In S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury stood gravely at the window, his eyes fixed on the launching warheads, rendered powerless. Humanity's frailty was laid bare in that moment. Beep, beep, beep. The control panel erupted in a cacophony of alarms, drawing everyone's attention with its urgent and chilling tones. Meanwhile, Apocalypse extended his arms wide, as if addressing an audience from a podium, passionately delivering a fervent speech. Humanity is always like this. Now, having acquired such power, they no longer require stones, spears, catapults, swords, or any weaponry at all, nor do they need any systems. All shall vanish. There is no longer a need for superpowers. Chapter 80, Saving the World. Countless missiles and nuclear warheads ascended into the heavens. Behind them, white smoke billowed and swirled, slicing through the sky like a sword. No one knew what had transpired. Yet, as they gazed at the myriad trails crossing the sky, an overwhelming sense of anxiety surged from the depths of every heart. The sheer volume of missiles and nuclear warheads simultaneously launched promised unimaginable devastation, potentially capable of obliterating the Earth. Why? Why would one do this? Have they lost their minds? Although the missiles piercing the sky had yet to detonate, the acrid scent of gunpowder seeped into the air. Tension, panic, and despair etched themselves across every face, as if the apocalypse were imminent. At the American Department of Defense, alarms suddenly blared, capturing everyone's attention. All gazed in alarm at the anomalies appearing on the military deployment map. A military leader questioned, staring at the flashing warning signs. Who has tampered with the keys? This is no trifling matter. The simultaneous launch of so many missiles and nuclear warheads would result in unfathomable destruction. Who could be responsible? How dare one disobey orders and unilaterally activate such a formidable weapon? Do you comprehend the grave repercussions this could entail? Another general wore a face etched with confusion and astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. No one is moving. The key is in our hands. He was on the verge of cursing. The key was indeed in the possession of their own people. Yet they had not issued orders to launch such a multitude of missiles and nuclear warheads. Who could possibly have taken it upon themselves to initiate these weapons? What was their intention? Who authorized the launch? An elderly general, his hair as white as snow, was seething with rage, his eyes ablaze. The unauthorized activation of so many missiles and nuclear warheads jeopardized national security. Not only would it wreak havoc upon surrounding cities and countries, it could also ignite a new world war. At that point, the globe would descend into chaos. Damn it, who is responsible for this? The Osborn Group. Harry caught sight of an unexpected news broadcast and called Bruce Banner to witness it. As they gazed at the live news feed, their expressions turned somber. Such an arsenal was capable of obliterating the nearby towns and nations into dust. Good heavens, what has transpired? Bruce Banner furrowed his brow deeply. On the other side of the earth, Thor was conversing with Jane Foster on the street when he suddenly noticed a multitude of dark smoke rising on the distant horizon. The breathtaking sight left him speechless, simultaneously capturing the attention of Jane and her friend Daisy. As they watched countless missiles ascend into the sky, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over them. They seemed to envision the world's annihilation. My heavens, has the apocalypse arrived? Daisy, typically the most talkative, couldn't help but express her dismay. Only Thor and Jane remained silent, struck dumb. Upon hearing her words, Thor's countenance grew grave. News outlets across the globe, upon witnessing this unprecedented scene, began to report fervently. Panic spread rapidly among the crowds. In some regions, chaos ensued, while others had already descended into turmoil. For the ordinary populace, the nature of the calamity remained a mystery. They could only watch as a multitude of missiles and nuclear warheads were launched. Feeling as though the end was nigh, the relentless barrage would sweep across the land, and in the face of such a crisis, they found themselves utterly defenseless. Within the command center, the sudden blare of alarms startled everyone. They exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what was occurring. "What is happening?" Mora asked, her voice tinged with panic as she scanned her surroundings. "I don't know," Hank replied, his expression one of confusion. "It's here." Lin noticed the red light emitted by the brainwave enhancer and frowned slightly. At that moment, a voice relayed an urgent message. Reporting to the master, a substantial number of missiles and nuclear warheads have been launched globally. Upon hearing the report, Lin immediately understood. This was the doing of Apocalypse. They had failed to completely eradicate Apocalypse's consciousness, leaving a backdoor within the brainwave enhancer. Damn that Apocalypse. He is exceedingly cunning. It is Apocalypse, who has left a backdoor within the neural enhancement device, utilizing it to infiltrate military bases across the globe, launching all missiles and nuclear warheads. Lin Ye's expression grew serious. "What?" Charles's pupils constricted sharply. "All missiles and nuclear warheads? My goodness!" Hank exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. The gravity of the situation rendered him ashen. "We've landed in deep trouble." Alex's demeanor mirrored the seriousness of the moment. "What shall we do? We must devise a plan." Mystique anxiously turned to the others. Charles shook his head. "I don't know either." He had barely escaped the encroachment of Apocalypse on his will, and was only freed thanks to Lin Ye's assistance. His mind was still in turmoil. "Lin Ye, can you take action?" Rogers directed his gaze toward Lin Ye. Here, perhaps only Lin Ye could thwart this calamity. The others also looked to him, their eyes filled with hope. "Leave it to me." Lin Ye nodded in response to their hopeful gazes, turning to crush the neural enhancement device beneath his foot. Instantly, with a mere thought, the Hellbat Armor enveloped his form. A radiant blue light shimmered on his chest. With the space gem as his power source, he could now wield the Hellbat Armor without restraint. Space shimmered slightly as Lin Ye's figure vanished before their eyes. "Where did he go?" Moira inquired, astonished. She held immense trust in Lin Ye. In the Big Apple, chaos reigned. People fled in panic, desperately seeking refuge from the impending disaster. Some gathered with loved ones, hoping to exchange a few words before the end. Streets were congested with vehicles, and crowds amassed. All were filled with dread, gazing at the terrifying weapons poised to descend upon them, their spirits dampened. Journalists reported gravely, capturing the menacing missiles and nuclear warheads on camera. Perhaps the apocalypse truly had arrived. At such a moment, who could possibly save us? The reporter, microphone in hand, bore an expression of utter despondency. Just then, a sudden exclamation arose from the crowd. "Look over there. It's the Lord of Shadows." This single utterance captured everyone's attention. Gazing up at Lin Ye, who hovered above the Big Apple, the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. "It's the Lord of Shadows. It's him. He has come to save us. I knew he would. Lord of Shadows, I love you." The previously despondent reporter, witnessing this scene, regained his vigor and directed the camera at Lin Ye. "Ladies and gentlemen, in this moment of crisis, the Lord of Shadows has appeared once more. What will he do this time? Let us await the unfolding events." The ultra-long-distance camera captured Lin Ye in vivid detail. Those watching from their televisions were instantly filled with excitement, rising to their feet, fixated on the screen, their eyes unblinking. "It is this man." Thor observed Lin Ye's close-up on the screen, his expression shifting dramatically. SHIELD headquarters. Fury had also seen the report. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief for having enlisted Lin's assistance. Under the watchful eyes of the masses, Lin spread his arms wide. The power of the space gem was instantly unleashed. Countless pitch-black spatial portals materialized above various locations around the globe, resembling bottomless black holes, instilling terror in all who gazed upon them. The missiles that had been launched soared directly into these portals, vanishing from sight. On the ground, the crowd witnessed this spectacle and erupted in thunderous cheers and shouts. Chapter 81. Quicksilver's Astonishment. "Is there someone as fast as me?" The joy of having narrowly escaped death spread like wildfire, enveloping everyone in its infectious embrace. On the streets of Big Apple City, the jubilant cries of the crowd soared to the heavens. Thor and Jane embraced tightly. Jane, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy, believing she was destined to reunite with her beloved in the afterlife that day. Thor listened to the heartfelt expressions of gratitude echoing around him. He looked up at Lin, who hovered above like a deity amidst the celestial canopy. In that moment, his perception of power began to transform. He started to understand that power was not merely for domination and oppression, it was also for protection. "Father, is this the significance of entrusting Asgard to Lin?" Thor lowered his head, his gaze flickering. He then lifted his eyes to the distant black dot in the sky. His resolve solidified. I think I know now. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury's gaze seemed to convey a newfound determination. He turned to the office and opened a drawer, retrieving a document. The paper bore only 5 bold characters: Avengers Initiative. After this crisis, his conviction to form a specialized task force for extraordinary events grew remarkably resolute. He had prepared this document long ago, but had been plagued by indecision. He still vividly recalled Lin's message conveyed through Natasha. A single sheep cannot control a pack of tigers. But what if he were a tiger himself? Fury had confidence in his ability to lead this team, and he had already considered potential candidates. Opening the door, Fury clutched the document, ready to approach the World Security Council with the proposal for the formation of the Avengers. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, upon learning that Lin had thwarted the global detonation crisis, did not respond with rage, for this was merely one of his plans. Let us proceed. It is time to embrace our future. Behind him, a violet spatial portal opened, and Apocalypse stepped through first. Magneto, Storm, Psylocke, and Angel exchanged glances before following suit. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, the control room was filled with tension as the team pushed the faintly breathing Charles out of the control room. No sooner had they caught their breath than a purple portal opened before them. A figure entirely clad in blue emerged first. Following closely behind him were familiar faces: Magneto, along with 3 unfamiliar ones: Storm, Angel, and Psylocke. "Eric?" Raven called out. However, Magneto merely cast a cold, indifferent glance in her direction, as if she were a complete stranger. This made Raven's heart skip a beat, sensing impending doom. Suddenly, with a hum, Eric extended a hand towards Charles's wheelchair, unleashing his power. The wheelchair swiftly pivoted in a different direction, catching everyone off guard with this unexpected turn of events. Only Rogers recognized the danger in time, just as he intended to grasp Charles's wheelchair. How reckless! Rogers felt a surge of anger. Moments ago, he had been powerless to intervene in the cerebral realm, and now, with the adversary right before him, how could he remain unmoved? Whoosh! The vibranium shield shot out from the crowd, slicing through the air with a sound that sent chills down one's spine, aimed directly at Apocalypse. Overestimating his strength, Apocalypse spoke with a disdainful tone, his lips curling as he uttered his words in a deep voice. He raised a hand, and the approaching vibranium shield suddenly trembled, its acceleration halting as if it were a docile sheep, suspended in midair. With a mere thought, Apocalypse distorted the vibranium shield into a heap of scrap metal, casually tossing it aside against the wall. What? Rogers's pupils constricted, his heart racing violently, his mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg. How could this be possible? That was a vibranium shield. Stunned, Rogers stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld Apocalypse. He never anticipated that his prized vibranium shield could be crumpled like paper in Apocalypse's hands with just a thought. This guy is absurdly powerful. Charles, held captive by Angel, found the purple portal opening once more. Hey, bastard! Alex shouted furiously, attempting to halt Apocalypse and his companions in this manner. Apocalypse gazed at them with indifference, a sinister expression crossing his face. Everything will soon be revealed, children. As his words faded, Apocalypse and the 4 horsemen, along with Charles, vanished into the portal. Witnessing this scene, Hank realized that they could no longer prevent Apocalypse from taking Charles. In an effort to shield Alex from danger, Hank attempted to call out to him, urging him to stop. However, Alex was far too consumed by the moment, seeing Apocalypse and his associates about to depart. He unleashed a shockwave in an attempt to disrupt their teleportation. Boom! A red shockwave erupted from Alex's chest, the terrifying energy astonishing all. Yet, it was ultimately too late. The purple portal disappeared. Apocalypse and the 4 horsemen, along with Charles, vanished from sight. Bang! Alex's shockwave crashed through the door, striking the jet's engine. Boom! In an instant, a massive explosion erupted. Fiery flames engulfed the entire academy. A terrifying firestorm surged towards the crowd in the corridor. Above the bustling city of New York, Lin observed the throngs below, their cheers resounding like thunder, echoing through the skies. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. It is Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Alas, the flames unleashed by the explosion surged forth. Lin activated the incredible speed of his armor in an instant. Suddenly, the entire world around him appeared to slow down exponentially, allowing him to perceive the trajectory of every object with remarkable clarity. He spotted Alex, the individual closest to the epicenter of the explosion, on the verge of being engulfed by the flames. With a swift motion, he grasped Alex's shoulder, preparing to pull him to safety. Just then, another figure materialized behind him, a young man clad in leather, wearing glasses. Lin's brow furrowed. Quicksilver. In Quicksilver's eyes, Lin detected astonishment, as if he could not comprehend how Lin could possess such remarkable speed. Quicksilver merely nodded in acknowledgement towards Lin, a gesture of respect, before pivoting to rescue others. The extraordinary speed bestowed by Lin's armor propelled him to an unimaginable pace. In the fleeting moment before the flames could consume Alex, he swiftly transported him outside the academy. Quicksilver soon followed, bringing Hank along. Their communication was minimal, for the urgency of the moment demanded swift action. Without hesitation, Lin seized the opportunity to rescue Rogers. Quicksilver, too, brought Raven and Moira along. The flames from the explosion gradually spread. In the brief instant of the explosion, Lin and Quicksilver traversed the entire academy, from the mainframe to the central hall, from laboratories to dormitories, and from classrooms to corridors, to expedite their rescue efforts. Quicksilver fashioned a piece of cloth, securing it to a large tree outside. Upon returning to the academy, they hurled every person they could find out, utilizing the cloth as a buffer to catch them safely. The situation unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. As Lin brought out the final individual, he noticed Quicksilver had also rescued a dog, which clutched a half-eaten pizza in its mouth. After ensuring that all living beings within the academy were evacuated, Quicksilver finally exhaled in relief. He turned to Lin, who was clad in his Hellbat armor, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He had not expected this individual to possess such remarkable speed. It was truly unbelievable. How had he achieved such a feat? Was he also a mutant? Quicksilver had always believed himself to be the fastest being in this world.